Lin Xiao has traversed into the body of a woeful true young master who has been impersonated for 2 decades. He has also bound himself to the super gossip system. Upon returning to the Lin family, he initially intended to recline and savor life, only to discover that matters were far from simple. What? The Lin family is destined for bankruptcy in the near future? The female CEO of the business realm has been deceived by a scoundrel, losing both wealth and virtue. The surgical savant's sister has been rendered incapacitated by medical disputes. The elite lawyer's sister has been wronged by her own clients. The entertainment company owner's sister has been betrayed by her own artists. The top-tier influencer's sister has been maliciously slandered by rival factions. The academically gifted sister has had her research pilfered. Wait, what on earth is going on with this unfortunate family? Lin Xiao clutched his chest, startled from his near-death reverie. In order to preserve his masterly lifestyle, he must assist them in defying fate and altering their destinies. Chapter 1. I am indeed Lin Xiao. When Madame Lin, Su Xiaomei, arrived at a remote alley in the suburban shantytown with her assistant, guided by the intel they had gathered, they could not help but furrow their brows. Just 3 days prior, the Lin couple had discovered that the son they had raised for 20 years was not their biological offspring. Years ago, a rival had bribed their maternity nurse, deliberately whisking away Madame Lin's child and substituting a nameless wild child instead. That maternity nurse had succumbed to illness 3 years ago. Had it not been for a drunken slip of the tongue at a recent banquet by the rival, they might have remained oblivious to this truth for a lifetime. Are you saying that Xiao resides in such a place? Su Xiaomei, now 48, appeared to be in her 30s due to her exceptional self-care. Her figure was impeccably maintained, adorned in an elegant new-style qipao, exuding grace and beauty. Yet, at that moment, as she surveyed her surroundings, she could not help but frown in dismay. It was no wonder she felt disdain. This place was exceedingly dilapidated, a stark contrast to the grand villa where they usually resided. The mottled walls were plastered with an array of haphazard advertisements. In the corner lay a drainage ditch, emitting a foul odor. The assistant, Xiao Li, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, according to our investigation, young Master Lin Xiao resides in the innermost courtyard. Let us proceed. Su Xiaomei thought of her son, disregarding her concerns, and continued to walk inward. Upon reaching the entrance, she beheld a young man seated in a wheelchair within the courtyard. The young man appeared oblivious to her arrival, holding a watering can as he tended to the flowers. His arms seemed to tremble slightly, presenting an evident inconvenience. Su Xiaomei's eyes instantly reddened. How come my son? Is he disabled? Xiao Li was taken aback, stammering as he explained, No, that cannot be. When I visited previously, young Master Lin Xiao was not in such a state. Regardless, he is still my son. Su Xiaomei adjusted her emotions and prepared to step inside. Just then, a voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. Hey, judging by the time, my biological mother should be arriving shortly, and that imposter she brought along will likely follow soon. TSK, tisk, truly remarkable that this wild child from outside could think to send a pregnant woman to ensnare me. Fortunately, I, the young master, was well prepared. Su Xiaomei paused, surveying her surroundings. Aside from the three of them, there was no one else present. This was clearly not the voice of the assistant, which could only mean, Xiao. Su Xiaomei tentatively called out. The young man in the wheelchair turned slowly at the sound. Upon seeing her, a look of unmistakable surprise crossed his face. Who are you? Lin Zhao's complexion was somewhat pale as he gently inquired. Su Xiaomei, overwhelmed with excitement at seeing her biological son, paid no heed to the voice in her mind. She quickly approached Lin Xiao, crouching down to gently grasp his hand. Her eyes welled up once more. Xiao, I am your mother, your true mother. At that moment, the voice resonated again. Wow, mother's hand is so warm, and she is so gentle. Though she appears to be a woman of great poise, I never expected her to be so tender. How curious it is that such a gentle mother could bear such a wretched seed. Merely an impostor, resorting to hiring a pregnant woman to tarnish the reputation of my true young master, claiming that the child within her is mine. Indeed, human nature is inherently evil. A wretched seed is just that. Once again, I am grateful that I, the young master, am exceptionally astute and well-prepared. Su Xiaomei was momentarily stunned. This time, she recognized that the voice belonged to Lin Xiao before her, yet she clearly observed that his lips did not move. Only the elegant corners of his eyes reflected a fleeting hint of disdain and triumph. Was it ventriloquism? However, the assistant beside him seemed oblivious to these words. Could it be that she could hear Lin Xiao's innermost thoughts? Su Xiaomei seemed to grasp something. What was this pregnant woman Lin Xiao repeatedly referred to? And the wretched seed he mentioned could be Lin Yu from their household? Although Lin Yu was not their biological son and had been somewhat spoiled into mischief, he was no different from other wealthy young masters, merely indulging in food, drink, and merriment. How could he commit such a nefarious act of framing another? Moreover, the one he sought to frame was the very person whose identity he had usurped. Su Xiaomei felt a wave of disappointment wash over her for her own son. All right, Xiao Li, please assist him in gathering his belongings. We shall return. Understood, madam. Xiao Li, perplexed by the sudden shift in Su Xiaomei's demeanor, dared not inquire further and promptly moved toward the interior of the house. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from behind them. Lin Xiao, how could you treat me this way? I am carrying your child. Startled by the voice, both Xiao Li and Su Xiaomei turned towards the entrance. They beheld a pregnant woman, her belly prominent, charging towards Xiao Li upon entering. Lin Xiao, you heartless scoundrel, do not think that just because you have returned to your position as the eldest young master, you can disregard the lives of me and my child. Lin Xiao, if you dare abandon me, I shall ruin your reputation. Xiao Li's face visibly paled. He hurriedly stepped back, casting a desperate glance towards Su Xiaomei for assistance. Su Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback. It was Lin Xiao who, at the opportune moment, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, my apologies, I am Lin Xiao." Chapter 2. The Charming Biological Father. The pregnant woman was taken aback, turning to glance at Lin Xiao before looking at Xiao Li. Hadn't it been previously stated that Lin Xiao was a cripple? Nevertheless, having accepted money, she felt compelled to perform her role convincingly. She hastily climbed up and lunged toward Lin Xiao in his wheelchair, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, you heartless scoundrel." Astonishingly, she repeated her earlier statement verbatim. Everyone present, except for the pregnant woman herself, fell into silence. Was she some sort of automaton, incapable of altering her dialogue? With a wounded expression, Lin Xiao replied, "Xiao Shui, I can't believe you would mistake me for someone else. You have truly saddened me." Xiao Shui? Who was Xiao Shui? This had not been mentioned before. The pregnant woman was baffled, but seeing Lin Xiao's acknowledgement, she deemed it a success and continued to lament, "It's all your fault. That night, after you got drunkened. Afterward, you have constantly kept me at arm's length. I have forgotten what you even look like." Such a clumsy excuse caused both Xiao Li and Su Xiaomei to struggle to contain their smirks. Xiao Li contemplated intervening for clarification, but was halted by a subtle gesture from Su Xiaomei. Regardless of the truth, she was eager to observe how Lin Xiao would navigate this predicament. Lin Xiao seized the pregnant woman's hand, gazing at her earnestly, and declared, "Xiao Shui, I never anticipated that despite my condition, you would remain steadfast by my side. I am truly moved. Let us go and register our marriage. With you by my side to care for me for a lifetime, I would be content." Upon hearing this, the pregnant woman was momentarily stunned. She had merely sought someone to take responsibility, yet somehow, it seemed she was now pledging her entire life. Lin Xiao continued, "Oh, and regarding our child, I have researched that some impoverished families have children who can cook by the age of 3. In the future, our child will prepare meals while you take care of my needs. We shall thrive as a family of 3. The pregnant woman's expression shifted dramatically. Recalling the words of the previous man, a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within her. She was so close to becoming a wealthy matron. Turning her gaze towards the poised woman beside her, she contemplated whether to attempt a connection through her prospective mother-in-law. However, before she could utter a word, Lin Xiao spoke first. "Xiao Shui, given my current state, I do not wish to burden anyone further. We can live in this small courtyard, and you can remove these flowers and plant vegetables instead. We can become self-sufficient." As he said this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Xiaomei. At that moment, she seemed to grasp the situation, her voice cold as she stated, "Our Lin family has strict customs. Since Ah Xiao attempts to abandon you and your child, he is ungrateful and unworthy of returning to our family. And as for you..." At this juncture, Su Xiaomei turned her gaze upon the pregnant woman. "We, the Lin family, will not accept a woman who bears a child out of wedlock." The pregnant woman was rendered speechless. This was not how she had envisioned the narrative unfolding. Wasn't it said that wealthy families place the utmost importance on heirs? Even if they were to offer her a sum of money to keep the child, that would suffice. Observing Su Xiaomei's cooperation, Lin Xiao quickly added fuel to the fire. "Xiao Shui, let us depart now to register our marriage." With one hand maneuvering the wheelchair and the other grasping the pregnant woman's wrist, he urged her along. Panic washed over the pregnant woman as she struggled, exclaiming, "Wait, I mistook you for someone else. You are not the father of my child. Xiao Shui, how could you say such a thing?" Lin Xiao feigned sorrow as he wiped his eyes. The pregnant woman could no longer maintain her facade. She forcefully released Lin Xiao's hand and hastily made her way outside, muttering disdainfully, "Had I known you were a useless cripple, I would never have come. Damn it. Tricking me into taking care of you. What a fantasy." Clutching her belly, she hurried away and soon disappeared from sight. Lin Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief and rose from his wheelchair. His posture was erect. He bore no semblance of a disabled person. He pushed the wheelchair to the adjacent courtyard, expressing gratitude to Uncle Zhang. "I've returned your wheelchair." Upon returning, he turned to Su Xiaomei, revealing a radiant smile. "Mother, my belongings are packed. We can set off." Su Xiaomei gazed into Lin Xiao's eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to her own, and smiled warmly. Witnessing how effortlessly he had unraveled the pregnant woman's scheme brought her great comfort. Her biological son was indeed clever, which was a blessing. However, her thoughts drifted back to the heartfelt words she had overheard from Lin Xiao. She remained unwilling to believe that, regardless of whether Lin Yu was not her biological child, he was still one she had raised since childhood. How could he possibly commit such acts? After much contemplation, Su Xiaomei concluded that there must be some misunderstanding regarding this matter. Lin Xiao's belongings were scant, consisting of merely a faded old backpack. Her heart ached at the sight, and she promptly instructed Xiao Li to purchase some clothing and daily necessities for Lin Xiao that afternoon. As they reached the intersection, Lin Xiao noticed two luxury cars parked not far away, a Porsche at the front and a Bentley behind it. "Ah Xiao, your father has arrived," Su Xiaomei said with a smile, gesturing towards the Bentley. "Your father is usually quite busy, but upon learning I was coming to find you, he canceled his work to be here." At that moment, the rear door of the Bentley swung open. Lin Xingshan could hardly wait for the driver to assist him. He eagerly exited the vehicle. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is this truly our biological son? Such stature, such appearance. Splendid, splendid. He has undoubtedly inherited my genes." Lin Xingshan heartily patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Lin Xiao scrutinized the impeccably dressed middle-aged man before him. Though he was already in his 50s and had begun to show signs of age, the remnants of his youthful handsomeness were still evident. "Indeed, he is my biological father. No wonder he garners attention everywhere he goes." Women, ranging from 18 to 58, all seemed eager to share his bed. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomei's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 3. Truly my biological son. Su Xiaomei turned her gaze to Lin Xingshan, observing as his expression shifted from excitement to embarrassment. Realizing that he too could hear Lin Zhao's thoughts. Judging by Lin Xingshan's reaction, it seemed Lin Zhao's words had struck a chord. Su Xiaomei discreetly strained her ears, hoping to glean more information. Lin Xingshan was likewise startled by Lin Zhao's thoughts. With Su Xiaomei present, he dared not inquire further. "All right, Xiao Li, you go ahead and buy a few outfits for Ah Xiao. We will return in Sister Zhang's car," Su Xiaomei instructed hastily. Concerned that parting ways with Lin Xiao and Lin Xingshan might hinder her ability to hear Lin Zhao's thoughts. "Understood, madam." Xiao Li respectfully nodded before driving off in the Porsche. "What? We are to ride in this car? If anything were to happen on the road, I cannot allow them to be in danger." Lin Xiao quickened his pace, taking the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, oblivious to Lin Zhao's mental musings, took their seats in the back. As the car started, Lin Zhao's gaze frequently flickered towards the driver, Sister Zhang. "Sister Zhang, you seem unwell. If you're feeling ill, please drive slowly." Lin Xiao suddenly interjected without preamble. Lin Xingshan inquired, puzzled, "Sister Zhang, are you unwell?" "Not at all." Sister Zhang denied. "Huh, of course, you're not feeling anything now, but soon enough you will." Harboring a secret crush on old Lin while driving. How scandalous. "Oh, Lao Lin, do not move recklessly. The remote control is right beneath you." Upon hearing this exclamation, Lin Xingshan instinctively shifted uneasily. Simultaneously, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "No, I apologize, there was someone in front," Sister Zhang hurriedly offered as an excuse. Yet, at this moment, the car was traversing a broad avenue, devoid of any pedestrians ahead. Observing Sister Zhang's stammering speech and her flushed visage, both Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei quickly understood the situation. Lin Xingshan became entirely immobilized by trepidation. Su Xiaomei, frowning, reached beneath Lin Xingshan to investigate. Indeed, she discovered a small remote control hidden beneath the seat cushion. The sight of the remote control startled Sister Zhang, yet its nature was obscure enough that most would remain oblivious to its significance. Thus, she continued to feign nonchalance as she drove. Lin Xingshan, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him and trembling with indignation, commanded her to pull over. "Huh, Lin Zong," she stammered. "Pull over." Had Lin Xingshan not been concerned about a potential accident, he would have hurled the remote at Sister Zhang's face. Sister Zhang, not daring to defy his order, promptly steered the car to the side of the road. "Lin Zong, you, get out." Before Sister Zhang could finish her sentence, Lin Xingshan exited the vehicle, flung open the driver's door, and yanked her out. He then took the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator, driving away. Behind him, Sister Zhang's anguished cries echoed. Lin Zong, there are no taxis available here. Please let me return with you. On the journey, Su Xiaomei called Xiao Li to inform him of Sister Zhang's dismissal. At this moment, Lin Xingshan realized that Su Xiaomei could also hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. Embarrassed, he forced a smile and glanced at the scowling Su Xiaomei through the rearview mirror, awkwardly explaining, I truly had no idea. However, Su Xiaomei merely shot him a disdainful glance, remaining silent. Hey, who would have thought that Dad was under the thumb of his wife? Yet, truth be told, this isn't entirely his fault. He is rather oblivious in such matters. It is easy to refuse what is overt, but the insidiousness lurking in the shadows is indeed hard to guard against. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingshan felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Truly, a beloved son, he resolved to fulfill all of his son's future desires. Su Xiaomei's expression finally softened a bit. She understood that men from affluent families like theirs are often pursued by numerous women. Her husband, over the years, had remained focused on his career, proving to be quite the steadfast individual compared to others of high society. Xiao, if you are tired, you may rest for a while. All right. Lin Xiao leaned back in his seat and gradually closed his eyes. Mother is so gentle, but alas, this tenderness will be fleeting. Once we return home, and she discovers her precious son's intent to leave, she will likely come to despise me. At that point, neither father nor mother, nor even the butler, will harbor any favorable impressions of me. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to remain in that household. Fortunately, I possess a thick skin. There is no way I would voluntarily take a step back. Lin Yu threatening to leave home? Both Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei were taken aback. They had already discussed this matter with Lin Yu over the past 2 days, assuring him that he would forever be a child of the Lin family, always welcome to stay, and that the family shares would remain with him. Lin Yu had expressed understanding at the time and should not have caused a ruckus, right? Approximately an hour later, the vehicle arrived at a suburban villa. As soon as it halted, the butler rushed over. Sir, madam, you have finally returned. Young master is insisting on leaving home. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei's hearts sank at this revelation. Yet, having mentally prepared themselves, they did not appear overly flustered. Following the butler to the living room, they found Lin Yu already packing a suitcase, descending the stairs. Dad, Mom, you are back. Lin Yu feigned a sorrowful appearance, forcing a smile. After contemplating all night, I believe it is better for me to leave this home. After all, my brother has returned, and I must return this house to him. With that, he cast a glance at Lin Xiao, who stood at the back. According to his plan, given their parents' affection, they would surely comfort him at this moment. However, to his surprise, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei merely exchanged a solemn look, their expressions growing grave. Had it not been for Lin Zhao's earlier warning, they would have undoubtedly felt compelled to plead with Lin Yu to stay. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's thoughts, they could not help but perceive Lin Yu's behavior as somewhat unreasonable at this juncture. Chapter 4. The Pretense of a False Young Master. Lin Yu continued to descend the stairs with his suitcase in hand. Seeing that Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei remained silent, the butler grew anxious. Young master, you have always been the most cherished son of sir and madam. They would never want you to leave. As he spoke, the butler attempted to step forward to intervene. Yet, Lin Yu's demeanor was resolute. The Lin family has raised me for 20 years. I am genuinely grateful, but I cannot be overly greedy. Ultimately, these words swayed Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei. After all, he was their son, raised for 2 decades, and despite not being their biological child, they shared a profound bond. Xiao Yu, we agreed that we were merely bringing a Xiao back, not driving you away, Su Xiaomei said with concern. Lin Xingshan echoed, indeed, Xiao Yu, you will forever be our son. Yet Lin Yu shook his head in refusal. Everything I possess rightfully belongs to him. If I remain, the Lin family will eventually find it impossible to accommodate me. Lin Yu, adopting the guise of a victim, redirected the conflict towards Lin Xiao. How could that be? Su Xiaomei gazed at Lin Yu's dejected expression, a thought flickering in her mind. For the past 20 years, their family had lived harmoniously. Although Lin Yu had been somewhat unruly outside, he had always heeded their words at home. If Lin Zhao's return were to disrupt this peace, then was their decision to bring him back truly the right choice? Amidst this uncertainty, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei once again heard Lin Zhao's thoughts. Keep pretending. Just keep it up. Such clumsy acting could only deceive father and mother. He has long since deduced that they would never truly allow him to leave. That suitcase is empty, merely a facade. He does not even bother to commit fully to the act. How utterly perfunctory. Pretending? Lin Xingshan furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Su Xiaomei. After nearly 30 years of marriage, they shared an unspoken understanding. At that moment, Lin Yu had descended from the upper floor. Su Xiaomei approached, extending her hand to take the suitcase from him. Lin Yu, taken aback, quickly pulled the suitcase behind him. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Su Xiaomei still felt the suitcase's weight. Empty, even if it wasn't entirely devoid of contents. It likely contained only a scant few items. With a forceful tug, Lin Yu could faintly hear the sound of items shifting within. Realizing his little ruse had been detected, he promptly declared, Lin Laoi, Lin Foreign, since I am not your biological son, I shall not take anything from this household. With that, he reluctantly extracted several luxury car keys from his bag. It is essential to acknowledge that this is indeed his most cherished possession. In a bid to make his parents regret their decisions, he is willing to go to great lengths. Su Xiaomei and Lin Qingshan initially felt displeased. Yet upon witnessing Lin Yu's willingness to part with his beloved cars, along with the distant manner in which he addressed them, their hearts softened a bit. Had they misjudged the situation? Before they could ponder further, Lin Xiao stepped forward, taking the car keys from Lin Yu's grasp. Lin Yu felt a surge of indignation, yet he managed to suppress his frustration. With great effort, he forced a smile, stating, These are birthday gifts from Grandfather Lin and Grandmother Lin. I hope you won't despise them, dear brother. Lin Xiao feigned ignorance to Lin Yu's sarcasm, responding with a smile. Since these are gifts from our parents, why would I ever look down on them? What a jest. How could I possibly disdain them? These cars could fetch quite a sum if sold. I need to think ahead for myself. After all, it won't be long before the Lin family faces bankruptcy. Lin Zhao's inner thoughts sent a chill down the spines of Su Xiaomei and Lin Qingshan. The Lin family was hardly a minor clan, especially with several significant enterprises that ranked among the top 5 in the capital. Moreover, Su Xiaomei's family had a prestigious lineage spanning a century. Had anyone suggested that the Lin family might face bankruptcy before, they would have scoffed. Yet, since Lin Zhao's thoughts had proven accurate thus far, the notion became increasingly difficult for them to dismiss. Just as they were grappling with this unsettling revelation, a sound emerged from the entrance. A tall young woman clad in a black trench coat entered, surveying the room before her gaze settled on Lin Xiao and the car keys he held. Her eyes reflected disdain and contempt as she scoffed. How typical. Returning home only to snatch others' belongings. Really a country bumpkin. Chu. Su Xiaomei frowned. Her eldest daughter was known for being forthright and protective. It appeared she had not grasped the situation and mistakenly believed Lin Yu was being bullied. Lin Xiao also turned to look, observing that Lin Chuj was a vision of beauty, her exquisite makeup and cascading long curls accentuating her allure. Standing at 1.72 meters, her long legs exuded an air of superiority, though her icy demeanor made her seem unapproachable. Truly the heir of the Lin family. Indeed, the Ice Queen CEO of the capital. What a pity, though, for she is destined to be the protagonist of a tragic tale, where not only will she be betrayed by her so-called friends and a scoundrel, but she'll also suffer greatly. 5 lives lost in the end. How tragic. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, along with Lin Chuj herself, were momentarily stunned. Protagonist of a tragic tale? Betrayed? And 5 lives lost. Did that imply Lin Chuj would bear 4 children? The Lin couple listened intently, their ears perked up, eager to hear more from Lin Zhao's thoughts. Although Lin Chuj heard the voice, she dismissed it as mere auditory hallucination. She indeed had a fiancé, one introduced by Lin Yu, who was respectable in both background and character. Quite a match, really. Yet, in this lawful society, how could one so casually have their organs taken? And as for her friends, they were loyal companions from years past, certainly not capable of betrayal. Noticing her parents' expressions of shock and concern, Lin Chuj pondered if they too had heard that voice. Dad, Mom, did you also hear? Chu. Lin Qingshan quickly regained his composure and interjected with a knowing glance. Since you're back, why not help little Yu bring his things upstairs? He is far too old to be throwing a tantrum like a child. As his sister, you ought to advise him. Su Xiaomei chimed in. Yes, little Yu has always listened to you. Please talk some sense into him. Faced with her parents' pointed looks, Lin Chuj reluctantly suppressed her questions for the moment. Lin Yu, seeing this, attempted to maintain his act of wanting to leave, but was met with Lin Chuj's piercing gaze that silenced him. It was true. He had little fear of his parents, but held a deep-seated respect for his elder sister. Resigned, he picked up his suitcase and headed upstairs, abandoning any mention of leaving. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he had anticipated this outcome, knowing the bonds within the Lin family were strong, and Lin Yu would not truly depart. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. Lin Yu was a ticking time bomb, and keeping him close was a more prudent strategy. Chapter 5. No School? At noon, the family gathered around the dining table. The Lin couple, warm and welcoming, recognized that Lin Xiao had faced hardships over the years and diligently served him dishes. Lin Xiao graciously accepted, enjoying the meal, which was undeniably delicious, thanks to the talented cook in the Lin household. in stark contrast to the amiable atmosphere were Lin Yu and Lin Xiao. Lin Yu clenched his left hand tightly beneath the table, feeling disgruntled at the evident favoritism shown to Lin Xiao, but daring not to express it. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, wore her discontent openly, remaining silent while occasionally casting glances filled with scorn and curiosity. She harbored disdain for Lin Xiao, yet was eager to unravel the mystery of his earlier thoughts. Each person at the table had their own hidden agendas. Finally, as Lin Xiao finished his meal, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged a glance. "Ah Xiao," Lin Qingshan began. "Your mother and I have been discussing your return. Since you're back, you will eventually need to take over the family business. We were wondering if you would be interested in visiting the company?" This was the conclusion Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei had reached, still anxious to uncover the reasons behind the Lin family's impending ruin. However, they were reluctant to directly question Lin Xiao, not wanting him to realize they could hear his thoughts. After much contemplation, they concluded that the best approach would be to involve Lin Xiao in the company. The longer he spent there, the more insights he would inadvertently reveal through his thoughts. Lin Xiao paused in his eating, looking up in surprise. "Mom, Dad, but I have no experience." "Not to worry, you can start from the ground up. The company will eventually be yours. It would be beneficial to familiarize yourself with it." Lin Qingshan reassured him, mistakenly believing Lin Xiao was merely being modest. However, the next moment, Lin Xiao's thoughts betrayed a different sentiment. Having already been born into wealth, why would I toil away? Wouldn't it be better to simply coast through life? Plus, I still need to attend university. There are people waiting for me to teach them a lesson. His thoughts, tinged with impatience and irritation, contrasted sharply with the calmness of his demeanor, causing Lin Qingshan's brow to twitch in surprise at his son's acting skills. Upon hearing her son's desire to pursue education, Su Xiaomei realized that Lin Xiao might have missed out on educational opportunities due to their previous circumstances. Gently tugging at Lin Qingshan's sleeve, she suggested, "Perhaps we have been too hasty. Ah Xiao is still young and should prioritize his education. He can always join the company after graduation." "Father, Mother, I also believe Lin Xiao should go to school." Lin Yu unexpectedly spoke up. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smirk. Lin Yu's audacity was remarkable. Just moments ago, he was lamenting his plight, referring to their grandparents. Yet now he was back to calling their parents dad and mom. Lin Yu reflected on the information he had previously investigated, and he would not miss the chance to humiliate Lin Xiao. "Dad, there are still 6 months until the college entrance examination next year. Recently, our university has been collaborating with external institutions for enrollment. With a little financial investment, one can gain admission." Lin Yu feigned sincerity as he spoke. Lin Qingshan furrowed his brows slightly. If his memory served him right, the institutions currently enrolling students were merely sham organizations masquerading under the university's name. Paying for a degree would not only diminish its value but also taint it, an intellectual blemish. However, according to his findings, Lin Xiao had not participated in the college entrance examination. A legitimate school would not accept someone without any grades. If he did not wish to repeat a year and wait for the next examination, the only viable option would be to send him abroad. Lin Qingshan hesitated, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly smiled. "Dad, Mom, I forgot to tell you that I am enrolled in a school, the same university as Lin Yu." "A university?" Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "It seems that my younger brother Lin Xiao is quite eager to attend school. He has already registered." Lin Xiao pretended not to pick up on Lin Yu's sarcastic tone and took out his phone, opening an interface for student management, majoring in finance. "Huh, studying finance at such a sham institution? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" Before Lin Yu could finish his sentence, he fixated on Lin Xiao's phone screen. The student management interface of a university was distinctively designed, unlike those of other schools. Only enrolled students could access it, and even those sham institutions could not. At that moment, Lin Xiao's phone displayed the authentic student management interface. The score cutoff for the finance program at a university was among the top 3 in the nation. How could Lin Xiao possibly gain admission? After a moment of astonishment, Lin Yu's expression quickly relaxed. He absolutely did not believe that Lin Xiao could have been admitted to a university. That so-called admission interface was undoubtedly a fabrication. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "I say, little brother Lin Xiao, wanting to go to school is commendable, but you shouldn't deceive yourself like this. You can't just fabricate a screenshot to fool mom and dad. I've seen this kind of trickery far too often." As he spoke, he tapped a few times on Lin Xiao's phone screen, attempting to expose Lin Xiao's deception. To his surprise, the interface scrolled normally. It was not an image. "This is absurd. Even a university's specially designed student website has been faked? It must be reported." Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. What frustrated him more was that the forgery skills had become increasingly sophisticated, leaving him embarrassed in front of his parents. In his heart, he would rather believe that Lin Xiao had spent a fortune to fabricate an image of grandeur than accept that Lin Xiao could genuinely be accepted into a university. Lin Xiao perceived Lin Yu's thoughts and chose not to continue the argument. Whether it was true or false, he was well aware. Moreover, as the saying goes, he who asserts must prove. If Lin Yu questioned his student status, he needed to provide evidence of its falsehood rather than Lin Xiao having to validate its truth. Seeing Lin Xiao's silence, Lin Yu assumed he was feeling guilty. He continued, unrelenting, "Dad, Mom, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. We cannot be deceived." Lin Yu's tone was filled with urgency, and Su Xiaomei frowned slightly, displeased. "Xiao Yu, have I not taught you not to maliciously speculate about others without reason? We originally intended for Ah Xiao to go directly to the company. What reason would he have to deceive us?" "Mom, that's not what I meant." Lin Yu suddenly realized he was being overly anxious and quickly amended his words. "I am just worried that Lin Xiao might be deceived by outsiders. A few days ago, the news mentioned that someone was pretending to be a student and deliberately scamming money." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomei's expression finally softened a bit. Lin Xingshan was also aware of Lin Yu's underlying intentions. However, it was a fact that Lin Xiao had not participated in the college entrance examination and had indeed not been attending school for the past 6 months. "Ah Xiao, actually, Xiao Yu has a point. Why don't you explain the situation to your parents? We wouldn't want you to be deceived." Lin Xiao sighed softly, quietly setting down his chopsticks. He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 6, a grand face-slapping scene. Soon, the call connected. A gentle voice came through. "Lin Xiao? What can I do for you?" "Teacher Li, I would like to request the materials for the core courses of our finance major for first-year students, as I wish to review them in advance to make my remedial studies easier later on," Lin Xiao said politely. "Of course, I will send them to your email shortly. By the way, Lin Xiao, have you resolved your issues? If you need assistance, please don't hesitate to inform your teacher. Do not bear it alone." Teacher Li's tone was filled with concern. "Rest assured, Teacher Li, I will be returning to school soon." Lin Xiao exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. He glanced at the people at the table and said calmly, "This is my academic advisor, Li Xiaoli from the finance department at a university." To his surprise, Lin Yu let out a laugh. "I told you, Lin Xiao, you have definitely been deceived. How can one not attend school for 6 months and then talk about remedial studies? If that were possible, the school would be in chaos. You truly are from the countryside, utterly clueless, to fall for such a pathetic scam." This time, Lin Yu's derision was unmasked. After that phone call, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei felt even more skeptical. Lin Xiao sighed softly, saying quietly, "Dad, I recall that you had collaborated with the university before. It shouldn't be too difficult to call their student management center to inquire." As the situation unfolded, both Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei felt somewhat awkward. Logically, their probing seemed to indicate a lack of trust in their son. Nevertheless, since Lin Xiao had stated it so plainly, they could not avoid getting to the bottom of the matter. Reluctantly, Lin Xingshan steeled himself and contacted an old acquaintance. "Old Zhang, I must trouble you again. I would like to check my son's academic status. Not the previous son, but my newly found biological son. Yes, he is also from your university, majoring in finance." To be fair, Lin Xingshan was one of the university's benefactors, so as long as the request wasn't excessive, they would likely accommodate him. Before long, a document was sent over. Lin Xingshan opened it to find his son's academic information. Lin Xiao, male, ID number XXX. Admitted through special provisions due to participation in a confidential project. Lin Xingshan read through the details in a daze before looking up at Lin Xiao. While others might not be familiar with the term confidential project, he certainly knew what it entailed. A university was a prestigious institution, and many research projects were of national significance. Any project involving confidentiality was among the highest tier. At that moment, Lin Chuj, who had been silent, also lifted her head. The Lin family's company was involved in some research projects, so she had likely heard of special admissions. However, she could not comprehend how a poor boy like Lin Xiao, coming from the countryside, could contribute to such top-tier scientific research. As everyone was taken aback, an unharmonious voice interrupted the atmosphere. "Oh, confidentiality? I suspect the school merely took the money and concocted an excuse. Otherwise, Lin Xiao, why don't you tell us what confidential project you participated in?" Lin Yu scoffed. Lin Xiao replied coolly, "Lin Yu, if you wish to meddle, do be careful not to implicate us." Lin Yu had always been inept and utterly clueless about the meaning of Lin Xiao's words. He scoffed derisively. "Oh, look at you. All pretentious. You even think of sending your whole family in. Do you really believe you're some kind of important figure?" Enough was enough. Su Xiaomei could no longer tolerate his insolence. From Lin Yu's initial embarrassment and fury to his current ignorance and audacity, she began to doubt whether her efforts in educating him over the years had been misguided, regardless of their intelligence or capabilities. The other members of the Lin family were at least well-mannered, maintaining humility towards the unknown, especially regarding their kin, never resorting to malicious assumptions. Why then, did Lin Yu display such a demeanor? Could it truly be a hereditary issue? Lin Chuj, Although somewhat displeased with Lin Yu's attitude, patiently attempted to explain, Xiao, you must understand that such confidential projects require prior signature of a non-disclosure agreement. If leaked, everyone involved would face scrutiny. Lin Yu's mocking grin faltered, yet he remained obstinate. Questioning how, despite being admitted under exceptional circumstances, he had not attended school for the past 6 months. His tone still bore skepticism, though it lacked conviction. Just as he spoke, Lin Xingshan's phone rang, the caller being an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the gentle voice of Li Xiaoli, Lin Zhao's counselor, resonated. Mr. Lin Xingshan. This is Li Xiaoli, Lin Zhao's counselor. Here's the situation. It turned out that after Lin Xingshan inquired about Lin Zhao's academic status, the matter was promptly reported to the department. Concerned that there might be issues at home, Li promptly called to clarify. In short, we truly value this promising student. Given his capabilities, there is no need for a leave of absence. He can catch up on his studies afterward, as discussed with the higher-ups. We hope you understand and allow him to continue attending school. Li's earlier tone was gentle, but it shifted to a stern demeanor toward the end. Lin Xingshan, feeling embarrassed, quickly acquiesced. After finally hanging up, he let out a slow sigh of relief, casting an irritated glare at Lin Yu. It was all this brat's fault for doubting everything, causing him to be perceived as an uninformed and irresponsible father. Su Xiaomei, however, noticed another troubling issue. Xiao, what did Li teacher mean by not allowing you to attend school? Did your foster parents prevent you from going? Well, this matter is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later, Lin Xiao replied, lowering his head, not wishing to elaborate. This demeanor tugged at Su Xiaomei's heartstrings. Such an outstanding son, nearly deprived of the opportunity for education. She couldn't even fathom the hardships he must have endured in life. In contrast to Lin Xiao, Lin Yu seemed somewhat ungrateful. The Lin family had provided him with excellent living conditions and even hired esteemed teachers for his education. Yet, what was the outcome? He couldn't even score well enough to gain admission to a private university. Ultimately, it was only through Lin family's donation of 2 laboratories to University A that he was begrudgingly accepted. Today, Lin Yu felt utterly humiliated, his heart brimming with rage. He spent the entire afternoon locked away in his room. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao lounged in the living room, leisurely enjoying some fruit. He knew Lin Yu would undoubtedly plot against him, but he felt no concern. After all, whatever that fellow attempted, he could anticipate in advance. This was all thanks to his extraordinary gossip system. Chapter 7. The Pervert Who Steals Underwear. Lin Xiao had traversed into this world, acquiring this marvelous gossip system during his journey. Initially, he deemed it rather trivial compared to other powerful abilities, but now it seemed quite entertaining. It allowed him to receive advance notice of sensational news, satisfying his curiosity. Host, a new piece of gossip has arrived. Just now, Lin Yu stuffed the second daughter of the Lin family's seductive lingerie into the host's blanket. Soon, the host will be mistaken for a pervert. Upon hearing the system's excited yet cheeky voice in his mind, Lin Xiao felt a throbbing headache. How had he become embroiled in this scandal? No wonder he had heard stealthy footsteps from upstairs. Simultaneously, the Lin couple and elder sister Lin Chuj also picked up on Lin Zhao's thoughts. Damn it! That foolish Lin Yu is resorting to such sordid tactics to disgust me, accusing me of stealing my second sister's underwear? How outrageous. Wait, could it be that this guy has a history? Any normal person wouldn't conceive of such twisted methods. Upon hearing this, Lin's parents and Lin Chuj were taken aback. Yet, their immediate reaction was disbelief. Even if Lin Yu had been mischievous in the past, he surely wouldn't joke about something so serious. After all, second sister Lin Baixian had severe cleanliness issues. If this were discovered, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly face charges of sexual harassment. Lin Xiao was keenly aware of this. He rushed back to his room, flinging the blanket aside to find a strikingly revealing white lace lingerie tucked within. His face flushed crimson. On one hand, he felt embarrassed. On the other, he was furious. This was too much. If discovered, wouldn't his second sister use her scalpel to carve him up? Cursing beneath his breath, he intended to discreetly return the lingerie. However, before he could exit, he heard Lin Baishuan's voice from downstairs. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lin Xiao felt a surge of panic. If he went to Lin Baishuan's room now, it would be akin to walking into a trap. He hastily stuffed the lingerie into his pocket. Lin Yu must be thrilled that Lin Baixian had returned. He bolted out of his room, rushing downstairs to Lin Baishuan's side. Whispering with a feigned expression of concern, second sister, the new kid Dad and Mom brought back seems suspicious. I just saw him sneaking into your room. I told him beforehand not to. Lin Baixian, with her obsessive cleanliness, despised anyone entering her room. Even the cleaners were permitted only once a week, and she would disinfect the space afterward. Hearing that Lin Xiao had dared to enter her sanctuary ignited her fury. How outrageous! Lin Baixian huffed, striding purposefully upstairs. Upon returning to her room, her keen senses quickly detected that someone had been there. It seemed her cabinet had been tampered with. Second sister. I saw him sneakily take something. Lin Yu feigned innocence, nudging her. Lin Baixian immediately opened her cabinet to inspect it. Spotting a drawer slightly ajar, her expression shifted dramatically. At this moment, Lin's parents and Lin Chuj emerged. Observing Lin Baixian's countenance, they seemed to grasp the situation. Lin Chuj approached Lin Baixian, quietly inquiring. And upon receiving a silent nod from her, she bit her lip. Second sister, have you lost something? Coincidentally, Lin Xiao is still in the room. Let me confront him. Lin Yu watched with glee as everything unfolded according to his plan. Now, he would lead everyone to Lin Xiao's room to expose him. He was eager to see how Lin Xiao would remain in the family once the lingerie was discovered, without heeding the reactions of others. He rushed to Lin Xiao's door and knocked vigorously. Lin Xiao, open the door. I know you're inside. Hurry up. After a few knocks, the door swung open. Lin Xiao feigned ignorance, gazing at the crowd outside with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Oh, you dare to steal from second sister and yet pretend to be innocent? Lin Yu squeezed into the room. His excitement grew as he spotted the neatly made bed. It was broad daylight, and he was certain Lin Xiao wouldn't retire to bed this early, hence he would not discover the items he had hidden. Once everyone had entered, Lin Yu pretended to be nonchalant and stated, Lin Xiao, at this point, just hand over the goods. What goods? Lin Xiao replied with a bewildered look. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Then you might as well say it. Lin Xiao blinked innocently, maintaining his facade of ignorance. Fine, since you refuse to save face, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Yu cleared his throat and declared loudly enough for all to hear. I just saw you come out of second sister's room, sneaking away with something. Oh, you must have seen wrongly, Lin Xiao replied calmly. According to Lin Yu's plan, Lin Xiao should have been desperately explaining himself, which would have made him appear extremely guilty. However, to Lin Yu's surprise, Lin Xiao merely denied it and fell silent thereafter. Frustrated, Lin Yu shouted, how could I possibly be mistaken? Do you dare to let me search? Oh, go ahead, just tidy up after yourself, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. Settling himself on a small sofa beside him and gesturing with a slight lift of his chin, inviting Lin Yu to proceed. This was the moment Lin Yu had been waiting for. He first pretended to inspect the cupboard, then walked over to the bed and abruptly threw back the covers. Everyone, come look, this isn't. However, his words trailed off abruptly as he realized that the items he had hidden were nowhere to be found. Chapter 8. The Masculine Vigor. All that remained under the covers were a few worn men's underwear. These were also placed there by Lin Yu to make Lin Xiao appear more perverse. But how could only these be left? Where was the sexy lingerie? How could this be? Lin Yu muttered to himself, frantically rummaging through the bed, tossing it into disarray. Hey, don't mess with my underwear. What is wrong with you, pulling someone else's underwear around? Lin Xiao feigned urgency as he stepped forward to intervene, muttering, strange, I clearly put my underwear away. How did they all end up under the covers? The onlookers were left speechless by Lin Yu's chaotic tossing of another's underwear. At that moment, one of the pairs was inadvertently thrown towards Lin Yu. The crowd instinctively glanced over, their expressions becoming subtly complex. The worn men's underwear had a noticeable bulge in the middle, which appeared rather pronounced. Lin Yu, already feeling frustrated due to the failure of his plan, couldn't he help but follow their gazes. In an instant, he blurted out in indignation. How could it be that big? The others were taken aback by Lin Yu's bluntness, their faces turning awkward. They all began to contemplate excuses to leave. Lin Xiao, smiling, inquired, what is the matter? Do you want to compare? Lin Yu actually entertained that thought. He was currently quite displeased with Lin Xiao, wanting to one-up him in every aspect. But before Lin Yu could respond, a cold voice rang out from behind. Shameless. Lin Baixian huffed, turning to leave. Her words were clearly directed at Lin Xiao, yet he merely smiled at Lin Yu and quipped sarcastically. Why are you rummaging through someone else's underwear and caring about such things? You wouldn't have some sort of preference for men, would you? You're talking nonsense. Lin Yu, unable to articulate a defense, felt an overwhelming frustration, and after cursing, he stormed off. The Lin couple and Lin Chuj exchanged knowing glances, having witnessed the entire farce. Initially, they sought to validate the truth behind the whispers they had heard, but without seeing Lin Baixian's lingerie, they remained skeptical. During dinner, the atmosphere at the table grew even more peculiar. At first, the Lin couple attempted to facilitate a formal introduction between Lin Baixian and Lin Xiao, but Lin Baixian's demeanor was distinctly frosty. Lin Xiao held no objections toward Lin Baixian. Setting aside the fact that she was his biological sister, Lin Baixian was undeniably charming, possessing a natural beauty that shone even without makeup. Who could possibly object to a beautiful sister? Furthermore, she was a renowned surgeon at a prestigious hospital in the capital, having saved countless lives, a truly formidable figure in her white coat. Regrettably, at that moment, while Lin Baixian was quietly enjoying her meal, she suddenly heard a voice. Oh, second sister appears to be doing well on the surface, yet she is quite a pitiful person. Lin Baixian shot her head up, only to find everyone else silently engrossed in their meals, not uttering a word. This was, in fact, due to a prior agreement between the Lin couple and Lin Xiao to feign ignorance of Lin Xiao's ability to hear her thoughts, thereby avoiding any suspicion. This left Lin Baixian feeling puzzled. If she hadn't misheard, the voice seemed to belong to Lin Xiao. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xiao was vigorously gnawing on a pork knuckle, utterly oblivious to any conversation. Poor second sister, she had initially enrolled in a great program, only to have her application altered secretly by a classmate. Soon after, she would be rendered unable to wield a scalpel for the rest of her life. Due to that same classmate. This time, Lin Baixian scrutinized closely. Lin Xiao's lips did not move. In fact, no one at the table was speaking. Could it be that these were Lin Xiao's thoughts? Regarding the incident from years ago when her application was altered, Lin Baixian had never disclosed it to anyone. In truth, she herself was unsure of the circumstances. She had always believed she had made a mistake in her application, which led to her not being accepted into her first-choice program. Reflecting on it now, the situation was indeed suspicious. She was known for her meticulous nature, especially concerning something as critical as an application. How could she have been so careless? However, she recalled that she had filled out her application alongside several classmates. Could it be that one of them had truly altered it? Pondering this, she pricked up her ears, eager to hear more of Lin Xiao's thoughts. Not only her, but the others also became attentive, all wanting to know who had caused Lin Baixian to be unable to become a doctor. However, Lin Xiao had already become engrossed in his pork knuckle, refusing to mention anything about Lin Baixian's classmate. Ahem, Xiao, today your second sister misunderstood you. Don't take offense. Lin Xingshan attempted to steer the conversation towards Lin Baixian to coax Lin Xiao's thoughts back into the open. Yet, Lin Xiao merely shook his head dismissively and replied casually, "It's fine, second sister was just anxious. Don't worry, I know second sister doesn't like anyone going into her room. I won't do that." Upon hearing this, Lin Baixian felt her heart sink once more. Unbeknownst to others, she was acutely aware that indeed, one of her undergarments had gone missing. Moreover, having been siblings with Lin Yu for 2 decades, her inclination naturally leaned towards him. Given that Lin Yu claimed to have seen Lin Xiao enter her room, and the fact that she had genuinely lost something. Even if the item wasn't found in Lin Xiao's quarters, the suspicion surrounding him remained substantial. Coupled with the recent sight of Lin Xiao carelessly stuffing her panties into the bedding, she couldn't help but entertain the notion that he might truly be a deviant. After dinner, Lin Baixian remained uneasy about the revelation of Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. With her inherently materialistic nature, she dismissed such nonsensical notions. After considerable contemplation, she reached out to a familiar psychiatrist, intending to consult the following day. Perhaps the mounting pressure from work had led her to experience auditory hallucinations. In any case, until she possessed undeniable evidence, she resolutely refused to believe that she could hear anyone's thoughts. Chapter 9. Acquiring Land. That night, the Lin couple lay in bed, tossing and turning, pondering the veracity of Lin Xiao's purported thoughts. Although some of the daytime events had indeed manifested, the allegations of Lin Yu framing Lin Xiao for the theft of her undergarment remained unsubstantiated, and they were reluctant to act impulsively. Nonetheless, they felt a sense of indebtedness towards Lin Xiao, who had endured hardship over the years. After deliberation, they resolved to make amends in the most straightforward manner, by purchasing a vehicle and a residence. Whatever Lin Yu had, Lin Xiao must also possess. The following day, a plethora of real estate documents was laid before Lin Xiao. "Ah Xiao, see if there is anything you fancy," inquired Su Xiaomei gently from her seat. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu seethed with resentment, clenching his fists tightly, yet dared not voice his thoughts. Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat bewildered, was at a loss. Having traversed into this world, he possessed little knowledge of its intricacies. How could he discern the quality of its properties? Moreover, most of the documents presented were mere promotional materials, each embellished to the point of absurdity, lacking substantial reference value. In desperation, he summoned the system in his mind. To his astonishment, the system responded. The melon-eating system is now online. Jinfu Garden, with an average price of 38,000 yuan. No disasters predicted for the next 50 years, but no appreciation potential. Jadeite Garden, with an average price of 62,000 yuan. No disasters predicted for the next 50 years, with an appreciation potential of less than 5%. Future City, with an average price of 43,000 yuan. 1 fire incident and 3 suicides expected within 50 years, with a depreciation potential of 50%. Upon reviewing this array of descriptions, Lin Xiao realized that none of these properties were particularly appealing. The appreciation potential was largely confined to 10% or less, with the lowest plummeting to a staggering negative 80%. At that moment, the system's notification chimed again. "Host, the price of the vacant land is about to double. It merits your attention. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed to a map on a promotional flyer. Mom, I want this one. Oh, Longxing Garden? Su Xiaomei tilted her head in curiosity, recalling details about the community. However, it seemed merely an ordinary development, priced around 10,000. This realization filled Su Xiaomei with both gratitude and concern. Her son was exceptionally considerate, striving to save them money. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao resolutely took a pen and circled a spot on the map. Not Longxing Garden, but here. Su Xiaomei was puzzled, as the location appeared to be a barren plot. Yes, this piece of land, Lin Xiao affirmed, raising his clear eyes to meet hers. Mom, can I have this land? Huh, just a worthless piece of wasteland. You truly have an eye for this. Lin Yu interjected derisively from the side. Disregarding Lin Yu's jibe, Lin Xiao spoke earnestly to Su Xiaomei. Mom, the price of this land will double within half a month. Su Xiaomei furrowed her brow slightly. Their family had thrived in real estate, possessing a fair understanding of the land values in the vicinity. Yet, according to their prior research, this plot was situated in a remote suburb, with property prices stagnant for years. How could it possibly appreciate? In her moment of doubt, she caught a glimpse of Lin Xiao's thoughts. A wealthy mining magnate is currently experiencing a string of misfortunes and is seeking a prime location for construction. Soon, he will set his sights on this land. Given that I've just returned home, I cannot be overly ambitious. Acquiring just this piece of land will suffice. Otherwise, if I manage to buy up the surrounding plots, we'll strike it rich. Su Xiaomei was taken aback. These adjacent plots had been overlooked by all real estate developers. There was no competition, and they could be purchased at minimal cost. If they genuinely appreciated, it would be an exceptionally lucrative deal. Lin Yu, unable to hear Lin Xiao's thoughts, merely observed Su Xiaomei's indecision and scoffed. Mom, you truly believe his nonsense? Our family hasn't received any news of that land appreciating. How could he possibly know? I see he is merely trying to deceive you. All right, Xiao. I'll have my assistant handle the paperwork this afternoon, Su Xiaomei declared, ignoring Lin Yu. After all, Lin Xiao only desired that small piece of land, which wouldn't cost much. Compared to the expenses incurred on Lin Yu over the years, it was but a drop in the ocean. What truly plagued her was whether to trust Lin Xiao's thoughts and purchase the other nearby plots as well. No, time was of the essence. She needed to discuss this with her husband promptly. After stating her intention, she hurried to the study to call Lin Xingshan. Upon receiving Su Xiaomei's call, Lin Xingshan rushed back from the office immediately. After deliberation, they reached a decision. In addition to purchasing the plot Lin Xiao had chosen as a gift for him, they quietly acquired the surrounding parcels, registered under the company's name. The cost of these plots was negligible for the Lin family. Even if they incurred losses, it would not significantly impact them. They merely wished to verify the accuracy of Lin Xiao's insights. As dinner approached, Lin Chuj suddenly rushed out of her room in haste. Dad, Mom, no need to prepare my meal. I have to run an errand at the company. Such occurrences were not new, and Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei paid little mind to it. After acknowledging her, they continued with their respective tasks. At that moment, they once again heard Lin Xiao's thoughts. TSK, busy with work is quite the universal excuse. Clearly, she is off to see that scoundrel. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged glances. Lin Xingshan set down the financial magazine in his hands, and Su Xiaomei placed her teacup down. In unison, they perked up their ears. Yesterday, they had overheard Lin Xiao's thoughts regarding Lin Chuj being the protagonist of a tragic narrative, destined to be deceived by a scoundrel and a close friend, ultimately leading to a dismal fate. Today, they awaited the continuation. Lin Chuj, too, hesitated in her stride. Although she held doubts about Lin Xiao's insights, when it came to matters concerning herself, she was eager to listen. Thus, the three members of the family listened intently, holding their breaths in patient anticipation. Chapter 10. The tormented female protagonist, Lin Chuj. Soon, Lin Xiao's inner voice resonated. The scoundrel by Feng feigned affection for the Lin family's power, only to deceive my sister for money and lust, ultimately stealing company secrets that led to our parents' tragic demise. Leaving the company beset by crises, my sister happened to be pregnant, and Bai Feng seized this opportunity to completely undermine the company, transferring its shares. Moreover, Bai Feng had long been involved with my sister's close friend, who deceived the scoundrel into believing she required a kidney transplant. Thus, Bai Feng callously disregarded my sister and the life within her, forcibly removing her kidney, causing her to perish on the operating table. That friend was indeed ruthless. Even after witnessing my sister's death, she did not relent, digging out her heart as well. Oh, in that case, Lin Yu is even more malicious. For a mere trifling benefit, he assisted Bai Feng in pursuing my sister. Alas, the expressions of the three members of the Lin family were profoundly complex. Upon hearing of the cruel treatment meted out to their daughter, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei trembled with rage. Yet, They seemed to overlook Lin Xiao's inner voice revealing their own demise, fixated solely on the determination that as long as they were alive, they would never allow anyone to bully their daughter. It was Su Xiaomei who first regained her composure, gently squeezing Lin Xingshan's hand, signaling him that these were merely Lin Xiao's inner thoughts and could not be taken as absolute truth. Lin Xingshan, realizing this, silently adjusted his breathing. Lin Shuj furrowed her brow, feeling skeptical. She desired Lin Xiao to elaborate further, but after a prolonged wait, Lin Xiao remained silent, seemingly unwilling to divulge more. In pursuit of more revelations, Lin Shuj resolved, "By the way, Mom, Dad, if you have nothing planned tonight, I'll bring Bai Feng over for dinner. It's been a while since you last saw him." "All right, splendid." This arrangement struck a chord with the Lin couple, who were eager to uncover the truth. However, just then, Lin Xiao's inner voice echoed once more. "That scoundrel won't be coming tonight. His hemorrhoids have flared up, and he's bleeding profusely. Currently sprawled in the proctology department of the People's Hospital." Hearing the last phrase laced with schadenfreude, Lin Shuj couldn't help but rub her forehead. She had just received a call from Bai Feng, who claimed he was busy and unable to leave, asking her to deliver some documents. Could it truly be that his inability to extricate himself was due to his hemorrhoids? Lin Shuj hastily exited, following their previous agreement. She went to another company to retrieve the documents. However, upon arriving at Bai Feng's office, she discovered he was indeed not present. Only his assistant was there. Looking tense as he expressed his gratitude, "Miss Lin, we are truly indebted to you, otherwise." Lin Shuj casually scanned the office, feigning indifference as she inquired, "Where is Mr. Bai? I thought he was busy." "Ah, yes, Mr. Bai had an unexpected engagement and had to step out. He truly couldn't get away," the assistant explained, wiping the sweat from his brow, his demeanor somewhat stiff. Lin Shuj nodded lightly, refraining from pressing further. She would soon verify the veracity of Lin Xiao's inner voice. After leaving the Bai enterprise, she made her way directly to the People's Hospital. Indeed, within the VIP ward of the proctology department, she saw the familiar figure. Bai Feng lay sprawled on the bed, appearing quite disheveled. Because he was lying down, he failed to notice her standing at the doorway. Lin Chuj's expression darkened. She was not concerned about Bai Feng concealing his hemorrhoids from her. Rather, she had confirmed that Lin Xiao's inner voice was indeed true. This meant she would genuinely be subjected to the miseries inflicted by this scoundrel in the future. Lin Chuj narrowed her eyes. Her burgeoning infatuation had been nipped in the bud far too soon. That evening, Lin Chuj returned home alone, not mentioning anything about Bai Feng, while others remained oblivious. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei quickly grasped the situation. It seemed Lin Zhao's suspicions were accurate. To spare their daughter any embarrassment, they refrained from discussing Bai Feng. Observing the numerous bags Lin Chuj carried, they cheerfully asked, "Chuj, have you been shopping today?" "Yes, just a little stroll." Lin Chuj produced an exquisite little box from one of the bags and handed it to Lin Xiao, who was engrossed in watching television. "Ah Xiao, I bought you a gift, see if you like it." At this proclamation, the room fell silent. Surely, they hadn't misheard? Just yesterday, Lin Chuj had scorned Lin Xiao for being a provincial bumpkin fixated solely on money. How could she be presenting him with a gift today? Noticing the emblem on the box, its value was unmistakable. Lin Xiao turned with curiosity, pointing to himself and asking, "For me?" "Yes." Lin Chuj said little more. Lin Zhao's face brightened with a radiant smile as he accepted the box. It contained a watch. Gazing at the understated luxury of the watch face, adorned with diamonds and sapphires, Lin Xiao was profoundly astonished. Though he was no connoisseur of watches, it was evident that this must be worth several $100,000. Contemplating the impending bankruptcy of the Lin family, he naturally wished to accumulate some personal savings beforehand. However, sensing something amiss, he hesitated. "Sister, this watch is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." After a moment's deliberation, he shook his head. "It's merely $1 million. It's nothing of consequence. If there's anything else you desire in the future, just let me know, and I shall gift you something even better." Lin Chuj's tone remained less than warm. Yet it was clear she had begun to acknowledge her once derided younger brother from the countryside. Lin Yu descended from upstairs and observed this scene. Wishing to maintain composure before his family, he suppressed his rising anger and feigned nonchalance, asking, "Sister, you are truly generous to Lin Xiao. I've long coveted that watch." With this, he blinked at Lin Chuj, hoping to elicit her sympathy with his pitiful demeanor. To his surprise, Lin Chuj merely cast a cold glance his way, retorting indifferently, "If you want it, buy it yourself." This was the first time Lin Chuj had treated Lin Yu with such indifference. She did not wish to act this way. But recalling how Lin Yu had introduced Bai Feng to her for profit, she felt unwilling to engage further with her once beloved brother. Lin Yu felt a tightness in his chest, his frustration mounting. Yet, in front of so many people, he could not lash out. A thought suddenly struck him. Today, Dad and Mom only bought Lin Xiao a house and some land. They haven't purchased a car yet, right? How about I take him to see some cars tomorrow? I happen to know a bit about this. Chapter 11. Valuing trash as treasure. The Lin family was taken aback at Lin Yu's suggestion for the past couple of days. His attitude towards Lin Xiao had been rather poor. Yet, having lived in the family for 20 years, it was impossible for them not to harbor some feelings for him. They considered that perhaps Lin Yu was merely adjusting and had decided to apologize to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao did not refuse. He was curious to see what scheme Lin Yu was concocting. The next day, Lin Yu indeed took Lin Xiao to a 4S dealership specializing in imported luxury cars. However, to his surprise, Lin Yu's dubious friends were already waiting there. As they spotted Lin Yu and Lin Xiao approaching, they erupted into a raucous cheer. "Ah, Lin Yu. Is this the new son your parents brought back? Quite the bumpkin, isn't he?" In truth, Lin Xiao possesses a far superior appearance compared to Lin Yu. His features are strikingly defined, with a chiseled visage and handsome countenance. Tall and slender, he even surpasses Lin Yu by a head. Additionally, his physique is robust, a result of years spent laboring in the fields, complemented by long, powerful legs. He seems as if he has stepped straight out of a Korean drama as the male lead. If only his skin were not somewhat tanned from exposure to the elements. He might be perfect. His hair, unkempt and tousled, adds to the rugged charm. The clothes he wears, purchased by Xiao Li, were selected without any knowledge of Lin Xiao's preferences, mirroring Lin Yu's style and appearing rather ill-fitting on him. This contributed to the mockery he received. Lin Xiao, however, was well aware that these individuals were Lin Yu's friends. Regardless of his appearance, they would seize every opportunity to ridicule him. Choosing to ignore them, he strode directly into the store. This establishment, specializing in luxury cars, typically saw little foot traffic. Upon their entry, the sales staff, seemingly invigorated, rushed over with remarkable speed. "Good sirs, what vehicles are you interested in? Do you have a specific model in mind? I can provide you with all the details." Just as Lin Xiao was about to smile and express his desires, he realized the salespeople had completely overlooked him, making a beeline for the others. His eyelids twitched slightly in response. Such blatant discrimination, with no attempt at subtlety. Lin Xiao opted not to engage further. If the salespeople chose to ignore him, he would peruse the vehicles on his own. One could not deny that this store catered to an elite clientele. The least expensive car was priced at $2 million, with a limited edition model displayed as the store's prized possession. After surveying the selection, Lin Xiao's gaze settled on an Aston Martin SUV. Given his height, a sports car would feel constrictive. Though this SUV appeared somewhat unremarkable, it suited him far better. $3 million plus? How exorbitant. As he contemplated this, he reached for the door handle to inspect the interior, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp cry from behind. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" A woman in her 30s hurried toward him. "Are you not allowed to touch the vehicles here?" Lin Xiao inquired, furrowing his brow. "What are you touching for if you have no intention to buy? What if you scratch it? Can you afford to pay for that?" The woman stood defiantly in front of Lin Xiao, her expression one of disdain. He found himself both amused and irritated. Rather than argue with such a petty individual, he retreated to a nearby table and chair. He was in no rush. He was curious to see the expressions on the salespeople's faces when they realized that their patrons were not actually interested in purchasing a vehicle. At that moment, a cup of warm water was placed before him. A timid voice followed. "I also think it's quite expensive." "What?" Lin Xiao looked up in confusion, only to find a petite, charming girl standing before him, offering a bashful smile. The cars here are indeed too pricey. Realization dawned on him. This young lady was echoing his earlier sentiments, which elicited a laugh from him. "New here?" "Yes, I just started my internship last month." "Oh." Lin Xiao discreetly glanced at the name tag on her chest. Lu Xiao Xiao. Indeed, a fitting name. Meanwhile, the salespeople surrounding Lin Yu and his friends began to grasp the situation. These spoiled youths had no intentions of purchasing a car and were instead engaging in various forms of mockery. Even as they recognized this, they dared not offend them. They could only force smiles, attempting to placate the group. "Lu Xiao Xiao," Lin Xiao called to the girl beside him, smiling. "Let us finalize the order. I want this model." Lu Xiao Xiao seemed momentarily stunned, standing there in a daze. Lin Xiao continued, "When will the new car arrive?" "Ah, the new car will arrive next month." Lu Xiao Xiao finally comprehended, her adorable face lighting up with excitement. She dashed into the office to retrieve the necessary paperwork, eager to provide Lin Xiao with all the details. However, he simply raised a hand, signed his name, and handed over a black card. The process was seamless, executed with remarkable efficiency. Lu Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After working here for over a month, this was her first sale. Lin Xiao felt equally invigorated as he stood and made his way toward the exit. The salesperson who had been tormented by Lin Yu's group was already frazzled, seeking an outlet for her frustration. Upon seeing Lin Xiao leaving, she seized the opportunity to vent, her words dripping with sarcasm. "If you're not buying, you might as well leave early." Yet before she could finish her sentence, Her gaze fell upon the documents Lin Xiao held. He casually raised his hand, a subtle jab aimed at those who judged others based on appearance, likening their ignorance to mistaking trash for treasure. With that remark, he had effectively chastised two groups of individuals in one fell swoop. Lin Yu's expression soured, and the salespeople immediately recognized the implications, casting resentful glances at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had intended to exit without further ado, but fate had other plans. At the store's entrance, he inadvertently collided with a woman of similar age. Lin Xiao, what are you doing here? Her expression darkened upon recognizing him. Lin Xiao assessed her carefully, rifling through the memories of the original owner of this body, Liang Xiaowei. After a moment, he discerned a hint of familiarity in her features. Liang Xiaowei was a high school classmate, once the belle of the school. In those days, her ethereal beauty had captivated many a young man's heart. Yet now, she wore heavy makeup, a far cry from her former innocence. Lin Xiao harbored no fondness for Liang Xiaowei and had no intention of making small talk. However, she persisted, her demeanor confrontational. Lin Xiao, so it's you haunting me again. Was it not enough that I rejected your confession back then? Why can't you just let it go? Chapter 12, Lin Baishuan's bloodshed. Liang Xiaowei's tirade left Lin Xiao momentarily speechless, setting aside the coincidence of their encounter. He had never actually confessed to Liang Xiaowei during their school days. At most, he had been the butt of a few jokes at the hands of the school bullies. Lin Yu and his entourage emerged from the store just in time to hear Liang Xiaowei's complaints. Lin Xiao, this is where you went wrong. Pursuing a girl should not be a relentless endeavor. Indeed, just look at yourself, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. After mocking Lin Xiao, they gradually began to notice Liang Xiaowei's attractiveness. One of them stepped forward. Miss, you might want to consider our young master Yu. Being with him will ensure you won't have to deal with those lowly pests anymore. Having navigated various chaotic social circles over the years, Liang Xiaowei had encountered many people. Spotting Lin Yu, the quintessential rich second generation, her eyes sparkled with interest. She sauntered over to him, sweetly saying, Young Master Yu, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Liang Xiaowei. Lin Yu would certainly not carelessly pick a girlfriend off the street. At most, he would merely be toying with the idea. However, the situation was markedly different since this was the girl Lin Xiao had previously confessed to. He casually draped his arm around Liang Xiaowei's shoulders and shot a provocative glance at Lin Xiao, reveling in the notion that this was a girl Lin Xiao could not have. Liang Xiaowei's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully chided, Young Master Yu, please don't tease me. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's mind was already racing with thoughts about Liang Xiaowei. Oh, so she is the school beauty? With such a scandalous personal life. Having had 4 abortions at such a tender age. Well, I've never confessed to her. Any man who fancies her should take her away quickly. She's not my type. Lin Yu, be careful, you might catch something. Lin Xiao maintained an impeccable expression, appearing utterly indifferent. No matter how Lin Yu provoked him, he remained unmoved, secretly hoping Lin Yu would whisk Liang Xiaowei away to engage in some frivolous activity. Indeed, Lin Xiao's reaction led Lin Yu to believe he had the upper hand. Filling him with delight, he promptly wrapped his arm around Liang Xiaowei and departed with a lecherous grin, tossing a few bills in front of Lin Xiao as he left. I'm off to have some fun, you can take a cab home. Behind the 4S dealership was a large auto repair shop. Last week, Lin Baixian had sent her car here for repairs, and today the staff had notified her to pick it up. However, as she approached the vicinity of the repair shop, she was once again haunted by the eerie voice she had heard the previous day, which sent her into a state of distress. Professor Song, I feel my auditory hallucinations are worsening. If you have some free time, I can come by in about half an hour. Lin Baixian worried that if she continued to delay, she might completely descend into madness. She promptly reached out to a familiar psychiatrist, hoping to schedule an immediate consultation. Just as she drove out of the repair shop, she spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. Lin Xiao? What was he doing here? Upon noticing Lin Baixian, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he rushed over. Lin Baixian had little fondness for Lin Xiao and initially intended to ignore him. However, he was her younger brother, so she couldn't pretend not to see him and hesitated briefly. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xiao unceremoniously opened the car door and plopped himself down inside. Sister, how wonderful that you're here. He ignored the displeased furrow of her brow, which seemed capable of squashing a fly. Sister, you're going my way. Not at all. Lin Baixian interrupted bluntly. Hey, I haven't even stated where I'm going yet. How can it not be on the way? Lin Xiao, undeterred, fastened his seatbelt, displaying remarkable audacity. Lin Baixian, feeling exasperated, had no choice but to start the car, intending to drop Lin Xiao off first. Lin Xiao reclined comfortably in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Alert! Lin Baixian is about to encounter a life-threatening calamity. What? A life-threatening calamity? Lin Xiao immediately sat up straight, inquiring within his mind about the nature of this situation. Yet, The usually responsive system fell eerily silent. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled that the system had previously warned him that it lacked the authority to provide extensive details regarding matters of life and death. Could it be that Lin Baixian was about to face grave danger? With this thought, Lin Xiao quickly exclaimed, "Sister, are you heading to the hospital for work?" "Yes." Lin Baixian replied with a slight nod. "Then I want to go home. I'll accompany you." Lin Xiao concocted a casual excuse, saying he had a slight headache and might be coming down with a cold, thus needing to see a doctor. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Baixian scrutinized Lin Xiao, seemingly trying to discern his true intentions. However, seeing his serious expression, she reluctantly agreed. Approximately 40 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital parking lot. Lin Xiao followed closely behind Lin Baixian, keenly aware of his surroundings, as he had no idea where this impending calamity might arise and needed to remain vigilant. "The registration is over there," Lin Baixian indicated towards a row of windows in the hospital lobby. Lin Xiao feigned acknowledgement, heading towards the registration desk. Once Lin Baixian entered the elevator, he promptly dashed for the stairs, making his way to the surgical office on the 6th floor. Upon reaching the 6th floor, before he could catch his breath, he heard a commotion nearby. "Ah, there's a murder. Quick, call security. Someone's being killed." People scattered in panic. Lin Xiao's heart sank, and disregarding his need for a moment's reprieve, he hurried towards the chaos. From a distance, he spotted a man in a hospital gown brandishing a fruit knife, shouting incoherently as he waved it around. "You all deserve to die? You all deserve to die?" The man's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse, suggesting he was in a delusional state. Security had yet to arrive, and no one dared approach. A few nurses huddled beside Lin Xiao, whispering amongst themselves. "It seems he ran down from upstairs. He is a mental patient. I heard his wife died in a car accident last month. By the time they brought her in, she was already gone, but he believes we didn't do enough to save her. A lunatic, he is utterly deranged." Lin Xiao scanned the area for Lin Baixian, only to find she was nowhere in sight. Just as he was about to relax, he heard the elevator ding nearby. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing Lin Baixian and a middle-aged woman in her 50s or 60s, seemingly engaged in conversation, oblivious to the chaos outside. "It's you. You're the one who killed my wife. I'm going to kill you." The man's eyes turned even redder upon spotting Lin Baixian. With a furious roar, he lunged toward her, knife raised. Chapter 13. The cat reveals shocking news. Lin Baixian had never witnessed such a scene before. She stood frozen in place, her pale face filled with terror. As the blade descended, a shadow darted forward, delivering a swift kick to the man's lower back. The man lost his balance and toppled sideways. In a flash, Lin Xiao disarmed him, knocking the knife from his grasp and pinning him firmly to the ground. He swiftly grabbed a roll of bandages from the nurse's station and expertly bound the man's hands behind his back. "Let me go? I'm going to kill her." The man continued to writhe and scream. Lin Xiao, growing irritated, stuffed a pack of gauze into the man's mouth. After resolving the situation, he dusted off his hands and approached Lin Baixian with concern. "Sister, are you all right?" "And no, I'm fine." Lin Baixian took a deep breath, struggling to regain her composure. More than fear, she was astonished by her brother's capabilities. Even seasoned professionals would hesitate to confront a knife-wielding lunatic. Yet Lin Xiao had effortlessly sent the man flying with a single kick. His technique in subduing the assailant was clearly seasoned. Could it be that this guy had engaged in some peculiar activities in the past? Lin Baixian's thoughts began to wander. When she finally snapped back to reality, she shook her head. Clearly, her mind was playing tricks on her lately. Lin Xiao, relieved to see Lin Baixian unharmed, exhaled slowly. The impending calamity seemed to have been averted, though Lin Baixian felt a lingering headache. Although she was immensely grateful for Lin Xiao's life-saving help, the fact remained that this was her workplace. Having someone constantly trailing behind her was rather perplexing. After much contemplation, she took out her phone and transferred 1 million to Lin Xiao, citing, "Thank you for today. I should treat you to a meal, but I am exceedingly busy at work. Please take this money to buy something delicious." "All right then." Lin Xiao could easily perceive that Lin Baixian still harbored some disdain for him. Just as he noticed the arrival of the police, he waved goodbye to Lin Baixian. After the farcical incident was resolved, Lin Baixian finally had the opportunity to converse with the professor of psychiatry. She explained her recent circumstances to Professor Song, particularly concerning the voices she had been hearing. After careful consideration, Professor Song advised, "Baixian, I believe your recent work pressure has been overwhelming. If possible, I recommend you take a break." Lin Baixian truly felt exhausted. The relentless surgeries and the responsibility of mentoring interns left her overwhelmed. Coupled with the chaotic incident involving the psychiatric patient today, she found herself somewhat resistant to her work. Fortunately, a colleague who had previously taken leave was back, allowing her to request annual leave for some time off, which her supervisor would likely approve. Professor Song also spoke favorably on her behalf. and her supervisor agreed that she could begin her leave from today. Feeling an immediate sense of relief, Lin Baixian drove away from the hospital. On her way home, she encountered Lin Xiao once more. At that moment, Lin Xiao was leisurely riding a shared bicycle, parked beside a park, observing a group of elderly men walking their birds. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Baixian felt a sudden curiosity about Lin Xiao's actions and decided to stop her bike by the roadside to watch him quietly. Before long, she noticed a beautiful woman approaching Lin Xiao, seemingly asking for his contact information. However, Lin Xiao merely waved his hand and declined her request. How surprising that he would refuse, Lin Baixian thought with a hint of disdain, perceiving Lin Xiao's demeanor as somewhat pretentious. Just then, a stray cat wandered over to Lin Xiao, rubbing against his legs. "You little rascal, didn't I just feed you a sausage? Why are you back?" Lin Xiao chuckled. The stray cat meowed a couple of times, seemingly recalling something, and decided to seek attention from others. "Hey, your vigilance is quite lacking. Keep this up, and you might end up being kidnapped," Lin Xiao warned. The stray cat paused, glancing nervously at its rear. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but it felt a chill at its backside. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at the cat's reaction, bending down to gently stroke its head. "It wouldn't be so bad if you were castrated. Then you could focus solely on eating without any worldly desires." The stray cat voiced its displeasure with a few meows, clearly expressing its discontent and protective instinct over its anatomy. Since his peculiar journey into this realm, Lin Xiao discovered he could communicate with animals. He speculated that perhaps during his transition, he had formed an extraordinary connection with this space that endowed him with such an ability. From a distance, Lin Baixian observed Lin Xiao conversing with the stray cat. Her curiosity piqued. Ordinarily, these stray cats were quite wary of humans. Yet, the way this cat interacted with Lin Xiao suggested a level of comfort that was unexpected. Did they truly understand each other? Why did it seem that Lin Xiao was the one exhibiting eccentricity? Lin Baixian found herself bemused by these inexplicable thoughts. Rolling her eyes at her own boredom for watching Lin Xiao play with a cat, she promptly started her engine, preparing to leave. However, just then, she unexpectedly heard Lin Xiao's voice. "What? Dismemberment? My heavens, does it have to be that horrifying?" Lin Baixian was taken aback and turned to look at Lin Xiao, who was now following the stray cat into a secluded part of the park. Could it be that Lin Xiao truly received some information from the stray cat? Though she deemed the notion absurd, she found herself trailing after him discreetly. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt a surge of panic. He even questioned whether he had misunderstood the feline's language. How could he possibly have received news about dismemberment from a cat? Yet, he couldn't shake off his unease and continued to follow the stray cat into the depths of the park. From a distance, he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor, and an unusual fear crept into his heart. He recalled reading about how humans instinctively react to the scent of decaying bodies, a subconscious response aimed at avoiding danger. Yet now, he found himself heading straight into peril. Before long, he stumbled upon a cluster of 7 or 8 stray cats gnawing at something. As he approached, he discovered several black plastic bags. The bags had been torn open by the stray cats, revealing what appeared to be dismembered flesh. Chapter 14. There is something wrong with his mind. Lin Xiao nearly retched at the sight. He stumbled back a couple of steps, intent on calling the police. To his astonishment, he heard Lin Baixian's voice behind him. "Stay right there and don't move. Let me assess the situation. Elder sister, what are you doing here?" Lin Xiao was equally astonished to see Lin Baixian. Without time for explanations, she retrieved a pair of gloves and a mask from her bag and approached the black plastic bags. "Hey, you lot. Stop eating that. The meat might be toxic. Step aside." Lin Xiao waved his hands at the stray cats. The cats, understanding his words, hesitated momentarily before reluctantly spitting out the meat and retreating to the side. Lin Baixian was once again taken aback by Lin Xiao's ability to communicate with cats. Once the situation was under control, she would definitely inquire about how he managed such a feat cautiously. Lin Baixian approached the plastic bags, carefully unwrapping one. She gently rummaged through it and pulled out several bones. Her expression darkened as she examined the bones. "This is definitely human. Call the police." As she spoke, she casually picked up a piece of flesh, her demeanor grave. Lin Xiao watched in horror, shivers running down his spine. It wasn't just the discovery of dismembered remains that chilled him, but also the sight of Lin Baixian holding a piece of human flesh with the same composure one would exhibit when handling chicken, duck, or fish. "Elder sister has some nerve," he thought. "Thank goodness my initial volunteer assignment was changed, or I shudder to think what might happen if she looked at me with that sort of gaze." With that thought, Lin Xiao discreetly glanced down at his own groin and instinctively recoiled. Approximately 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene. Forensic technicians began their investigation, while Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian were taken aside for questioning. Lin Xiao had just conversed with the stray cats, and he tried to recount the details of the corpse disposal, including the time and the appearance of the perpetrator, as accurately as he could. At around 2:30 this morning, the perpetrator was approximately this tall, had a beard, was somewhat overweight, and wore glasses. The police eyed Lin Xiao with suspicion, puzzled by how he could provide such detailed information about the corpse disposer. They promptly dispatched an officer to review the nearby surveillance footage. To their astonishment, the footage indeed revealed a figure matching Lin Xiao's description during the specified time frame. How did you know that? The stray cat conveyed its message to me. Lin Xiao spoke frankly, yet the police remained incredulous. Lin Baixian awkwardly waved at the officers, signaling them to step aside for a private conversation. The police officer nodded silently and moved to a nearby secluded spot. Curiosity piqued. Lin Xiao observed as Lin Baixian appeared to be explaining something, occasionally gesturing towards her head. The officer displayed a look of skepticism. When they re-emerged, the police officer waved his hand, stating, "All right, please leave your contact information and identification. You may wait nearby for a while, as we may require a detailed statement later." "No problem," Lin Xiao readily agreed. He and Lin Baixian stepped beyond the cordon, finding a park bench to sit upon. It was then that he inquired, "Sister, what did you say to the police just now? Why did they let us go so easily?" "I told them you were mentally unstable." Lin Xiao stiffened, a strained smile tugging at his lips. His sister was as blunt as ever. The park, bustling with elderly individuals exercising during the day, would soon spread the news about the dismembered body. Some reporters had already set up live broadcasts, eager to report on the unfolding events. Upon seeing the familiar figures on the news, Su Xiaomei promptly called Lin Baixian. "Mom, we're fine just passing by. No need to come," Lin Baixian urgently protested. However, within 20 minutes, the Su family car pulled up at the park entrance. Not only was Su Xiaomei present, but Lin Qingshan and Lin Yu had also arrived. Lin Qingshan, dressed in formal attire and glistening with sweat, evidently rushed over from work. Upon seeing his children safe, he let out a sigh of relief. "A Xiao, Baixian, you must be terrified," Su Xiaomei exclaimed, grasping Lin Baixuan's hand. Lin Xiao couldn't help but comment. Given his sister's nature, it was impossible for her to be truly frightened. Yet, it was best that Su Xiaomei remained unaware that Lin Baixuan's hands had recently touched the dismembered remains. Otherwise, she would indeed be frightened. What terrible luck, encountering such an incident out of the blue. Lin Qingshan furrowed his brow, glancing at the cordoned-off area. A murder and dismemberment case was something an ordinary person would likely never face in their lifetime, yet it had happened to them. Lin Yu scoffed, adding, "I heard there was a mental patient attacking people with a knife at the hospital this afternoon. So many dangers in one day. Who's really the unlucky one?" He cast a pointed glance at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao retorted, "Encountering a mental patient is indeed unfortunate, but discovering a corpse isn't necessarily a bad thing. The sooner a body is found, the quicker the police can apprehend the true culprit." His righteous assertion irked Lin Yu, who blurted out, "Not being considered the prime suspect is already a stroke of luck. Xiao Yu, watch your words," Lin Qingshan admonished, glancing at the reporters still broadcasting nearby. "These people thrive on gossip. If they hear you, it could lead to serious trouble." Unfazed, Lin Yu shrugged. "What's the point of being scared now? It seems the police aren't letting him go, so he must already be the main suspect, dragging my sister into this mess." "Xiao Yu." Lin Baixian could no longer tolerate it. "Sister, you're too kind. Perhaps he really did commit the crime," Lin Yu said bluntly. Su Xiaomei frowned, casting an annoyed look at Lin Yu. Fortunately, the reporter's attention was focused on the cordoned-off area, oblivious to Lin Yu's reckless words. Otherwise, even a fleeting rumor could adversely affect the Lin family. How had she not noticed before how thoughtless Lin Yu could be? At that moment, Lin Baixuan's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the unfamiliar number, she pressed the answer button. "Lin Baixian, this is Officer Zhang from earlier. You and your brother are still at the park, right?" "Yes. We're on the bench outside the cordon." "Good, please don't leave. I'll come find you shortly." After hanging up, Lin Yu wore a mischievous expression, glancing at Lin Xiao and taunting, Look, the police are coming to arrest you." Chapter 15, An Apology to Lin Xiao. Lin Yu's loud comment successfully drew the attention of those around them. The reporters quickly recognized Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, skillfully directing their cameras. "Isn't that the chairman and his wife of the Lin group? I wonder why they are here. Wasn't that the young master of the Lin family speaking just now? Could they be involved in the murder case?" Speculation erupted among the crowd. Some audacious reporters even approached, intending to conduct street interviews. Meanwhile, within the cordoned area, several police officers emerged, led by Officer Zhang. They first shooed the reporters aside, then smiled at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, the case has been solved. The murderer is exactly as you described. My colleagues have apprehended him." Officer Zhang beamed. For them, such a dismemberment case was significant, and it had already garnered media attention. To avoid public panic, they had prepared for an all-nighter. To their astonishment, the case was cracked in less than an hour, largely thanks to the clues Lin Xiao provided. "Lin Xiao, Our superiors will publicly commend you. Officer Zhang patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. He then turned to Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, praising, "You truly are esteemed entrepreneurs, raising such exemplary children." "Oh, we are unworthy of such praise," Lin Qingshan replied, his earlier worries replaced by a beaming countenance. He had not anticipated that barely 3 days after his son's return, Lin Xiao would bring such honor to the Lin family. Once the news of the commendation was publicized, their company's stock would undoubtedly see a slight rise. Before departing, Officer Zhang seemed to recall something and said to Lin Xiao, "By the way, in the future, it won't matter if you see the murderer, we will protect the witnesses. No need to say it was the cat that saw it." "All right," Lin Xiao said, a wry smile gracing his lips. It seemed that speaking the truth was not so straightforward in this day and age. After the police left, Lin Xiao watched Lin Yu, who was about to depart, and casually remarked, "It seems someone misjudged me quite deeply just now." Lin Yu paused, feigning ignorance as he continued walking. At his age, he should be accountable for his words. Did he think he could dismiss his remarks as mere folly? Lin Xiao's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Yet the Lin family heard him clearly. They had already been displeased with Lin Yu's behavior, and now seeing him act as if nothing had happened only deepened their frowns. "Xiaoyu, is this how I raised you?" Lin Qingshan said sternly. "Dad, I didn't mean to." Lin Yu felt a surge of discontent, but dared not retort. Su Xiaomei wore a heavy expression. Perplexed by Lin Yu's recent behavior, was it a reaction to Lin Xiao's arrival or simply his true nature, which they had failed to notice before? "Aren't you going to apologize to a Xiao?" Lin Qingshan said coldly. Lin Yu opened his mouth, eager to rebut. But upon witnessing the grave expressions on Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei's faces, even Lin Baishuan's gaze carried a hint of disappointment. He could only lower his head. "I'm sorry." These 3 simple words made Lin Yu feel as though his dignity had been trampled underfoot by Lin Xiao, intensifying the resentment that simmered within him. He swore that he would make Lin Xiao pay dearly. Seeing Lin Yu's defeated demeanor, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they shared 20 years of affection. Even with Lin Xiao's return, they had no intention of severing ties with Lin Yu entirely. They still hoped that Lin Yu could continue to live with them and that a genuine brotherly bond could develop between Lin Yu and Lin Xiao. On their way home, they deliberately arranged for Lin Xiao and Lin Yu to share a car. However, Lin Xiao declined. "Dad, Mom, I think I'll ride back with my second sister instead," he stated calmly. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei understood that Lin Xiao had recently endured some grievances and might not be ready to forgive Lin Yu just yet, so they refrained from insisting. Yet, just as they took a few steps, Lin Xiao's inner thoughts reached their ears. "That guy Lin Yu must have eaten something foul. He has been letting out a stream of flatulence. I would never share a vehicle with him. What if I catch something foul?" The couple halted in their tracks, exchanging glances filled with disdain. Your mother and I have some matters to attend to at the company. Little you can head back alone," they said, climbing into the car and speeding away without waiting for Lin Yu's response. Lin Yu stood there, bewildered. Lin Xiao had already slipped into Lin Baishuan's car, urging her to hurry. Lin Baixian, having heard Lin Xiao's inner monologue, let out a helpless chuckle, showing no intention of inviting Lin Yu along as she drove off. Along the way, Lin Baixian began to accept the fact that she could hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. Most importantly, throughout the journey, Lin Xiao was lavishing her with compliments. He praised her beauty and her professional competence, commending her calmness in crises. Though his chatter could be a bit tiresome, who wouldn't he enjoy being praised? Upon returning home, the pair encountered an unexpected figure outside the villa, Lin Chu's fiancé, Bai Feng. This scion of the Bai family was no stranger to the Lin household, but it was the first time he had arrived unannounced. Spotting Lin Baixian, he immediately approached her. "Sister Xian, you're finally back." Bai Feng greeted her with familiarity, having crossed paths with her on several occasions. Lin Baixian appeared somewhat displeased by the endearment, frowning slightly as she asked, "What brings you here, Mr. Bai?" "I've been unable to reach Chuj, and I was worried something might have happened to her," Bai Feng replied, producing his phone to show the numerous unanswered messages he had sent. Glancing at the time, Lin Baixian explained, "The overseas branch encountered some issues, and my elder sister flew out this morning to handle it. Didn't she inform you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly shook his head. He felt puzzled. While his relationship with Lin Chuj wasn't overly intimate, they usually communicated regularly. It was unusual for her to leave the country without any prior notice. Lin Baixian seemed to sense the underlying tension and politely elaborated, "My sister left in a hurry this time and may not have had the chance to inform you. She'll certainly explain everything upon her return." At that moment, a taxi pulled up and Lin Yu had also returned. Having overheard some of their conversation, a thought struck him. "Bai Gu, wait a moment, I need to talk to you." As Bai Feng prepared to leave, Lin Yu stepped forward, pulling him aside. "What is up?" Bai Feng inquired. Having a decent rapport with Lin Yu, especially since the latter had previously assisted him in wooing Lin Xiao. Noticing Lin Yu's mysterious demeanor, Bai Feng's curiosity piqued. Bai Gu, has my elder sister been distant with you lately? Lin Yu asked directly. Bai Feng hesitated but nodded in affirmation. Lin Yu continued. Did you see that guy with my second sister earlier? It's all because of him. What? Bai Feng's brows furrowed. He had seen Lin Xiao earlier. But since Lin Xiao had exited Lin Baishuan's vehicle, he assumed he was merely a friend of hers and paid him no mind. Now, realizing the connection to his fiancée, Bai Feng felt a surge of displeasure. Hey, Bai Gu, don't misunderstand. That guy is the biological son my parents just brought back from the countryside. Lin Yu clarified, understanding that such matters could not remain hidden for long. The younger brother of Chuj? Bai Feng's expression softened slightly. Then what did you mean by your earlier comments? Ah, you wouldn't believe it. Since that guy returned, he has turned our home upside down. I saw him say something to my sister the other day, and she claimed she didn't want to deal with you anymore, Lin Yu accused, placing all the blame squarely on Lin Xiao. Little did he know. His malicious intent struck a nerve of truth. Bai Feng believed Lin Yu's words wholeheartedly, turning to glare at Lin Xiao, who was about to enter the house. His eyes filled with hostility. Lin Yu lowered his voice. Bai Gu, I know you care deeply for my sister. Rest assured, whatever you need, I will assist you. Bai Feng narrowed his eyes. What do you want? Hey, it's great that you understand me. I just feel like ever since they found that biological son, they've been less attentive to me, especially regarding my allowance, Lin Yu explained with a sheepish grin. Bai Feng raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. As long as I end up with your sister, you'll benefit as well. Then thank you, Bai Gu, Lin Yu replied, elated as he returned. Observing Lin Yu and Bai Feng conversing outside, and seeing Lin Yu return with a beaming expression, Lin Xiao surmised they must not have been plotting anything good. He could only hope that Lin Xiao's romantic inclinations wouldn't resurface. Before long, school resumed. Lin Xiao had already informed his advisor, Teacher Li, that he would be returning to classes this semester. Unfortunately, on the very day classes commenced, the Lin Corporation was embroiled in a crucial meeting. As senior executives, Lin Qingshan, Su Xiaomei, and Lin Chuj were unable to leave. This left them regretful that they couldn't send their son off to school. To compensate, they transferred a substantial sum of money to Lin Xiao. He graciously accepted, knowing that the Lin Corporation was on the brink of bankruptcy, and saving up could only serve him well. Ultimately, only Lin Baixian, who was still on vacation, was available to escort Lin Xiao to school. Given that he was in college, Lin Xiao didn't wish to have his sister accompanying him everywhere like a child. After a brief settling in, he urged Lin Baixian to leave. However, just as he began to organize his belongings in the dormitory, trouble knocked on his door. Lin Xiao, come out. A towering young man with a robust physique stood imperiously at the dormitory entrance, beckoning Lin Xiao with an insouciant flick of his fingers. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao realized he had no prior acquaintance with this individual and inquired coolly, what do you want? The young man retorted coldly, why waste words? Just come out. His knuckles cracked ominously as he threatened, don't compel us to drag you out. Sensing the hostility in the air, Lin Xiao glanced at the surveillance camera inside the dormitory, but ultimately decided to step outside. The moment he emerged, the young man forcefully clasped Lin Xiao's shoulder. It was then that Lin Xiao noticed several other similarly imposing figures standing behind him, all regarding him with malevolent smiles. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao surmised their intentions. Yet, he maintained his composure and queried, it seems we are not acquainted. Please state your business directly. The young man sneered. Not knowing each other is trivial. You shall soon be acquainted. With that, he began to drag Lin Xiao down the stairs. Without resistance, Lin Xiao followed them towards a small grove behind the dormitory. Perhaps due to the camaraderie often displayed among young men, passers-by failed to notice anything amiss. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the number of onlookers dwindled until only they remained. The group of boys, no longer concealing their intentions, shoved Lin Xiao aside. Kid, don't blame us. Blame yourself for crossing the wrong people. The leader chuckled lightly, advancing to shove Lin Xiao. However, as he raised his hand, Lin Xiao seized his wrist, rendering him immobile. The young man struggled to break free, but Lin Xiao's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Observing this, the others rushed to assist him. Before they could approach, Lin Xiao twisted with great force, contorting the young man's arm at an unnatural angle, eliciting a pained scream. Take one more step, and his hand will be ruined, Lin Xiao stated with a calm demeanor. Stop. Don't move. The young man grimaced, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He hastily pleaded, yes, we apologize. We were merely doing someone else's bidding. There's no need for such escalation. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Xiao cast the young man aside, casually brushing off his hands as he turned to leave. In the future, keep your eyes peeled. Don't cripple yourself over a few petty coins. In truth, the system in his mind had long forewarned him that by phone would send someone to trouble him. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that, with biased resources, he would resort to enlisting mere school ruffians. It was a gross underestimation. Lin Xiao smirked. Just then, he felt a gust of wind rush past his ear. Instinctively, he turned, narrowly avoiding a spring knife that whizzed past him. The assailant was a relatively inconspicuous boy, appearing somewhat frail amidst the brawny crowd. A glint of malice shone in his eyes, accompanied by a cruel smirk. This demeanor starkly contrasted with the others. It dawned on Lin Xiao that he had underestimated the situation. Bifeng was not as foolish as he had presumed. Rather, he exhibited a certain cunning by concealing a true threat among a throng of school bullies. Should trouble arise, the real assailant could vanish without a trace. The man seemed taken aback that Lin Xiao had evaded his attack, momentarily stunned. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Xiao delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him staggering backward, clutching his midsection in agony. The earlier assailants, clearly unwilling to concede defeat, rallied together. They were a multitude, and it was inconceivable for them to be bested by a single individual, especially since they were being compensated for this endeavor. With a commanding shout, they charged forward. Fools! Lin Xiao scoffed, a glimmer of derision in his eyes. He swiftly dispatched the first to approach him with a well-placed punch, then seized another's arm, forcefully slamming him against a nearby tree. One after another, he incapacitated the third, the fourth, and within a mere 5 minutes, he had effortlessly subdued them all. However, these 5 minutes represented not his limits, but rather theirs. If he continued, they would surely face grave injuries, if not death. The commotion in the grove ultimately caught the attention of those outside. Fighting in school was a serious matter. Soon, someone alerted the security guards, followed by the school administration. Lin Baixian had scarcely driven away from a university when she received a call from Lin Xiao's counselor. "Hello, are you Lin Xiao's guardian? Could you come to the school?" The voice on the other end sounded somewhat anxious. Lin Baixian, unsure of the situation, agreed and promptly turned back. In the A University Sports Academy office, Lin Xiao stood with his counselor, Li Xiaoli, while the boys he had just defeated lounged on the couch. Lin Xiao had already explained the situation to Li Xiaoli, who was clearly displeased. However, their department head was away at a meeting and wouldn't return until next week. For the time being, she had to represent their case to the leaders of the sports academy. Fighting in school, what kind of behavior is this? The director of the sports academy, a portly middle-aged man, looked nothing like someone associated with athletics. "Director's son, I contend that this was not a fight, but rather my student being bullied unilaterally." Li Xiaoli countered, unyielding. "Huh, teacher Li, look at what your student has done to mine. You dare call that bullying? Who is bullying whom?" Director's son advanced, towering over Li Xiaoli. She was a typical southern girl, petite in stature, and had only recently graduated to become a counselor, significantly younger than the over 40 director Sunday. Yet, she remained steadfastly in front of Lin Xiao, displaying no signs of retreat as she argued, "Director's son, you cannot distort the truth simply because your inept students suffered at the hands of mine. Several of them came to harass my student, clearly intending to bully him." At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Lin Yu peered in, and upon seeing him, Director's son donned a sycophantic smile. "Lin Yu, what a surprise. How is your father these days?" "My father is quite well," Lin Yu replied with a nod, then turned to Lin Xiao, his gaze laden with unspoken implications. "Director's son, I came to see about the fight you mentioned." "Oh, you are aware of the fight?" Director's son seized upon Lin Yu's words. "Indeed, I witnessed it while passing by the grove. However, there were too many people, and I feared getting involved, so I refrained from intervening." Lin Yu responded with a subtle nod. Li Xiaoli, unfamiliar with Lin Yu, felt as though she had grasped a lifeline upon hearing of a witness. She anxiously asked, "This student, did you happen to see clearly what transpired?" Lin Yu feigned contemplation for a moment before pointing at Lin Xiao and declaring, "It is he. I witnessed him, relying on his superior skills, bully other classmates. At that time, all the other students were begging for mercy, yet he persisted relentlessly. In an instant, Li Xiaoli's expression darkened considerably. "No, this classmate, are you quite certain of what you saw?" Li Xiaoli pressed, unwilling to concede. "I can assure you. I observed it very clearly." Lin Yu responded with utmost seriousness. Director's son's smile broadened. "Well, Li Laosher, are you satisfied now? We have an eyewitness. Your student must take responsibility for their actions." Li Xiaoli was bewildered by how the situation had escalated. One individual actively bullying a dozen others? It seemed utterly absurd. "I am merely a counselor. Such matters must be reported to our college director for a decision." Li Xiaoli, realizing she would gain no advantage today, contemplated delaying the proceedings. However, to her surprise, Director's son replied reluctantly, "That won't do. Look at my students. They have been injured. Today, either you provide an explanation for your student, or I shall call the police." Concerned that involving the police might adversely affect Lin Xiao, Li Xiaoli pressed on, "What do you propose?" "Very simple. report it and expel him. Director Sun cast a cold glance at Lin Xiao, declaring that a student who resorts to violence does not deserve to remain at our institution. Li Xiaoli was taken aback. She never anticipated that Director Sun would consider expelling Lin Xiao outright. It dawned on her that the individuals present seemed rather peculiar. Setting aside the inherent absurdity of the situation, Director Sun's demeanor and Lin Yu's sudden emergence as a witness were profoundly abnormal. Had Lin Xiao offended someone? No. She could not allow Director Sun to handle this matter unilaterally. She must report to her superiors. A good student must not endure such bullying. With this in mind, she resolved to make a phone call. Just then, Lin Xiao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Director Sun, are you serious? What? Director Sun was taken aback. I mean, when you said that a student who resorts to violence does not deserve to remain at our school, are you being serious? Lin Xiao blinked innocently, his expression earnest. Of course I am serious. I cannot tolerate unstable elements on campus that threaten the safety of other students. Director Sun proclaimed with righteous fervor. If the occasion had been more suitable, Lin Xiao would have been unable to resist applauding. Well said. In that case, Director Sun, please take note. Lin Xiao retrieved his phone from his pocket and smiled. Fortunately, I recorded the entire incident. I must assist you in eliminating dangerous elements from our school. Chapter 18. It wasn't a figment of the imagination. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The dozen or so students who had been assaulted turned ashen upon seeing Lin Xiao's phone. Director Sun and Lin Yu's faces alternated between shades of pale and flush. Only Li Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Xiao, you recorded it? Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded and opened the most recent video. The footage began with the tall boy standing at the dormitory entrance, shouting at him. It turned out that Lin Xiao had sensed the gravity of the situation and had discreetly activated his phone, concealing it in the pocket of his shirt. The subsequent events required no elaboration. Upon hearing the boy's assertion about accepting payment to resolve troubles, the nature of the incident became indisputable. Bullying a classmate, especially for personal gain, was a particularly heinous offense. Director Sun's mouth hung open, unable to form a response. It's fake. That video must be fake. Lin Yu blurted out. Oh really? Why not listen closely? Lin Xiao dragged the video to a specific timestamp and amplified the sound. In the background, the unmistakable voice of the school broadcast could be heard, accurately announcing the date, day of the week, and even the weather. By the way, Director Sun, didn't you mention calling the police? I find Lin Yu's suspicions quite rigorous. Perhaps we should invite the police to investigate whether the records from the broadcast department match what I captured on video. Lin Xiao maintained an earnest tone, appearing to consider everyone's interests. Director Sun was on the verge of a breakdown. He had never anticipated that this individual would have recorded the entire incident. Oh, there's no need to involve the police. I can send a student to check with the broadcast department, and we'll see how it goes. Regardless of who instigated the trouble. Look at you now, you're unscathed. My students, however, have been hurt. I propose that both parties take a step back and apologize to one another. Lin Xiao could scarcely believe that Director Sun could be so shameless. Just moments ago, he had nearly forced him out of school. And now it was a matter of mutual apologies? At that moment, hurried footsteps could be heard at the entrance. Lin Baixian had arrived. Second sister, Lin Yu exclaimed, astonished to see Lin Baixian in such a setting. Director Sun, initially anxious upon hearing that Lin Xiao's family had come, relaxed upon realizing it was Lin Yu's sister. He approached her with a renewed, ingratiating smile, saying, Ah, it's the second young lady of the Lin family. Greetings. Li Xiaoli regarded Lin Baixian with suspicion. If her memory served her correctly, this woman had brought Lin Xiao to complete his enrollment just half an hour ago. It was she who had called to inform of Lin Xiao's predicament. How, then, had she transformed into the sister of the eyewitness? Was it possible that? Second sister, Lin Xiao called out. Director Sun froze, turning in surprise. He saw Lin Xiao approach Lin Baixian with an innocent expression, saying, as soon as you left, someone came looking for trouble. Before anyone could respond, he presented the video to Lin Baixian. This video had only recently stopped recording, meaning it captured everything, including Director Sun's earlier threats and Lin Yu's sudden, nonsensical claims. Lin Baixian's expression shifted. She initially shot Lin Yu a frosty glare before coldly addressing Director Sun. Now that the truth is clear, how do you intend to handle this? Director, earlier you suggested that we apologize to each other and let this matter rest. Lin Xiao interjected, feigning innocence. Indeed, Lin Baixian's brow furrowed even deeper. If Director Sun was at a loss for how to proceed, it would be better to report it to the police as my brother suggested. Lin Baixian stated flatly. No. Director Sun panicked. Among the bullies, there were one or two with respectable family backgrounds. He had initially sought to curry favor, but now he had inadvertently stepped on the Lin family's toes. He still had no understanding of the relationship between Lin Xiao and Lin Yu. All he knew was that if the police were called and the matter escalated, other school officials would see the video. At that point, he would be in deep trouble. How about this? I'll have them apologize, Director's son said, glancing at those students with a meaningful look. They understood they could not afford to offend the Lin family and immediately lowered their heads. They stood in line, bowing one by one to Lin Xiao in apology, promising that henceforth, whenever they encountered him at school, they would respectfully address him as Brother Xiao. After a discussion with Director's son, they collectively compensated Lin Xiao with 500,000. Of course, a significant portion of this sum was contributed by Director's son himself, who merely wished to placate the situation. As long as he could safeguard his job, this amount was trivial enough for him to appropriate. Lin Xiao, uninterested in further debate, accepted the money and departed with ease. As he walked through the school grounds, Lin Yu persistently explained to Lin Baixian, "Sister, listen to me. I was coerced by them. They threatened that if I didn't testify for them, I would be the next to be bullied. I swear I'm telling the truth." Throughout Lin Yu's pleas, Lin Baixian remained indifferent. Deep down, she was conflicted, uncertain whether to believe Lin Yu. As a child, he had been endearing, clever, and obedient. She could not fathom how he had devolved into his current state. Suddenly, she perceived Lin Xiao's thoughts. Still putting on an act. These individuals were clearly bribed after Bai Feng incited Lin Yu that day. If Lin Yu claims ignorance, I would never believe it. Bai Feng. How did he become entangled with her elder sister's fiancé? Lin Baixian was taken aback. After resting at home for a few days, she was increasingly convinced that she was not mentally ill. She could indeed hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. However, to verify this, she resolved to conduct a thorough investigation. She instructed Lin Xiao and Lin Yu to return to class while she returned to the office building below. Soon, she observed the earlier group of students emerging. The leading boy was still on the phone, appearing quite frustrated. Lin Baixian followed them outside the school, only to discover Bai Feng's car parked by the roadside. Several boys stood beside the vehicle, seemingly embroiled in a dispute with Bai Feng. Moments later, a few stacks of money were thrown from the car before it sped away. Lin Baixian felt an exhilarating rush. She was indeed not mentally ill. The voices she heard were no mere figments of her imagination. This was nothing short of a miracle in the realm of medicine. She had to study Lin Xiao meticulously. Chapter 19. The Thunder Summoning Technique. After enrolling in school, Lin Xiao embarked on a methodical routine. He attended classes, indulged in gossip, and relished his leisurely pace. He chose several elective courses according to his interests, one of which was a literature appreciation class that piqued his curiosity. The classroom was situated in the library, exuding a particularly pleasant atmosphere. To his astonishment, on his first day of class, he spotted Lin Yu. Given that Lin Yu often neglected to bring his textbooks, his presence here was indeed perplexing. Before long, Lin Xiao discerned the underlying situation. Lin Yu was leaning towards a beautiful girl clad in a white dress, animatedly conversing with her. However, the girl appeared utterly disinterested, her slightly furrowed brows betraying her impatience. After a while, a few girls entered the room. The girl in the white dress seemed to see them as a lifeline and immediately beckoned them over. When those girls approached, Lin Yu had no choice but to vacate his position. Yet, he seemed undeterred and resolutely took a seat directly behind the girl in the white dress. Lin Xiao settled into a quiet corner. Before long, a middle-aged professor entered the room. After surveying the surroundings, he smiled and said, "You may have heard that this course will host a book club later on, so I hope you all can become acquainted with one another." For the first class, he asked everyone to introduce themselves. The professor pointed to one side, starting from there. Soon, students stood up one by one, offering brief introductions. When it was Lin Yu's turn, he waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "I am Lin Yu. Yes, the one from the Lin group. Those buildings in the commercial district? All belong to my family." His ostentatious introduction immediately captured everyone's attention, prompting hushed whispers throughout the room. Wow, how ostentatious. He's the young master of the Lin group. Such flamboyance is to be expected. But this is school. What's with the showboating? Unperturbed by the murmurs, Lin Yu exchanged a knowing glance with a few sycophants beside him. Grinning, "I have prepared gifts for everyone." Upon hearing this, most of the negative comments dissipated. After all, who could complain about receiving free gifts? The young master's penchant for showmanship didn't seem too bothersome. Some girls even gazed at Lin Yu with admiration for his lavish generosity. Is this the charm of superpowers? As the gift boxes were distributed, the one meant for the girl in the white dress was personally delivered by Lin Yu. He seemed well prepared and had even practiced a magic trick. With a flourish, he performed mysterious gestures before conjuring a rose. The crowd erupted in excitement. Oh, isn't that the renowned ice princess of the art department? The Lin family's young master and the ice princess do make a fitting pair. But I wonder if this ice princess will melt? Yet, the surrounded girl remained expressionless. Unbeknownst to anyone, her hand beneath the table was clenched tightly, as if she were enduring something. The girls beside her seemed to urge her to accept the rose, but her countenance grew even more rigid. At that moment, an incongruous voice suddenly echoed from the corner of the classroom. TCH. The sound was not loud, but the surrounding commotion had just ceased, rendering it strikingly jarring. Everyone turned to see Lin Xiao sitting in the corner, disdainfully observing Lin Yu. Using a pathetic magic trick for a performance. Are you fond of embarrassing yourself? Lin Xiao scornfully mocked. Lin Yu, infuriated, knowing he couldn't curse too harshly in front of so many people, retorted defiantly. Then show us something that isn't embarrassing. Expecting Lin Xiao to back down, as most would in a classroom setting, they were taken aback when Lin Xiao genuinely stood up, nodding confidently. All right. I shall demonstrate something that isn't embarrassing. With that, he subtly glanced at the time, silently counting down, seemingly awaiting something. As several seconds ticked by, he remained motionless. Lin Yu, noticing this, jeered. Lin Xiao, are you planning to waste our time? His followers joined in the laughter. I knew he couldn't do anything. He's just putting on a show. Look, he has nothing in his hands. How could he possibly conjure anything? After a couple more minutes, the impatience among the other students began to surface. Just as the professor was about to interject, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head. Silence. After his sharp admonition, he formed hand seals, pointing towards the sky. He loudly declared, Summon. Thunder. Technique. Such an exaggerated display momentarily stunned everyone. However, before they could erupt in laughter, a thunderous roar echoed from outside. A bolt of lightning truly struck down. In an instant, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly outside, and now, how could it suddenly erupt with thunder? Lin Xiao pointed again, commanding the storm. Boom. This time, the sound of thunder was even more deafening. The very ground began to tremble, and the chandelier above swayed ominously. What on earth was happening? Could it be an earthquake? It seemed that lightning had indeed struck here. The students were thrown into a panic. Not only that, but there was also a commotion outside. Fire. The top floor is ablaze. Quick, extinguish the flames. Soon after, a librarian burst through the door, exclaiming loudly, Hurry and evacuate. The top floor has been struck by lightning and is on fire. All the students sprang to their feet, rushing towards the exit. Lin Xiao followed behind, seemingly unfazed. In no time, everyone was evacuated. They looked up at the charred roof of the library, their hearts filled with awe. Despite the presence of lightning rods, how could it be so severely damaged? How powerful must that lightning have been? At that moment, someone suddenly spotted Lin Xiao. Ah, it's him. He the one who attracted the lightning. Yes, I saw it too. Quickly, the tale of Lin Xiao's supposed feat spread like wildfire, reaching nearly every ear in the vicinity. Lin Xiao observed their reactions, momentarily at a loss for words. This wasn't true. He had merely performed a small act. Surely these people couldn't genuinely believe he had summoned the lightning? How absurd. Soon, the story of Lin Xiao attracting lightning reached the responsible teachers. As expected, Lin Xiao was once again summoned to meet his parents. Lin Baixian had just returned from her annual leave, ready to begin work, when she received the call from the school. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao had caused trouble, she felt utterly overwhelmed. Had she known this troublesome child would create such chaos, she would never have agreed to be the contact person. Wait a moment. You're saying my brother attracted lightning and blew up the library? Lin Baixian sat in the school office, doubting whether they were joking. Ahem, according to the accounts of the students present, that's the situation. Of course, we will not jump to conclusions without verification, said a stern-looking middle-aged woman with glasses, the head librarian and person in charge. Verification? Lin Baixian was even more astonished. Did such a matter truly require verification? Was there any necessity for it? Internally, she scoffed, though her expression remained cordial. Rest assured, if it wasn't Lin Xiao's doing, we would never wrongfully accuse him. The librarian maintained her serious demeanor. Lin Baixian turned to Lin Xiao, her face devoid of expression as she queried, Lin Xiao, could you explain what exactly happened? It was merely a coincidence, Lin Xiao replied awkwardly with a smile. At that moment, Lin Baixian heard Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. Oh my, I just wanted to show off a little. I never expected it to escalate like this. I merely had a premonition that lightning would strike the library and made a few gestures. Had I known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have drawn attention to myself. Thankfully, only the roof caught fire, and there were no casualties. Otherwise, it would truly be a mess. So that was it. With the truth unveiled, Lin Baixian breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the world had not descended into madness to such an extent. Although Lin Xiao possessed the ability to foresee the future, and she could hear his thoughts, were she to discover that he could summon storms as well, it might shatter her long-held belief in science. In the office, there were several eyewitnesses, including Lin Yu, who stepped forward at the opportune moment to address Lin Baixian. Second sister, this isn't a big deal. After all, father has been considering donating to our school. Why not have him fund a new library? The librarian's eyes lit up at this suggestion. She had just learned of the woman's identity as the second daughter of the Lin family. If there was an opportunity to solicit donations, it would be beneficial for the school, and she wouldn't have to bear much responsibility. In truth, a complete reconstruction isn't necessary. The lower levels of the existing library are intact. We only need to repair the upper section, the librarian said with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded silently. The Lin family wasn't lacking in resources, and if they could rectify Lin Xiao's reputation among his peers and teachers, it would be a positive outcome. Yet, at that moment, she heard Lin Xiao's thoughts again. Sigh, while the Lin family's assistance in repairing the library is fine, I can't withstand Lin Yu's foolish meddling, trying to cut costs and profit, leading to a shoddy project. Before long, it would collapse, resulting in fatalities. Then, those who were once regarded as philanthropists, my parents, would become targets of public scorn, exacerbating the already precarious situation of the Lin family. Poor dad might end up crippled from being hit by a car from the deceased's family. How tragic. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. She had intended to call their father on Lin Yu's behalf, but now she realized that the matter of repairs required careful deliberation. After leaving the office, Lin Yu couldn't help but complain to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, your lightning attraction is so terrifying. Now dad will have to pay a hefty sum. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. What age are we living in? You should be less superstitious. If I could attract lightning, you would have been struck dead long ago. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless, anger choking him. Believe in science, do you understand? Lin Xiao shot him a disdainful glance. However, he soon realized that Lin Yu wasn't the only one clinging to superstition. On their way out of the school, the glances from fellow students were peculiar. A mix of curiosity and something unsettling. Lin Xiao sighed, realizing that this matter would not be clarified anytime soon. Coincidentally, it was Friday, and Lin Xiao, along with Lin Yu, returned home with Lin Xiao. Once home, Lin Xiao collapsed onto the sofa, allowing Lin Yu to embellish and dramatize the day's events to their parents. Lin Yu initially hoped to incite their anger towards Lin Xiao for causing trouble for the family. To his surprise, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei expressed no blame. Rather, they found the incident amusing. Haha, are you saying our Lin Xiao has become the god of thunder at school? How delightful. Lin Xiao, sitting nearby, said little. Her mind was occupied with Lin Xiao's previous thoughts. Soon, Lin Yu steered the conversation towards the proposition of helping the school repair the library. Dad, Mom, the current rumors at school are particularly unfavorable for Lin Xiao. If this affects the company later on, it would be detrimental. Helping to repair the library would also serve as an apology to the school on Lin Xiao's behalf. This insinuation effectively shifted the blame onto Lin Xiao. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei remained oblivious to the subtle provocation in Lin Yu's words. They had always taken pleasure in philanthropic endeavors. And since this matter pertained to their son, making repairs to the school library seemed quite inconsequential. Observing their immediate acquiescence, Lin Xiao felt an urge to intervene. Yet after a moment's hesitation, she chose to remain silent. The implications of this situation were far too significant, and she could not ascertain whether Lin Xiao's sentiments were genuine. To wrongfully accuse Lin Yu would be regrettable. However, if his claims were indeed true, she would never permit Lin Yu to bring ruin upon the Lin family. During dinner, the family gathered around the table. Lin Xiao, already famished, was eager to indulge in the feast. However, just as he was about to lift the soup to his lips, he suddenly paused. No way, he murmured to himself. What's wrong? Su Xiaomei inquired with concern, suggesting that if he disliked the soup, Aunt Lu could prepare another. Lin Xiao shook his head, casting a glance at the bowl before him, and calmly remarked, Dad, Mom, perhaps it would be best if you also abstained from this meal. The atmosphere shifted as the others were taken aback by Lin Xiao's words, momentarily setting down their chopsticks. The spread before them was lavish, a delightful array of dishes, accompanied by a fragrant soup crafted by Aunt Lu after a long day's toil. A significant portion consisted of Lin Yu's favorite foods. Hearing Lin Xiao's comment, Lin Yu's displeasure was palpable. Lin Xiao, what do you mean by that? Aunt Lu has worked tirelessly all afternoon. If you choose not to eat, why prevent Dad, Mom, and Sister from enjoying it? I'm not stopping you. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Lin Yu. You'd like to stop me, wouldn't you? But can you? Lin Yu scoffed, defiantly taking a large spoonful of soup and gulping it down, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Lin Xiao merely smiled, choosing silence. At that moment, apart from Lin Yu, the rest of the Lin family began to hear Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. This is absurd. Everything is cooked with gutter oil. And he is savoring it? Aunt Lu had long since sold off the imported oils that were supposed to be used, replacing them with gutter oil. Believing that we wouldn't venture into the kitchen, hence she didn't even attempt to conceal it, merely stashing it beneath the stove. TSK. It had gone unnoticed previously, but now she has procured an even worse quality, containing sediment from duck necks. Upon hearing these revelations, their expressions shifted dramatically. The once appetizing dishes now seemed nearly inedible. Only Lin Xiao, oblivious to the unfolding drama, continued to feast heartily, urging, "Dad, Mom, second sister, don't mind his fussiness. We're all here to enjoy a meal together," and he's making a scene. Although Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei had trusted Aunt Lu for 2 years, they were now hesitant to gamble on their faith. Reflecting on the recent meals, they realized that something had indeed been amiss. The flavors bore an unusual aroma. They unconsciously attributed it to Aunt Lu's culinary prowess, never suspecting anything more sinister. What if the oil truly posed a risk? They collectively felt a surge of apprehension, rendering them hesitant to eat further. "I'll fetch a small bowl," Lin Xiao offered, seeking an excuse to head to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu was engrossed in her phone in a corner, oblivious to anyone passing by, completely unaware that someone was approaching the stove. Moments later, under the expectant gazes of Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei, Lin Xiao returned with a grave expression, holding a bucket of golden oil. "Dad, Mom, this oil you used to have imported from abroad, it shouldn't resemble this, should it?" The bucket bore no label, crafted from flimsy plastic. Most disturbingly, the oil appeared to contain dark sediment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, everyone's demeanor shifted. Su Xiaomei trembled with rage, slamming her chopsticks onto the table. "Aunt Lu, Madam, what happened?" Aunt Lu rushed out, only to turn pale upon seeing the bucket of oil on the table. This. She collapsed in shock, speechless. "What on earth is going on?" Lin Xiao thundered. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Aunt Lu trembled as she confessed. Her admission paralleled Lin Xiao's earlier insights. Having stumbled upon the prices of the imported oils, she succumbed to greed. She discreetly sold the quality oils at a slightly reduced price and procured these gutter oils from unsavory sources. To make matters worse, these oils were among the lowest quality available, and unscrupulous vendors had provided her with bulk seasoning, claiming that adding it to the dishes would mask the unpleasant taste of the gutter oil and enhance the flavor. Swayed by the prospect of substantial profit, Aunt Lu purchased multiple barrels. The bucket on the table was the last one, the worst quality, poorly filtered, laden with sediment. Fortunately, it had only been opened today for this meal. The family, with the exception of Lin Xiao, had not consumed any of it. Lin Xiao, unable to contain himself, bolted to the bathroom and began to retch, desperately trying to expel everything from his stomach. Upon returning, he kicked Aunt Lu to the ground, furiously declaring, "We've never wronged you, you vile woman. I'll make you pay." He was poised to unleash further violence, but it was Su Xiaomei who intervened, preventing him from continuing. In light of their 2-year relationship, Su Xiaomei refrained from turning Aunt Lu over to the authorities. Instead, she demanded a hefty compensation before expelling her from the Lin household. The food on the table had been discarded by the other servants, yet the family remained seated, exchanging bewildered glances. They were thoroughly disgusted, feeling both hungry and nauseated. Uncertain how to proceed. "Shall we eat out?" Lin Yu suggested, patting his flat stomach. "Ordering takeout works too. I know a clean place for spicy crayfish." Lin Xiao voiced a differing opinion. Lin Yu shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "How clean can takeout be? Isn't it all just gutter oil?" Lin Xiao arched an eyebrow, remaining noncommittal. He did not seek further opinions from others and proceeded to order on his phone. Lin Xingshan sighed, "You all can eat whatever you wish. Your mother and I will skip the meal." With that, he and Su Xiaomei rose to the living room to enjoy some fruit. Lin Xiao, lacking appetite, silently retreated to her room upstairs. Lin Yu left the house, contemplating a trip to a 5-star hotel to pick up some food, hoping to win favor with his parents and sister. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao awaited his takeout. Before long, 2 large bags of food arrived, and Lin Xiao, savoring the aroma of the crayfish, happily began to feast at the dining table. "I once worked at this establishment, and I can attest that the meticulousness in the preparation of their freshwater crayfish, from cultivation to the pot, is commendable, with an impeccably clean kitchen and the use of premium oils. Although they may be slightly more expensive, the assurance of safety is worth it. Oh, and the flavor is delightful." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts and witnessing his enjoyment, the Lin couple could no longer suppress their own appetites. Chapter 22, A Provocation of Outrage. The Lin couple's upbringing afforded them few opportunities to indulge in street food, and they found themselves quite curious about the tantalizing and spicy flavors. Eventually, Lin Xingshan could no longer resist. The fruit they had consumed earlier had not satiated his hunger, but had rather intensified it. He glanced at Lin Xiao and quietly inquired, "Ah Xiao, do you have enough of these? If not, I can order more for you." "I ordered enough for 4. Lin Xiao replied with a raised eyebrow and a grin. Lin Xingshan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, exchanging a glance with Su Xiaomei, filled with a mix of pride and bashfulness. Their son was indeed considerate. This realization eased their tension, allowing them to sit at the dining table and enjoy the meal together with Lin Xiao. Su Xiaomei accepted the gloves Lin Xiao offered and began to help herself. One must admit, the flavors of these dishes favored by the youth are indeed exquisite. Indeed, when we next hire a cook, we should seek someone skilled in preparing crayfish, so we can relish it at home. Observing the Lin couple exchanging praises, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. He looked up to see Lin Baixian hesitating at the top of the staircase. "Second sister, come on down. I've already peeled some for you," Lin Xiao called out with a radiant smile. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Baixian descended the stairs, awkwardly stating, "Since you've gone through the trouble to peel them, I suppose I shall have a taste." Thus, the four of them joyfully devoured all the crayfish. When Lin Yu returned, the family was pleasantly full, unable to consume another morsel. "Dad, Mom, I've brought back some Australian lobster, king crab, and Asian sea bass." Lin Yu entered with a beaming expression, only to find his family satiated and content. The servants were busily clearing away the shells of the crayfish. "Xiao Yu, you're back. We're already full," Lin Qingshan said cheerfully, oblivious to the change in Lin Yu's demeanor. Lin Yu's smile faltered, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he asked, "I brought these from the Imperial Hotel. Would you like to eat some more? I even have your favorite caviar." No, we truly cannot eat another bite." Su Xiaomei and Lin Baixian insisted, waving their hands in refusal. Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. He thrust the food into the hands of a nearby servant and coldly commanded, "Throw it all away." The room fell silent for a moment. Logically, these items could be kept in the refrigerator and consumed the next day. At the very least, the servants had yet to eat. Sharing with them would have posed no issue. The servant, gazing at the delectable food in her hands, hesitated and tentatively asked, "Young master, throwing this away would be a waste. We haven't eaten yet. Could we perhaps have it?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu would not concern himself with the servants, allowing them to eat as they pleased. However, today his temper flared, and he shouted, "Can't you understand plain human speech? I said to throw it away. Are you beggars?" The servant was taken aback, pursing her lips tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At around 50 years of age, being humiliated by someone of Lin Yu's age was a bitter pill to swallow, igniting feelings of indignation and sorrow within her. Enough of this nonsense. Lin Qingshan's good mood soured. He slammed the table and admonished, "Lin Yu, what on earth are you throwing such a tantrum for? Is this how I raised you?" Though the Lin and Su families were wealthy, they were not nouveau riche. Thus, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, despite their elevated upbringing, instilled in their children the importance of not wasting food. Lin Yu's blatant wastefulness and his disgraceful treatment of the servant crossed a line they could no longer tolerate. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, wordlessly retreating upstairs. Upon reaching his room, he slammed the door shut. Su Xiaomei sighed softly, approaching the servant with a heavy heart. "Sister Zhao, I sincerely apologize. It is our failure as parents. I will ensure he is properly disciplined. Please, take this food and share it with the others." "Madam, please don't say that. You and Mr. Lin are kind-hearted people," the servant replied, dabbing her eyes. A year prior, when her son fell gravely ill and required $1 million for surgery, Su Xiaomei had lent her the money without a moment's hesitation. With such a significant kindness bestowed upon her, she held no grievances. Yet, she couldn't help but lament the importance of blood ties. Lin Yu's temperament was starkly different from that of his parents. It was Lin Xiao, the newcomer, who truly embodied the kindness of the Lin family. On Monday, Lin Xiao returned to school, expecting that the rumors surrounding him would have diminished over the weekend. To his surprise, while the gossip regarding the lightning incident had faded, the news of Lin Yu's intention to fund repairs for the library spread like wildfire, with a twist of mockery directed at him. Indeed, the Lin family's young master is a true benefactor, voluntarily offering his resources to renovate the library. Much better than that Chinibyu. They laughed heartily. How ridiculous. He even feigned a lightning incident, only to have others clean up after him. However, I've heard that the Chinibyu is ungrateful, treating the Lin family's young master poorly. By what right? After eavesdropping for a while, Lin Xiao realized that the Chinibyu they spoke of was none other than himself. Just last Friday, he was revered as the thunder god. How had he fallen so low in their eyes? At noon, Lin Xiao entered the school cafeteria, under the scrutinizing gaze of his peers. To his astonishment, as soon as he sat down, several individuals approached and slammed their hands on his table. "Hey, how do you still have the audacity to eat here? I bet he'll raise his hand to the sky any moment now. Haha. Yes, be careful. A bolt of lightning might strike and obliterate the cafeteria." As they mocked him, they took seats around Lin Xiao. The ringleader even picked up Lin Xiao's tray and carelessly dumped its contents into a nearby garbage bin. After a round of taunts, they prepared to leave. Lin Xiao, coldly, said, "Excuse me, I paid for this lunch. Aren't you going to compensate me?" Upon hearing this, The group erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. Haha, you want me to pay you? The ringleader stepped closer, intending to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. At that moment, he caught sight of Lin Yu approaching from a distance, and his eyes lit up. You Xiao? Lin Yu, having noticed Lin Xiao in a predicament, decided to come and enjoy the spectacle. The ringleader grabbed Lin Xiao's arm, ridiculing him. I think it's you who owes you Xiao some money. He,'s using his family's funds to clean up your mess. How will you repay him? Without waiting for Lin Xiao's response, the boy feigned realization. Oh, I forgot. You're broke. But even if you have no money, you should at least show some gratitude. How about you kneel and thank you Xiao in front of everyone? Chapter 23. An invitation from a beauty. These young men are but sycophants of Lin Yu, perpetually scheming to curry favor with him during their idle hours. Upon discovering that Lin Yu harbors disdain for Lin Xiao, they seized the opportunity to deliberately make things difficult for him. Lin Yu, relishing in this turn of events, stood idly by, enjoying the spectacle of Lin Xiao being bullied. Lin Yu, you must be aware that certain truths cannot remain hidden indefinitely, correct? Lin Xiao cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, of course, understood the implication behind Lin Xiao's words, yet he remained indifferent. After all, even if others were to discover the truth, Lin Xiao is the true heir of the Lin family, which holds little consequence for him, as long as Lin Xiao remained within the confines of the Lin household. Those who sought to appease him would continue their endeavors. The crowd around them was still jeering, some even resorting to pushing, attempting to force Lin Xiao to kneel. Just then, a clear voice rang out from the side. What are you all doing? The crowd turned in unison, momentarily stunned. The speaker was none other than Qiu Xiaoyan, the art department's belle whom Lin Yu had previously pursued. She was the same lovely girl clad in a white dress from that day. Today, she donned a black tracksuit, her hair tied back, exuding a youthful vibrancy. Her beauty remained undeniable. She scanned the crowd with an impassive expression, her gaze finally resting on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, taken aback by Qiu Xiaoyan's sudden appearance, quickly attempted to adopt a different demeanor. However, Qiu Xiaoyan ignored him and walked directly towards Lin Xiao. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Xiao replied with a nonchalant smile. Casting a disdainful glance at those nearby, he turned to Lin Yu and said, Since you are unwilling to clarify matters with your sycophants, I shall take it upon myself. With that, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and stated calmly, The one responsible for the renovation of the library is my father. I am the legitimate son of the Lin family, while he can only be considered a foster child at best. A sly smile crept upon Lin Xiao's lips as he revealed a haughty demeanor for the first time, disdainfully proclaiming, Lin Yu, our parents kindly allowed you to remain in the Lin family, not to let you spread baseless rumors outside. Lin Yu had never intended to keep this matter concealed indefinitely, yet he had not anticipated that it would be revealed in such a manner. Lin Xiao, who had always appeared meek, had suddenly become so audacious. This rendered Lin Yu's carefully prepared retorts utterly useless. Indeed, Lin Xiao's words silenced everyone present. Initially, those around had thought Lin Xiao had lost his senses, but upon witnessing Lin Yu's reaction, they began to realize that Lin Xiao's claims might indeed be true. Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on Lin Yu and smiled. Why so silent? Lin Yu stammered. The Lin family has supported me for 20 years, even granting me shares in the Lin Corporation. Do you truly believe that you, a country bumpkin, have any chance of inheriting the Lin family? Dream on. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. The followers, unable to discern the situation, had no choice but to follow suit. Regardless, they had previously basked in Lin Yu's glory, and he had promised them positions in the Lin Corporation upon graduation. With that in mind, they felt compelled to continue their allegiance to Lin Yu. Once they had all left, the restaurant fell into silence once more. Lin Xiao turned to Qiu Xiaoyan, sincerely expressing, Thank you for your timely intervention. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Qiu Xiaoyan's expression shifted slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Lin Xiao inquired, What would you like to eat? Expecting a girl of Qiu Xiaoyan's beauty to have grown accustomed to lavish dining, Lin Xiao had prepared for a significant expenditure. However, to his surprise, she merely ordered a dish worth a mere handful of coins. After confirming that Qiu Xiaoyan truly wished for only this, he approached the counter to queue. Yet, when his turn arrived, he realized that the meal card he had kept in his pocket was missing. The counter only accepted this specific payment method, causing Lin Xiao to freeze in place. Had it been only himself, he could have endured hunger. However, with Qiu Xiaoyan present, he was at a loss for what to do. Hey, are you going to buy it or not? If not, step aside. The patrons behind him were growing impatient. As Lin Xiao awkwardly contemplated stepping aside, a slender, fair arm extended before him, placing a meal card on the machine. Beep. Lin Xiao looked over to find it was Qiu Xiaoyan, and he felt even more embarrassed. Once they returned to their table, Lin Xiao awkwardly remarked, What was meant to be me, treating you has turned into you treating me. Qiu Xiaoyan lowered her head, biting her lip, and softly replied, It's fine. Consider it a fee for the last visit. A fee for visiting? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. It's for your thunderstrike technique. It was simply too cool. Upon mentioning this, a spark of excitement flickered in Xiao Xiaoyan's eyes, but she quickly lowered her head again, resuming her previous aloof demeanor. Observing her awkward expression, Lin Xiao seemed to glean an understanding. The rumors circulating in school that Xiao Xiaoyan was an ice queen stemmed from her perpetually frosty demeanor. Yet, it appeared her personality was not as frigid as presumed. Perhaps she merely suffered from social anxiety. After their meal, Lin Xiao assured her, "What I promised to treat you to shall not be counted this time. How about this weekend, then?" Xiao Xiaoyan suggested, taking the initiative. "Sure, let us coordinate in advance." Lin Xiao replied, waving his phone. "All right." Xiao Xiaoyan nodded before departing alone. Lin Xiao observed her retreating figure with keen interest, realizing that Xiao Xiaoyan was not only beautiful, but also an intriguing individual. He suddenly found himself looking forward to the weekend. After leaving the restaurant, he did not return to his dormitory, but instead directly called the police. He had sensed something amiss earlier, and suddenly recalled that those boys had seemed to rummage through his pocket when they forced him to kneel before Lin Yu. How else could his meal card have vanished without a trace? Upon the police's arrival, they promptly reviewed the surveillance footage, which corroborated his suspicions. "Lin, if it's just the meal card, it may not meet the threshold for filing a report. It's sufficient. I have over 5,000 in my account." Lin Xiao omitted the fact that this money had just been transferred via his phone, since he had already publicly declared his identity today. He aimed to completely overshadow Lin Yu. "Over 5,000? Are today's youths so wealthy?" The police officer muttered in astonishment and quickly summoned the involved parties and school authorities. Before long, the boys who had bullied Lin Xiao were brought in. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, one of the boys appeared confused. But upon hearing that Lin Xiao's meal card contained over 5,000, his expression faltered. "Lin Xiao, you deliberately set me up." Chapter 24, Divination. "What of it if I did? It's not as if I compelled you to steal from me." Lin Xiao merely smiled, watching as the boy was led away by the police. This time, Lin Yu had lost his minions and faced disdain from the goddess. He would certainly not let this go lightly. Yet, Lin Xiao remained unconcerned. When faced with adversity, he would meet it head-on, eager to see what tricks Lin Yu had left up his sleeve. After suffering such a significant setback, Lin Yu's first instinct was to rush home to complain. However, he suddenly realized that those family members who had once been most concerned for him now seemed unwilling to take his side. With no other recourse, he sought out Bai Feng directly. Bai Feng was nothing like the genteel young man depicted in rumors. On the contrary, he was a genuine libertine. Lin Yu, one of the few privy to his true nature, did not reach out beforehand, but directly arrived at an underground bar where Bai Feng often indulged himself. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, he found Bai Feng with his arms wrapped around a provocatively dressed woman, merrily sipping on drinks. "What brings you here?" Bai Feng inquired with a hint of impatience upon seeing Lin Yu's unexpected arrival. Lin Yu plopped down beside him, casting a disdainful glance at the woman, and retorted, "Brother Feng, you're not even married to my sister yet. Don't you fear being discovered by her while you indulge like this every day?" Bai Feng, visibly annoyed, shot back, "As long as you keep your mouth shut, she won't find out. Did you come here just to lecture me?" Realizing Bai Feng's irritation, Lin Yu refrained from pressing too hard and awkwardly muttered, "It's that Lin Xiao again, who not only embarrassed me in public, but also stole my woman." To Lin Yu's surprise, Bai Feng burst into laughter. "Ah, Xiao Yu, you're merely young and reckless. What can't you obtain? Why stoop so low to compete with that country bumpkin?" Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. "Rest assured, once I marry your sister, I'll take my time dealing with him," Bai Feng said earnestly, giving Lin Yu a supportive pat on the shoulder. "Soon, I'll find a girl to accompany you. One who is 100 times more beautiful than that woman." Lin Yu knew that Bai Feng was surrounded by women of ill repute, which he deemed unworthy and beneath him. Thus, he concocted an excuse to leave. After exiting the bar, a sense of frustration lingered in Lin Yu's heart. He gathered a few underlings and headed to a barbecue stall to drown his sorrows in alcohol. As the drinks flowed, their inhibitions faded. "Brother Yu, I think that Lin Xiao is simply asking for trouble. If it comes to it, let us just eliminate him," shouted one of his companions. "Exactly. Let us take him out," another chimed in. "My cousin knows some people who can handle it cleanly." With the crowd inciting him, Lin Yu's anger surged. Reflecting on the grievances of recent days, he decisively declared, "All right, let us take him out." As the new semester began, Lin Xiao faced little academic pressure. His parents frequently missed him, prompting them to send Lin Baixian to fetch him for dinners. One afternoon, Lin Xiao once again found himself in Lin Baixian's car. Through their recent interactions, their conversations had become more fluid, with Lin Baixian occasionally expressing concern for Lin Xiao, which warmed his heart. Yet, amidst this congenial atmosphere, Lin Xiao's expression abruptly changed. He suddenly looked up, noticing they were approaching an intersection where the traffic lights had malfunctioned for some time. causing vehicles to move at a snail's pace, though it was not overly congested. Out of nowhere, a car sped from the opposite direction, hurtling toward Lin Baishuan's vehicle. "Watch out," Lin Xiao shouted, but there was no time for a warning. He instinctively reached for the steering wheel as Lin Baishuan froze in shock, helplessly witnessing Lin Xiao maneuver the car to the side. Though they still scraped against the oncoming vehicle, thankfully, they emerged unscathed. Fuming, Lin Xiao flung open the car door, intent on confronting the reckless driver, only to be astonished as the car sped away without a second glance. Standing there, Lin Xiao's mind echoed with the system's voice. His fury escalated as he thought, "Lin Yu, how dare you? Playing petty tricks is one thing, but trying to take a life?" This overwhelming anger jolted Lin Baishuan back to her senses. Could this be the doing of Lin Yu? It seemed unfathomable. No matter how reckless Lin Yu was, he would never resort to such extreme measures. Lin Baishuan's hands trembled, whether from the shock of near escape or the gravity of Lin Xiao's thoughts, she could not tell. "I'll call the police," she said, stepping out of the car. She refused to wrongly accuse an innocent while allowing a guilty party to go unpunished. Reporting to the authorities was the best course of action. Lin Xiao silently nodded, standing there in contemplation. What troubled him now was another matter. Previously, he had taken delight in the minor skirmishes, enjoying the spectacle with the system's assistance, finding it amusing. However, as dangers began to loom larger, he started to realize that remaining a passive observer would eventually lead to his demise at the hands of Lin Yu or other ill-intentioned individuals. "Hey, system, aside from spectating, do you possess any other functionalities? Compared to others with golden fingers, your abilities seem rather lackluster," Lin Xiao inquired mentally. "Who says I lack other functions? We're all systems, and every one of us has a few tricks up our sleeves." The system's voice sounded somewhat unconvincing. After a brief silence, it continued. "After every 50 times you observe, you can gain a chance to draw a prize. The rewards are quite diverse. Skills like divination, golden eyes, and various items such as luck pills and enhancement potions. Isn't that impressive?" The system exuded confidence. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. This seemed like a hastily added feature. Nevertheless, since there was an opportunity, it was better than nothing. Having long surpassed the 50 mark for observations, he promptly requested the system to draw a prize. "Draw now? With so many good things available, don't even think about trying to deceive me with trifles." The draw begins. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the beginner's divination skill." "Divination?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly. "Host, in the future, when you miss out on observing, you can calculate it yourself. After all, I'm just an observation system. I can't foresee everything." Lin Xiao felt as if the system's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, perhaps even a touch of bitterness. Whatever, he thought. As the system mentioned, some matters might not be deemed worthy of observation, and the system would not proactively inform him. Moreover, it consistently glossed over issues of life and death. Now that he had acquired divination skills, it was an added asset. At that moment, his phone rang suddenly. Glancing at the caller ID, a smile crept across his face. "Qiu Xiaoyan, have you decided what to eat this weekend?" However, all he heard on the other end was a cacophony of noise. After a prolonged pause, a weak voice emerged. "Lin Xiao, help me." Chapter 25, The Straight Man to the Rescue. Upon hearing Qiu Xiaoyan's feeble voice, a cold sweat broke out on Lin Xiao's back. "Where are you?" "Huayao Hotel." "I'm on my way," Lin Xiao replied, intending to remind Qiu Xiaoyan not to hang up. But before he could finish, the line went dead after another burst of noise. This was bad. Qiu Xiaoyan's plea for help had likely been discovered. "Sister, handle things here for now. I have urgent business," Lin Xiao exclaimed, hastily hailing a taxi and departing in a flurry. Lin Baishuan had never witnessed Lin Xiao in such a frantic state and had no time to inquire further. On the way, the system's voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. "So it was Lin Yu again. The system's timeliness appears to be deteriorating." Lin Xiao couldn't help but express his frustration. If it were any later, it would be as if he hadn't said anything at all. The system, somewhat embarrassed, patiently elucidated that the timeliness of gossip is intricately linked to the relationship between the gossip's source and the host. If the events pertain to family members or the host themselves, the information tends to surface rather swiftly. However, when it involves someone like Qiu Xiaoyan, with whom the host has only had a few encounters, the updates may not be as prompt. Lin Xiao, undeterred by such considerations, arrived at the base of the Huayao Hotel, only to realize he had no knowledge of which room Qiu Xiaoyan occupied. Clearly, the front desk would not divulge that information easily. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly recalled the divination skills he had recently acquired. He focused his mind, and an image of a bagua appeared in his thoughts. He quickly posed his question. Soon, the bagua began to rotate, seemingly guiding him in the right direction. Following its lead, Lin Xiao raced up the stairs, finally halting at the door of a guest room. This must be the place. At that moment, he overheard voices from the adjacent room. "Why hasn't Brother Yu arrived yet?" Isn't it unsafe to leave that girl alone next door? In such a short time. Nothing will happen. Brother, you will be back shortly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao knocked on the neighboring door. Hello, the delivery has arrived. Delivery? The occupants sounded perplexed, but swiftly opened the door. Seizing the opportunity before they could react, Lin Xiao delivered a swift punch. He then squeezed into the room, quickly incapacitating the two individuals inside. He rifled through their belongings, retrieving the room card for the adjacent room, and then used some data cables to bind them securely, silencing them as well. The entire operation flowed seamlessly. By the time the two regained consciousness, Lin Xiao had long departed. Moreover, his bindings were so secure that they could hardly struggle, only able to whimper helplessly. Such feeble sounds could hardly attract the attention of anyone outside. They were left to await their discovery, utterly powerless. Armed with the room card, Lin Xiao opened the door to the designated room. Upon entering, he found Qiu Xiaoyan sprawled on the bed, her hands bound, eyes barely open, and her breathing labored. She appeared dazed, as if under the influence of some substance. Was she drugged? No wonder Lin Yu's subordinates opted to remain next door rather than stay with her. Lin Xiao promptly untied the ropes binding Qiu Xiaoyan's hands. However, to his surprise, the moment her hands were freed, she clung to his neck with fervor, pressing her body against him. Hey, Lin Xiao exclaimed, taken aback as he stumbled backward. I feel unwell. Qiu Xiaoyan's face was contorted in pain, flushed with an unnatural hue. Lin Xiao reached out to touch her forehead, which was burning hot. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and headed toward the bathroom. She nestled against him like a small kitten, rubbing her face against his chest, her lips parting as if to draw closer to his face. Yet, Lin Xiao merely placed her into the bathtub, and before she could react, icy water cascaded down from above. Qiu Xiaoyan gasped, but under the influence of the drug, her exclamation resembled a soft moan. Lin Xiao was, after all, a normal man, and claiming he felt nothing would be disingenuous. However, to take advantage of her vulnerability would make him no different from Lin Yu. Thus, he remained remarkably composed, intent on hastening the dispersal of the drug's effects from Qiu Xiaoyan's system. She quickly regained some clarity, her mind still aware and conscious of her actions, albeit struggling to control her body. Soon enough, she was fully submerged in the bathtub. The cold water indeed provided her some relief. She glanced up at Lin Xiao with a hint of melancholy, her hair dripping wet and appearing somewhat disheveled. Are you feeling better? Lin Xiao inquired with concern. Not at all, Qiu Xiaoyan replied sulkily, clearly frustrated. She began to doubt whether it was her lack of charm or if Lin Xiao simply wasn't a man at all. His silence to her flirtations was one thing, but his apparent lack of tenderness was quite another. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows as he assessed Qiu Xiaoyan. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he smacked his forehead. This drug significantly affects the mind. You need to hold your breath for a moment. Qiu Xiaoyan, unsure of the meaning behind his words, instinctively nodded. Without delay, he pressed her head beneath the water. Approximately half an hour later, Qiu Xiaoyan found herself lying on the bed in another room. By that time, the effects of the drug had completely dissipated, much to her relief. Otherwise, she shuddered to think of how that fool Lin Xiao might have tormented her. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, seemingly preoccupied with something. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Xiaoyan expressed her gratitude. Lin Xiao, thank you. No need for thanks, he replied without lifting his gaze. Qiu Xiaoyan felt a wave of discontent wash over her. Observing Lin Xiao's demeanor, she couldn't help but question if she had misjudged him. Indeed, the elective class that day was not the first time Qiu Xiaoyan had encountered Lin Xiao. Approximately 15 years prior, when she was merely 5 years old, she had accidentally fallen into the water while visiting relatives in the countryside. Fortunately, a young boy, who was fishing nearby, had discovered and rescued her. She had been puzzled by how a boy who seemed to be her age could possess such prowess and bewildered that such a cliché event remained etched in her memory for 15 years. She had thought she would never see that boy again, yet here they were, reunited after all those years. Although she couldn't recall his exact features, she vividly remembered the crescent-shaped birthmark on his arm. That very mark resided on Lin Xiao's arm. When Lin Xiao had raised his hand to summon lightning, Qiu Xiaoyan had immediately taken note of it. She was uncertain whether to feel fortunate. The boy had saved her once more, yet it seemed he had long forgotten her. Chapter 26, A Spectacle. Lost in her memories, Qiu Xiaoyan's gaze toward Lin Xiao softened slightly. His appearance, different from her expectations, was, of course, understandable after 15 years. After all, she had been just a child. The impressions formed over those years were largely products of her own imagination. Nevertheless, considering that Lin Xiao had saved her yet again, she felt an inexplicable sense of security toward him. Would you like to witness a spectacle? Lin Xiao suddenly lifted his head, a mischievous smile gracing his face. What? Qiu Xiaoyan barely had time to retract her gaze, feeling a sense of embarrassment wash over her. Don't you want to take revenge on those who harmed you? Lin Xiao inquired with a grin. Of course I do. Qiu Xiaoyan, now clad in the new clothes Lin Xiao had bought for her, swiftly sat up from the bed. What do you need me to do? You need not do anything. Simply wait in anticipation, Lin Xiao replied, reclining on the sofa, quietly closing his eyes. Qiu Xiaoyan, unsure of Lin Xiao's intentions, could only sit patiently beside him. Before long, she suddenly heard a commotion outside, accompanied by the sound of a door opening next door. Her countenance shifted dramatically. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's timely intervention, she would likely have found herself in dire straits. Shortly thereafter, an irate roar echoed from the neighboring room. You can't even keep an eye on one person. What a bunch of useless fools. Was that voice Lin Yu? Qiu Xiaoyan cast a stunned glance at Lin Xiao. She had initially presumed she was merely a pawn in the hands of some street thugs, only to discover that the mastermind behind it all was Lin Yu. Despite being merely a university student, he engaged in such reprehensible behavior. Anger surged within Qiu Xiaoyan, and she felt an immediate urge to confront him. Lin Xiao spoke softly. Do not rush. If you go out now, all you can do is hurl insults at him. Upon his reminder, Qiu Xiaoyan recognized the futility of her impulsiveness. She slumped back onto the sofa, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Could it be that the wealthy could act with impunity? Her voice trembled slightly, leaving one to wonder if she was questioning Lin Xiao or herself. Had Lin Xiao not saved her today, she could only imagine the humiliation Lin Yu would have inflicted upon her, potentially shattering her life forever. Yet now, she found herself utterly powerless against this brute. It seemed she had forgotten that Lin Xiao, too, belonged to the Lin family. He was also one of those affluent individuals she lamented. Lin Xiao sighed softly. He was not particularly adept at offering comfort, so he uttered gently, rest assured, wrongdoers will face retribution. At least in this matter, it will not simply be overlooked. With that, he swiftly typed something on his phone. After approximately 10 minutes, footsteps once more echoed outside, this time rapping at Lin Yu's door. Lin Yu remained seething with anger. He had sought out his accomplices in the adjacent room, yet none responded to his knocks. Calls went unanswered. He had meticulously prepared for a passionate night with Qiu Xiaoyan, even resorting to some substances himself to enhance the evening's fervor. Now, with her absence, he felt as though he were ablaze, his entire body aflame, particularly his abdomen, which felt as if it might explode. Hearing a knock, he assumed it was his lackeys returning and rushed to open the door. To his astonishment, a stunningly alluring woman, clad in scant attire, stood before him. Who are you looking for? Lin Yu's desire ignited even further. Had the circumstances been clearer, he would have eagerly pounced on this enchantress. However, the very next moment, the woman lunged into his embrace. Hey, handsome, could you take me in for the night? I'll do anything you desire. Her sultry voice shattered the last vestige of restraint within Lin Yu. He swiftly swept her up in his arms and tossed her onto the bed. Hello, officer. I wish to report that Huayao Hotel is engaged in prostitution. Qiu Xiaoyan observed Lin Xiao making a serious phone call, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is that even possible? She had assumed that, as another young master of the Lin family, Lin Xiao would resort to underhanded tactics for revenge, just like Lin Yu. To her surprise, he had opted to call the police instead. The Lin family's influence in the capital was substantial, and scandals were a source of great embarrassment. Why did he seem utterly unconcerned? After concluding the call, Lin Xiao quietly stood by the window, gazing down below. Spotting the police car arriving, he inquired, would you prefer to go out and watch, or observe from here? I'll stay here, Qiu Xiaoyan replied, not wishing to confront Lin Yu or be seen by him. Lin Xiao said nothing further and returned to the sofa. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated. The police proceeded to check the rooms, and when they arrived at Lin Yu's quarters, he was utterly unprepared for such an encounter. In his bewilderment, the half-clad woman on the bed waved at the officers. Hey there, officers, fancy seeing you again. Upon recognizing her, the officers skipped the routine inquiries. She was notorious in this area, a regular presence in nearly every raid. Unfortunately, this woman seemed resolute in her profession, as she returned to her illicit activities after every stint in custody, despite the police's best efforts to dissuade her. This predictability made their jobs easier. Upon sighting her, they could simply apprehend her without further ado. Thus, Lin Yu found himself bewilderedly taken away. All right, I'll escort you home first, then I must attend to the next matter, Lin Xiao said with a grin. If you wish to watch, I can provide you with live updates. Qiu Xiaoyan's lingering trauma from her earlier ordeal began to dissipate, alleviated by Lin Xiao's clever machinations. Once back at school, she eagerly messaged him for updates. At that moment, Lin Xiao was at the police station. He could have chosen not to come, but he was simply there to enjoy the spectacle. Lin Yu's escapade had incensed the Lin family, particularly Lin Qingshan and Su Xiumei, who were so outraged they refused to step foot in the police station, insisting the authorities handle the matter without interference, allowing Lin Yu to face the consequences alone. Nevertheless, Someone had to manage the situation, and thus Lin Baixian became the unfortunate intermediary. The police, recognizing Lin Yu as a student, opted for a fine rather than detention. Soon enough, he returned to the Lin home, dejected and sullen, alongside Lin Baixian and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? You must be the one behind this. I know you plotted against me. Upon entering, Lin Yu immediately shouted as he noticed his parents' displeased expressions, attempting to shift the blame onto Lin Xiao. After enduring this turmoil, he was in a daze, consumed by the singular desire to drag Lin Xiao down with him. Chapter 27. Xiao Xiaoyan's Gratitude. Upon hearing Lin Yu's accusations, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei's expressions soured further. Before they could respond, Lin Baixian interjected coldly, Lin Xiao was with me the entire time. We even had a car accident on the way. How could he have conspired against you? Lin Yu paused, suddenly recalling something. This car accident had been his design to ensure the abduction of Xiao Xiaoyan went smoothly. He had never anticipated that this seemingly foolproof plan would backfire spectacularly, leaving him utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei quickly seized upon the key aspect of Lin Baixian's statement, the car accident. What happened? Lin Baixian recounted the incident briefly, expressing her lingering anxiety. The police were already pursuing the driver responsible, and she believed a resolution would be forthcoming. Oh, finding the driver is the police's job. I want to know if you two are all right. Su Xiaomei hurriedly approached Lin Baixian and Lin Xiao, scrutinizing them for any signs of injury. Did you go to the hospital to get checked? This matter could be serious. What if they were hurt somewhere? Mom, I'm fine. Lin Baixian quickly interrupted her mother's line of questioning. If this continued, both she and Lin Xiao might end up being sent for full medical examinations. Lin Xiao also hastily assured them he was unscathed, merely having had the car scratched. Finally, the Lin couple let out a collective sigh of relief. Watching their concern for Lin Xiao, Lin Yu seethed with resentment. Clenching his fists tightly, he could no longer restrain himself and demanded, "Do you not care for me at all?" Everyone present was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that Lin Yu was still there. However, they felt too embarrassed about the events of the day to express genuine concern. After a brief silence, Lin Baixian, adhering to her professional demeanor, reminded him, "The police mentioned that the woman is a habitual offender. Lin Yu, it would be wise for you to undergo a medical examination as soon as possible." Lin Yu stood there in a daze, finally processing her words, and his frustration grew. Observing his oblivious demeanor, Lin Baixian's tone turned slightly impatient. After all, we will be living under the same roof. If you were to contract some infectious disease, it would affect others. Is that all you care about? Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he sought any semblance of concern on the faces of his family. Yet he found none. Recognizing this stark reality, Lin Yu's anger morphed into a bitter smile, and he retorted coldly, "Ever since Lin Xiao returned, you no longer regard me as family. Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and slammed the door behind him. In the past, Lin Yu would occasionally throw tantrums, but his family would typically soften their stance to resolve conflicts. This tendency had significantly shaped his character, perhaps due to the severity of the current situation. Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, though saddened, did not immediately intervene. Isn't concern for his health also a form of caring? Su Xiaomei sighed softly, shaking her head in silence. Forget it. Xiaoyu's recent behavior has indeed been excessive. Let him ponder on his own, Lin Baixian gently reassured her mother, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. For the next 3 days, Lin Yu remained completely uncommunicative, and the atmosphere at home grew tense. To Lin's parents, Lin Yu was their child whom they had nurtured for 20 years. Despite the lack of biological ties, they could not simply disregard him. Fearing for Lin Yu's safety outside, they hesitated but ultimately decided to send someone to look for him. However, at that moment, they heard Lin Xiao's thoughts. What is there to worry about? Lin Yu is probably enjoying himself too much to care. Every day he is playing games with his so-called friends at the internet cafe, with plenty to eat and drink, and when he gets tired, he can just head over to a nearby hotel to rest comfortably. Suffering? He can hardly endure any hardship. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei's worries indeed lessened. To verify this information, Lin Qingshan instructed his assistant to investigate. Soon, they discovered Lin Yu's recent ID card usage, confirming that, just as Lin Xiao had said, Lin Yu's registered information was at an internet cafe and hotel not far from the school. He certainly isn't sparing himself. Lin Qingshan's initial concern transformed into indignation. This time, he resolved not to search for him any further. He needed to teach this spoiled son a lesson. Regardless of Lin Yu's antics, Lin Xiao maintained his normal college life. One day, he unexpectedly received a message from Xiao Xiaoyan, inviting him to meet. Assuming she had been bullied again, he promptly agreed. To his surprise, Xiao Xiaoyan arrived with a gift box, beaming as she led him to a nearby restaurant. Lin Xiao, thank you for saving me last time. This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. blushing as she spoke. She pushed the gift box toward him. Why so formal? Lin Xiao opened the box to find a wooden bracelet inside, intricately carved with unique patterns. I made this by hand, Qiu Xiaoyan whispered. Unsure of Lin Xiao's taste, considering his status as the scion of the Lin family, she opted for a handmade bracelet instead. Lin Xiao slid the bracelet onto his wrist, gently caressing it. It's beautifully crafted. I really like it. That's wonderful, Qiu Xiaoyan replied with a subtle smile. Despite her introverted nature and social anxiety, her heart was elated, though her expression remained modest. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. By the way, I heard that Lin Yu's lackeys are still searching for you, likely to cause you trouble. Not to worry. Let them come, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat. His calm demeanor intrigued Qiu Xiaoyan. She preferred this composed nature over Lin Yu's boisterousness. Do you have a plan? I have plenty of plans, Lin Xiao smiled faintly, advising her, just stay away from them. They failed last time. I wonder if they'll try again. Qiu Xiaoyan nodded. I understand. I informed my father about the previous incident. He was furious and has already contacted the counselor. Lin Yu's side should have been warned as well. While her family may not be as affluent as the Lin family, they were not to be trifled with, especially since her father had good connections with the police. If Lin Yu dared to target his daughter again, he would surely face dire consequences. After dinner, it was time for their elective literature appreciation class. Lin Xiao and Qiu Xiaoyan headed to the library together. Just as they were about to enter the classroom, they spotted Lin Yu's lackeys loitering in the aisle, wearing malevolent grins. Clearly, they had ill intentions. Chapter 28. Let me show you a sickness. Lin Xiao returned their smiles, appearing harmless. However, in the next moment, he seized the closest lackey and forcefully shoved him into the classroom. With a splash, a bucket of water tipped over, drenching the lackey's head. The lackey stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Just a bucket of water? I thought someone was going to throw acid at me. Or at least a bucket of excrement. Lin Xiao lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. You. The other lackeys stammered, pointing at Lin Xiao, unable to articulate their shock. Yet, Lin Xiao strolled into the classroom nonchalantly, entirely disregarding them. He made his way to his usual spot in the corner. But today he noticed the lackey's eyes fixated on him, filled with a glimmer of anticipation. Ah, the antics of children, Lin Xiao chuckled softly, not even glancing their way as he took a seat beside them. He was no fool. Their expressions, along with the strong smell of glue in the air, made it clear that he was not about to fall for their tricks. As expected, when he didn't sit in his usual spot, disappointment flickered in their eyes. Yet they continued to stare, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a cold sensation on his arm. Glancing down, he was surprised to see a small black snake. While others might have been terrified at the sight, Lin Xiao merely paused, then gently patted the snake's head. Lost your way. Oh, they must have captured you while you were sleeping. How despicable. Lin Xiao conversed with the snake effortlessly, a scene that appeared utterly insane to onlookers. The lackeys, initially let down that Lin Xiao was not frightened by the snake, now eagerly began to mock him. Hey, stop pretending. What are you mumbling about? Ha. It seems he has been utterly frightened, perhaps even hallucinating. In the face of mockery, Lin Xiao chose to remain unperturbed. He discovered that the little snake was undeniably adorable, snuggling close to his hand as if seeking affection. Gradually, some of the surrounding girls began to take notice of this delightful creature. Why do I suddenly find the little snake somewhat charming? Its tail is quivering, reminiscent of a little puppy. How amusing. I'm tempted to pet it. This elective course, being a liberal arts class, naturally had a predominance of female students. Almost all of them were now gathered around Lin Xiao, their attention captivated. Among them were several girls whom his underlings were either pursuing or intended to pursue. This was intolerable for them. I advise you all to keep your distance. That snake might be venomous, someone remarked sarcastically. As soon as these words were uttered, the girls instinctively took a few steps back. Lin Xiao placed the little snake on the desk and, with a cheerful demeanor, reassured them, fear not, it is not venomous, and it has only just hatched. I can even have it perform a trick for everyone. With that, he gently tapped his fingertips on the desk. The little snake seemed to sense something, wriggling in sync with the rhythm of his tapping. As the tempo quickened, so did its movements, raising its head in a display of sheer delight. The onlookers were utterly astounded by this spectacle. Several even took out their phones to record the moment. Before long, the little snake grew weary, and just then, the sound of the professor's footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. Lin Xiao slipped the snake into his pocket and whispered, "You rest here for a bit. I'll take you home after class." The little snake's performance undoubtedly elevated Lin Xiao's popularity. His underlings, on the other hand, felt as though they had suffered a setback. They glared at Lin Xiao, their eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Xiao, however, relished their dismay, remarking, "This little snake is harmless for now, but once it grows, It will indeed possess venom and hold grudges. Those who dare to kidnap it should be wary, for its mother and siblings are not to be trifled with. This statement sent shivers down the spines of his underlings. A university, A, is located at the foothills, with a vast expanse of wilderness behind it. Only a small part near the school has been artificially developed. The remaining area remains pristine, often frequented by small creatures. The little snake was one of them. When they first spotted it, they intended to play a prank on Lin Xiao. But little did they realize they had sown the seeds of significant trouble for themselves. Fearing retribution from the snake, they dared not linger any longer and swiftly exited the classroom, hoping that the snake's youth would render it incapable of recognizing their scent. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to the scandal involving Lin Yu's previous arrest for solicitation, the school organized a special educational session. They invited an external physician to conduct a lecture in the Grand Hall, imparting knowledge about matters concerning gender to the students. The primary aim was to equip these newly adult students with the skills to protect themselves from the nefarious influences that lurked outside. Attendance was mandatory for all freshmen, with academic credits at stake, making it semi-compulsory. Most of the girls, feeling shy, seated themselves at the back, while some of the more audacious boys took positions at the front, jesting amongst themselves. Coincidentally, the school had invited Lin Xiao to deliver the lecture. Normally, such a task would not fall to her as a surgeon, but due to the illness of the originally scheduled physician and her recognized expertise in the subject matter, she was asked to step in. Lin Xiao was extraordinarily beautiful. Initially, the boys seated near the front engaged in lighthearted banter. But as they realized the stunning doctor's allure, their conversations shifted to her. The loudest murmurs came from Lin Yu's circle of friends. Upon learning that this captivating physician was Lin Yu's sister, they initially hesitated, concerned that Lin Yu might be displeased. However, when they observed that Lin Yu seemed unfazed and even interjected with playful jibes, their inhibitions dissipated. Lin Xiao, seated not far behind them, overheard their discussions clearly. Furrowing his brow, he found it incomprehensible that these young university students harbored such base thoughts. As for Lin Yu, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xiao was his sister by reputation. How could he tolerate such lewd comments about her? This truly infuriated Lin Xiao. Damn it! These worthless scoundrels dare to speak of my second sister in such a manner. He seethed. Once the lecture concludes, I will summon them to the rooftop. I must teach these shameless individuals a lesson today. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's voice on stage faltered. She sensed Lin Xiao's inner turmoil and caught sight of the malicious glances directed at Lin Yu, leading her to a realization. Feeling somewhat vexed, she decided to temporarily pause her previous content and said calmly, "All right, you all should have grasped the theoretical knowledge by now. We still have some time. I can assist any students who wish to have a checkup. You there, please come up." She raised her delicate finger, pointing at the boy beside Lin Yu. Chapter 29, Conquering with Strength. Once Lin Xiao spoke, the auditorium fell eerily silent. The previously buzzing whispers ceased, and every gaze turned towards the direction she indicated. The boy beside Lin Yu appeared bewildered, hesitantly pointing at himself as if seeking confirmation. Me? Yes, you come up. Lin Xiao maintained a gentle smile, betraying no hint of displeasure. The boy, still perplexed, reluctantly rose and made his way to the stage. Now, I will ask you a few questions, and I expect you to answer truthfully. All right. The boy nodded. Lin Xiao, seemingly aware of his nervousness, began with relatively easy questions. Gradually, she delved into inquiries regarding his physical condition before inspecting his tongue. TSK. Lin Xiao shook her head in mild disappointment. I had thought university students would be in good health, but it appears there are significant issues. Huh, what issues? The boy, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him intently. Without delving into your other health concerns, the most pressing issue is that you have kidney deficiency. Upon uttering these words, the auditorium was first met with silence before erupting into laughter, especially from the boy's friends, who cared little for his embarrassment and found the situation amusing. Lin Xiao raised her hand, gesturing for silence. You should watch less inappropriate videos. Otherwise, if this continues, you may face lifelong impotence. Lin Xiao spoke with utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. The laughter from the audience grew louder. The boy's face flushed with mortification, wishing to disappear into the ground. Ultimately, he fled the stage as if in escape. Lin Xiao turned to the other boys and casually inquired, who else would like to come up for a checkup? In an instant, the boys resembled ostriches, burying their heads in shame, unwilling to face the public embarrassment. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, finally moving past the topic and resuming her lecture. After the lecture concluded, Lin Xiao did not rush to leave. Instead, he waited until most people had departed before offering to assist Lin Xiao in tidying up the materials. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu's few subordinates had not departed. One of them, despite having just suffered humiliation, remained undeterred and approached with a sly grin, intending to ask Lin Baixian for her contact information. Lin Xiao scoffed, with that energy. You'd be better off taking some medicine to remedy your situation. If any issues arise, your family could face dire consequences. As he spoke, his gaze lingered meaningfully on the young man's lower region. The boy's expression darkened, and he retorted, You, Lin Xiao, don't go looking for trouble here, or else. Or else what? Are you planning to strike me with your fragile physique? Lin Xiao's laughter grew more pronounced. You. The young man glanced nervously at Lin Baixian, gritting his teeth as he declared, If you have the guts, let us step outside. A smirk played across Lin Xiao's face as he raised an eyebrow, leading the way towards the back door of the auditorium. Behind the hall lay an open area cluttered with discarded odds and ends, seldom traversed by anyone. Lin Xiao casually picked up a wooden stick. Turning to face the group of boys, will you come one by one, or shall we all engage at once? Initially, those boys harbored hopes of currying favor with Lin Yu, imagining they could bully Lin Xiao into kneeling and apologizing like a dog, making Lin Yu pleased. However, for reasons unbeknownst to them, a chill crept into their hearts as they observed Lin Xiao's demeanor. Why are you still wielding a weapon? One boy protested defiantly. Oh, then I'll go unarmed. Come on. Lin Xiao casually tossed the stick to the ground and beckoned them with a finger. Although he had discarded the so-called weapon, his relaxed demeanor only deepened their unease. Yet, with the situation reaching this point, retreat was not an option. After all, he was alone. Let us go together. One boy gritted his teeth and stepped forward. The result was swift. With a single punch from Lin Xiao, the boy stumbled back. You. He could scarcely comprehend how Lin Xiao's punch had landed so swiftly, only feeling a searing pain across his face, dizziness overwhelming him. Come at me. His voice even quavered with a hint of desperation. The others hesitated at this sight. Another boy, gritting his teeth, an evil glint in his eyes, picked up a metal rod from the ground and hurled it at Lin Xiao. Huh, you don't want me using weapons. Yet you're quick to pick one up. How cowardly. Lin Xiao scoffed. The boy, swinging the iron rod, boasted, Only fools adhere to rules in times like these. The rest of the gang, witnessing this, hastily grabbed various tools and rushed toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's agility was remarkable. He effortlessly dodged their attempts. They couldn't even graze his clothing, let alone land a blow. Gradually, they began to falter in their coordination, seizing the moment when their attention waned. Lin Xiao snatched the iron rod from one boy's grasp, yanking it away with force. He raised it high, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the boy's head. If it landed, it could very well cost him his life. The boy, eyes wide with terror, could only watch in horror as the iron rod descended. Just as it was about to connect, Lin Xiao halted. He only intended to teach them a lesson, not to take their lives. Now you're afraid? Lin Xiao chuckled softly. The boy could no longer contain his trembling body and collapsed onto the ground. The others, witnessing this, dared not advance any further. When Lin Baixian arrived, she beheld this scene. Lin Xiao stood in the center of the clearing, while a pale-faced boy lay sprawled before him, and the others regarded Lin Xiao with expressions of sheer dread. As one boy rushed over to hoist the fallen one up, the rest wasted no time in scattering away. However, before departing, they could not resist leaving behind a threat. Lin Xiao, don't think this is over. One day, you'll regret it. Chapter 30. Lin Yu has returned. Lin Xiao, do they often trouble you? Lin Baixian inquired, observing the departing figures with furrowed brows. Lin Xiao merely smiled faintly. They bring trouble upon themselves. Although Lin Baixian was puzzled by Lin Xiao's confidence, his indifference put her at ease. Second sister, have you considered becoming the school doctor here? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. Your school has mentioned it, but I am still contemplating, Lin Baixian replied, shaking her head. Had it been her former self, she might have outright declined, as she aspired to advance her career. However, after the recent incident involving the mental health crisis and Lin Xiao's bullying ordeal, she began to feel that taking on the role of a school doctor, living a comfortable life while accompanying her brother, might be a worthwhile path. At that moment, she heard Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. If second sister could become the school doctor and leave that hospital, perhaps it could alter her tragic fate of having her hands rendered useless. Lin Xiao finally broached this subject. Lin Baixian perked up her ears. I must say, second sister's plight is truly unfortunate. Not only has she faced such adversity in her career, but her marriage has also been dismal. Well, I'll address it when the time is right. How can you just let it go? Just as we were about to touch on something crucial, you brush it aside. Lin Baixian felt a knot of frustration tighten in her chest, nearly reaching the boiling point. She yearned to confront Lin Xiao and demand answers, yet feared that if he realized she could hear his thoughts, he might cease to reveal them. With no other recourse, Lin Baixian resigned herself to silence. That evening, the Lin family enjoyed a harmonious dinner. Suddenly, noises from outside interrupted, followed by the servant's announcement. Sir, madam, young master you has returned. The dining table's occupants bore indifferent expressions. They had already anticipated Lin Yu's return through Lin Xiao's thoughts, knowing he was compelled to come back after depleting his funds and having his card suspended. However, when they beheld Lin Yu's disheveled appearance, they were still taken aback. His hair was in disarray, clothes covered in dust, and bruises marred his face and body, evidence of a recent altercation. Despite their hardened hearts, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei felt a twinge of compassion upon seeing Lin Yu in such a sorry state. What happened? Lin Xingshan inquired, frowning. Lin Yu was seething with anger. During his days away, none of his family had reached out to him. This had never occurred before. He blamed Lin Xiao. He shot Lin Xiao a furious glare and exclaimed, Lin Xiao, I know my friends have offended you, but we live under the same roof. Why would you send someone to beat me up? Xiao Yu, don't speak recklessly. Ah Xiao has been home all day. Lin Baixian instinctively defended Lin Xiao. Second sister, how could you be deceived by him? Even if he was home, it doesn't prevent him from contacting those thugs outside. Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with resentment. Lin Baixian found Lin Yu's unreasonable demeanor utterly exasperating. Lin Xiao had witnessed Lin Yu's skills before. If he truly wished to teach Lin Yu a lesson, he would not need to resort to employing petty thugs. Just as Lin Yu was about to continue his tirade, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he promptly hung up, only for it to ring again moments later. With growing impatience, he answered the call. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Lin Yu's countenance shifted dramatically. Have you made a mistake? No, I will come over right now. His demeanor visibly transformed into one of panic. After disconnecting the call, he disregarded any explanations to his family and hastily departed. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, leisurely savoring the fruit platter before him. At that moment, his inner thoughts resonated in the ears of the other Lin family members. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. This time, I shall see how you will explain yourself. You thought you could simply toss a bit of money after beating someone into the hospital and that they would let it slide? Huh. You didn't expect to encounter someone tough this time. Even if they do not seek financial recompense, I will ensure you are sent in. Hearing these words, Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei exchanged glances, their expressions darkening considerably. Lin Yu had actually assaulted someone to the point of hospitalization? If this news were to spread, the repercussions for the Lin Corporation would be catastrophic. A decline in stock prices would leave them unable to account to their shareholders. They had to resolve this matter before the media caught wind of it. Prepare the car. Lin Xingshan, not pausing to hesitate, immediately donned his clothes and strode out. Su Xiaomei, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly followed suit. They rushed to the hospital without delay, but arrived a moment too late. As soon as they ascended the stairs, they heard Lin Yu's familiar voice. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Lin family. The Lin family, one you could never afford to offend. He continued, take a good look at yourself in the mirror before threatening me with your police reports. If you know what's good for you, just take the money and leave quietly. If you dare to cause any more trouble, believe me, I will make you regret ever being born. Such brazen words sent a shockwave through Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei. They could hardly fathom that such rebellious statements were uttered by their carefully nurtured son. They had always wanted to believe that Lin Yu was merely indulging in childish antics, that his nature was not inherently bad. Yet here he was, using the Lin family's stature to oppress others, a gross overstep indeed. Lin Yu. Lin Xingshan could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. Startled, Lin Yu turned to see his parents had arrived, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. His concern about the situation escalating was not due to fear of the police, but rather fear of his parents. If they were to disown him from the Lin family because of this, he would truly be finished. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Lin Yu managed to force a stiff smile onto his face, before pointing at a young thug on the hospital bed. It was him. Lin Xiao instructed him to assault me. Bah. The young thug, a hardened individual, spat angrily. Lin Yu, do you have any idea how much you owe me? Now that your parents are here, let's settle your debt first before discussing your assault on me. You stop talking nonsense. I am a member of the Lin family. How could I possibly owe you money? Lin Yu continued to argue, though his voice lacked conviction. Chapter 31, Internet First Love. What is going on here? Lin Xingshan demanded with a stern face. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. Lin Yu attempted to defend himself, but was cut off by Lin Xingshan. Silence. I am asking him. Lin Xingshan turned his attention to the young thug, his expression serious. You claim my son owes you money? Lin Yu. I was wondering why you were trying to play games with a mere 100,000. Turns out you were hiding it from your father. The thug sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yu before addressing Lin Xingshan. Yes, your son owes me over 100,000. The deadline for repayment has long passed. And today I came to issue him an ultimatum. But this brat actually assaulted me. Mr. Lin, you're a businessman and a prominent figure in the capital. If you have any sense of decency, just pay back the money. Although the thug's tone was less than pleasant, it was not overly aggressive. Observing the situation, It was apparent that Lin Yu was in the wrong. The thug had not even mentioned pursuing charges for the assault, merely requesting repayment, which was already quite lenient. Lin Xiao was trembling with rage. "Leave me your number. I will have my assistant contact you shortly," he finished, shooting a fierce glare at Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not perceive this as his fault and retorted, "Who told you to freeze my cards? I can't access any money. And now I have to borrow just to repay over 100,000? Are you blaming us?" Lin Xiao asked, his fury turning to incredulity. Perhaps intimidated by his father's overwhelming anger, Lin Yu fell silent. Su Xiaomei interjected, "Your father only froze your card the day before yesterday. How could you have borrowed over 100,000? Lin Yu defiantly replied, "When you're out and about, isn't it normal to have significant expenses? Huh. It seems you are oblivious to what your precious son has been up to." The young thug suddenly laughed, adding, "You rich folks just indulge in extravagance. What with your internet celebrities and young models? Shut your mouth." Lin Yu fumed, rushing forward to strike the thug again. The thug quickly shouted, "Lin Yu, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Otherwise, even with your parents here, I will still call the police." Lin Yu's hand froze midair. The thug's words struck a nerve. This situation had already transformed into a significant issue, and if it escalated further, it would be truly difficult to manage. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian arrived at the hospital. From a distance, they observed the tense standoff. Lin Xiao glanced at the young thug and suddenly couldn't contain his laughter. Lin Baixian, curious, looked over and soon heard Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. "Ha ha, Lin Yu and this thug really are quite fated. Several years ago, that thug was actually Lin Yu's online love interest. Both men had posed as women online, and ironically, each believed the other was a real girl. Unfortunately, their online romance was discovered by Lin Yu's mother, who secretly changed his password, forcing an end to their relationship. The thug then spent every day in an internet cafe searching for his lost love. So, in a way, they are each other's first love. Who would have thought it would come to this? Truly a twist of fate." These revelations left the Lin family stunned, each displaying a range of expressions. Lin Baixian appeared to be enjoying the unfolding drama, while Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei could only hold their foreheads in dismay. They reflected on how they had raised such a son, observing Lin Yu and the thug still poised for confrontation. Su Xiaomei hesitated for a moment before sternly addressing him. "Xiao Yu, you've been spending your days in internet cafes, haven't you?" "Well, not really, just messing around a bit." Lin Yu replied, his guilt evident. "Huh, since childhood, how have you developed such a severe internet addiction?" Su Xiaomei let out a cold snort, deliberately raising her voice. "Do you remember a few years ago when you were involved in some online romance? You didn't even know whether the other party was male or female. Goodness." Lin Yu was taken aback. He never anticipated that his mother would expose his shortcomings in front of so many people, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. "I recall you used to call yourself pure little miss, right? Xiao Yu, regardless of the circumstances, you are still a boy. Engaging in online romance is one thing, but pretending to be a girl? How shameful." Su Xiaomei spoke with fervor, her gaze shifting to the patient on the hospital bed, the blonde-haired boy. Indeed. Upon hearing the name Pure Little Miss, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Wait, hold on." He raised a hand, pointing at Lin Yu, and inquired, "What game were you playing back then?" "None of your business." Lin Yu was irritated by the sight of him and refused to respond. Su Xiaomei interjected, "I believe it was called Love Destiny or something like that. Clearly a game meant for girls." "Haha." Amusingly enough, the person you were romancing changed their name to Spoiled Little Miss for you. In an instant, the boy shot upright in his bed, seemingly forgetting his bandaged body. You are actually a little pure." His complexion darkened. A mix of disbelief and anger etched across his face. Lin Yu too was stunned. It had been many years since anyone had referred to him as Little Pure. He quickly grasped the situation, almost in shock. You are little spoiled." The two exchanged incredulous glances for a good 10 seconds before simultaneously exclaiming, "Damn it." The atmosphere became chaotic once more. Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei exchanged helpless glances and left the hospital room together, hoping that Lin Yu would learn from this experience. Just as they believed the matter was resolved and were ready to return home, Lin Xiao's voice echoed in their minds. Hee. So dad was also involved in online romance before, even after marriage, and mom still doesn't know. How intriguing. The mood plummeted to a new low. Chapter 32, The Plans of the Lin Couple. Lin Baixian opened her mouth in astonishment. Had she not wished to conceal her ability to hear Lin Xiao's thoughts, she might have directly covered his mouth and dragged him away. Her mind raced as she desperately sought a way to change the subject. Should she ask Lin Xiao if he was hungry? But they had just finished dinner before Lin Yu returned home. Should she inquire if Lin Xiao was tired? It was barely past 8, making that question seem rather abrupt. Lin Baixian had always considered herself quite clever. Yet now she found herself at a loss for even a single excuse. However, noticing Su Xiaomei's increasingly grim expression, she realized it was likely too late. Lin Xiao. I was curious about who little you learned this online romance habit from. It wouldn't be you, would it? Su Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with a smile. Yet her smile did not reach her eyes, instead radiating a chill. Lin Xiao hurriedly asserted, how could that be? I am not his biological father. This has nothing to do with me. Oh, is that so? Are you implying you never engaged in such frivolities in the past? Although Su Xiaomei posed it as a question, her tone was decidedly assertive. This left Lin Xiao momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain. No, truly not. He felt utterly helpless, as if he could not wash away the dirt even if he jumped into the Yellow River. However, he genuinely could not recall any involvement in online romance. Not to mention online romance. Even now, he was not particularly adept with the internet. With so many matters at work, when would he have time? Moreover, with a virtuous wife and sensible daughters at home, he would have to be out of his mind to jeopardize it all for some online romance. Contemplating this, he shot a disapproving glare at Lin Xiao, perplexed by how this young man could stir up such a situation after he had just begun to believe in the authenticity of his thoughts. Lin Xiao felt a chill creep up his spine. Turning back, he saw Su Xiaomei's icy demeanor and Lin Xiao's awkward smile. Haha, Dad is indeed under Mom's thumb. It seems he even forgot that when the internet was still in its infancy, he thought to spice things up between them with this peculiar method. Unfortunately, Mom never fell for it. No matter how Dad tried to flirt, she remained unimpressed. This time, it was Lin Baixian who buried her face in her hands. She lowered her head, discreetly glancing at her parents. In her memory, her parents hailed from prestigious families and maintained a respectful demeanor towards one another, being rather reserved. She never imagined such a side existed. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's thoughts, Lin Xiao finally recalled. At that time, he found the idea of young people dating online quite novel. And having heard from his subordinates that couples should occasionally surprise one another, he created a small account in hopes of engaging in an online romance with Su Xiaomei. Alas, he was met with indifference. Often, he would send 10 messages, and she would respond with just one, and that was usually a mere echo of his words. Within a few days, he found himself blocked. This left him feeling both elated and disappointed. Su Xiaomei vaguely remembered this incident as well. Learning that the person who had once bothered her was Lin Xiao, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The most awkward part was not the recollection itself, but rather the realization that their juvenile antics were known to both their son and daughter. I just remembered that there are some matters at the company I need to attend to. I'll work a bit late. Lin Xiao hastily concocted an excuse to escape. Su Xiaomei clapped her arm. Today Aunt Lu invited me to play cards, and they need one more player. I'll head over first. You two can return home. With that, she swiftly departed. Lin Baixian was well aware of her parents' sudden need to leave, but Lin Xiao was in the dark. He merely stared blankly at the retreating figures of Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei, finding them quite peculiar. In the days that followed, Lin Yu finally settled down. It seemed he had come to an awareness of his misdeeds, behaving nicely each day. However, Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei were not deceived by this facade. To be precise, Lin Yu had lost much of their trust. Time and again, he had caused trouble, had they not heard Lin Xiao's thoughts urging them to intervene. The reputation of the Lin family might have already been tarnished by Lin Yu's antics. To prevent such occurrences from happening again, the Lin couple devised a solution to send Lin Yu abroad. After all, following Lin Yu's failure in the college entrance examination, he had persistently urged them to allow him to study overseas. Initially, they believed he was too immature to care for himself abroad and chose to spend extra money to ensure he attended university domestically. In hindsight, that had been a grave misjudgment. Fortunately, there was still time to remedy it. They could send Lin Yu abroad first, and once they had all adjusted, they would sever ties with him. Indeed, sever ties. While they may have hesitated before, Lin Yu's recent behavior left them with no choice but to make that decision. Even if it were merely a superficial severance, they could continue to support him discreetly. Ultimately, they could not allow Lin Yu to continue causing chaos. The Lin couple did not consult with other family members about their plan, intending to gradually implement it after Lin Yu had been away for a year or two. However, unexpectedly, the usually dim-witted Lin Yu perceptibly sensed a shift in his parents' attitude towards him. After eavesdropping several times, he uncovered their intentions, which filled him with both anger and fear. He did not wish to leave, nor could he afford to. As long as he remained in this household, he still had a chance to turn the tide. Once he departed, everything would be lost. After much contemplation, Lin Yu devised a strategy. On this day, he ventured to the underground bar to seek out Bai Feng. "Brother-in-law, you must assist me this time," he exclaimed eagerly upon entering. Initially, Bai Feng dismissed him with a wave of his hand, intending to offer him a drink or usher him away. Yet this time, Lin Yu was devoid of the previous submissiveness and flattery he had shown, his eyes filled with a dark intensity. "Bai Feng, if you do not help me, do not blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yu and coldly inquired, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, Lin Yu?" Leaning back against the couch, Lin Yu forcefully placed the bottle on the table, asserting, "If you assist me now, I will continue to support you in the future. If you refuse, do not expect to marry my sister." Chapter 33, The Bitter Strategy. Bai Feng realized that Lin Yu was serious. After a moment of silence, he signaled for the surrounding women to disperse. "Lin Yu, do not presume that your past assistance grants you the right to threaten me." Bai Feng narrowed his eyes, a menacing glint flickering within them. As the future heir of the Bai family, it had been long since anyone dared to address him in such a manner. Lin Yu clenched his fists, fully aware that he could not afford to offend Bai Feng. However, at this juncture, he had no alternative. "Brother Feng, I do not wish to coerce you. I genuinely have no other recourse. They intend to send me abroad and sever ties with me. Think about it. If I leave the Lin family, who will be able to assist you in the future?" Lin Yu employed both reason and emotion, applying both soft and hard tactics. Though Bai Feng remained displeased, he begrudgingly suppressed his anger and inquired, "How do you wish for me to assist you?" Observing Bai Feng's concession, Lin Yu eagerly leaned closer and whispered his request into Bai Feng's ear. Bai Feng's expression remained inscrutable. "Very well, I shall assist you once more." On a weekend morning, the doorbell rang outside the Lin residence. At this hour, the housekeeper had gone out for groceries, and the younger members of the family were typically still asleep, leaving only Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei practicing their morning exercises in the courtyard. Upon seeing the delivery man standing outside, Su Xiaomei felt puzzled. "Why is this delivery arriving so early today?" she remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow as she approached the door. "Perhaps they have too many packages to deliver and decided to come early." Lin Xingshan wiped his forehead as well, not paying it much mind, and followed Su Xiaomei, thinking he might help with the delivery if it was substantial. However, when the delivery man handed a box to Su Xiaomei, Lin Xingshan suddenly noticed a glint of cold steel beneath it. "Be careful," he shouted, but it was too late. The delivery man overturned the cardboard box and lunged at Su Xiaomei with a knife. Su Xiaomei was instantly paralyzed with fear, her face paling as she stood frozen, unable to react. At that moment, another figure rushed forward, standing protectively in front of Su Xiaomei. "Mom, watch out." It was Lin Yu. In the blink of an eye, the knife plunged into Lin Yu's shoulder. "Ah!" he screamed in agony. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face, yet rather than retreating, he bellowed at the assailant. "You dare harm my mother? I will not let you go." Perhaps startled by Lin Yu's defiance, the delivery man immediately discarded the knife and fled without a backward glance. Lin Xingshan rushed over, his body trembling with rage upon seeing Lin Yu's bleeding shoulder. "Call the family doctor and immediately report this to the police. Hurry." Just then, the housekeeper returned from shopping. Witnessing the chaotic scene, they were horrified and quickly called for help, assisting Lin Yu back into the living room. Shortly thereafter, the family doctor arrived with an assistant. When Lin Xiao emerged from his room, the disorderly scene below greeted him. Lin Yu lay pale on the sofa as the family doctor examined him. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei sat nearby, their expressions rife with concern and anxiety. Su Xiaomei's eyes were slightly red, filled with pity as she gazed at the wound on Lin Yu's shoulder, which continued to ooze blood. Lin Baixian sat not far away. As a physician, she had witnessed many emergencies. She merely furrowed her brow, revealing little emotion. In the early morning, Lin Yu sustained an injury? Lin Xiao wondered, perplexed. Perhaps due to still being in slumber, he had missed the unfolding drama. He decided to employ divination once more to ascertain the situation. As the hexagram appeared in his mind, a simple thread of fate soon revealed itself. Ah, yet another self-directed performance. However, this time, it appears he went to great lengths. After grasping the sequence of events, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Downstairs, Lin Yu lay on the sofa, still appearing feeble. As the doctor treated his wound, he occasionally groaned, deepening Su Xiaomei's feelings of guilt. After all, Lin Yu had been injured while saving her. Reflecting on their earlier intentions to send Lin Yu away, she felt even more discomfort. Perhaps, in some respects, they had genuinely misunderstood him. At his core, Lin Yu was still a good child. "Xiao Yu, if you feel any discomfort, remember to inform the doctor and have it checked promptly," Su Xiaomei gently advised. "Mom, don't worry," Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, softly assuring her, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. We are fine, truly." Hearing these words only deepened Su Xiaomei's sorrow, her voice quavering as she bowed her head, silently wiping away tears. Just then, Lin Xiao's inner voice suddenly resonated in her ears. "Lin Yu's self-inflicted wound truly is remarkable. I did not expect this fellow to be so ruthless towards himself, hiring someone to stage such a scene to garner the family's sympathy. However, he has indeed succeeded." Self-inflicted wound. A self-directed performance? Su Xiaomei's tears abruptly ceased. Having corroborated Lin Xiao's inner voice on several occasions, They now had a degree of faith in his insights. She couldn't help but regard Lin Yu with a more scrutinizing gaze. I truly am fine, just a minor injury. As long as I can protect you all, I fear nothing. Lin Yu remained oblivious to the shift in the surrounding atmosphere, lost in his own world. By the way, Xiaoyu, I recall you usually sleep until noon on weekends and rarely even have breakfast. Why are you awake so early today? Lin Baixian, who had been silent until now, suddenly inquired. Lin Yu appeared taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. After a moment of dazed silence, he stammered. I just couldn't figure out why I couldn't sleep. I thought I might go down and join my parents for morning exercises. Oh, what a coincidence. Had you not risen early, your mother could have been in grave danger, Lin Baixian remarked thoughtfully. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. The police had arrived. The situation, though somewhat straightforward, was soon grasped by the officers. However, it was unexpectedly revealed that the surveillance camera installed at the Lin family's front gate had malfunctioned at an unknown time. Consequently, aside from the individuals directly involved, no one had seen the assailant's face. Rest assured, the surveillance cameras on several roads outside have just been upgraded to high definition. Even if the suspect wears a hat and mask, we can still identify them through their eye characteristics and physique, retrieving the suspect's information from the data control system. The police officer reassured them patiently. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Lin family visibly softened. Only Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Chapter 34. Kickbacks. After catching wind of Lin Xiao's thoughts, the Lin family focused their attention intently on Lin Yu's face. The trace of anxiety etched upon his features was keenly noted. They were all astute individuals, capable of piecing together the truth. Little Yu, are you absolutely certain you did not catch a glimpse of that person's appearance? Su Xiaomei inquired one last time. Mom, I truly did not see anything clearly. The situation was too urgent, and my mind went blank. Lin Yu continued to feign the premeditated excuse. However, this time, he vaguely detected the sense of helplessness in his mother's gaze. He then realized that the concern his family had once shown him had quietly dissipated without him even noticing. Aside from his mother, both his father and elder sister bore expressions of resignation. Dad, Mom, why do you look like that? Lin Yu's heart raced anxiously. He contemplated the possibility that he might have inadvertently exposed himself, but quickly dismissed the thought. This matter had been executed with utmost secrecy. It was impossible for him to be discovered, especially since even the police had no evidence, making it even less likely for them to suspect him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu resolutely lifted his head. Dad, Mom, I truly did not see that person's face. You witnessed the situation had I not arrived in time, Mom. Su Xiaomei, observing Lin Yu's stubborn denial, felt an overwhelming discomfort brewing within her, yet she could not utter a single word. After raising him for 20 years, she was unwilling to completely sever ties. Regardless, she still desired to maintain a semblance of dignity for everyone involved. The others likely shared her sentiments, offering only mild admonishments to Lin Yu to take care of his injuries before turning their attention away from him. Witnessing the coldness of his family, Lin Yu began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Although he was unaware of where he had gone wrong, it seemed evident that exposure was an inescapable fate. Indeed, in the days that followed, Lin Yu frequently caught sight of his parents conversing about something in the study. Whenever he approached, they would abruptly cease their discussions. Moreover, he discovered various materials pertaining to overseas schools in the study's trash bin. It appeared that they were resolute in their decision to send him away. A sense of profound agitation stirred within Lin Yu, yet he felt powerless to alter the course. He knew that by phone would not be able to assist him in the short term. After several days of contemplation, an idea suddenly struck him. He promptly went to school and sought out the head of the logistics department responsible for the library renovations. This individual, surnamed Li, was a slender, sharp-eyed man in his 40s. Ever since Lin Xingshan had finalized the agreement to repair the library for University A, Lin Yu had approached this director. As anticipated, Director Li was also a man of avarice. They quickly struck a deal to profit from the materials, splitting the profits 50-50. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Director Li greeted him with a forced smile. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? He said, bustling about to serve tea. However, the smile was insincere. Facing these affluent young heirs, he found himself, at his age, having to curry favor with such youngsters, which grated on his nerves. Yet, he was well aware that he could not afford to offend them. Lin Yu settled onto the couch and, without pretense, took a sip from the teacup, casually stating, Director Li, the funds from Lin's company should have been transferred by now. Why is there no progress on your end? You aren't considering keeping it all for yourself? Are you? How could that be? Director Li hastily replied. After ensuring no one was outside, he lowered his voice. Young Master Lin, we agreed to divide the funds after the renovations are completed, didn't we? Lin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. It's only a month's difference. What's the big deal? In truth, Lin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety himself. They had indeed agreed to wait until the project was finished before distributing the money, but he was running out of time. He had no idea when his parents would send him away, and if he wasn't prepared by then, he would be left helpless. Thus, he needed to secure as much money as possible, but he couldn't afford to appear desperate. He had to maintain his usual arrogant demeanor. Director Li was evidently intimidated by Lin Yu's bravado, hastily explaining, "Young master, many materials are still pending, and we're uncertain how much will remain." Lin Yu frowned. "Do you think I'm ignorant? This project plan has been drafted in advance, with all the details laid out. But there can be unforeseen circumstances." Director Li attempted to elaborate, but Lin Yu impatiently waved his hand. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, the amount shouldn't deviate significantly. You can bear that risk yourself. Don't forget, without me, you wouldn't earn a single penny. Faced with Lin Yu's attitude, Director Li felt a surge of anger. Not only was Lin Yu going back on his word, but he was also threatening him. Yet, despite his frustration, he could not show it. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously asked, "Young Master Lin, are you in urgent need of money? If it comes to that, I could transfer some funds to you now." Lin Yu, refusing to admit his predicament, casually replied, "I just have my eye on a new car. My pocket money is a bit short." Director Li clenched his fists tightly. At his age, he toiled daily for a meager salary. To earn a little kickback, he had to live in constant trepidation, while Lin Yu was merely anxious about buying a car. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he tried to keep his tone calm. "Young master, you must know that every penny requires layers of approval. Until the project concludes, a significant portion simply cannot be accessed." Lin Yu coldly retorted, "Then you should cover the amount due to me out of your own pocket. Once the funds arrive, you can take the entirety." Seeing Lin Yu's determination to secure the money first, Director Li felt he had no other option. With a heavy sigh, he pulled out his phone. "Very well, I'll transfer all the little savings I have to you." Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu received a notification of the funds being deposited. This brought him a sense of reassurance, and his demeanor improved considerably. "All right, we're settled. I'll take my leave now." Lin Yu, having received the money, was eager to depart without delay, proceeding with his next plan. Unbeknownst to him, the notification of the funds being deposited was not only received by him. Chapter 35. Expulsion from the Lin family. Following the turmoil instigated by Lin Yu, the members of the Lin family, though outwardly reticent, resorted to clandestine surveillance of him to avert further repercussions. This scrutiny was particularly focused on financial matters. Whenever Lin Yu's bank account received a sum exceeding a certain threshold, the bank promptly alerted the relevant authority, Lin Xiao. In a bid to shield her parents from further distress concerning Lin Yu, she willingly assumed the mantle of vigilance. It was not long before she traced the origins of the funds. She had not forgotten Lin Xiao's heartfelt concerns. Indeed, Lin Yu had embezzled the project funds, substituting inferior materials for the library renovations. This implied a significant risk of an eventual collapse, leading to a series of irreparable consequences, just as Lin Xiao had forewarned. Sighing heavily, Lin Xiao lamented her predicament. Her intention was never to annihilate Lin Yu entirely. However, the magnitude of his transgressions was far too grave, and she could not permit the entire Lin family to be dragged down with him. Ordinarily, such matters would fall to her elder sister, Lin Gu, to resolve. Yet, since her sister's departure abroad, she had remained unreachable, apparently entangled in complications at the branch office. Consequently, the burden of Lin Yu's misdeeds had devolved entirely upon Lin Xiao. In the ensuing days, she mobilized the personnel previously arranged by her parents to keep a close watch on Lin Yu. To her astonishment, despite receiving a substantial sum of money, Lin Yu persisted in his reckless behavior, leveraging the family name to solicit loans from various esteemed families with whom the Lin family had previously maintained amicable relations. Although he did not make a grand spectacle of it, word inevitably reached Lin Xiao. Infuriated, Lin Xiao promptly dispatched a notice declaring that Lin Yu's borrowing was a personal endeavor, entirely divorced from the Lin family. The other illustrious families, astute in their perceptions, quickly deduced Lin Xiao's sentiments and recognized his intention to sever ties. Such individuals, driven by self-interest, were unwilling to engage in unprofitable ventures. Upon returning, they outright rejected Lin Yu's requests and expelled him from their doors. Faced with repeated rejections, Lin Yu's temper flared. "You lowly scoundrels! Do you dare believe I won't convince my father to terminate all collaborations with you? Offend me, and you shall rue the day." He spat. However, his tirade was abruptly quelled by a single utterance from within. They would contact the authorities if he continued his outbursts. The memory of his previous encounter with the police loomed large, and he was not eager to relive that humiliation. Nevertheless, he was soon taken away. Lin Yu's recent antics threatened to tarnish the Lin family's reputation irreparably. Just before he could escalate the situation any further, Lin Xiao, with bodyguards in tow, forcibly returned him home. Upon realizing they were heading home, Lin Yu felt a fleeting sense of relief. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere he encountered upon entering sent his heart racing. Dad, Mom, he began, only to have a teacup hurled at him, shattering against the wall and scattering shards and tea across the floor. Stunned, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Looking up, he met the furious gaze of Lin Xiao, devoid of the love that had once characterized it. He had always been a mischievous child. Even after misdeeds, his father's reprimands had never held such a finality. He turned to his mother, Su Xiaomei, only to find her expression equally grim. Lin Yu, what have we done to deserve this? Where did we fail you? She trembled. Mom, Cold sweat trickled down his back, and his legs felt weak. For the first time, he pondered whether he had indeed erred. Lin Xiao scoffed, just a wretched ingrate. If you remain in this household, you will surely bring about our ruin. This conversation had finally surfaced. Clenching his fists, Lin Yu felt a surge of fear. He could not fathom how he would survive outside the Lin family after 20 years of comfort. The thought of being treated like a pariah when seeking loans filled him with dread. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yu suddenly knelt down. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Tears streamed down his face as he crawled to his mother's feet, begging for forgiveness. However, Su Xiaomei was filled with disappointment and unwilling to extend her forgiveness. They could not afford to take that risk. Should Lin Yu revert to his previous ways, they would be left to clean up the mess once more. Clinging to Su Xiaomei's legs, he implored her, yet she averted her gaze entirely. A stark contrast to her usual compassion. This realization chilled him further. Lin Yu, do not put your mother in a difficult position. We have resolved that you are no longer a member of the Lin family. Lin Qingshan sighed softly, delivering the final verdict. Dad. Lin Yu attempted to kneel before his father again, but Lin Qingshan rose and ascended the stairs. Su Xiaomei followed suit, letting out a heavy sigh. Dad, Mom. Lin Yu tried to pursue them, but Lin Baixian interposed herself. Lin Yu, do not burden Mom and Dad further. The Lin family has never wronged you. Yet you have repeatedly engaged in such behavior. They have decided that while you will still receive your monthly allowance and accommodation arranged near your school, if you genuinely seek their forgiveness, you must learn to live independently. Understanding that her parents did not wish to completely forsake Lin Yu, Lin Baixian conveyed their arrangements. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, standing in silence for a long while. To claim he felt no resentment would be a lie. Yet, more than that, he was engulfed by fear, the fear of losing everything he had ever known. Chapter 36, The Faux Young Master. Lin Yu ultimately departed from the Lin family. However, after a mere half-day of despondency, he rejoined his rowdy companions the following day. Like a spring rebound, he adopted a defiant and brash demeanor in their presence. In the dimly lit private room, Lin Yu occupied the center, exuding the air of a spoiled heir. Seated beside him was Lin Xiao, the former campus belle. Dressed provocatively, she pressed against Lin Yu, her ample bosom nearly resting on his arm, causing him to forget his expulsion from the Lin family. In fact, he felt a flicker of relief. His allowance had not diminished significantly. He no longer had to reside at home, and no one was there to oversee him. Was this not the essence of freedom? After several rounds of drinks, his companions grew increasingly reckless in their banter. At the outset, everyone was extolling Lin Yu while simultaneously disparaging Lin Xiao. It was then that someone, inebriated and slurring their words, suddenly blurted out, "By the way, you go. What did that kid say before? He claims to be the true young master of the Lin family. I wonder if there's any truth to it." Upon the utterance of this remark, an unexpected silence enveloped the gathering. It appeared that everyone present was aware of this matter, yet, since Lin Yu had not expressed his stance, his followers naturally refrained from probing further. Unexpectedly, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, the topic was thrust into the open. All eyes turned to Lin Yu, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What kind of expressions are those? What if I'm not a member of the Lin family? Have I ever wronged you?" A nearby lackey quickly forced a smile, attempting to placate him. No. You good? Don't take it to heart. They're just spouting nonsense." This topic struck a nerve with Lin Yu, igniting a fury within him that was not easily quelled. He stood up recklessly, raising his voice even higher. "Even if I'm not a Lin family member, even if I've been cast out, so what? I'm still formidable. That's right, Yu Gu is the greatest. Without Yu Gu, the Lin family suffers a loss. They will inevitably seek his return." The other lackeys chimed in, echoing his sentiments. However, Liang Xiaoshue's expression darkened as she pursed her lips and muttered softly, "So what those people said was true. I thought they were deceiving me." Lin Yu, already fragile internally, was instantly incensed by her words. "What do you mean by that? Are you regretting your decision?" No, Liang Xiaoshue sensed the atmosphere shift and dared not admit her feelings. Yet, Lin Yu relentlessly seized her arm, shouting, "You wretched girl. Are you regretting it?" Liang Xiaoshue winced from the grip, feeling irritated. "I said no. What are you acting like this for? Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, a resounding slap met her cheek. Liang Xiaoxua looked up in disbelief, incredulous as she asked, You actually dare to hit me? I'm hitting you, you wretched girl. Lin Yu, fueled by alcohol, was poised to strike her again. Frightened, Liang Xiaoxua screamed, Lin Yu, if you hit me again, I'll accuse you of assault. This singular phrase extinguished half of Lin Yu's fury in an instant. As if doused with cold water, his expression soured. It seemed he finally regained composure. Reflecting on his current predicament, what was it with these people, all wanting to stir up trouble at the police station? Lin Yu no longer desired to confront Liang Xiaoxua head-on, yet faced with so many lackeys, he found it difficult to save face. He suppressed his displeasure and coldly advised, I suggest you recognize your situation, otherwise, I might just expose all your past misdeeds. Liang Xiaoxua, too, regained her composure. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she chose to remain silent. This farce led all present to contemplate their own thoughts. They had initially assumed Lin Yu, leveraging his relationship with the Lin couple, would consistently overshadow Lin Xiao. Yet he had been ousted. While it remained uncertain whether Lin Yu would ever return to the Lin family, they realized he had truly been bested by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was far more formidable than they had anticipated, and in the eyes of the Lin family, he held a significance that surpassed their expectations. This stirred a sense of weighing the pros and cons among them, including Liang Xiaoxua. She now deeply regretted her previous indifference towards Lin Xiao, having believed Lin Yu was the genuine heir. Knowing now that Lin Xiao was the true scion of the Lin family, she resolved to seek him out. After all, they were both men, and she believed in her own allure. How could a mere country bumpkin, raised in the countryside, possibly be more challenging than those wealthy heirs? However, Liang Xiaoxua was unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 37. The sudden arrival of Liang Xiaoxua. On this day, Lin Xiao was dining with Qiu Xiaoyan at a restaurant outside the school. Recently, their encounters had increased, and Qiu Xiaoyan's initially reserved demeanor had finally warmed up. She harbored a budding affection for Lin Xiao. Whether it was memories from their childhood or Lin Xiao's recent displays, she found herself increasingly drawn to him. Yet, Lin Xiao seemed oblivious, often making extremely straightforward gestures that left her both amused and exasperated. Despite appearing to have a good memory, he seemed unable to recall any details from their childhood. In the restaurant, as they awaited their meal, Qiu Xiaoyan rested her chin on her hands, quietly observing Lin Xiao. Today, she wore a pale yellow dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a vibrant charm laced with innocence. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lin Xiao raised a hand to touch his face. No, I'm just curious. You, the true young master of the Lin family, seem excessively modest. Qiu Xiaoyan smiled, redirecting her gaze to the large window beside them. However, when she looked away, she spotted a strikingly alluring woman, dressed in a revealing outfit, making her way towards them, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiao, seemingly exhilarated. Before Qiu Xiaoyan could inquire, the woman reached the window and gently tapped on the glass. Lin Xiao, perplexed, turned to see none other than Liang Xiaoxua. After their last unsatisfactory encounter outside the luxury car dealership, he had not seen her again. He recalled that Liang Xiaoxua was not from their school. So how could she be here? With her lips moving, Liang Xiaoxua appeared to say, "Wait for me," before she gracefully made her way through the entrance of the restaurant, taking a seat right beside Lin Xiao without a hint of hesitation. The seating arrangements consisted of plush sofas, and Liang Xiaoxua clearly intended to sit very close to Lin Xiao. He furrowed his brow slightly, shifting away to maintain some distance from her. He found himself bewildered by Liang Xiaoxua's intentions. Lin Xiao, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here, Liang Xiaoxua exclaimed. Seemingly oblivious to Lin Xiao's displeasure, her smile radiant as ever. Her tone resembled that of a long-lost friend, devoid of any hint of awkwardness. Qiu Xiaoyan instinctively felt a sense of aversion towards this unfamiliar woman, whether due to her overly familiar demeanor or her provocative attire. Yet, uncertain of Liang Xiaoxua's relationship with Lin Xiao, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Liang Xiaoxua, do you need something? Lin Xiao's expression was icy. The overwhelming scent of her perfume was quite unpleasant to him. However, Liang Xiaoxua merely flirtatiously tossed her hair and leaned closer to Lin Xiao, playfully pouting. Lin Xiao? We were classmates once, after all. It's quite a rare encounter to run into each other on the street. Why are you being so aloof? With that, she made a coy gesture by sticking out her tongue, her eyes sparkling mischievously. And you used to like me so much, didn't you? Upon hearing these words, Qiu Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. It felt as if a herd of alpacas had stampeded through her mind. Could it be? The type Lin Xiao favored was indeed this? With her fiery red lips and cascading waves, not to mention her exaggerated curves, Qiu Xiaoyan instinctively glanced down at herself. As a woman, Liang Xiaoxua keenly noticed Qiu Xiaoyan's reaction, puffing out her chest and exuding an air of provocation. Wait a moment, Liang Xiaoxue. Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the silent skirmish between the two women. Assuming that Lin Xiao could not resist her allure, Liang Xiaoxue turned with a gleeful wink. Lin Xiao Gij, what's wrong? Typically, any man would find it difficult to resist her charm. Yet, in Lin Xiao's eyes, she detected an unmistakable disdain. Liang Xiaoxue, if you're here to eat, I can cover your meal, but please keep your distance. Your scent is overwhelming. As he spoke, he waved his hand in front of his nose. His voice was loud, and the restaurant was quiet, causing several nearby tables to cast puzzled glances. Some stifled laughter, while others whispered amongst themselves, pointing at Liang Xiaoxue. Her smile froze on her face. She had meticulously prepared for this day, even applying perfume, yet Lin Xiao found her scent repugnant. Those unaware might assume she had tea-bathed for days. Unable to contain herself, Qiu Xiaoyan let out a laugh, seriously advising, "Dear sister, hasn't anyone informed you that too much perfume can be quite off-putting?" As she spoke, she waved her hand with mock seriousness. Liang Xiaoxue, feeling both embarrassed and enraged, trembled with indignation. However, in front of so many onlookers, she couldn't lash out. Yet, she wouldn't give up so easily. She had been lingering around the school gate for days, hoping for a chance encounter with Lin Xiao. Now that she finally had her opportunity, she needed to seize it. Moments later, she adjusted her expression and called for a waiter to bring an extra chair. She then settled herself right between Qiu Xiaoyan and Lin Xiao, even ordering some dishes. Chapter 38, The Little Girlfriend. Liang Xiaoxue's audacity left Qiu Xiaoyan utterly astonished. She had never imagined such brazen individuals existed in the world. Lin Xiao was equally taken aback by Liang Xiaoxue's boldness. He glanced at her and said flatly, "Let us change places." Agreed. Qiu Xiaoyan concurred, promptly grabbing her bag and standing up. The nearby waiter appeared flustered, but the dishes have already been ordered and the bill settled. You can enjoy your meal. Lin Xiao waved his phone, indicating he had already paid. Without further ado, he led Qiu Xiaoyan out. Liang Xiaoxue was furious at Lin Xiao's blatant disregard, her face turning ashen. Yet, she remained determined and followed them. The waiter watched the three leaving with a bemused expression. Today, as college students are so extravagant, the prospect of a free meal delighted the waiter. As Lin Xiao and Qiu Xiaoyan intended to switch to another restaurant, they felt irked upon seeing Liang Xiaoxue pursuing them yet again. What do you want? The street was sparsely populated, and Lin Xiao, ignoring everything, darkened his expression completely. Seeing Lin Xiao genuinely angry made Liang Xiaoxue feel a twinge of anxiety, but since events had escalated this far, she decided to go all out. She stepped up and linked her arm with Lin Xiao's. "Lin Xiao Gij, please don't be so cold to me." Liang Xiaoxue pouted, trying to be endearing. Lin Xiao was thoroughly exasperated and forcefully shook her off. Liang Xiaoxue lost her balance and stumbled back a few steps, landing on the steps. The shortness of her dress was quite evident, drawing the attention of passers-by who were already inclined to glance at her. Now, with her wardrobe malfunction, a few individuals stared unabashedly, their expressions lewd. After several rejections, Liang Xiaoxue's patience finally wore thin. "Lin Xiao, how dare you be so ungrateful?" She abruptly stood up and swung her bag forcefully at Lin Xiao. However, her high heels got caught in the gap of the pavement, causing her to stumble, and instead of hitting Lin Xiao, her bag struck Qiu Xiaoyan beside him. Qiu Xiaoyan instinctively dodged backward, failing to notice a motorcycle approaching from behind. In a panic, she attempted to evade the motorcycle, but her body was unresponsive. "Watch out." Lin Xiao caught Qiu Xiaoyan just in time, narrowly avoiding the motorcycle. However, Qiu Xiaoyan still twisted her ankle. "Ouch!" Qiu Xiaoyan gasped, trying to stabilize herself but winced in pain, leaning against Lin Xiao. The faint scent of her perfume wafted over, stirring something within him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and helped her sit down on the side. Squatting down, he examined her ankle closely. "Does it hurt here?" "Yes," Qiu Xiaoyan replied, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, reluctant to put any weight on her foot. "I remember you don't have classes this afternoon. Let me take you to see my sister." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao turned his back to Qiu Xiaoyan, gesturing for her to climb onto his back. Seeing Lin Xiao's concerned demeanor and his broad, sturdy shoulders, Qiu Xiaoyan's heart raced as she cautiously climbed up. She suddenly felt that twisting her ankle might not be such a misfortune after all. Lin Xiao carried Qiu Xiaoyan to the roadside to hail a taxi. Behind them, Liang Xiaoxue's shrill voice pierced the air. "Lin Xiao, come back." "Lin Xiao, my ankle is twisted too. You can't just leave me." "Lin Xiao?" This time, no matter how she called out, Lin Xiao did not look back. A few bystanders who had initially intended to help hesitated upon witnessing Liang Xiaoxue's aggressive demeanor and retreated awkwardly. Liang Xiaoxue could only clumsily extricate her shoe heel from the pavement gap, struggling to get up while also picking up her bag. Watching Lin Xiao and Qiu Xiaoyan walk away, her eyes brimmed with resentment. Sister, how is her ankle? In the hospital, Lin Xiao asked with concern. Lin Baixian glanced at the x-ray and gently patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, reassuring him. Don't worry. Your little girlfriend isn't seriously hurt. There are no fractures. Just some rest is needed. That is a relief. Lin Xiao sighed in relief. Then, as if recalling something, he quickly clarified. Sister, don't say that. She is not my girlfriend. Oh, is that so? Although Lin Baixian had never been in a relationship and was still single, she was not blind. The way that young girl gazed at her brother could almost weave a silk thread of affection. It was impossible to claim there were no feelings involved. Observing Lin Xiao's clueless expression, Lin Baixian could only shake her head in resignation. What a silly little brother. Lin Baixian felt a sense of frustration akin to iron that does not become steel, yet she did not intend to meddle. Matters concerning the youth should be left to the youth themselves. After confirming that Qiu Xiaoyan was unharmed, Lin Xiao resolved to escort her home first. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Baixian suddenly inquired, By the way, Lin Xiao, are you free this evening? Yes, why? Lin Xiao nodded in response. There is a social gathering at the hospital tonight. I initially had no intention of attending, but Lin Baixian was not particularly fond of noisy gatherings. However, her absence in previous occasions had drawn some discontent from her peers. Lacking a suitable excuse this time, she contemplated bringing Lin Xiao along, which might alleviate her own unease. All right, I shall accompany you, Lin Xiao readily agreed without hesitation. He had not forgotten the gossip he had overheard regarding Lin Baixian's circumstances, and he was eager to uncover who might wish ill upon his sister within the hospital. Chapter 39. The gossip continues. That evening, a private dining establishment near the hospital was abuzz with activity. Over 20 doctors and nurses gathered around 2 long tables, enjoying their meal while engaging in lively conversation. Oh my, Baixian, I didn't expect your brother to be so handsome, exclaimed one. Indeed, Baixian, had I known he was this dashing, I would have introduced him to my aunt's niece. Your brother is at a university? Truly remarkable. Despite Lin Xiao's efforts to minimize his presence, he found himself the target of playful teasing. Among the crowd were women in their 40s as well as those closer in age to Lin Baixian, all seemingly intrigued by him, bombarding him with an endless stream of questions. Lin Xiao cast pleading glances towards Lin Baixian, yet she merely lowered her head in silence, appearing oblivious to the scene. With no other recourse, he maintained an awkward smile and responded to their inquiries one by one. Lin Baixian was taken aback by her brother's unexpected popularity. Yet, with the attention diverted, she relished the newfound ease. The noise surrounding her was not the only distraction. The gossip system in Lin Xiao's mind incessantly chimed with revelations. Initially, he found it bothersome and wished for silence, but after hearing a few scandals, his curiosity piqued. Oh, this young nurse is actually having an affair with that male doctor over there. Yet, he looks old enough to be her father. What a scandal. Wait, the children of this exemplary couple in the department aren't even the husbands? TSK, they appeared so blissfully harmonious. One truly cannot judge by appearances. That pregnant nurse is expecting a super son? She knows, but cannot bear to terminate the pregnancy? What? This child might grow to be a formidable criminal? Note to self, keep a distance in the future. Lin Xiao was astounded. The amount of gossip he consumed that night far surpassed what he would typically encounter in a month. It was utterly riveting. Suddenly, he found the older women less bothersome. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Baixian was even more exhilarated. Throughout the evening, she not only escaped the incessant questioning but also indulged in the juicy gossip he shared. Most importantly, the tidbits Lin Xiao revealed were entirely new to her, with no one in the department seemingly aware of these matters except for those directly involved. This revelation stirred a peculiar excitement within Lin Baixian. She had previously believed herself indifferent to such affairs, yet now found herself increasingly captivated. Is it the essence of humanity to be inherently gossipy? Lin Xiao, parched from answering questions, was grateful that everyone present was a doctor, as they did not have a habit of staying out late. By around 10 o'clock, a subtle desire to disperse began to manifest among the group. Just then, a male doctor, reeking of alcohol, staggered towards Lin Baixian. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao's protective instincts kicked in. Simultaneously, the gossip system in his mind updated with new revelations. Dr. Lin, it's still early. Shall we join for another round? The male doctor plopped down beside Lin Baixian, his gaze laden with implication. Apologies, but I must return my brother to school shortly, Lin Baixian replied, maintaining her impassive demeanor and adopting a distant tone. Oh, come now, your brother is already 20. Surely he can take a taxi by himself? The male doctor, emboldened by drink, leaned closer to Lin Baixian. Since it's a rare night out, we ought to enjoy it. Lin Baixian subtly shifted away, resolutely declining. I'm sorry, you all have fun without me. Such a clear refusal would have deterred any reasonably decent individual. Yet this male doctor persisted, oblivious to her disinterest. Lin Baixian frowned, wishing to disengage from the conversation. Before she could rise, the male doctor abruptly grasped her arm. Doctor. Lin, even if you find me forward today, there are things I must convey. His voice, raised in volume, drew the attention of those nearby. As colleagues, the gathering did not immediately perceive this as harassment. Instead, many found it amusing and began to egg him on. Xiao Lu, are you confessing your feelings? Wow, how romantic. The attendees, having indulged in ample libations, failed to notice Lin Baixian's increasingly darkening expression. Lin Xiao immediately stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. To uphold her dignity, he refrained from confronting the man too harshly. Sir, you seem to have had too much to drink. Lin Xiao maintained a polite smile, but inwardly, he was seething. Damn it, what a pervert. I've never encountered someone so shameless. Identifying as male while being such a blatant flirt. How revolting. Truly, he has no shame, thinking he can take advantage of my sister under the guise of drunkenness? Lin Baixian, listening to Lin Xiao's thoughts, was equally taken aback. She had collaborated with this male doctor previously and considered him a colleague of some standing. She was horrified to discover his true nature. She could not help but scrutinize him, her gaze briefly lingering on his more intimate areas. A blatant flirt? Does that imply he? Lin Baixian could not suppress her imagination, nearly retching from the disgust. Chapter 40. The gossip hits home. A wave of intense discomfort compelled Lin Baixian to distance herself from the male doctor. He feigned wounded feelings, dramatically proclaiming, Dr. Lin, I truly like you. Do you really detest me so? Such a pitiful plea stirred a sense of compassion among the onlookers. The male doctor generally maintained good rapport within the department, known for his attentiveness and kindness, fostering camaraderie with the older women present. Given the prevailing traditional mindset, none had considered such implications. Xiao Lin, I think Xiao Lu is quite a decent fellow. Since you are currently unattached, why not give him a chance? You never know what could come of it. Indeed, Dr. Lin, both you and Dr. Lu are surgeons. You could support each other in your endeavors. Listening to the cacophony of voices around her, Lin Baixian realized that if she remained silent, she would undoubtedly become a target for accusations of betrayal. After a moment's contemplation, she lifted her gaze and fixed her eyes directly on the male doctor. Dr. Lu, are you certain that you have feelings for me? The male doctor, upon meeting Lin Baixian's frosty stare, felt an unsettling uncertainty creep into his heart. Despite the multitude of witnesses to his earlier declarations, he could only muster a nod. Of course, I like you. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Baixian retrieved her phone. Dr. Lu, I have recorded this conversation. I hope you will think carefully about what you say next. Regardless of what transpires in the future, or who comes seeking me, I shall bear no responsibility. A profound meaning glimmered in her eyes. The male doctor fell silent, realizing that his earlier bravado, fueled by alcohol, was now crumbling under the weight of her implications. Though single, he had several ambiguous relationships, and the thought of them discovering this revelation left him feeling vulnerable. His embarrassment was palpable, and those present could sense the tension. Concerned about the situation escalating awkwardly, some began to intervene. Dr. Lin, don't you think you're taking this a bit too seriously? With so many witnesses, is a recording truly necessary? Some believed his displeasure stemmed from the recording itself, while others tried to defend him. Little Lu, this is a confession. It's not unreasonable for a girl to want to preserve a beautiful memory. Only a couple of individuals noticed the peculiar dynamics between the two and sensed something amiss. Dr. Lin, what did you mean by that? Who would come looking for you? Or does Dr. Lu already have someone? Their inquiries went unfinished as the rest caught on. Turning their gaze toward Lin Baixian, their curiosity piqued. Could it be that Dr. Lu had a girlfriend, yet was carelessly professing his feelings to another? Lin Baixian observed the growing anxiety on the male doctor's face, her smile tinged with a hint of menace. Dr. Lu, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. I advise you to tread carefully, or should your boyfriends come looking for you, how will you explain this? The moment her words left her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Boyfriends? Implying he is gay? The crowd scrutinized the male doctor, some appearing poised to speak, yet ultimately remaining silent. His face flushed crimson, and after a prolonged pause, he stammered, Why you're talking nonsense? I don't have any boyfriends. His demeanor, however, resembled that of a flustered bride, his appearance decidedly effeminate. Initially, onlookers had merely perceived him as more considerate than other men, but after Lin Baixian's remark, they began to question his demeanor. Cough. How come I never noticed that little Lu's pinky tends to lift when he speaks? I never paid attention before. Could it be that what Dr. Lin said holds some truth? It seems quite possible. The spectators attempted to lower their voices, but in the profound stillness, even the slightest sound was magnified. The male doctor trembled with fury, unable to fathom how Lin Baixian had uncovered his secrets. His frustration escalated as she dared to voice such allegations in front of so many people. How could he continue to work at the hospital after this? Fortunately, someone sensed the atmosphere had soured and swiftly shifted the topic. It's getting late. We should disperse. Indeed, I've had quite enough to drink. My head is spinning. Time to head home. As the crowd began to scatter, Lin Baixian, disinterested in engaging with such individuals, picked up her bag and made her way outside with Lin Xiao. However, just as they reached the entrance, she noticed Lin Xiao quickening his pace slightly. Simultaneously, she caught a glimpse of his inner thoughts. What the hell? Why is the gossip about me? Why won't this pervert give up? Let's get out of here. Don't look at me. Don't cling to me. Go away. Lin Baixian, intrigued, halted in her tracks. Lin Xiao appeared notably flustered. Could it be he had his own scandal? This notion rendered Lin Baixian unhurried, and she remained rooted in place. Sister? What's wrong? Lin Xiao questioned, perplexed. It's nothing, perhaps just a bit too much to drink. The breeze is giving me a headache. I'll rest for a moment. Lin Baixian casually fabricated an excuse while keenly observing her surroundings. Over the past few days, it was Lin Xiao who had been the recipient of their gossip. Surely, it was only fair for her to indulge in a little intrigue regarding her dear brother this time. Chapter 41. A tongue for rumors, legs for refutations. Oh, if you're not feeling well, I'll go buy you some water. Lin Xiao was desperate to leave the scene. He had even spotted a group of individuals approaching with an intimidating demeanor. Just as he reached the entrance of the convenience store, a high-pitched voice called out from behind. Don't even think about escaping. Following that, someone seized his arm. Turning around, he found it was none other than the male doctor. With most of the hospital staff having departed, the male doctor no longer felt the need to maintain appearances. He tugged Lin Xiao along while beckoning to the approaching group. Ladies, come quickly. This is the one. As the group drew nearer, Lin Xiao realized they were a mix of men and women. The men bore a striking resemblance to the male doctor, adorned with makeup and displaying similarly effeminate behavior, while the women seemed relatively normal. However, the expressions directed at Lin Xiao were filled with hostility and rage. Hey, I don't even know you guys. Don't come looking for trouble. Lin Xiao hastily retreated, wishing to avoid further entanglements. Through the gossip system, he was well aware of their intentions. Spending even a second in their presence was utterly unbearable. You little brat. Trying to seduce someone else's boyfriend while playing the innocent? One of the flamboyant men shouted. As passers-by cast curious glances, Lin Xiao's face turned a mixture of blue and red. Unable to contain himself, he cursed, I'm not trying to seduce anyone. You think you can seduce my boyfriend? The flamboyant man was now even more enraged. Lin Xiao found himself momentarily speechless, desperately trying to signal Lin Baixian from a distance. Yet, Lin Baixian merely stood there, one hand pressed against her forehead, entirely ignoring his plight. Logically, given the commotion, she should have been aware of the situation. Was she truly that intoxicated? However, unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, the reason Lin Baixian was holding her forehead was not due to a headache from drinking, but rather an attempt to stifle her laughter, her hand partially concealing her face. It was her first time witnessing Lin Xiao in such a predicament, and she found it utterly entertaining. Lin Xiao was on the verge of losing his mind. If it were anyone else causing trouble, he could simply handle them with a swift punch. But now, confronted by these delicate individuals, he feared even a gentle blow would send them into tears. Amid the struggle, Lin Xiao managed to exert a bit of force, finally breaking free, if only momentarily. Immediately pointing in another direction, she exclaimed loudly, "Look over there. There's a handsome guy." The group paused momentarily, instinctively glancing that way. Yet, to their dismay, it was utterly empty. No one was there. When they turned back, they found that Lin Xiao had vanished. Second sister, run. Lin Xiao grasped Lin Baixian's arm and dashed away. Fortunately, a taxi happened to be idling by the roadside, and without hesitation, Lin Xiao pulled Lin Baixian into the vehicle. As the car roared to life, Lin Xiao gradually began to relax. Madness, pure madness. The overwhelming scent of perfume that clung to him triggered memories of those flamboyant individuals tugging at him moments earlier. It seemed someone had even taken the opportunity to touch him in the chaos. It was over. He was no longer untainted. Lin Xiao had initially thought this was merely a fleeting farce. However, to his astonishment, someone had recorded that night's events and uploaded them online. Although the individuals' faces were blurred, those familiar with him recognized Lin Xiao instantly. The story spread like wildfire, reaching the school in no time. Lin Xiao, your orientation can't possibly be true, can it? You're making us quite uneasy. His dorm mates couldn't resist teasing him, feigning panic as they adjusted their collars. Pretending to worry about being targeted, Lin Xiao, known for his amiable nature and generous spirit, had always been well-liked in the dormitory, allowing them to jest without reserve. He felt utterly overwhelmed. After seeing the video online, he immediately contacted the person responsible to have it removed. Yet, the speed of its dissemination was astonishing. Even if the original poster deleted it, many had saved and shared it. Joking among dorm mates was one thing, but those outside the situation seemed to take the rumors seriously. Walking through the school, he was met with a myriad of complex stares, some filled with disdain, others with contempt, as if they regarded him as a monster. Most troubling of all were the gazes imbued with ambiguous intrigue that sent shivers down his spine. He even received anonymous love confessions. Naturally, Qiu Xiaoyan had heard the rumors as well. To assist Lin Xiao, she made it a point to dine with him almost daily, deliberately acting affectionate. However, such behavior not only failed to clear Lin Xiao's name, but also prompted the emergence of posts condemning him on the school's forum, with sensational titles alleging that he was indeed fond of men while deceiving beautiful women. Even Qiu Xiaoyan's friends urged her to distance herself from Lin Xiao, cautioning her not to be deceived by the facade of a rogue. Initially, Lin Xiao thought that since it was merely a rumor, it would eventually dissipate on its own. Rather than exacerbate the situation, he considered simply resigning himself to it. However, when he returned home for the weekend and witnessed the look of hesitance on his parents' faces, he realized this issue was far from over. Ahem, Ah Xiao, it's not that we believe the rumors, but we are concerned you may be heading down the wrong path. Lin Xingshan hesitated before broaching the topic at the dinner table. Indeed, you are our only son. If you stray, what are we to do? Su Xiumei echoed solemnly from the side. Dad, Mom, how can you? Lin Xiao felt a surge of frustration, casting a desperate glance at Lin Baixian, who remained engrossed in her meal, showing no inclination to assist him in clarifying matters. Supporting his forehead, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lin Xingshan added, by the way, your elder sister will be back in a couple of days. There's a banquet next weekend. You can accompany her. And that should help clear up the rumors. Lin Xiao was puzzled. How does merely attending a banquet relate to dispelling rumors? However, 2 days later, when he beheld the attire his sister Lin Chuj had prepared for him, he was left utterly flabbergasted. Sister, you can't be serious about me wearing this to the banquet? He held up a pair of oversized shorts, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 42, The Announcement of a Breakup. Lin Chuj seemed to have anticipated Lin Xiao's reaction. Maintaining her smile, with her arms crossed, she playfully replied, did Mom and Dad not mention to you that the banquet this weekend is a bikini party? A bikini party? Lin Xiao gaped, completely taken aback. He never imagined that his first official event representing the Lin family would be a bikini party. Wouldn't everyone present be? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiao felt an itch in his nose. He hurriedly sniffed, hoping to stave off a nosebleed. However, he quickly understood his parents' intentions. It had to be due to the previous rumors that they arranged for him to attend such an event. Having already agreed, he had no choice but to comply. Lin Xiao grabbed the shorts along with a few lightweight jackets and hastily ascended the stairs. Lin Chuj, not forgetting to remind him with a smile, said, be sure to try it on first. If it doesn't fit, I'll get you another size. Got it, Lin Xiao replied, his face flushed. Before slamming the door shut, on the weekend, the driveway of a villa was lined with luxury cars. The roar of engines soon caught the attention of the second-generation wealthy individuals, who turned to look outside. A red supercar pulled up, and from it emerged a striking couple. Both exuded an air of elegance. The woman possessed a stunning figure, her long waves cascading over her shoulders, adorned with sunglasses and fiery red lips. Beneath her short skirt were long legs, captivating enough to draw anyone's gaze. The necklace and bracelet she wore were limited edition pieces from a high-end brand, valued in the 7 figures. The man beside her was equally impressive, tall and lean. He wore a thin V-neck short-sleeve shirt that highlighted his well-defined arms and the hint of his chest muscles. Below, his shorts revealed sturdy calves. His attire was meticulously chosen, featuring a limited edition watch and shoes that elevated his overall charm. Sister, we are certainly not being discreet today, Lin Xiao remarked, feeling somewhat self-conscious under the scrutiny of those around them. Lin Chuj had chosen an eye-catching sports car for their outing, clearly intending to make a statement. After all, it was her first time taking Lin Xiao out, and she was determined not to show any signs of weakness, especially with the recent scandal involving Lin Yu. To prevent outsiders from laughing at the Lin family, she wanted Lin Xiao to make a grand impression. Upon entering the villa, Lin Chuj removed her sunglasses, her demeanor shifting to one that was more inviting. Soon, familiar faces approached, greeting her warmly. Chuj, you finally made it. Haha, I knew whoever's young lady made such a grand entrance could only be you. Wow, Chuj, I've been waiting for this bracelet for ages, and you actually got it. A flurry of greetings and compliments ensued. It was evident that Lin Chuj held a prominent position among this circle of affluent youths. It was no surprise, given that the Lin family was a prestigious dynasty in the capital, and Lin Chuj was recognized as the youngest female CEO and reportedly the future heir of the Lin family, distinguishing her from ordinary rich heiresses. Lin Chuj responded graciously to the flattery. As their gaze occasionally drifted towards Lin Xiao, he took the initiative to pull Lin Xiao closer, introducing him with a flourish. Allow me to formally present my dear younger brother, Lin Xiao. Oh, so he is your brother, a girl exclaimed, covering her mouth with a hint of intrigue. Haha, Chu Gu, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you had found a new boyfriend. Another girl chimed in, unable to contain her laughter. The expressions of the two men nearby shifted slightly, their eyes darting awkwardly elsewhere. Lin Xiao turned to see Bai Feng reclining on a sunbed by the pool, surrounded by several alluring young women. Yet, Bai Feng appeared rather disinterested, indifferent to their advances, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor in the underground nightclubs. In front of these acquaintances, he maintained the air of a refined gentleman. The earlier girl noticed their gaze and teased, "Oh, I was just joking. No one would actually go and report me, right? How could that be? Who doesn't know that Miss Lin and young Master Bai are almost engaged? Their relationship is so deep that mere words could never sway it." The men quickly interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. However, Lin Chu Gu chuckled softly, stating nonchalantly, "I'm sorry to inform you, but Bai Feng and I have already broken up." As she spoke, she lifted a glass of champagne from a server's tray and took a delicate sip, her demeanor as casual as if she were merely discussing the weather. The surrounding crowd fell silent in shock. "Chu Gu, please don't joke with us. Everyone knows that your families have long since arranged your marriage," one girl, familiar with Lin Chu Gu, awkwardly laughed. "I'm not joking. It's a genuine breakup," Lin Chu Gu replied coolly. This revelation would eventually become public knowledge, so she figured it was best to disclose it today, sparing herself unnecessary complications. Though she had only informed Bai Feng of her decision, and he remained obstinately persistent. Having heard Lin Zhao's heartfelt sentiments, she resolutely refused to be deceived by such a scoundrel and would not allow anything detrimental to the Lin family to occur. Thus, she was determined to break free, eager to let everyone know and avoid any ensuing troubles. "Big sister." Lin Xiao gently tugged at Lin Chu Ji's sleeve, silently shaking his head. He admired her decisiveness in ending the relationship, but felt that such a public declaration was tantamount to slapping Bai Feng in the face. With a character like Bai Feng, one could never predict what unscrupulous antics he might resort to. There is a saying, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days for a victim. He believed Lin Chu Gu need not place herself in danger. Chapter 43, The Siege of Beauties. Indeed, as the murmurs grew louder, Lin Xiao felt a chilling presence approach from behind. Turning around, he noticed that Bai Feng had vanished without a trace. Lin Xiao sighed softly, realizing that Lin Chu Gu had underestimated the situation. After all, Bai Feng had always been exceptionally cautious in his facade, almost impenetrable. Only a handful of individuals like Lin Yu, who had leverage over him, truly knew his real nature. They would never dare to divulge a whisper of information to preserve their standing in the circle. Bai Feng had never once slipped in front of Lin Chu Gu. Even if they broke up for some reason, she would not fear any repercussions from him. With those thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao began to worry. He understood Bai Feng all too well. He was not the type to simply let things go. He resolved to remain at Lin Chu Ji's side throughout the evening to prevent any hidden treachery. However, as is often the case, things seldom go as planned. "Oh dear. Little brother, what was your name again?" "Ah yes, Lin Xiao, right? I'll call you Ah Xiao." TSK, young Master Lin. "I never expected you to have such a fine physique at your tender age. Oh, look at those abs. May I touch them? Just once." Lin Xiao had intended to stay close to Lin Chu Gu, but once she was called away by her friends to reminisce, he found himself surrounded by a throng of older sisters. To be fair, these ladies were indeed striking. Some had ample bosoms, others boasted flawless skin, while some possessed long, slender legs. Each had her own unique beauty. They were all clad in bikinis, some draped in sheer cover-ups that only heightened their allure. A few had just emerged from the water, droplets cascading down their bodies, glistening as they trailed along their collarbones. As Lin Xiao observed the scene, his heart raced, and his cheeks flushed with warmth. This only piqued the interest of the women further. "Oh my, why is our little brother blushing?" A stunning woman in a red bikini leaned in, wrapping her arm around Lin Xiao's, coaxing him closer. "Come on, let us get cozy, let me feel." At that moment, Lin Xiao realized his shirt had completely unbuttoned, exposing his well-defined chest and abs. The alluring woman's delicate fingers grazed his chest. "Are you free tonight, little brother?" "I'm home alone," she winked playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lin Xiao felt his mind whirl. At just 20, he was utterly unaccustomed to such advances. Heat surged through him, and his throat felt parched. "No, this cannot continue. If it goes on like this, something untoward will surely happen." As he noticed more women approaching, Lin Xiao discreetly extricated himself. I need to use the restroom," he stammered before hastily retreating towards the villa. The ladies paused, then erupted into laughter. "Look at how our little brother is flustered. I think if he stayed any longer, he might just be led to bed." And what if he were? He wouldn't be at a loss. Hearing their banter sent a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. Everyone was outside enjoying themselves, and the villa was relatively empty, save for a few servants preparing drinks and snacks. Once inside the restroom, Lin Xiao finally exhaled in relief. Surrounded by lingering scents of various perfumes, he felt utterly helpless. Had he known the gathering would unfold in such a manner, he would not have attended. What if he unwittingly lost himself in the chaos? Although, as the women had jested, he would not be the one to suffer. Yet, being new to this circle, he was oblivious to the people and situations around him. Who could say whether he would encounter flirtation or find himself in a den of wolves? If anything were to jeopardize the Lin family due to such events, it would be a grave disaster. But on the other hand, those beautiful women were undeniably tempting. Lin Xiao couldn't help but replay the earlier scenes in his mind. No. He suddenly realized the peril of his thoughts, promptly closing his eyes and reciting a calming mantra. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. Feeling sufficiently calm, he exited the restroom. However, as he passed through a more secluded corridor, he suddenly overheard a familiar voice. "Chu Gu, I was wrong in the past. Please forgive me." It was none other than Bai Feng. Lin Xiao felt a sense of foreboding and stealthily approached. Before him stood Bai Feng, grasping Lin Chuj's hand. His face etched with remorse. "Chuj, we have been together for so long. My feelings for you are genuine." Bai Feng's tone exuded sincerity, and coupled with his handsome visage, it easily stirred feelings of pity. Lin Chuj gazed at Bai Feng. Her expression softened slightly, just as she was about to utter a word. A voice echoed in her mind. "I hope you won't fall for this scoundrel's deceit. He is merely putting on an act. The moment you relent, this rogue will present you with a glass of spiked wine, and then, oh dear, I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to transpire. But how can I intervene?" Lin Chuj frowned slightly, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar garment not far off. It was Lin Xiao. She had heard this inner voice before her trip abroad, and its authenticity had been confirmed. Yet, to reaffirm her suspicions, Lin Chuj devised a plan in her mind. "Bai Feng, if I were to forgive you, how would you compensate me?" Chapter 44. Teaching Bai Feng a lesson. Bai Feng appeared taken aback, not expecting Lin Chuj to acquiesce so readily. A look of joy spread across his face as he retrieved a prepared wine glass and handed it to Lin Chuj. "Chuj, this is a special brew I prepared just for you, your favorite flavor. Do give it a try." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chuj narrowed her eyes slightly, slowly accepting the wine glass. In truth, her mind was in turmoil. Lin Xiao's inner voice incessantly warned her that this wine was problematic. Lin Chuj had no intention of drinking it. She simply did not wish to let Bai Feng off so easily. As she noticed the figure in the corner struggling to contain himself, Lin Chuj smiled lightly and said, "Bai Feng, I have always wanted you to experience my favorite flavor. Why not let you drink this glass instead?" "What?" Bai Feng was utterly unprepared for Lin Chuj's sudden proclamation. Without a contingency plan, his smile began to falter. After a moment of hesitation, he hastily explained, "Chuj, you know I seldom drink in such settings. My tolerance is poor, and it would be troublesome if I were to overindulge." "Oh, but what if I were to drink too much? Are you not concerned I might cause a scene?" Lin Chuj inquired with a smile. "How could that be? If you were to drink too much, I would take care of you." Bai Feng quickly donned a grin once more. "Then I could look after you if you were to overindulge. Or is it that you do not trust me?" Lin Chuj's eyes narrowed slightly. Bai Feng fell silent, at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Chuj fully recognized Bai Feng's unusual behavior and could ascertain that the wine indeed posed a threat. She was astonished to realize she had previously associated with such a despicable individual. Taking a deep breath, she slowly set the wine glass aside. Bai Feng's gaze remained fixated on the glass, anxiety coursing through him as he desperately pondered how to make Lin Chuj drink it. Unaware of Lin Chuj's increasingly frigid gaze and the arm she was slowly raising, the next moment, a resounding slap echoed as Bai Feng's face was turned to the side. He turned in astonishment, trembling as he touched his face, the searing pain almost shattering his cultivated demeanor. "Chuj, what do you mean by this?" Bai Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing the fury within. "Do you not know what I mean?" Lin Chuj swiftly raised her hand and struck Bai Feng again, this time on the other side of his face. "Lin Chuj." Finally, Bai Feng's temper flared. He seized Lin Chuj's arm as she raised it once more, gripping her wrist tightly. He could no longer maintain his facade. He believed he had humbled himself, yet here he was, subjected to such humiliation. As the scion of the Bai family, when had he ever endured such indignity? "Lin Chuj, you truly are asking for trouble. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless." Bai Feng seethed with rage, gripping Lin Chuj's arm and dragging her toward a nearby room, his eyes scanning her with malice and lewdness. "Want to break up? Very well. I shall see how you intend to end things when everyone witnesses you in my bed." "Bai Feng, you have truly lost your mind." Lin Xiao seethed, stepping on Bai Feng's foot in retaliation. Bai Feng gasped in pain but did not relent. Instead, he tightened his grip. This made Lin Xiao anxious. After all, she was a woman, and in terms of strength, she could not match Bai Feng. She quickly glanced toward the corner and shouted, "Lin Xiao, how long are you going to stand there?" Lin Xiao had been preparing to rush out to assist, but was surprised that his sister knew he was there. "I was hoping for a heroic rescue." Lin Xiao chuckled as he casually approached the pair. Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Xiao. He had distinctly confirmed that no one was present here. How had this guy appeared? "You brat." Bai Feng attempted to dismiss Lin Xiao, but in the next moment, he was met with a fist flying toward him. Bang! Bai Feng was sent sprawling backward. Lin Xiao flexed his knuckles, looking down at Bai Feng. "Which hand did you use to grab my sister?" "This one." As he spoke, he stepped on Bai Feng's left wrist. "Ah!" A cry of agony escaped Bai Feng's throat. Yet, the waitstaff on this floor had long been dismissed, and the revelers outside were too engrossed in merriment to notice the commotion. What had initially been a well-laid plan to deal with Lin Xiao had turned into a self-inflicted wound for him. "Oh, this hand has been used too, hasn't it?" Lin Xiao leisurely strolled to Bai Feng's other side, lifting his foot to stomp down. Bai Feng, terrified, scrambled to evade, but Lin Xiao's foot remained suspended, not yet descending. Bai Feng shakily raised his head. "Hey, just kidding." Lin Xiao flashed a radiant smile, his foot landing squarely on Bai Feng's face. "Since you have no shame, then your face shall not be spared," he scoffed, still clinging to her after the breakup. "You have brought this upon yourself. Oh, and you dare to force my sister? You must be seeking death." With each word Lin Xiao uttered, he pressed down harder on Bai Feng's face. Initially, Bai Feng struggled fiercely. However, he soon realized that before Lin Xiao, he resembled a fledgling chick, utterly powerless. A sense of unprecedented fear welled up within him. Could this brat truly be intent on killing him? After all, he was the young master of the Bai family. But Lin Xiao was the sole heir of the Lin family. Even if he were to kill Bai Feng today, the Lin family would undoubtedly mobilize all their resources to protect him. The more Bai Feng pondered, the more despairing he felt, ultimately leading him to wet his pants in fright. Chapter 45, A Major Social Catastrophe. Ugh, what is that smell? It's horrid. Lin Xiao had no intention of truly killing Bai Feng. Upon witnessing Bai Feng's predicament, he waved his hand in disgust. "Sister, you actually liked such a thing before?" "I." Lin Xiao, observing Bai Feng's pitiful state, felt a surge of satisfaction. However, Lin Xiao's sudden shift of focus toward her left her feeling both embarrassed and indignant. "Who said I liked him? It was merely for the sake of a marriage alliance. Besides, who hasn't been blind in their youth?" Lin Xiao awkwardly explained herself, casting a warning glare at Lin Xiao, signaling him to cease his nonsensical chatter. All right, don't blame the elder sister. It's this guy putting on a show." Lin Xiao kicked Bai Feng again, seemingly fatigued and parched. Grabbing a bottle of liquor from the nearby table, he gulped it down eagerly. "Hey!" Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. But it was too late. Lin Xiao had already drained the entire glass. Upon finishing, he looked up to see Lin Xiao's incredulous expression and then glanced down at the glass in his hand. "This couldn't be." Lin Xiao opened his mouth and immediately turned his gaze back to the table, realizing that aside from this one glass, there were no other drinks present. This meant he had truly consumed the spiked liquor. What a blunder. Lin Xiao rushed into the restroom, desperately trying to purge his throat. However, having consumed little food, the alcohol and its accompanying drug were absorbed into his system at a rapid pace. Moreover, Bai Feng had ensured that the dosage of the drug was substantial. Before long, Lin Xiao began to feel a subtle warmth enveloping his body. "Ah Xiao, hurry out. I'm taking you to the hospital." Lin Xiao called out anxiously from outside. Realizing he could no longer remain in situ, Lin Xiao dashed out, and the siblings sprinted down the stairs. Passing through the courtyard, Lin Xiao caught sight of the sisters clad in bikinis, their alluring figures intensifying the heat he felt. Frightened, he quickly shut his eyes, allowing his elder sister to lead him out and into a sports car. Onlookers, intrigued by their hurried demeanor, attempted to inquire, but were met with Lin Xiao's icy glare that deterred them. During their journey to the hospital, Lin Xiao took the opportunity to call Lin Baixian. By the time they arrived, Lin Baixian was already waiting there. What on earth happened? Lin Baixian stared at Lin Xiao, who resembled a boiled lobster, his body radiating heat. As Lin Xiao helped Lin Xiao onto the hospital bed, she explained, "That scoundrel Bai Feng drugged me, and it ended up in Ah Zhao's drink." "Bai Feng drugged you?" Lin Baixian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly connected the dots and rushed to inform the emergency department physician. Observing Lin Xiao's condition and recalling the sequence of events, she could surmise the nature of the drug. In the treatment room, Lin Baixian collaborated with the emergency doctor. They first administered In-4 to dilute the drug's effects, then prepared to conduct further examinations. However, their attention was soon drawn to a certain area of Lin Xiao's body. though he was still clad in loose shorts. A conspicuous tent had formed beneath them. The young emergency physician, having rarely encountered such a patient, wore an awkward expression. The other nurses, following the doctor's gaze, also noticed the astonishing sight. It's enormous," one of them blurted out, only to realize her faux pas and instantly flush red. The faces of the other nurses turned crimson as well. At that moment, the door to the treatment room swung open, and a male urologist entered, coincidentally accompanied by a female doctor and several female interns. Due to their professional instincts, their first glance was directed at the patient, and they too beheld Lin Xiao's remarkable tent. The room was soon awash with a deeper shade of embarrassment. Throughout the journey to the hospital, Lin Xiao had been in a daze, his consciousness hazy. However, after receiving some fluids, the effects of the drug began to wane, and he gradually regained awareness. Yet upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was this horrifying scene. A throng of white-coated figures encircled him, all fixated on his lower half. He lowered his gaze and instantly comprehended the situation. If only he could vanish from the face of the earth. Coughing, he attempted to regain composure. Noticing the patient had awakened, the surrounding personnel reacted promptly. The urologist quickly instructed the nurses to add medication to Lin Xiao's four to expedite the metabolism of the sedative. "All right, just lie back. I'll perform further examinations." Then, turning to the previous emergency doctor and Lin Baixian, he added, "You may step out. I'll handle things from here." I haven't dealt with a patient like this before. May I stay to observe?" The emergency doctor inquired subtly. "We'd like to watch as well." The other nurses chimed in, reluctant to leave. The urologist, aware of their underlying intentions, recognized that it was permissible under regulations. Lin Xiao sensed the implications, wishing more than anything to disappear from this mortifying spectacle. However, unexpectedly, he heard Lin Baixian's voice. "I'm his sister. I'll stay too." Chapter 46. No entry for delivery personnel. Lin Xiao could hardly recall how he exited the hospital. All he remembered was being the subject of prolonged observation. Not only did the urologist seize the opportunity to use him as a teaching tool, but the interns also capitalized on this direct learning experience. Moreover, Lin Baixian, who aspired to become a urologist, embraced this indirect fulfillment of her dream. The ultimate outcome was that Lin Xiao was left to grapple with the repercussions of this ordeal. Upon returning home, he languished in a daze for an entire day, having already faced whispers and pointed fingers at school. Being the center of attention in the hospital was unbearable. He felt utterly despondent. His advisor sent a message, indicating that there were few upcoming classes and permitting him to take a few days off to rest at home, hoping to shield him from the gossip. Lin Xiao's parents gradually recognized that the problem did not lie with their son, and they endeavored to cheer him up at home. Almost every meal consisted of his favorite dishes, and they frequently brought fruit up to his room. 2 days later, Lin Xiao began to feel better, able to temporarily set aside the hospital incident. "Ah Xiao, the soup your aunt made today is wonderful. You should drink more," Su Xiaomei said kindly, taking Lin Xiao's bowl to serve him. "Oh, Ah Xiao, if you have a moment, take some soup to your elder sister as well," Lin Xingshan added. Having spent enough time at home, Lin Xiao agreed. After the meal, he took a thermal bag and made his way to the Lin Group building. This was his first visit to the family business. Gazing at the towering structure, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Wow, Lin's enterprise truly is impressive. While he admired the grandeur, he felt no hint of jealousy towards his elder sister. The Lin family comprised 6 daughters and 1 son, and currently, only Lin Shuj managed the company's affairs as the female president. The others seemed disinterested in the family's business. Lin Xiao felt similarly. Upon learning that Lin Shuj was the future heir of the Lin family, he felt a sense of relief. Setting aside the possibility of the Lin family business collapsing, he preferred to avoid complications altogether. Being a leisurely rich second-generation heir was far more comfortable. As Lin Xiao contemplated, he made his way toward the lobby. To his surprise, upon entering, he was intercepted. The delivery was left at the entrance, and delivery personnel were not permitted inside, stated the security guard, propping his chin on his hand without lifting his gaze. "Oh no, I am not a delivery person. I have come to bring food for my sister," Lin Xiao patiently clarified. The guard slowly raised his head, surveying Lin Xiao with an air of impatience. Having made a last-minute decision to deliver the meal, Lin Xiao had not dressed up much, appearing quite casual. Nevertheless, he considered himself presentable enough not to be looked down upon. However, he could distinctly perceive the disdain in the guard's gaze. "Huh, delivering food? You claim not to be a delivery person?" the guard retorted mockingly. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his smile tinged with incredulity. "What is wrong with that? Do you have no family? How can you speak like that?" The guard slammed his hand on the table, rising to confront Lin Xiao, brandishing his baton as if he were a street thug preparing for a fight. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Whenever he displayed such a menacing demeanor, his opponents, whether out of fear or disinterest in conflict, typically backed down, which only bolstered his confidence. Yet, unexpectedly, this time he encountered a formidable opponent. Lin Xiao not only remained unperturbed, but his smile grew even brighter. He stood his ground, quietly locking eyes with the guard. How disgraceful for a security guard of the Lin family. Lin Xiao's gaze mirrored the guard's scorn. "You," the guard seethed, his eyes wide with fury, raising his hand to shove Lin Xiao's shoulder. However, just as he lifted his hand, Lin Xiao seized it firmly. "Still want to make a move?" Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, casually flinging the guard away, sending him crashing into the table with a resounding thud. "You truly are asking for trouble." The guard was now thoroughly enraged, raising his baton and charging at Lin Xiao. Yet, Lin Xiao stood motionless, seemingly indifferent, his smile radiant. Suddenly, the sound of the elevator chimed. The elevator doors, which led directly to the CEO's office, opened slowly, revealing two women stepping out. Leading the way was Lin Xiao, clad in a striking red dress that exuded a blend of formality and flamboyance. Trailing slightly behind her was a young beauty dressed in a sleek black business suit. Her demeanor icy. "What are you doing?" the professional beauty inquired, her gaze sweeping over the guard with an air of disinterest. "President Lin, assistant Lin." The guard's demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing the newcomers, adopting a sycophantic expression. After bowing and greeting them, he shot Lin Xiao a fierce glare, declaring, "Company policy prohibits delivery personnel from entering. Yet this guy insists on barging in and even insults the Lin family. I shall expel him at once." "Sister," Lin Xiao exclaimed, brightening as he approached Lin Xiao. "Sister, sister?" The guard's face froze in disbelief as he watched Lin Xiao stride toward Lin Xiao. Reflecting on Lin Xiao's earlier claim of delivering food to his sister, a realization dawned upon him. His incredulous suspicion was swiftly confirmed when he witnessed Lin Xiao handing the thermal bag to Lin Xiao, causing his world to spin. "President Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't know." The guard stammered, scrambling to explain. However, Lin Xiao merely cast a glance his way, her expression tinged with annoyance. Ordinarily, this could indeed be chalked up to a misunderstanding, and an apology would suffice. In the guard's mind, their female CEO was not entirely devoid of empathy. Yet this time, he sensed something amiss. The situation was undeniably peculiar, not due to the guard's disrespect towards Lin Xiao, but because Lin Xiao had heard Lin Xiao's inner thoughts. In Chapter 47, the capable beauty secretary, Lin Xiao's thoughts had unexpectedly resonated in Lin Xiao's ears. This security guard is quite amusing. Clearly a spy sent by the rival family, yet he dares to act so arrogantly. Does he not fear discovery? Or perhaps after last month's two thefts, he believes his task is complete and can act with impunity? Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. Last month, the company had experienced 2 incidents of document loss. Although the lost documents were not of paramount importance, they had still caused considerable trouble for the company. She had initially suspected her secretary of betrayal, having been bribed by the rival family to instigate such mischief. Little did she know that the true culprit was this unassuming security guard. Fortunately, today she had learned the truth from Lin Xiao. Otherwise, she might have wronged her loyal secretary, potentially losing her most crucial ally. The rival family was indeed insidious, engaging in such petty schemes and attempting to sow discord. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao's expression darkened. "Apprehend him and call the police," she commanded with unwavering authority. The beautiful secretary promptly stepped forward, deftly twisting the guard's arm. Although she was uncertain why Lin Xiao insisted on escalating this minor incident, she recognized that the president must have her reasons and thus followed orders without question. The guard was left bewildered, exclaiming, "President Lin, what are you doing? I have always been diligent in my duties. Even if I wrongly accused your brother, he was the one who failed to clarify, and I have already apologized. You cannot seek personal vengeance over such a trivial matter." His voice rose, soon attracting the attention of passers-by. Employees paused in their tracks, glancing over, many siding with the guard, perceiving Lin Xiao as somewhat overbearing. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a minor misunderstanding? Some even whipped out their phones, eager to capture the scene for social media, crafting titles like, "Rich Girl Stands Up for Brother, Bullying Honest Security Guard." Such sensationalism would undoubtedly draw attention. Lin Xiao, however, remained unfazed. Having ascended to her position, she was far from inept. Others had previously attempted to slander the Lin family, and their fates had not been kind. "Who sent you? Speak up." Lin Xiao approached the guard slowly, her tone icy. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with trepidation. On one hand, he was confident in his ability to conceal his true motives, not believing he would be discovered. On the other, Lin Xiao's tone exuded certainty, devoid of any hint of inquiry. "I do not believe anyone can act without leaving a trace. If you confess now, I will let you go. If you refuse, I will involve the police to investigate, Lin Xiao's voice remained frigid. The guard was utterly flabbergasted. At this moment, it was evident that whether or not Lin Xiao possessed evidence, she was already convinced of his guilt. No matter how he attempted to explain himself, it seemed he had no chance of justifying his actions. "President Lin, please let me go. I can explain everything to you," the guard pleaded, his expression shifting to one of desperation. Lin Xiao gestured to her secretary, who promptly released the guard's arm. Yet, as soon as she did, the guard forcefully shoved her aside and bolted for the exit, not daring to look back. "Fetch him back." Lin Xiao's expression darkened further. The beautiful secretary, upon receiving her orders, swiftly closed the distance in a few strides and grasped the security guard by the shoulder, pulling him back forcefully. The guard, his face contorted with hostility, swung his baton toward the secretary's face. However, she reacted with remarkable agility, deftly sidestepping the blow and seizing his wrist, twisting it with a gentle yet firm grip. The guard, wincing in pain, relinquished his hold, causing the baton to clatter to the ground and roll away. Seizing the opportunity, the secretary once again subdued the guard, this time with even greater force. He grimaced in agony, pleading for mercy. Yet the secretary showed no inclination to grant him an escape. Lin Xiao, observing the scene with wide eyes, exclaimed in awe, "Wow, this stunning lady possesses incredible skills." Lin Xiao shot him a disapproving glance and replied coolly, "Aren't you going to help by calling the police?" Realizing his oversight, Lin Xiao hurriedly reached for his phone. The nearest police station was less than a kilometer away, and the officers arrived promptly. After handing the guard over to the police, Lin Xiao approached them to briefly explain the situation, expressing her suspicion that this guard might be linked to last month's theft, when Lin's documents were stolen. They had also filed a report. The police, already vexed by the difficulty of their investigation, were pleasantly surprised to find that Lin's company had apprehended a suspect. They assured her they would conduct a thorough investigation of the guard before departing. Throughout the commotion, Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixated on the beautiful secretary, not diverting his attention until the guard was led away. Lin Xiao smacked him on the head, scoffing, "Look at you, hopelessly infatuated. Ah Xiao, don't think I haven't warned you. Luo is my capable assistant, so don't even think about making a move on her." "I haven't." Lin Xiao hastily defended himself. His prolonged gaze on the secretary stemmed solely from her remarkable prowess and striking beauty. Unexpectedly, as he continued to observe her, a new notification from the system appeared. How unfortunate for such an impressive secretary. After working overtime today, she will encounter falling objects. Caught off guard, she will be struck fatally. Sigh. How can I forewarn her? Just as Lin Xiao was about to tease Lin Xiao further, she heard these thoughts, causing her heart to plummet. Would Luo actually die? Regardless of its truth, she could not allow such a fate to befall her. Luo, Lin Xiao called out to the secretary, who was about to ascend the staircase. "President Lin, what is it?" The beautiful secretary maintained a composed demeanor, her attitude respectful. "It has been a month since the theft report, and I worry the police may have forgotten some details. You should go and provide them with a more thorough explanation. Then you can leave for the day." Lin Xiao fabricated a rationale. Although the secretary was puzzled by this sudden directive, she adhered to her role of execution without question. Nodding, she turned and followed the police. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Lin Xiao sent a message to the secretary. "There seems to be a spate of falling objects nearby. Please exercise caution and keep your distance from those buildings." Chapter 48. Maintaining a young sugar baby? Having completed his meal delivery task, Lin Xiao initially intended to return home. However, Lin Xiao insisted he stay behind to tour the Lin Corporation, suggesting that should he wish to work there in the future, it would be beneficial for him to familiarize himself with the environment. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Xiao acquiesced and accompanied his sister upstairs. It must be said, the Lin Corporation was truly vast. Not only was the lobby resplendently decorated, but the design and layout of the other floors were equally meticulous. The office areas were well organized, complemented by spacious recreational zones and afternoon tea areas. Unlike other companies, their afternoon tea service was far from mundane. They even employed hotel chefs to prepare exquisite pastries for the employees. This philosophy was instilled by their grandfather, emphasizing the necessity of a comfortable work environment for employees to diligently contribute to the company's success. In a good mood, Lin Xiao led Lin Xiao through the various floors. As it was lunchtime, many employees were resting in the break areas. Lin Xiao made no grand introductions regarding Lin Xiao's identity, yet the employees, perceptive as they were, treated him with utmost respect upon noticing he was accompanied by the president. As they approached the sales department, they passed by the office of the sales manager, Mr. Wang, a short, stout man in his 40s, with shifty little eyes that darted about. He appeared to possess a modicum of cunning. Lin Xiao typically harbored little fondness for such individuals, but Lin Corporation valued capability above all else. Provided one had no significant character flaws, exceptional talent would earn them advancement. Although Lin Xiao had no intention of lingering, Mr. Wang seemed to possess an acute sense of awareness, emerging with a smile upon catching sight of Lin Xiao. Oh, President Lin, what a surprise. His eyes squinted into slits, exuding a disingenuous cheerfulness. Lin Xiao merely offered a curt nod, her demeanor uninviting. Lin Xiao, sensing his sister's apparent disdain for the manager, observed him more closely. He quickly discerned that while Mr. Wang's expressions were obsequious, his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain, suggesting he was yet another duplicitous character. Lin Xiao intended to continue onward, but Mr. Wang, noticing Lin Xiao's scrutiny, felt a surge of irritation. President Lin, may I inquire who this is? He asked with a smile, but before Lin Xiao could respond, he continued, could it possibly be your new boyfriend? I see you have a preference for this type. Such an audacious remark caused Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao to furrow their brows in disbelief. How dare a subordinate speak so brazenly to their superior? Do you understand the gravity of your words? Lin Xiao could not contain his indignation. Oh please, just a kept boy toy for the president. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Mr. Wang retorted with a glare, his small eyes widening in anger. Lin Xiao, utterly incensed, responded with a sardonic smile. And what makes you think you can raise your voice here? Do you believe this is your domain? Mr. Wang, taken aback by Lin Xiao's audacity, shot him a disdainful glance before turning back to Lin Xiao. President, while this company may belong to your family, as the president, you ought to maintain a semblance of authority. We toil here day in and day out to earn a living, not to support some sugar baby. Listening to his paternalistic rhetoric, Lin Xiao suppressed her rising ire and coolly replied, such a gifted educator you are. Those in the know would recognize you as the manager here, while those unaware might mistake you for my father, the chairman. Mr. Wang, either oblivious to her sarcasm or simply lacking in intelligence, misinterpreted her words as praise. Oh dear, Mr. Lin, you flatter me excessively, Manager Wang declared, puffing out his belly and standing with an air of arrogance. Although I may not quite measure up to the chairman, I can certainly offer you some guidance from time to time. Lin Xiao could not suppress a laugh, finding it amusing how oblivious he was to the truth. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Guidance? Who do you think you are? Manager Wang, feeling the sting of such blatant mockery, was momentarily at a loss for words and contemplated reporting Lin Xiao. Yet, Lin Xiao preempted him, saying, do not bother to relay your grievances to me. His words resonate with my sentiments as well. Lin Xiao, have you lost your mind? Manager Wang's facade crumbled, revealing his disdain. I am the manager of the sales department. Do you have any idea that at least half of Lin's profits are attributable to my efforts? If you dare to provoke me, do you believe I won't take my team and leave? Lin Xiao's eyes turned icy. Is that a threat, Mr. Wang? Are you openly defying company policy? The senior executives of Lin Corporation had all signed non-compete agreements, forbidding such team exits. Manager Wang scoffed. Do you really think those pitiful regulations will bind me once I resign? I have myriad ways to circumvent them. Lin Xiao fell silent. Personally, she found this old man thoroughly detestable. Yet, for the sake of the company's interests, it was true that Manager Wang had previously generated some value. As she hesitated, Lin Xiao's thoughts echoed in her mind. Chapter 49. Upholding Justice Against Kin? Ah, yet another spy. While spies in other companies work covertly, how is it that those infiltrating Lin Corporation are so brazen? Do they truly believe this will shield them from suspicion? Oh, Manager Wang is not merely an insider. He appears to have colluded with Bai Feng as well, exploiting his position to embezzle funds multiple times. What a scandal. Hearing Lin Xiao's inner voice, Lin Xiao felt as though darkness enveloped her. Another spy? She thought she had been meticulous in her hiring practices, conducting thorough background checks. How could such occurrences happen in succession? At this moment, Lin Xiao contemplated dismissing Manager Wang. However, she had only heard Lin Xiao's thoughts and possessed no tangible evidence. That Lin Xiao, why did he not continue his revelations? Lin Xiao mused anxiously. With no other choice, she decided to engage Manager Wang in a roundabout manner, hoping Lin Xiao would provide further insights soon. Seeing Lin Xiao willing to discuss matters further, Manager Wang assumed she had capitulated and became even more outrageous in his remarks. Indeed, under such provocation, Lin Xiao's thoughts surfaced once more. This audacious fat man dares to boast. Does he truly believe he can withstand a thorough investigation? The actions he has taken could certainly be classified as economic crimes. This is not a matter to be resolved with a mere visit to the police station, but one that demands the involvement of the Public Security Bureau. If anything is uncovered, he may well find himself imprisoned for a lengthy term. Although Lin Xiao did not present direct evidence, his assured tone provided Lin Xiao with a sense of reassurance. Immediately, she took out her phone and dialed the police. Manager Wang, I hope you maintain your confidence when faced with the investigation. Why you're actually going to report me? Manager Wang's face paled. Are you truly that ruthless? Lin Corporation is vast. Do you think it's all pristine? Even if the investigation leads back to me, you too shall bear the consequences. A cold smile crept across Lin Xiao's lips. You need not concern yourself with Lin Corporation's integrity. Rather, you should ponder how to appease your benefactor. With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Lin Xiao hurriedly followed, unable to contain his admiration. Sister, you truly are impressive. These unscrupulous individuals need to be dealt with. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, offering no further comment. Observing her good spirits, Lin Xiao boldly inquired, by the way, is there really nothing improper about Lin Corporation? His question, though delicately phrased, caused Lin Xiao's expression to harden. What is this? Do you doubt my parents or me? Do you believe our family cannot earn a living through legitimate means? Oh no, that is not my intention. I was merely concerned about that mad dog, Manager Wang. Lin Xiao hastily clarified, embarrassment evident on his face. Is that so? Lin Xiao halted, turning her gaze upon him. Her eyes seemed to darken slightly as she fixed her stare on him. What if I were to say there is? Lin Xiao shivered under her gaze. Unable to find his voice, regret washed over him. Why had he broached such a sensitive topic? Wouldn't it be simpler to live as a wealthy second-generation heir? Even if Lin Corporation faced bankruptcy later, he could still amass a fortune and enjoy a comfortable life. Now, in his reckless pursuit of truth, he might find himself entangled in a precarious situation. Sister, forget I said anything. Lin Xiao forced a smile, attempting to mask his unease. He wanted to elaborate, but Lin Xiao suddenly laughed. Oh, my foolish brother, look how frightened you are. I was merely teasing you. Remember, our family's principle is to abide by the law and refrain from wrongdoing, only earning what is rightfully ours. Do you understand? Lin Xiao, drenched in sweat from the scare, finally exhaled in relief. Sister, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I was worried you might truly do something reckless, forcing me into a position to uphold justice against kin. You're such a joker. The atmosphere lightened once more, having experienced the earlier incident. Lin Xiao considered that since Lin Xiao possessed such capabilities, it would be unwise not to utilize them. She settled Lin Xiao in her office and instructed her assistant to summon all team leaders and above to the grand conference room for a meeting. She intended to expose all those with ulterior motives within the company while Lin Xiao was present. However, Lin Xiao began to feel weary. Upon hearing Lin Xiao call for a meeting, he intended to take his leave. Sister, you carry on, I'll head home. Wait, you are coming to the meeting with me, Lin Xiao stated calmly. I'm not even part of the company. What is my purpose there? Lin Xiao was perplexed. It's nothing. I merely want you to meet the people in the company and observe its normal operations. Since you're taking a leave from school, rather than lounging at home, why not come here for some enlightenment? Lin Xiao smiled, adding a touch of mockery. Lest you find yourself wishing to uphold justice against kin someday and not recognize a single person in the company. Chapter 50. How did I fall asleep? Sister, what are you saying? There's no way I would turn against my family. Lin Xiao realized Lin Xiao was still concerned about his earlier doubts regarding the Lin family. He earnestly explained and quickly diverted the topic. Well then, if we're having a meeting, let us not reveal my identity just yet to avoid any discomfort. All right. Lin Xiao had no intention of publicly revealing Lin Xiao's identity, as she was counting on him to help her identify the traitor within the company. The assistant worked with remarkable efficiency, gathering all employees ranked team leader and above into the conference room in less than half an hour. Lin Xiao instructed Lin Xiao to enter first and blend into the crowd, so their simultaneous appearance would draw undue attention. Given the vastness of the Lin Corporation, it was entirely common for employees from different departments to be unfamiliar with one another. Upon entering the conference room, Lin Xiao settled into a rather inconspicuous corner. As he observed the steady stream of individuals arriving, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of the Lin Corporation. Even just the team leaders and above filled the grand conference room to capacity. Soon, Lin Xiao made her entrance, taking a seat at the front. This meeting today is primarily to discuss a few matters, Lin Xiao began, surveying the room with an air of calm. Lin Xiao, resting his head on one hand, began to idly scrutinize the people around him out of boredom. When Lin Xiao mentioned spies sent by rival companies, he noticed subtle shifts in the expressions of a few individuals. Unlike those whose first reaction was shock, these faces betrayed a hint of anxiety. Lin Xiao decided to keep a close watch on them. Before long, he heard the familiar voice of the system in his mind. Oh, I didn't expect there to be so many spies embedded within the Lin Corporation. Lin Xiao chuckled softly. At the same moment, Lin Xiao caught wind of Lin Xiao's thoughts, her heart leaping with delight. Discreetly, she marked those individuals he had identified. Naturally, she wouldn't confront them in front of so many witnesses, and they remained blissfully unaware of their exposure, which would facilitate the gathering of evidence. After uncovering those individuals, Lin Xiao grew bored. Lin Xiao's voice began to sound like a lullaby, lulling him into drowsiness. Before he realized it, He had actually fallen asleep, mumbling incoherent phrases in his slumber. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiao paused her speech and turned her gaze towards him, bemused to find Lin Xiao sleeping. While the meeting was somewhat serious, it hardly warranted such extreme boredom. How could someone fall asleep in front of so many people? And to speak in his sleep? Concerned that Lin Xiao might inadvertently utter something inappropriate, she quickly signaled to her assistant. The assistant, aware of Lin Xiao's true identity, hurried over and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Wake up, wake up, she called softly, without addressing him directly. Lin Xiao stirred, blinking awake in a daze, momentarily forgetting where he was. As he noticed the collective gaze of the room upon him, he stammered, I'm sorry. Lin Xiao replied coolly, either stay alert or leave. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao realized he was still somewhat tired, and if he remained, he was likely to doze off again. Thus, he opted to take his leave. I think I will step out for a moment, he said awkwardly. This declaration elicited gasps from everyone present, as they collectively mourned the audacity of this young man who dared to disrespect the president in front of an audience. They were incredulous that he could remain in the company after such an affront. Lin Xiao's expression soured. She regretted not having simply instructed Lin Xiao to leave without giving him a choice, as this had left her feeling embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was not her employee, and she could address him later at home. Thus, Lin Xiao exited the conference room under the watchful eyes of many. However, he would not leave without Lin Xiao's permission. Moreover, he was still preoccupied with the spies he had just identified, pondering how to discreetly alert her. While loitering at the door, two female employees approached. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, their eyes lit up. Sister, I always inform you first whenever I have insider news. Am I not loyal? One of them whispered conspiratorially. Hey, I can't believe our president has hidden this well. If it weren't for the fact that your sister happens to be in the same university as this young master from the Lin family, I might have missed such a splendid opportunity. The other chimed in, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I will definitely win him over. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, he had already caught the attention of these women. As he turned to the sound of approaching high heels, he found himself face to face with a young female employee dressed in a professional suit, her figure elegantly poised. Hi, why are you here all alone? Would you like to join me for some afternoon tea? She asked, her big eyes glimmering enticingly. Prior to this encounter, she had intentionally loosened an extra button on her blouse, revealing glimpses of her form. Chapter 51, An Unchangeable Destiny. Lin Xiao scrutinized the young employee. Her style did not appeal to him. While her gaze held a hint of allure, it seemed overshadowed by a strong sense of purpose. She had approached him with ulterior motives, and he had no intention of entertaining her advances. Just as he was about to decline, the system's voice reverberated in his mind. Desperately trying to hook a wealthy heir, yet never truly regarded, she has only been played with. Over 20 past boyfriends, and 5 abortions? Seriously, after all that, she still hasn't given up? This sister is quite resilient. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted as he regarded the young employee. She, too, appeared somewhat bewildered. Having encountered many wealthy heirs, she was accustomed to being desired, but Lin Xiao's demeanor lacked any hint of such intentions. Instead, he seemed to harbor a peculiar admiration. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiao genuinely respected her tenacity, particularly her physical attributes. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao continued to orchestrate the meeting in the conference room. Her mind suddenly flooded with Lin Xiao's thoughts. Glancing at the door, she faintly discerned his lingering silhouette. This fellow, why does he just stand there so straightforwardly? Why not head to the lounge for a drink? Lin Xiao felt a headache coming on. Had she known, she would have instructed the assistant to take Lin Xiao far away. After all, her interests lay solely in herself and matters affecting the company. Once Lin Xiao's inner monologue concluded, she resumed her discussion. Outside, however, Lin Xiao remained oblivious to the unfolding gossip. Oh, I never would have guessed that this sister has a fling with our manager. But that manager is nearly 50. He could be her father. Wait, are there really those who would shortcut their way to wealth by clinging to a rich woman? TSK, how indiscriminate. Hey, this sister has had so much plastic surgery that even her mother wouldn't recognize her, all in the hopes of marrying into a wealthy family. It turns out that there are so many admirers of Sister Ai Mu. Indeed, she is the most formidable female CEO, and I shall raise a banner in her honor. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply. Listening to the cacophony resonating in her mind, she sensed that the meeting might not proceed any further. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had already identified the spies at the outset, and the remaining matters were not of great concern. All right, the meeting is adjourned. She waved her hand nonchalantly, her other hand resting on her forehead. The assistant, mistaking her gesture for discomfort, approached with concern. Lin Xiao reassured her that she was fine and stood up to escort the gossiping Lin Xiao out. Just as she reached the door, her work phone suddenly chimed. It was her work phone, used solely for reports from her secretary and assistants. With her assistants gathered around her, The only one who could contact her through this number was undoubtedly the secretary. Remembering Lin Xiao's earlier thoughts, a jolt of anxiety coursed through Lin Xiao. She quickly retrieved her phone, and as expected, it was a message from Secretary Luo Luo. President Lin, I apologize. I have sustained an injury and may need to take a leave of absence tomorrow. Lin Xiao, upon reading the message, immediately dialed her number. The voice on the other end was weak. President Lin, I am at the Jingxing Hospital. I am fine, just a minor injury. However, before she could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Xiao promptly instructed her assistant to return and manage the work, while she seized Lin Xiao by the arm and headed towards the elevator. Hey, sister, what's wrong? Lin Xiao asked, bewildered. Luo Luo has been injured. You are coming with me to the hospital, Lin Xiao briefly explained. Lin Xiao was equally confused. He had indeed learned from the system that the secretary would be struck by falling debris. But he recalled that the system mentioned it would occur after she left work late. It was still not yet 4 o'clock. It hardly qualified as overtime, did it? Could it be a system error? His curiosity piqued. He joined Lin Xiao in her car, and they sped towards the Jingxing Hospital. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiao's mind was in turmoil. She understood Luo Luo's character. It was unthinkable for her not to take her words seriously. This meant that regardless of how cautious they were, Lin Xiao's thoughts would invariably come to fruition. If that were the case, what would become of the Lin family's future? The thought sent chills down her spine. Upon arriving at the hospital, they inquired briefly and located Luo Luo's ward. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao pushed the door open. She dreaded seeing Luo Luo in critical condition, but avoidance was not an option. To her surprise, upon entering, she found Luo Luo reclining on the bed, cradling a large cup of milk tea and leisurely sipping. President Lin, what brings you here? Luo Luo seemed equally taken aback. Lin Xiao even noticed that 2 pearls were stuck in the straw of her milk tea, suspended in an awkward limbo. Not quite drinkable, nor easily spat out. Lin Xiao scrutinized Luo Luo closely and noticed that she had only a bandage wrapped around her left shoulder, her arm in a sling. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to inquire further, a curious voice echoed from outside the ward. Oh, isn't that Lin Doctor's brother? Hey, it's truly you, little brother. We meet again. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiao felt a wave of dread wash over him. A few days ago at the hospital, he had been left feeling quite embarrassed, and it had left a psychological scar. Had he not wanted to verify whether his system was malfunctioning, he would never have set foot in this hospital again. He had hoped to leave as quickly as possible, yet fate had other plans. Sister, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I won't stay here with you. Will take my leave now. Lin Xiao stammered before covering his face and fleeing without looking back. Hearing the laughter behind him, he wished he could vanish into the earth. Once Lin Xiao had departed, Lin Xiao turned her attention to Luo Luo's situation today. As she spoke of the incident, Luo Luo's eyes suddenly welled with tears. President Lin, you truly are my savior. Had you not warned me to be cautious of falling objects, I would surely have been gravely injured. Chapter 52, Distribution of Responsibilities. Recalling the earlier events, Luo Luo was still shaken. After leaving the police station, she had made her way home. Remembering Lin Xiao's warning, she refrained from walking too close to the buildings, opting instead to stay more towards the center of the street. Occasionally, she would glance up at the sky. If she spotted anyone working at a height, she would distance herself further. Just as she was nearing her home, she suddenly noticed a few individuals suspended outside a building, installing glass. She intended to keep her distance, yet saw an elderly woman oblivious to the danger, walking directly beneath the structure. A foreboding sensation gripped her heart. Had she not heeded Lin Xiao's warning, her habitual path would have mirrored that of the old woman, walking along the innermost side of the street. Perhaps it would have ended in disaster. As she contemplated this, a sharp crack echoed from above. Looking up, she saw a fissure forming in the glass that was supposed to be solid. The ropes supporting the glass would bear the weight as a whole. Should the glass shatter, it would undoubtedly fall, raining down shards. At that height and weight, the consequences could be catastrophic. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Luo dashed forward and yanked the elderly woman back. The old woman, startled, fell to the ground, prompting Luo Luo to lift her up. With a resounding crash, just as she managed to move away, the glass plummeted. Fragments from the shattered glass struck her leg, leaving several cuts, yet she counted herself fortunate amidst the misfortune. So, how did you injure your arm? Lin Xiao asked, still puzzled by Luo Luo's account. The old lady was initially uncooperative, and while I was carrying her, I inadvertently twisted my arm. Luo Luo replied with an embarrassed smile. Lin Xiao finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that preventive measures were indeed effective, suggesting that the impending doom of the Lin family's bankruptcy was not an inescapable fate. All right, you should rest well for the next few days. There's no rush to return to work. Focus on recuperating. Also, this incident will be considered a work injury. And in addition to the standard compensation, the company will provide extra benefits. Just consider this a proper vacation. Lin Xiao was determined to be generous with her loyal secretary. After ensuring everything was settled and giving her multiple reminders, she left the hospital. Instead of returning to the office, she headed home. She was aware that her parents could also hear Lin Xiao's thoughts. Since Lin Xiao's insights had proven so beneficial to the company, it was imperative that she consult with her parents on how to best leverage this advantage to navigate the Lin family's looming crisis. It can be utilized in such a manner? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's account, Lin Xingshan was astounded. Previously, they had merely regarded Lin Xiao's thoughts as gossip. Even if they could glean some hidden truths, it seemed more like a stroke of luck than anything else. They had never imagined that they could actively employ this to resolve some underlying troubles. Xiao truly is our family's lucky star. Su Xiaomei beamed with maternal affection, wishing wholeheartedly to provide her son with more and better prospects. Fearful that Lin Xiao would desire the stars from the heavens, they resolved to contact the space agency for assistance. How about this? For any significant projects in the future, I shall have a Xiao accompany me. Lin Xiao mused with a smile. Su Xiaomei rubbed her hands together, her expression brimming with anticipation. When important gatherings arise, I too must bring a Xiao along. I am eager to observe the true intentions of those aristocratic ladies who outwardly appear amiable with me. Lin Xingshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we can uncover some leverage against their husbands, it would serve us splendidly. Even if we do not confront them directly, it offers us a safeguard. Upon returning home from work, Lin Baixian overheard her parents and sister discussing the matter. Once apprised of the situation, she chimed in, stating, in that case, I must take him along during my work hours as well. I shall see who truly wishes to do me harm. After leaving the hospital, Lin Xiao took the bus and subway back home, significantly slower than Lin Xiao. As he stepped through the door, he was met with 4 piercing gazes. What's going on? Lin Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Su Xiaomei smiled gently. Xiao, please come and sit. We were just thinking that if your studies are not too demanding lately, you could spend more time with family. Exactly, Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian chimed in unison. Lin Xiao sensed something was amiss. How am I supposed to accompany you? You could frequently visit the company when you have time. Or go out with mom to meet those aunts, and perhaps come to the hospital for a checkup, suggested Lin Xingshan. Lin Xiao was perplexed. Ultimately, Lin Xingshan decisively stated that, regardless of how Lin Xiao arranged his schedule, he intended to host a banquet to formally announce Lin Xiao's identity. On one hand, this would provide Lin Xiao with an additional layer of protection against any ill-intentioned individuals. On the other, it would gather the families of the elite, allowing Lin Xiao to discern their genuine intentions. Lin Xiao himself had no objections, considering it an inevitable matter. Coincidentally, the vehicle he had previously ordered had also arrived, and he planned to pick it up on the morning of the banquet before heading to the venue. The Lin couple felt a twinge of concern, yet seeing Lin Xiao's determination, they relented. Chapter 53. You're still here. Lin Xiao quickly completed the paperwork and successfully obtained the car keys. The attendant kindly assisted him in bringing the car from the parking lot and parking it by the roadside. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. However, as Lin Xiao opened the door and settled into the vehicle, he realized the gravity of the situation. He possessed a driver's license, having acquired one both before his transition and in this world. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he had scarcely driven a car, let alone a luxury vehicle of this caliber. As he started the engine, he felt a sense of disorientation. While he could manage to drive it away, he was unwilling to take the risk of becoming a danger on the road. Should he call for a chauffeur? Contemplating this, Lin Xiao promptly exited the car and pulled out his phone to find a ride-hailing app. Just then, he heard a screeching halt followed by the sound of a collision not far away. The area was secluded, with few vehicles on the road. Glancing over, Lin Xiao was astonished to see an adorable pink car overturned in a nearby ditch. Passing cars merely slowed down to take a glance before driving off. Lin Xiao hurried over and attempted to open the car door, only to see a young girl awkwardly peeking her head out. "See, can you help me get out?" The girl's face was pale, clearly shaken. Lin Xiao extended his hand and struggled to pull her from the vehicle, but in the process, her skirt tore, revealing her fair legs. Why am I so unlucky?" She lamented, clutching her hair in despair. "I just had the film applied to my little pink car, and within an hour, it's totaled." Lin Xiao peered at the vehicle. It was a lightweight Mercedes smart car, which likely flipped over after one tire got caught in the ditch during a sharp turn. Fortunately, the ditch was not very deep, so the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Observing her distress, he offered, "I believe it might still be salvageable." "Really?" The girl looked up, hope flickering in her bright eyes. "Yes, but you may need to find someone to help get the car out." While Lin Xiao could potentially push the car himself, he deemed it prudent to leave such matters to the professionals to avoid further damage. The girl nodded and immediately dialed a number. Upon hearing the response, her brow furrowed, and she replied impatiently, All right, I'll send you the location. Please come and handle it. With that, she hung up the phone. The more urgent the matter, the more complications arise, she muttered under her breath. With a sigh, she carefully lifted her skirt, stepped into the shallow ditch, and retrieved a large bag from the trunk. Oh no, now my dress is dirty, she exclaimed, spiraling into despair again. Lin Xiao watched the girl oscillate between panic and composure, and although she was in a pitiable state, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Just as a smile began to form on his lips, the girl suddenly turned to him. Benefactor, could I ask one more favor? Huh? Lin Xiao quickly masked his amusement. It's difficult to find a ride here. Could you please take me to the city? The girl clasped her hands together, her expression earnest. Lin Xiao glanced at the car he had just picked up. Initially, he had planned to call for a chauffeur, but now with her company, it would be ideal if she could drive. However, given that she had just crashed her own car, it seemed a bit unreliable. But it was indeed as she said. This area was too remote for taxis or chauffeurs to find. After a moment's contemplation, he cautioned, I'm a novice driver. Would you dare to ride with me? I dare. I have an urgent matter today. My life is in your hands, she proclaimed, ready to embrace her fate. Feeling such trust placed in him, Lin Xiao decided to relent. Driving with the girl, they made their way to the city. However, after the 20th bicycle whizzed past them, the girl began to lose her composure. Big brother, how about we just not drive anymore? This speed is hardly faster than walking. Perhaps you should take over? Lin Xiao suggested awkwardly. The girl nodded eagerly. All right, let me take the wheel. Don't worry, I'll be careful. With that, they switched seats. Surprisingly, despite her earlier mishap, she drove Lin Xiao's car with both speed and steadiness. They soon arrived at a luxury mall's parking lot. All right, I'll get out here. Thank you so much. The girl earnestly thanked Lin Xiao before hurriedly running off. Lin Xiao returned to the driver's seat, only to soon discover an even more pressing issue. This parking lot seemed far more challenging to navigate than the roads outside. He suddenly regretted purchasing such a large vehicle. Had he known, he would have opted for a smart car that could easily weave through traffic. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to exit the parking lot. Upon reaching the roadside, he resolved that he must call for a chauffeur. As soon as he took out his phone, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. Oh, why haven't you left yet? Lin Xiao turned around to find a girl who had changed into a new elegant dress, draped in a trench coat, exiting the mall. Upon spotting Lin Xiao fiddling with his phone beside the car, she suddenly recalled something. You're not telling me you just came out of the parking lot, are you? Chapter 54, Not Allowed to Enter. Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The girl let out a light laugh. I still have some time. Since you helped me, I'll be your chauffeur for free. Where are you headed? I'll take you. Considering that the hotel hosting the banquet was not far away, Lin Xiao revealed the location. The girl gasped in surprise. You're also attending the Lin family banquet? Yes. Are you? Lin Xiao curiously sized her up. Yes. I really didn't want to go, but my parents insisted. Since it's on the way, let me drive you. The girl hopped back into the driver's seat, and they set off towards the hotel. Before long, they arrived at the hotel entrance. The girl mischievously asked, Do you need help parking? No need. I can handle it this time. Today had already been embarrassing enough. Lin Xiao was determined to prove himself. All right then, my parents are calling, so I'll head inside first. With a cheerful smile, the girl exited the car and walked towards the hotel. Lin Xiao returned to the driver's seat and took a deep breath. It's just parking. How hard can it be? He refused to believe it would be difficult. Perhaps due to the spacious parking spots at this hotel, after some effort, he indeed managed to park the car successfully. However, it wasn't long before regret washed over him. This upscale hotel offered parking services. All one had to do was drive to the front, and attendants would take care of the rest. Consider it a practice run, Lin Xiao sighed, exiting the car and quietly making his way towards the hotel entrance. Just as he was about to step inside, a security guard in uniform rushed towards him. Hey, rideshare vehicles cannot park in our lot. Lin Xiao was puzzled. Rideshare? What kind of rideshare is this expensive? Could he have been mistaken for someone else? But the security guard quickly approached him, pointing at his car in the distance. That green plate BYD cannot park here. Lin Xiao was even more bewildered. The green plate was correct. He had bought a hybrid. But what on earth was a BYD? Had his green plate Bentley offended someone? Wait, sir, are you sure you've got the right person? Lin Xiao attempted to clarify. However, the security guard looked at him with disdain. Stop pretending. I saw you drop off a girl just now. Look around. All the cars here are luxury vehicles. This is not where you should park. I've seen many like you, taking advantage of dropping someone off to mooch food and drinks. Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words, taken aback by the guard's serious demeanor. Was this some sort of absurd joke? Listen to me. First of all, I'm not a rideshare driver. And secondly, I'm here for the banquet. Lin Xiao insisted earnestly. You? Attend a banquet? The guard eyed him up and down, letting out a derisive laugh. Lin Xiao glanced down at his attire. He had intended to pick up his outfit without delay. so he had asked his sister to bring his formal wear, planning to change once he arrived. Thus, he was currently dressed in casual clothes. And having just helped that girl, his pants were splattered with mud, making him indeed look less than appropriate for a banquet. With time running short, Lin Xiao took out his phone to call his sister. However, after ringing for a while, no one answered. He then tried calling his second sister and his parents. But still, no one picked up. It made sense. In such formal settings, they typically didn't carry their phones. If something important arose, they would contact their assistant. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao did not have the assistant's number. Feeling anxious, he craned his neck to look inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of his sister or anyone he recognized. Alas, the Lin couple had not formally introduced him to anyone in this circle, and thus, hardly anyone knew him here. As he peered in, Lin Xiao was suddenly shoved from behind. "Move aside. Can't you see a car is coming?" The push came from a group of bodyguards, their faces displaying clear impatience. Yet there were clearly no people blocking the entrance. There was no need to disperse anyone. The security guard who had initially obstructed Lin Xiao seemed to have caught on to his thoughts and sneered, "See? These wealthy folks look down on people like you. I suggest you give up on trying to blend in. If you get caught, you might not be able to leave unscathed. I don't want to be implicated because of you." Lin Xiao fell silent. Technically, he was indeed one of those wealthy individuals the guard spoke of. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the privilege to act arrogantly and couldn't even enter the venue. After the bodyguards cleared the area, a luxury car slowly pulled up. The door opened, and a young woman in a purple dress stepped out, flanked by various bodyguards and assistants, strutting down the red carpet in high heels towards the entrance. In that moment, she resembled a star gracing the red carpet. The woman's features were rather unremarkable. She appeared quite ordinary upon closer inspection. However, the attire and accessories she wore clearly exuded immense value. As her gaze swept over her surroundings, it bore an air of superiority. When she passed by Lin Xiao, she unexpectedly halted, sizing him up before disdainfully remarking, "What's this? Another person trying to sneak in?" Though framed as a question, her tone dripped with sarcasm. The security guard quickly ingratiated himself, grinning awkwardly. "He's just a rideshare driver trying to sneak in for free food and drinks." The woman scoffed, casually waving her hand dismissively. "Get rid of him. This is a Lin family banquet. We can't have him here making a scene." "Yes, miss." The bodyguards immediately moved to escort Lin Xiao away. Already irritated at being barred entry, Lin Xiao felt his anger flare at her condescending words. He deftly sidestepped the bodyguards and coldly retorted, "You know this is a Lin family banquet. Yet who do you think you are to dictate what happens here?" The woman, initially intent on entering, paused once more at Lin Xiao's words. It seemed she hadn't anticipated that someone would dare to challenge her, especially in front of so many witnesses, a blatant affront to her dignity. My family, the Song family, is set to marry into the Lin family, and I will be the future mistress of the Lin household. I not only have the right to dictate here, but I could crush you like an ant." With that, she gestured to her bodyguards, who immediately moved to seize Lin Xiao. In a swift motion, he toppled two of them and couldn't help but laugh. "You think you can marry into the Lin family? That is hilarious. Why don't you ask me if I'm willing to marry you?" Chapter 55, A Clash of Strength. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then they stared at Lin Xiao as if he were a madman. What had he just said? He wanted to marry the young lady from the Song family? Had he lost his mind? Due to the presence of Song Rue beside them, the bodyguards found it inappropriate to speak first, silently observing Lin Xiao, eager to witness how he would meet his demise today. After a moment of stunned silence, Song Rue's expression darkened considerably. "Do you even comprehend what you're saying?" she exclaimed. "I am Lin Xiao, the young master of the Lin family. Even if I were to marry a pig, there is no way I would marry you." Lin Xiao fixed his gaze upon Song Rue, enunciating each word with clarity. Confronted with Lin Xiao's earnest demeanor, a fleeting sense of panic surged within her. However, she quickly regained her composure, as if she had just heard the most amusing joke in the world, and mocked. "Did you all hear that? This ride-sharing driver dares to claim he is the young master of the Lin family. What? Has the Lin family gone bankrupt or changed professions?" Lin Xiao realized that no one around him believed his words, comprehending at last that he could not clarify his identity merely with his words. He would have to wait for the Lin couple and his elder sisters to discover him. Just as he was about to continue his call, another voice emerged from behind him. Hey, it's been a while, and you ugly creature, still speak so unpleasantly? What is wrong with being a rideshare driver? Am I bothering you with my hard-earned living?" The voice was bright and familiar. Lin Xiao turned to see the girl from earlier stepping out of the banquet hall. Upon spotting him, she appeared equally surprised. "How did you get stopped?" Lin Xiao grimaced slightly and pointed at the security guard, saying, "He claims I drive for a rideshare service." The girl paused, seemingly taken aback. Lin Xiao, exasperated, clarified, "He said I drive a BYD." The girl glanced at the nearby green plate Bentley, shot a bemused look at the security guard, and tightly pressed her lips together, visibly stifling laughter. In such a setting, laughter was inappropriate. She struggled to redirect the conversation. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I am Bai Yueling from the Bai Group. Bai Group? Lin Xiao recalled the Bai family. Previously, when Lin Yu had been ousted from the Lin family and sought loans, the first person to speak to Lin Qingshan about the situation had been the head of the Bai family. It was said that the Bai family was known for their integrity and uprightness. The collaboration between the Lin and Bai families had endured for the longest time. However, Lin Xiao never imagined that the girl who had carelessly driven a car into a ditch would be a young lady of the Bai family. Moreover, it seemed that Miss Bai was acquainted with the insufferable woman before him. Song Rui, observing from the side, could not resist sneering. I was wondering who had arrived. Turns out it's you, this unsightly woman. You two seem quite compatible. Since you are so fond of defending such lowly things, why not marry him? Oh dear, what foul creature is making noise in broad daylight? Bai Yueling waved her hand dismissively, as if she had caught a whiff of something rotten. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Song Rui, feigning realization. Oh, how unfortunate to see you. You hideous creature. Such bad luck. As a child, Song Rui had sustained facial injuries. Although she had spent a fortune on reconstructive surgery and maintained her appearance, the faint scars were still visible when she wasn't wearing makeup. Although the scars were minor and had little impact on her looks over the years, the psychological trauma they inflicted was indelible. Her peers had always refrained from mentioning the incident in her presence. Yet, Bai Yueling had the audacity to speak so freely in front of so many people. You. Song Rui was rendered speechless by indignation. Oh, don't get angry. You were already ugly, and now you've become even more abstract, Bai Yueling quipped, showing no mercy. Noticing the time, Bai Yueling lost interest in lingering, and, taking Lin Xiao by the arm, began to walk towards the banquet hall. Others might be oblivious, but she was not foolish. Setting aside the fact that Lin Xiao was not actually a rideshare driver, the green plate Bentley, while somewhat abstract, was certainly not a vehicle of low cost. Anyone capable of driving such a luxury car could not possibly be impoverished. Yet, Song Rui was evidently unwilling to let them off that easily, promptly instructing her bodyguards to block their path. Bai Yueling, since you've chosen to associate with him, there's no need for you to attend this banquet. After all, I was the one originally intended to marry into the Lin family. It's better for you to recognize reality sooner rather than later. Humph, ugly creature, do you think everyone is as obsessed with marriage as you are? I have no interest in that young master of the Lin family. If it weren't for my parents pressuring me to attend, I wouldn't care less. Bai Yueling replied with a light laugh, utterly unconcerned. Is that so? Then why are you still hanging around here? Why don't you just leave? Song Rui appeared incredulous at Bai Yueling's words. Since I've promised my parents, I must be present. Bai Yueling's expression grew impatient, her gaze turning icy. Song Rui, how dare you block my way? The Song and Bai families had never seen eye to eye, and Song Rui and Bai Yueling had similarly disliked each other since childhood. Given that their families were evenly matched in strength, their encounters had always resulted in mere bickering. In the presence of others, Song Rui could be domineering, but she dared not confront Bai Yueling directly. However, with so many witnesses around, she found it hard to back down. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from within, followed by a cold, authoritative voice. What is going on here? Who dares to cause trouble at our Lin family banquet? Upon hearing that voice, both Song Rui and Bai Yueling felt a jolt of apprehension. Only Lin Xiao broke into a radiant smile. Lin Chuj had arrived. Chapter 56. Wherever it's cool, stay there. Lin Xiao attempted to speak, but to his surprise, Song Rui stepped forward first, affectionately linking her arm with Lin Chuj's. Ah, sister, what brings you here? There's a disturbance, but I can handle it myself. You needn't trouble yourself to come. Lin Xiao could hardly suppress an eye roll. How could this woman be so audacious? Were their families even acquainted? He had been home long enough to have never heard anyone mention this Miss Song. He was utterly unaware of when she and Lin Chuj had become so familiar. Bai Yueling had initially intended to greet Lin Chuj as well, but upon witnessing Song Rui's behavior, she halted in her tracks. Hey, if you must attend this banquet, why not just leave? Otherwise, you'll only be subjected to their ridicule. Bai Yueling whispered to Lin Xiao. I'll step inside to greet my parents, and then come out to find you. There's no need to attend such a demeaning affair. Bai Yueling's indignation was palpable, clearly upset. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. Don't leave. There's a show to watch. What? Bai Yueling blinked in confusion. From here on, just sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Lin Xiao had noticed that Lin Chuj's expression had soured considerably. The arm entwined with Song Rui was being subtly withdrawn. Yet Song Rui remained oblivious, continuing to disparage Lin Xiao and Bai Yueling. Until Lin Xiao leisurely approached Lin Chuj, Song Rui attempted to obstruct him. Elder sister. Lin Xiao remarked with a hint of displeasure. Do take a look at how many calls I've made to you." Lin Xiao shook his head in resignation, lamenting how extraordinarily busy he was today. "I should have sent someone to pick you up earlier. I apologize." Upon hearing these words, Song Rui stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Bai Yueling wore a similarly bewildered expression. However, she quickly regained her composure and couldn't help but chuckle. "How delightful. You truly are the young master of the Lin family, are you not? How could it be otherwise?" Lin Xiao curled his lips and cast a meaningful glance at Song Rui, lamenting, "It's a pity that some people deem me as a lowly individual. TSK. I wonder what my parents would think if they heard such words." "No." Song Rui panicked, flustered as she stammered. "I had no idea you were the young master of the Lin family. You never mentioned it." "Wait a moment, if I recall correctly, I did mention it earlier. But you simply didn't believe me," Lin Xiao retorted, refusing to grant Song Rui any opportunity to excuse herself. "Do you need me to jog your memory about how you phrased it?" A chill ran down Song Rui's spine. How could she forget what she had said? If those words reached the ears of the Lin couple, it would surely lead to dire consequences. "Master Lin, I was unaware. Ignorance is no crime, is it?" Song Rui awkwardly forced a smile, struggling to explain. "Besides, we are to be engaged." As she spoke the last words, her voice dwindled, lacking conviction. Lin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. He truly could not comprehend how this woman had the audacity to broach the subject. Was she foolish? Or did she presume him to be a fool? "Miss Song, you must recall that I stated I would rather marry a pig than you." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, unceremoniously asserting, "You annoy me just by looking at you. Go where it's cooler." "Master Lin, Song Rui attempted to clarify. But Lin Xiao had already stridden away with purpose. Bai Yueling seized the opportunity to mock Song Rui, passing by her with various taunts, and concluded with a playful grimace. Observing Song Rui's increasingly dismayed expression, she felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Simultaneously, she no longer resisted the idea of the banquet and cheerfully followed Lin Xiao's departing figure. In the makeup room, the stylist had long been on standby. The moment Lin Xiao arrived, he began his transformation. His disheveled attire was promptly replaced, and his unruly hair was meticulously styled. In less than half an hour, Lin Xiao emerged as a completely new person. When his parents and second sister entered, they were greeted by a transformed Lin Xiao, all astonished. As Lin Xiao gazed at his reflection in the mirror, he too was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that after a little grooming and donning a formal suit, he would appear so striking. The impeccably tailored suit accentuated his already tall frame, and his dark hair, now styled, highlighted his handsome features. He looked every bit like a movie star. "My son is truly handsome," Su Xiaomei exclaimed with a beaming smile. "Indeed, one's appearance can make all the difference. Brother, you should always dress like this." Lin Xiao was equally pleased and immediately rewarded the stylist with a generous red envelope. Feeling somewhat bashful from the compliments, Lin Xiao swiftly changed the subject. "Dad, Mom, shouldn't you be attending to the guests?" "It's fine to step away for a bit," Su Xiaomei replied, recalling that they had come to discuss important matters with Lin Xiao. "Ah Xiao, I just heard your sister mention that you have a good rapport with that young lady from the Bai family. If you like her, we could speak with Uncle Bai and Aunt Bai." Lin Xiao discerned Su Xiaomei's intentions and quickly clarified, "We merely crossed paths by chance. I find her rather interesting, but I cannot say I have feelings for her." "Oh, I see," Su Xiaomei nodded, somewhat disappointed. She had hoped that if he liked her, they could begin discussions about a marriage alliance. She had long wished to become in-laws with Aunt Bai. Lin Xiao understood that his mother had ulterior motives. Chapter 57. Selecting a marriage partner. The situation with the Bai family was somewhat intricate. Lin Xiao's ex-boyfriend, Bai Feng, was the illegitimate son of the Bai family's eldest son, originally raised outside the family and not intended to be brought home. However, the patriarch of the Bai family, having 3 sons, had no grandsons. The eldest, aside from this illegitimate child, had no other offspring, while the second and third sons each had only 1 daughter. In such a traditional family, sons were typically favored for inheritance. Unless there were no other options, and the daughters were particularly exceptional, the company would be entrusted to a daughter, much like Lin Xiao. However, the remaining daughters of the Bai family showed no interest in the company. Bai Yueling was preoccupied with experiencing life, completely lacking the demeanor of a young lady. Her cousin was equally consumed by her passion for art, aspiring to be a free-spirited painter. The Bai patriarch, left with no choice, had to bring Bai Feng back to be groomed as the heir. Bai Feng seemed to play the part well, and marrying Lin Xiao would solidify his success. Alas, Lin Xiao's interference thwarted those plans. The Lin couple had a good relationship with the Bai family's third son. Before finding Lin Xiao, they had contemplated arranging a marriage between Lin Yu and Bai Yueling. However, Lin Yu's carefree attitude did not appeal to Bai Yueling, leading to the abandonment of that idea. They had hoped Lin Xiao would prove more promising, only to be disappointed once again. Matters of the young should not be forced by us adults. Let Ah Xiao decide for himself, Lin Xiao mused, taking a more relaxed stance. Though his marriage with Su Xiaomei was also a union of families, they had grown up as childhood sweethearts, possessing a foundation of affection. Naturally, they wished for their children's marriages, even if arranged, to blossom from mutual affection. Seeing the Lin couple's amicable demeanor, Lin Xiao felt a sense of relief. Little did he know, his attitude had left someone feeling somewhat disheartened. At the entrance of the makeup room, Bai Yueling wore a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She had previously greeted her parents and intended to seek out Lin Xiao. However, upon arriving at the door of the makeup room, she overheard Lin Xiao's outright rejection of the marriage alliance, along with his lack of affection for her. Though they had only recently met, she found Lin Xiao intriguing. If the circumstances allowed, she wouldn't mind exploring the potential for something more. But why had he so decisively turned her down? Had she failed to make a good impression on him? This was unexpected. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of determination ignited within Bai Yueling. The banquet commenced in earnest. Lin Xingshan led Lin Xiao to the front stage, solemnly introducing him to all present. While many in attendance held significant positions in the capital, few could boast of exceptional offspring. A prodigy like Lin Xiao, who had been uncommonly admitted to the prestigious University's finance program, drew considerable envy. The fact that he had grown up in the countryside only heightened their admiration. Most attendees were adults who were not swayed by juvenile notions, dismissing the idea of Lin Xiao's rural upbringing as unrefined. Instead, they viewed his ability to thrive under such challenging circumstances as a testament to his remarkable personal capabilities. With the continued support of the Lin family, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. In the ensuing moments, numerous individuals arrived, eager to introduce their children to Lin Xiao, hoping to cultivate closer ties with the Lin family. A significant portion of these visitors were accompanied by their daughters, as it was widely accepted that matrimonial alliances were to be forged among the younger generation. With the Lin family possessing but a single son, those with daughters were keen to seize the opportunity. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei welcomed them with open arms, considering it a fortuitous chance to meet more young women, should one of them capture Lin Xiao's affections. Ah Xiao, this is your Uncle Lu and his youngest daughter, Lin Xingshan said with a beaming smile. Lin Xiao merely cast a cursory glance and subtly shook his head. The girl was undeniably beautiful, with a splendid figure. Her physical attributes seemingly flawless at first glance. Yet, as he observed further, the familiar sound of his gossip system echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, the thoughts of Lin Xiao resonated in the ears of those present from the Lin family. She appears so dignified, yet in private, she is a queen of the night. Last year, she spotted a handsome male student at a club and forcibly took him away for a night, even ending up with his child. Too domineering, cannot provoke. Cannot provoke. Instantly, the expressions of the other four members of the Lin family shifted dramatically. Lin Shuj and Lin Baixian were engaged in conversation with their friends when they heard the voice, glancing over at their parents with a knowing look. They were well aware of their parents' intentions to seize the moment and select a suitable partner for their younger brother. Observing the queue of people waiting to meet Lin Xiao, they anticipated a delightful evening of gossip. Lin Xingshan and Su Xiaomei, seasoned individuals, momentarily displayed expressions of surprise before reverting to smiles. Ah, old Lu, I recall your daughter had a good rapport with that lad from the Yang family. I must advise you, let the children handle their affairs. Us adults meddling too much may only lead to resentment, Lin Xingshan remarked casually, deftly diffusing the situation. Even if Mr. Lu sensed something amiss, he would not dare to undermine Lin Xingshan's dignity. The two quickly shifted their conversation to other matters, momentarily setting aside the introduction of their children. However, as the first visitor departed, others naturally stepped forward. Ah Xiao, this is your Aunt Zhao and her daughter. Let us have you meet, Su Xiaomei said, hurrying to introduce a familiar woman. She held confidence in her judgment. The Zhao matriarch was well educated and refined, and her daughter was expected to be equally virtuous. Lin Xiao scrutinized the girl again. She was quite attractive, tall, and had long legs. Yet, the gaze she directed at him bore an inexplicable chill. Soon, he discerned the reason. This girl is indeed lovely, but she has no interest in men at all. Oh, mother, spare your efforts in praising me. We are not even on the same track. Chapter 58. The arrival of Baifeng's parents. Su Xiaomei's countenance visibly faltered. The Zhao matriarch, oblivious to Su Xiaomei's discomfort, continued to extol her daughter's virtues, mentioning prestigious foreign university degrees and a commendable character. Unfortunately, Su Xiaomei could not absorb a single word. Just as Lin Xiao's thoughts had indicated, the girl simply did not favor boys, rendering all accolades moot. Lin Shuj, witnessing her mother's distress, suppressed a laugh and approached, casually concocting an excuse to escort the Zhao mother and daughter away. She did not stray far. intent on observing the multitude of young women from prominent families and uncovering their hidden secrets. Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei took a deep breath, reigniting their hopes. Among such a large gathering, they refused to believe that not a single suitable match existed. The previous 2 cases must have been anomalies. After all, these were individuals groomed from esteemed families. Their standards should not be excessively outlandish. Yet, every subsequent introduction only served to test their composure. Oh dear, this one has a penchant for masochism. You would never guess it from her appearance. How bizarre. This young lady is intriguing. Having lacked paternal affection, she exclusively favors men over 40. Hey, this girl actually enjoys having others nibble on her toes. How fortuitous, she could pair with the previous one. Gradually, the light in Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei's eyes dimmed. In their helplessness, a flicker of anger ignited within them. They simply could not believe that these individuals were entirely oblivious to their children's true natures. Were they genuinely attempting to exploit Lin Xiao's youth and naivety while he was still navigating the elite circles of society? Did they truly consider themselves astute? Yet, had it not been for Lin Xiao's inner thoughts, some individuals might have indeed managed to deceive them. Fortunately, a plethora of guests had attended, and among them were a few reasonably normal individuals who exchanged pleasantries with Lin Xiao, presenting potential avenues for future development. As the introductions neared completion and Lin Xiao prepared to depart, the sound of shattering glass echoed nearby. Turning his head, he beheld Lin Chuj, visibly displeased, standing at a table where a couple sat. A wine glass lay shattered on the floor, evidently broken by Lin Chuj's hand. Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei noticed the commotion and their expressions darkened. Why are they here? I don't recall sending them an invitation. Su Xiaomei remarked coldly. After all, these were prominent figures from the capital. Their mere presence at the gathering was inconsequential. However, it now appeared that the situation was far from simple. Lin Xiao pondered briefly before striding toward the couple, with Lin Xiao hastily following suit. True to his experience in the business realm, Lin Xiao, who had recently appeared displeased, donned a smile upon reaching the couple. Brother Bai, sister Bai, what brings you here? Another member of the Bai family? And they were directly seeking Lin Chuj. Could they be the parents of Bai Feng, the eldest of the Bai family? The man, Bai Yuan, appeared to be of similar age to Lin Xiao. He promptly stood up, courteously stating, Lao Lin, you know that there has been some misunderstanding between Feng and Chuj. We are here to apologize on his behalf. Yes, indeed, we mean no harm, interjected the woman, Lu Qing, who appeared relatively youthful, in her early 40s like Bai Yuan, her face etched with guilt. Upon hearing their intention to clarify the misunderstanding regarding Bai Feng, Lin Xiao hesitated momentarily before responding coolly. If you wish to resolve this misunderstanding, let us discuss it privately. Previously, Bai Feng had attempted to drug Lin Chuj and force himself upon her. Although he had failed, Lin Chuj did not let the matter rest and reported it to the authorities. During the investigation, evidence of Bai Feng's actions was uncovered, leading to his detention. The Bai family, being affluent, might have previously resolved such issues with financial means or even secured a letter of understanding from the victim. However, this time, they had crossed paths with the Lin family, who would never entertain any form of compromise. Lin Chuj not only rejected any mediation, but had also refused to meet with the couple. Thus, they had no choice but to seek her out here. In a small reception room behind the banquet hall, the Lin family of 4 sat on one side, while the Bai couple occupied the opposite side. If there is something to discuss, let us be direct, Lin Xiao stated, not wishing to engage in pleasantries given the sparse company. They were already aware of Bai Feng's attempts to bully their daughter. This was not mere hearsay akin to overhearing Lin Xiao's thoughts. It was a tangible reality that had transpired. Their attitude towards it was anything but favorable. Lu Qing, evidently recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily continued her apologies, asserting that Bai Feng was indeed at fault. Chugo, considering you two have been in a relationship for quite some time, surely you have some feelings for him. Can you bear to see him imprisoned? Lin Chugo snorted coldly, maintaining her composure as she retorted, Aunt, your words imply that I am the one sending him to jail. He is an adult. He knows the consequences of his actions, does he not? Lu Qing frowned, but Bai Yuan, sensing Lin Chuji's resolute stance, turned directly to Lin Xiao. Old Lin, must we escalate this matter? No child is without fault. As long as it doesn't lead to dire consequences, isn't that sufficient? Upon hearing this, the Lin family's tempers began to simmer. Chapter 59, Turning the Tables. Though the Bai couple professed to be there to apologize, their words hardly conveyed sincerity. Observing the Lin family's silence, Lu Qing naively assumed they were ready to compromise and shamelessly added, Indeed, nothing significant occurred, and even if it did, it's of little consequence, considering you are all intent on marrying. At last, the Lin family could no longer contain their indignation. Lin Chuge was the first to speak. Wait a moment. Do you genuinely misunderstand? Do you think your son is such a prize that I would eagerly marry him? Lin Xiao mocked. It's laughable. It seems you two still fail to grasp the situation. Even in the past, when your son was with my elder sister, it was a stretch for him. Now that this situation has unfolded so disgracefully, how can you still utter such words? Lu Qing was clearly taken aback by the Lin family's blatant disregard for her authority. She immediately turned to Lin Qingshan and Su Xiaomei, coldly demanding, "Is this how you educate your children?" Su Xiaomei, who had been itching to retaliate, now responded without restraint. "How we educate our children is none of your business, especially not coming from the parents of a rapist." Lu Qing was left speechless, her face flushed with rage. After a prolonged silence, Bai Yuan suddenly glared at Lin Qingshan. "Old Lin, must we truly allow this to escalate so disgracefully?" Lin Qingshan sighed. "I never anticipated things would reach this point between our families, but perhaps you should direct your inquiries towards your son. Our daughter has done nothing wrong throughout this ordeal." Bai Yuan's expression darkened further. It was evident that they had not foreseen the complete lack of room for reconciliation. Even the long-standing relationship between the two families failed to sway the Lin family. Lin Xiao, unwilling to endure any more of the Bai couple's shamelessness, threatened outright. "Let me be frank. We are fully aware of what your son has been up to behind the scenes. Out of respect for our past connection, we are merely reporting him now. Should you continue to stir trouble, we have no qualms about ensuring he serves time." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's face drained of color. She was all too aware of her son's misdeeds. The prospect of Bai Feng acquiring a criminal record was already unbearable. If the truth were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly ruin him for life. "Very well, since you are so heartless, do not blame us for being rude." Bai Yuan's eyes glinted with malice as he retrieved his phone and tapped a few buttons. Mere seconds later, 3 men in black burst into the room, brandishing knives and making a beeline for Lin Xiao. "If you wish to ruin my son, then I shall ruin yours." Bai Yuan sneered cruelly. The Lin family, taken aback by this unforeseen turn, instinctively shielded Lin Xiao from the approaching assailants. "Bai Yuan, are you out of your mind? There are people everywhere. Do you think you can escape after harming someone?" Lin Qingshan bellowed. "Oh, those people outside. They want to interfere." Bai Yuan's gaze was frenzied as he signaled for the attackers to proceed. Just as a knife swung towards Lin Qingshan, Lin Xiao reacted swiftly, leaping onto the table and maneuvering around to confront the lead assailant with a powerful kick to the face. Thud! The assailant emitted a muffled grunt, clutching his nose as he staggered backward, blood seeping through his fingers. Lin Xiao seized the moment, charging at the other two, disarming them and knocking them out with fluid precision. His movements were seamless, devoid of any hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, he twirled the 2 knives, his gaze icy as it fell upon Bai Yuan and Lu Qing. The couple, utterly petrified, wore expressions of sheer horror. "You truly underestimated me by sending such incompetent fools." Lin Xiao scoffed, tossing the knives towards them. At that moment, not only were Bai Yuan and Lu Qing left dumbfounded, but so too were the members of the Lin family. It was too late to intervene. They could only watch in horror as the blades flew toward their targets. The Lin family envisioned the grisly scene of the Bai couple collapsing in a pool of blood. Fortunately, the knives merely grazed the cheeks of Bai Yuan and Lu Qing, leaving shallow cuts that embedded in the wall behind them. Both Bai Yuan and Lu Qing stared wide-eyed, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Had it not been for their earlier trip to the restroom, they might have lost control completely. "Murder! Murder!" Lu Qing stammered, gingerly touching her stinging face and staring at the blood on her fingers in disbelief. Lin Xiao smirked derisively. "Hey, with such a lack of courage, you should think twice before attempting any hired killings in the future. Hey, Uncle Bai, are you back with us?" Lin Xiao waved his hand in front of Bai Yuan's face. What do you want?" Bai Yuan stammered, retreating in shock, nearly colliding with one of the knives embedded in the wall. Lin Xiao perched himself on the table before Bai Yuan, his face adorned with a calm smile as though the preceding chaos had never transpired. "Uncle Bai, I apologize for startling you. As a form of compensation, allow me to share a secret." Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Lin Xiao added an air of mystery. Bai Yuan, still reeling, instinctively inquired, "What secret?" Lin Xiao's lips curled into a mischievous grin. "Bai Feng was a premature baby, wasn't he? After all these years, have you never questioned this?" Bai Yuan's brow furrowed in confusion before realization dawned upon him. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Xiao erupted into laughter. "At your age, you still ask me what I mean? It means Bai Feng is not your son." Ha ha. Chapter 60. The spectacle unfolds. Amidst Lin Xiao's boisterous laughter, the attendees were left bewildered. "What did you just say?" Bai Yuan could scarcely believe his ears. Even if the assassination failed, sending them to the police would suffice. To suddenly divulge such information felt utterly bizarre. At that moment, footsteps echoed once more from the entrance. "Dad, Mom, what's happening here?" Lin Baixian surveyed the scene within the room, her gaze fixated on the figure sprawled on the floor, her expression one of astonishment. She had originally intended to accompany them, but the multitude of guests outside required her attention, thus she remained in the banquet hall. A hurried waiter had just approached her, mentioning that something seemed amiss in this vicinity, prompting her to hasten over. Curiosity piqued. Some guests from outside had also gathered around to witness the unfolding situation. Lin Xiao leaned out to peer into the crowd, swiftly identifying a particular individual amidst the throng. Ah, there he is, your son's biological father. Bai Yuan followed Lin Xiao's pointed direction, only to find his own second uncle, Bai Yin. A realization seemed to strike him, his eyes widening with incredulity. Indeed, as you surmised, you and your son ought to be referred to as cousins instead. Lin Xiao, relishing the unfolding drama, turned to Lu Qing and remarked, "You must agree with my assertion, right?" Following this, he chuckled to himself, adding that it mattered little whether it was acknowledged, as obtaining a paternity test in this day and age was hardly a challenge. One simple inquiry would reveal the truth. Although no definitive proof existed at present, Bai Yuan, having lived for so many years, was no fool. The certainty in Lin Xiao's voice suggested a solid foundation for his claims. Moreover, since earlier, his wife had not uttered a single word of rebuttal. She merely wore a look of trepidation, her fears unknown. Lu Qing, what on earth is happening here? Bai Yuan demanded, suppressing his fury. This is not what you think. Lu Qing stammered, utterly at a loss for how to explain. Or perhaps, the reality laid bare before them rendered any explanations futile. The onlookers, upon hearing these words, suddenly realized they might have stumbled upon an astounding secret. They cautiously lingered, fearful of being dismissed before the drama had fully unfolded. Lin Xiao, ever the helpful bystander, continued to elucidate. Over 20 years ago, your wife was a maid in your second uncle's household. Before reaching maturity, she found herself with child by him. At that time, your second aunt was quite strict, and your uncle, unwilling to let the child be born publicly yet not wanting to abandon it, reached out to your then-girlfriend. Although it remains unclear what leverage your uncle had over that woman, she agreed to feign a pregnancy and leave the capital. Once Bai Feng was born, she returned him to you as her child. Subsequently, your uncle devised a plan to marry Lu Qing to you, ensuring the upbringing of their biological son. With Lin Xiao's narrative, Bai Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Memories began to surface in his mind, recalling whispers from many years ago that spoke of his uncle's indiscretions and affairs. He had dismissed them at the time, considering them merely the antics of a spoiled scion. Little did he know, they had orchestrated this scheme against him for so long. No wonder Lu Qing had shown little reaction when he brought the illegitimate child home. No wonder she had treated Bai Feng as her own, even choosing not to bear their own children, allowing this nominal illegitimate son to inherit the Bai family legacy. Bai Yuan had always believed this was Lu Qing's considerate nature, not wishing to burden him. In truth, he was the fool. He had exerted every effort to elevate Bai Feng to the position of heir, only to have his efforts serve another's purpose. Splendid. Bai Yuan's demeanor twisted into one of madness as he stormed towards Lu Qing, raising his hand to deliver a slap. Hey, what are you doing, you little brat? A furious voice erupted from the crowd. Just then, a man in his 60s rushed forward, brandishing a cane and striking at Bai Yuan. It was none other than Bai Yin. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Qing was the mother of his child. How could he stand by and watch her be maltreated? At this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal. Bai Yuan, if you no longer wish to continue this marriage, I shall take Lu Qing with me, and you shall henceforth refer to her as second aunt. As Bai Yin wielded his cane, he proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yuan nearly choked in disbelief. For over 20 years, he had been ensnared in a farce, deprived even of a child of his own, and now he was to address her as his elder. He immediately seized a nearby chair, hurling it at the brazen duo. In an instant, the three became entangled in a scuffle. The Lin family, situated nearby, narrowly avoided being caught in the fray, thanks to their swift reflexes. Lin Chuj frowned in displeasure, raising her hand to summon assistance to have the three removed. However, Lin Xiao halted her, gesturing behind them. There are so many spectators enjoying the show. Let us not rush to disperse them. Turning to follow his gaze, Lin Chuj indeed noticed the guests captivated by the spectacle, their faces alight with delight at the unfolding drama. Reluctantly, she conceded that the farce could continue for a while longer. Lin Xiao quietly instructed a nearby waiter, who soon returned with a large plastic bag, distributing sunflower seeds to the eager onlookers. The Lin family cast exasperated glances at Lin Xiao, who was clearly relishing the chaos. Lin Yuling, amidst the crowd, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Watching Lin Xiao's nonchalant demeanor as he munched on seeds, she suddenly found him even more intriguing. Should she consider making an attempt to win him over? Within the high society gathering, a raucous scene unfolded that one would typically find in the bustling streets below. The attendees felt fortunate to witness such a spectacle. In the aftermath, the Bai family's scandal would likely linger in the public consciousness for quite some time. Eventually, the three grappling figures grew weary, collapsing onto the floor in disarray, yet not forgetting to glare at one another. Bai Yuan recognized that allowing so many to witness this farce was a source of great embarrassment. However, reflecting on how he had been the subject of ridicule for over 2 decades, he found himself indifferent to this momentary humiliation. Ultimately, it was the venerable elder of the Bai family who, upon hearing of the commotion, dispatched an assistant to escort the three away. Gradually, the other guests began to disperse. As Bai Yuling lingered at the rear, she discreetly kept her gaze fixed on Lin Xiao's position, having resolved to capture his heart. She felt it was time to set her plan into motion. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she conceived a simple scheme. Lin Xiao was just a step behind her. If she were to stumble now, it would facilitate an intimate encounter. Although she had previously looked down upon such tactics, she had to admit their efficacy. She adjusted her stance, preparing to execute her plan. With a feigned gasp, she pretended to twist her ankle, leaning back in a calculated fall. Engrossed in thought, Lin Xiao had not noticed Bai Yuling's ploy. Sensing something collide with him, he instinctively raised his arm, inadvertently pinning her against the wall, not in an amorous manner, but rather as if firmly anchoring her in place. Both Bai Yuling and Lin Xiao froze. Lin Xiao stared at Bai Yuling in astonishment, inquiring, "What on earth caused you to trip like that?" Caught off guard, Bai Yuling hesitated. She couldn't very well admit to feigning a fall for the sake of a romantic embrace, so she resorted to an awkward excuse. "It's all this wretched high heel. Why must they make them so difficult to wear? Walking is a challenge." As she spoke, she removed her shoes and tossed them aside in a fit of pique. "Hey, how can you just throw things around like that?" Lin Xiao bent down to retrieve the high heels and casually placed them back into Bai Yueling's arms, muttering, "What if someone trips over them? Wouldn't that lead to a fall, just like yours?" Bai Yueling stared in astonishment at the shoes in her hands. Initially, she had thought that Lin Xiao, who had rescued her from the car, was a gentlemanly and considerate person. However, she now realized that her impression might have been slightly misguided. Perhaps Lin Xiao's actions stemmed solely from a place of genuine kindness, an altruism entirely detached from societal norms. If it were anyone else, they would likely feel disappointed and lose interest in Lin Xiao. Yet Bai Yueling was different. As a young lady with a penchant for experiencing life in all its facets, she had worked at small companies, walked dogs, and even delivered takeout. In essence, she relished all things novel. Lin Xiao's peculiar demeanor only intensified her curiosity. Observing his retreating figure, she silently donned her shoes, contemplating her next move to draw closer to him. Since their acquaintance had begun with a vehicle, she decided to approach it from that angle. "By the way, Lin Xiao, I seem to have dirtied your car today. How about I take it for a wash?" "No need, I can handle it myself," he replied. Then let me treat you to a meal as thanks for your help." "That's unnecessary. You already gave me a ride here, so we're even." Bai Yueling exhausted all her efforts, only to be met with Lin Xiao's continued refusals. Finally, she conceded, "How about I teach you how to drive?" At last, Lin Xiao halted in his tracks. Believing she had finally swayed this seemingly unyielding man, she eagerly continued, "You see, although my skills aren't particularly stellar, I think I could manage to teach you. Otherwise, the next time you visit the parking lot, you might struggle to get your car out." Lin Xiao sighed softly. Recalling the difficulties he faced while driving today, he ultimately shook his head. "Forget it. I'll just hire a driver next time I go out." Bai Yueling was utterly bewildered. Could there truly exist someone so oblivious to romantic gestures? Any ordinary person, under her earnest attentions, would surely sense something. Yet Lin Xiao remained completely unresponsive. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Bai Yueling belonged to the type that grew more determined with adversity, and her desire to conquer Lin Xiao only intensified. Rather than feeling disheartened, she felt invigorated. Watching Lin Xiao's departing figure, she encouraged herself. After all, time was on her side, and she refused to believe she couldn't win over this eccentric man. Chapter 62. A War Without Smoke. Rumors at school always spread swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Shortly after the banquet, Lin Xiao returned to school to resume his classes. Qiu Xiaoyan was among the first to learn of Lin Xiao's return, and that very day, she invited him to dinner and to study together at the library. During Lin Xiao's time off, she felt as if something was amiss in her life, a void that could not be filled by anything else. Especially after hearing that the Lin family had hosted a banquet to announce Lin Xiao's identity as the Lin family's heir, a sense of urgency began to stir within her. It felt as if a cherished secret she alone had known was suddenly unveiled to the world, and Lin Xiao was that secret. While she felt happy that Lin Xiao had received recognition, thereby reducing the likelihood of others bullying him, she simultaneously feared that someone might take him away from her. This conflicting emotion lingered until their meeting. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and his familiar demeanor, her anxious heart finally found solace. Lin Xiao had thought that everything had returned to normal. However, During a public class, he spotted Bai Yueling. He remembered that she was not a student at their school and could not fathom why she was present. Lin Xiao merely glanced at Bai Yueling and, appearing to disregard her, settled into his usual spot in the corner of the classroom. Yet, moments later, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Looking up, he saw Bai Yueling casually occupying the seat next to him. I initially thought you were a diligent student, but it seems you enjoy lounging in the back like those rascally rich kids, Bai Yueling remarked nonchalantly. It's precisely because I no longer need to study that I sit at the back, allowing the front seats for those who do, Lin Xiao retorted, not wishing to elaborate, but feeling compelled to say a few more words due to Bai Yueling's status. At first, Bai Yueling was skeptical of his explanation. It wasn't until she observed the professor entering and engaging in friendly conversation with Lin Xiao about their previous project that she realized Lin Xiao was likely telling the truth. Girls are naturally attracted to strength, and hearing others praise him and witnessing his prowess firsthand were two entirely different matters. At that moment, Lin Xiao's image in her eyes grew a notch higher. However, this feeling was soon disrupted by another emotion. Just before class commenced, a striking figure appeared at the classroom door, a stunning girl who instantly captured the attention of many. The girl peered in, seemingly searching for someone. When her gaze momentarily lingered on their direction, she then proceeded to sit beside Lin Xiao, amidst the many curious stares. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Xiao greeted with a smile. Typically, girls studying the humanities tend not to show much interest in financial subjects. That only proves I'm not an ordinary person. Xiaoyan replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. By the way, I brought the books you asked for last time. Lin Xiao retrieved 2 finance books from his backpack and handed them to Xiaoyan, who gratefully accepted them, sweetly thanking him. She had already noticed Bai Yueling and intuitively sensed that this girl was not to be underestimated. It appeared she had deliberately chosen to sit next to Lin Xiao. Although uncertain of their relationship, Xiaoyan resolved to maintain her composure. She intended to interact normally with Lin Xiao, concealing any signs of insecurity. The one who faltered first would be the loser. Bai Yueling seemed to grasp this notion as well, keeping her reactions in check. During class, she merely supported her chin with one hand, listening attentively and occasionally posing questions to Lin Xiao. Though not a student at this school, she was also studying finance, allowing her to engage in logical discussions about the professor's points with Lin Xiao. For the entire duration of the class, the 2 girls surrounded Lin Xiao, presenting an outward calm that belied the underlying tension of a fierce competition. At first, Lin Xiao remained unaware of the unusual atmosphere. However, he gradually sensed that something was amiss. Since they were still in class, he refrained from commenting. At last, when the class concluded, he aimed to make a swift exit from this contentious environment. But the 2 girls stood up alongside him. Lin Xiao, this is my first time at your school. Won't you show me around? Bai Yueling inquired with a smile. Xiaoyan would not easily relinquish her hold, gently tugging at Lin Xiao's shirt corner as she whispered. Lin Xiao, we agreed yesterday to visit that newly opened restaurant at the school gate. The flames of conflict gradually began to manifest themselves overtly. It was evident that Lin Xiao could only choose one of the forthcoming activities. No one wished to be the one who ended up losing. Lin Xiao felt overwhelmed. He was not too familiar with Bai Yueling and had neither the desire nor the reason to stroll around the school with her. As for Xiaoyan, although he had previously promised to dine at the new restaurant with her, it was not intended for today. Perhaps it was the peculiar atmosphere that incited his rebellious spirit. In short, Lin Xiao simply wished to be alone today, not wanting anyone's company. Chapter 63. Perhaps in the next life, I'll be a pig. Xiaoyan had a fair understanding of Lin Xiao. Noticing his displeased expression, she realized he might be upset. Had it been before, she would have certainly not clung to him so tenaciously. However, with such a captivating rival present today, she dared not let her guard down, fearing that a single concession would result in losing the remarkable Lin Xiao to someone else. Bai Yueling, on the other hand, harbored no such concerns. Unfazed by Lin Xiao's thoughts, she directly linked her arm with his and pouted, "Look at me. I've come all this way to your school, and you won't even take me for a stroll. How could you be so heartless?" Lin Xiao promptly withdrew his arm. It was just the right time for classes to end. The presence of these 2 beauties naturally drew attention, and with Bai Yueling's voice raised, Lin Xiao felt the gazes of those around them converging upon them. There were looks of envy and jealousy, and for those unfamiliar with Lin Xiao, confusion reigned, as they wondered what they lacked. Some bolder individuals even contemplated approaching to strike up a conversation. Yet, before they could come closer, they were met with a fierce glare from Bai Yueling that sent them retreating. Lin Xiao had intended to maintain a low profile, but found himself the center of attention once again. He felt a sudden headache and waved dismissively, "Xiaoyan, I have matters to attend to today, so I won't join you for lunch. And Bai Yueling, if you wish to explore our school, you might ask Xiaoyan if she is willing to accompany you. I'm leaving now." He exited the classroom without waiting for a response from either girl. Initially planning to return to his dormitory, he abruptly received a message from Lin Xiao. She was on a day off and intended to visit the campus hospital to see an old friend, bringing him some homemade soup in the process. Since his sister was making the effort to deliver it personally, Lin Xiao felt it would be rude to decline. He redirected his path toward the campus hospital. Lin Xiao was acquainted with his sister's friend, a physician at the hospital. Upon arriving at the doctor's office and observing the physician busy in the treatment room, he settled into the office to wait for Lin Xiao. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed young man with bleached hair sauntered in, seemingly there to seek medical attention. Not seeing the doctor, he spoke brusquely. "Hey, are you the doctor?" Lin Xiao felt exasperated by such individuals and chose to ignore him. Continuing to focus on his own thoughts, the young man approached Lin Xiao directly, insisting, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Lin Xiao remained unresponsive, as the system in his mind had already provided a glimpse into the young man's background. This young man came from a family involved in the gambling stone business, representing the nouveau riche with little education. He himself was a frivolous playboy, indulging in a life of excess and bearing a shameful ailment. He had only managed to attend this school due to a significant financial contribution, barely securing a place in the adult education program. He rarely attended classes, his visits primarily motivated by pursuits of romance. My father is right. Nowadays, doctors seem to have forgotten how to serve their patients. The young man made himself comfortable, carelessly tossing his registration slip onto the desk. "I've paid, so if you don't want to face a complaint, you better treat me properly." Finally, Lin Xiao raised his head slowly, chuckling lightly. "Treat you? What's wrong with your body?" Since the young man had mistaken him for a doctor, he decided to humor him. "Hey, you're the doctor, I'm the patient. If I knew what was wrong, why would I need to ask you?" The young man retorted rudely. Clearly, he was one of those who viewed doctors as fortune tellers. Coincidentally, although Lin Xiao lacked medical expertise, he did possess some knowledge of fortune telling. He activated his skills and easily discerned the young man's fate. "No need for treatment. Your days are numbered. You might as well choose a burial plot in the southwestern direction. In your next life, you can be a pig. Otherwise, in your next existence, you'll only be a rat in a stinking gutter." Lin Xiao spoke the truth plainly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The young man erupted in anger, leaping to his feet and grabbing Lin Xiao by the collar. Lin Xiao remained composed, gazing calmly at the young man, a smile still gracing his lips. "If you can't handle the truth, don't come to a hospital seeking discomfort. I'll kill you." The young man, furious, raised his fist to strike. "Stop!" A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lin Xiao appeared at the office door, her expression stern. "Who is this blind fool?" The young man turned impatiently, but upon seeing Lin Xiao, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He immediately released Lin Xiao and scampered over to Lin Xiao. "Hey there, beautiful sister, we were just joking around." He flashed a disingenuous smile, his gaze laced with predatory intent. "Beautiful sister, would you like to exchange contact information? Let us grab a meal sometime." Lin Xiao ignored him, instead looking towards Lin Xiao. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Xiao replied, adjusting his clothing. The young man, sensing he was being disregarded, scowled and said, "Oh, so you're both in cahoots. Just now, I was seeking his medical advice, and he uttered such offensive words. You should make him apologize to me." "Oh, how would you like me to make amends?" Lin Xiao inquired, curiosity piqued upon realizing that Lin Xiao had been pretending to be a doctor. "Of course. You need to treat me." The young man arrogantly pointed at Lin Xiao. "It has to be you, personally, who examines me." Lin Xiao, aware that allowing this young man to continue his antics would likely lead to further complications, decided she didn't mind extending her stay a little longer for the sake of her friend's peace of mind. "All right, I'll examine you." She stepped into the office, and Lin Xiao immediately stood up, moving the chair aside. "Speak up, where do you feel unwell?" Lin Xiao casually twirled a pen in her fingers, asking nonchalantly. Lin Xiao had expected the young man to persist in his foolishness. However, to his surprise, the young man was exceedingly direct this time, pointing to his groin. "Right here it hurts." Chapter 64, Lin Xiao's Crisis. Lin Xiao instantly grasped the young man's implication, his expression darkening. He had long suspected that the young man harbored issues in that area, and his visit to the doctor was likely for that very reason. However, the young man's demeanor now clearly indicated ulterior motives. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, glancing at the area the young man indicated, yet her expression remained unchanged. This revelation alarmed Lin Xiao. He had always known that Lin Xiao's previous aspiration was to become a urologist, and he worried she might fall prey to her professional instincts and actually examine the young man. He quickly cautioned, "Sister, this guy has that kind of disease. Don't let your eyes be sullied." "What?" Lin Xiao shot a disdainful glare at the young man. She had been preoccupied with defending Lin Xiao earlier, but upon closer inspection, she noticed several areas of exposed skin on the young man displaying red, festering sores. Indeed, it was a reaction to illness. Lin Baixian, despite her keen interest in men's health, found herself deeply repulsed by such unkempt individuals. She swiftly raised her hand to dismiss him, urging him to leave, stating that he should seek treatment at a major hospital rather than troubling the school nurse. Wait here. The young man with yellow hair was about to retort when a throng of students suddenly passed by. It appeared that someone had sustained a leg injury while playing basketball, and a group was accompanying them to address the situation. Reluctant for his predicament to become public, the young man left with a scathing remark. Lin Xiao watched as the figure of the young man vanished at the end of the corridor, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew. At least he no longer had to endure the sight of such distressing matters. However, as he turned around, he found Lin Baixian staring at him intently. What is it? Lin Xiao touched his face, questioning if something was amiss. Lin Baixian slowly shook her head, narrowing her eyes with an appraising gaze. I merely wish to inquire how you knew that the young man had such an ailment. Surely, you too aren't. She involuntarily recalled the rumors surrounding Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly raised his hand to halt her. Sister, it would be wise for you to cease those dreadful thoughts. Oh, really? Lin Baixian raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. It was a mosquito that informed me. Lin Xiao couldn't possibly disclose his secret regarding the system. After all, he had previously mentioned to Lin Baixian that he could understand animal speech. Mosquitoes are, after all, creatures too, so it was not entirely implausible. Oh, a mosquito? Lin Baixian gradually stood up, approaching Lin Xiao and scanning the vicinity. She then clapped her hand on his shoulder. Let us not even discuss the weather. Where would you find mosquitoes now? Even if there were, would they speak to you? You're trying to fool me. As Lin Xiao dodged her playful reprimand, he explained, well, I'm not entirely certain it was a mosquito. It could have been a fly or a cockroach. Whatever it was, they told me. Otherwise, how could I have known such intimate details upon meeting that young man for the first time? Although Lin Baixian recognized that Lin Xiao was not entirely truthful, she found a semblance of logic in his argument and chose not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, she suddenly heard Lin Xiao's thoughts. What a joke. That young man has no boundaries when it comes to relationships, disregarding gender and even species. He truly deserves his fate. There's no way I could divulge this. It makes me feel nauseous. I would never want to taint Sister's ears with such filth. Hearing this, Lin Baixian attempted to maintain her composure, but her stomach began to churn. Initially, she had planned to dine with friends, but her appetite had vanished entirely. Ding! Suddenly, Lin Baixian's phone rang. Upon seeing the number on the screen, she immediately answered. Hello, director. All right, I'll return immediately. After hanging up, Lin Baixian's expression grew serious. She called out to the office. Old Qian, I have an urgent matter at the hospital and must leave. So urgent? A young woman in a white coat hurried out, her face full of regret. I just finished my work, and now you're leaving. Lin Baixian nodded. There was an explosion at a factory in the west. What? That's serious. You should hurry back, Dr. Qian exclaimed, no longer attempting to detain her. As Lin Xiao listened to Lin Baixian, a sudden thought struck him. The factory explosion incident. Wasn't that the pivotal event that would alter Lin Baixian's destiny? No matter how one tries to prevent it, what is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. Lin Baixian, noticing Lin Xiao's grave expression, seemed to grasp the implications. Xiao, will you accompany me? Of course. Even if Lin Baixian hadn't invited him, Lin Xiao would have followed. He would never allow any harm to come to his sister. The two swiftly departed the school and made their way to the hospital. On the route to the hospital, traffic congestion ensued. It appeared that there were too many vehicles transporting the injured. Fortunately, the traffic police arrived promptly, managing to clear the intersections to create a path for the ambulances. Once Lin Baixian had identified herself, she drove in line behind the ambulances. At the same time, she learned from Lin Xiao's thoughts that her fate was unfolding before her. She never anticipated that what seemed like a routine overtime shift would lead to a dramatic transformation in her future. Chapter 65, The Pervert Beside Us. Based on Lin Xiao's thoughts, Lin Baixian grasped the general situation. As events were set to unfold, she would arrive at the hospital to aid the injured. One of the victims would unfortunately succumb despite attempts at rescue, prompting their family to create a scene at the hospital. She would be betrayed by a colleague, becoming a victim of those frenzied individuals. Lin Baixian was acutely aware of the imminent danger she faced, yet as a physician, she could not simply stand by and watch the injured await their fate in the wake of such a significant incident. The resources at their hospital would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Gathering personnel from other hospitals would require additional time. A moment's hesitation could cost another life. Wait here for me. I need to attend to something, Lin Baixian instructed, settling Lin Xiao on a bench in the emergency room. She did not wish to stray too far from him, concerned that she might miss his thoughts if circumstances changed. Lin Xiao, too, did not dare to wander far. He needed to remain vigilant of his surroundings to prevent any unforeseen events from affecting Lin Baixian. Donning her white coat, Lin Baixian immediately began her efforts to save lives. The situation was far worse than she had anticipated. The expansive emergency department was overflowing, filled with wails and cries of despair. Doctors and nurses were tirelessly attending to the injured, prioritizing those in critical condition. Lin Baixian, possessing considerable medical skills, took it upon herself to treat the severely injured. She understood that this task was fraught with challenges. Should a critically injured patient not survive, she might find herself in trouble. Yet, human lives were at stake, and she could not afford to dwell on such concerns. One rescue after another left her drenched in sweat. Just as she was about to catch her breath, a sudden shout rang out, "Dr. Lin, come quickly." Moments later, a bloodied individual was rushed in. Upon seeing the name tag hanging from the patient's chest, Lin Baixian froze. Li Dashan. He was, indeed, the one Lin Xiao had heard about, who would perish despite efforts to save him and whose family would subsequently cause chaos at the hospital. She now faced a choice. If she were to hand this patient over to another doctor, she could likely preserve her own safety. However, all other doctors were currently occupied, making it difficult to spare anyone. A few intern doctors had just finished attending to less severe cases. Perhaps calling them over could free them up. Yet, doing so would likely incite the wrath of the patient's family. Lin Baixian couldn't bear the thought of those passionate young doctors, fresh in their careers, being disheartened by the chaos caused by irate relatives. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Baixian strode purposefully to Li Dashan's side, determined to do everything in her power to save him. Now that she was fully aware of the impending outcome, was there not a chance she could bring him back to life? If so, perhaps all tragedy could be averted. However, fate proved unyielding. Li Dashan still succumbed. His injuries were far too severe, the blast having driven a metal shard into his lung. The long strip was still replete with rust, mingling various impurities with his wound. Furthermore, given Li Dashan's advanced age, his physical constitution was not as robust as that of the youth. Despite employing every conceivable means, he ultimately succumbed on the operating table. Lin Baixian gazed at Li Dashan's lifeless body, suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of bewilderment. She had encountered failed rescues before, yet this circumstance imbued her with an overwhelming feeling of impotence. "Baixian, do not grieve. This cannot be attributed to you," came the voice of another doctor nearby. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Baixian felt a jolt of alarm, for the speaker was none other than Song Lanlan, the very instigator of her troubles, the source of her affliction. Song Lanlan was also once her high school classmate. They had shared a close bond, vowing to apply to medical school together, and after graduation, they both found themselves at this very hospital. However, according to Lin Xiao's inner voice, Song Lanlan had been concealing her true intentions all these years, harboring a deep-seated jealousy towards her. Jealousy of her privileged background, jealousy of her academic prowess. Most disturbingly, this jealousy had warped Song Lanlan's psyche, leading her to desire keeping Lin Baixian bound to her side, thus altering her college entrance examination choices so that they both pursued surgery. Reflecting on this, Lin Baixian shuddered involuntarily. "Baixian, what is the matter?" Song Lanlan inquired, noticing Lin Baixian's pallor as she stepped forward, raising her hand in a gesture of comfort to pat Lin Baixian's shoulder. Yet, Lin Baixian deftly recoiled. Observing Song Lanlan's hand suspended in the air, Lin Baixian recalled another revelation from Lin Xiao's thoughts. Lin Xiao had indicated that Song Lanlan had deliberately prevented her from pursuing her desire to enter the urology specialty, revealing that her feelings had veered into a realm of perversion. Song Lanlan harbored a grotesque affection for her, unwilling to let her study urology and engage with the male anatomy. Despite being a woman herself, Song Lanlan had begun to fantasize about being a man, even going so far as to surreptitiously capture her photographs. When Lin Baixian first heard this, a wave of nausea washed over her. She struggled to accept that her former friend could possess such twisted thoughts, yet upon reflection, it was undeniable that Song Lanlan had been the only one privy to her university application choices. Under the weight of these revelations, Lin Baixian found herself at a loss regarding how to confront Song Lanlan. Fortunately, there were still many injured individuals surrounding them, and Lin Baixian merely acknowledged the moment before immersing herself back into her work. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a furious shout erupted from the entrance. "Who killed my father?" A chill ran down Lin Baixian's spine as she lifted her gaze towards the doorway. Several men were striding toward them, with the foremost one appearing exceedingly enraged, making a beeline for the emergency room. The nurse beside Lin Baixian murmured, "Oh no, it's no wonder that old man looked familiar. Yes indeed, that Super Xiong's father. Is he the one who caused a ruckus in the internal medicine department?" "Yes. That old man had been taking the medication prescribed by the doctor and had not recovered for over a week, prompting his family to create a scene. I remember now. The head nurse from that department had previously worked in a hospital in a neighboring county, and she mentioned that many years ago, she suspected that his son was abnormal. And upon examination, it turned out he was Super Xiong. TSK, how unfortunate. Given that old man's family situation, having such a child truly adds insult to injury. Let us not dwell on that. I can't shake the feeling that this Super Xiong fellow has a rather terrifying gaze. Indeed, it is quite frightening. I hope nothing untoward occurs. As Lin Baixian listened to the surrounding chatter, her heart sank further. With a rational individual, one could still engage in discourse. But with someone like Super Xiong, there was simply no reasoning to be had. In the midst of her thoughts, the man had already charged toward them. Who killed my father? Step forward. In the face of such fury, the doctors and nurses dared not utter a word. Even the other injured individuals and their families held their breath, fearful of being implicated. The man continued to roar, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Lin Baixian clenched her fists. Typically unyielding, she was not foolish. Stepping forward to admit fault in front of such an irrational individual would only lead to a tragic end. Particularly alarming was the glint of cold steel that peeked from the man's sleeve, a knife. This man had come prepared. At such a moment, anyone who dared to intervene would likely face dire consequences. Lin Baixian noticed the medical personnel near the entrance quietly seeking security. If they could just endure long enough for the hospital security to arrive, the man could be escorted away. However, Song Lanlan made her move. Although she merely distanced herself from Lin Baixian, her evasion was painfully evident. She glanced between the man and Lin Baixian, caught in a silent conflict. Lin Baixian observed this scene with keen eyes. She could not believe that Song Lanlan was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, given their proximity, if she could see the knife in the man's sleeve, then Song Lanlan certainly could too. Song Lanlan had the option to remain still and await rescue. Yet her overt actions suggested otherwise. This was difficult to interpret as anything but intentional. The man scrutinized Song Lanlan, then shifted his gaze to Lin Baixian, coldly inquiring, "Is it you?" Without waiting for Lin Baixian's response, he advanced toward her. It was clear that, for the man, Lin Baixian's answer had lost its significance. The other medical staff remained oblivious to Song Lanlan's actions, and as they saw the man approaching, they hastily retreated. Lin Baixian too began to step back, her hand discreetly retrieving a bottle of alcohol. "You wretched girl! You dared to cause my father's death. I will kill you," the man bellowed, raising the knife and lunging toward Lin Baixian. The sight of the blade sent the surrounding individuals into a frenzy, shrieking and scattering in all directions. Lin Baixian ceased her retreat, brandishing the alcohol in her grasp and dousing the man's face in a frenzied spray. The man's eyes, already bulging in agitation, became inundated with alcohol, causing him to howl in pain. Yet, this cry lasted but a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds before it was abruptly replaced by a muted grunt. As he crumpled to the floor, Lin Xiao stood behind the man, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. In truth, even if Lin Baixian had refrained from intervening, he had been poised to act. The moment the man dared to go berserk, he would have stepped in. It was unexpected that Lin Baixian had preempted him, rendering his readiness somewhat redundant. "Well done, second sister," Lin Xiao exclaimed, hastily binding the man's hands with a bandage, before lifting his head to reveal a radiant smile. Lin Baixian exhaled a sigh of relief, her gaze shifting to the few individuals who had accompanied the man. These individuals were not Super Xiong, nor were they direct relatives of Li Dashan. They were merely there to observe the commotion. Upon witnessing the man's outburst, they had already panicked but dared not intervene. Now, meeting Lin Baixian's gaze, they quickly waved their hands, asserting, "It's not our business, we merely came to visit." Having spoken, they hastily made their exit. At that moment, the police and security personnel arrived. After the police understood the situation, they escorted the man into the vehicle and intended to leave after gathering more details. Just at that moment, a sudden voice emerged from the crowd. "Officer, wait. I have additional information." The speaker was none other than Lin Xiao. The police approached him, asking sternly, "What is it?" "I want to report her." Lin Xiao raised his hand, his fingertips cutting through the throng, pointing towards Song Lanlan, who was just about to depart. Chapter 67. Irrefutable Evidence. Everyone present was taken aback. Many had seen Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian together, presumably aligned with the medical personnel here. Yet, the sudden accusation against the doctor left them bewildered. After a fleeting moment of panic, Song Lanlan quickly regained her composure. With a smile directed at Lin Xiao, she said, "You must be Baixian's brother. Surely, there's been some misunderstanding. We can discuss this privately. You wouldn't want to hinder the officer's work, would you?" Discuss it privately? What if you run away?" Lin Xiao retorted with a cold snort. Song Lanlan's smile faltered. After all, she was a friend of Lin Baixian. She never expected Lin Xiao to be so disrespectful. Turning to Lin Baixian with an awkward smile, she said, "Baixian, Look at how your brother is behaving. His words surely stem from a reason. If you haven't done anything wrong, there's no need to be anxious, Lin Xiao replied, her expression equally frosty. After enduring such an ordeal, it would be foolish for her to show any sympathy towards this deviant. Even though she was unaware of what Lin Xiao intended to say, the police, puzzled, furrowed their brows. Young man, don't say I didn't warn you. If there's a dispute with the hospital, evidence is paramount. You can't act recklessly. I know, I certainly have evidence, Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile, raising his voice so all could hear. I wish to report Dr. Song Lanlan for the abuse and desecration of corpses in the hospital's morgue. At this proclamation, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers doubted their own ears. A doctor abusing corpses? That was beyond bizarre. Moreover, looking at Song Lanlan, who was both young and attractive, how could she commit such an atrocity? Lin Xiao felt somewhat dazed. These accusations were revelations she had not heard from Lin Xiao's thoughts, and they were indeed explosive. Nevertheless, she had unyielding faith in Lin Xiao. The police were equally shocked. They had received several reports about the desecration of corpses in the hospital's morgue, but due to a lack of leads, the case had been shelved for some time. Could this case finally have a breakthrough today? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Song Lanlan's expression momentarily shifted. However, convinced that her actions had been discreet and undetectable, she quickly composed herself. Young Master Lin, are you aware of what you are saying? Spreading rumors is a crime, and with so many people here, your jest is rather excessive. Whether I jest or not, you know it in your heart. Lin Xiao's tone was resolute. A flicker of excitement and hope surged within Lin Xiao. She was infuriated by Song Lanlan's deliberate attempts to harm her, but had no evidence to present, suffering in silence. If Lin Xiao could indeed provide proof of his claims and imprison Song Lanlan, it would be a tremendous relief. She feigned concern, saying, Xiao, if you have evidence, you should promptly inform the officers. After all, this is a serious matter, and misunderstandings benefit no one. Lin Xiao casually replied, obtaining evidence is quite simple. The security room's surveillance cameras. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Song Lanlan. She maintained a facade of calm, which he understood was due to her tampering with the surveillance footage, allowing her to act so brazenly. The security footage would likely yield no results since no one would commit a crime in the open, but because she had altered all the recordings. Believing herself to be invulnerable, she would surely be careless in other aspects, such as her backpack. While speaking, Lin Xiao scrutinized Song Lanlan's expression. Dr. Song, do you dare let the police inspect your backpack? Lin Xiao added, Lanlan, that large canvas bag you carry daily should be in your office cabinet, right? Instantly, Song Lanlan's complexion turned ashen. Aye, today. No excuses. I saw you with that bag when you arrived today, Lin Xiao interjected without hesitation. The police, ever observant, noted Song Lanlan's unnatural demeanor, which was undeniably suspicious. Dr. Song, may we take your bag for inspection? Although framed as a question, the police's tone brooked no refusal. They gestured for her to lead them to her office. Under the gaze of so many, Song Lanlan could not refuse and reluctantly returned to her office, retrieving the large canvas bag from the cabinet. The police accepted the bag, examining it closely before bringing it to their noses. Soon, they frowned slightly. Song Lanlan, unwilling to surrender, insisted, I often take this bag to the market to buy meat. A bit of a blood scent is normal. The odor is faint and masked by the scent of cosmetics. You can hardly smell it from a distance. Yet, the police were well acquainted with the smell of the injured and the deceased. What was emanating from this bag was not merely a blood scent. It was the stench of decay. They promptly handed the bag to a colleague, stating coldly, take this back for examination. Turning to Song Lanlan, their gaze turned serious. Dr. Song, we have received reports from the public, and we suspect you are involved in multiple cases of corpse desecration. Please accompany us. Song Lanlan's face drained of color, leaving her unable to argue. Deep down, she knew that her bag was the evidence of her crimes. Once tested, it would reveal the DNA of the desecrated corpses. The reason she continued to carry this bag daily was to satiate her twisted psyche, especially when she got close enough to catch that faint scent. It reminded her of the thrill she felt while toying with those corpses. This perverse mentality ensnared her. However, she never imagined that the police would uncover her bag without any prior leads. She raised her gaze towards Lin Xiao, her eyes filled with resentment. Yet soon, she broke free from the police's grasp and charged directly at Lin Xiao. Chapter 68. Breaking free from the torment of fate. The crowd was astonished that Song Lanlan, a mere female doctor, had the audacity to escape under police restraint. Fearing that she might go mad and harm Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao resolutely positioned himself in front of her. With her strength, Song Lanlan could not breach Lin Xiao's defense, and with the police pulling at her from behind, she was quickly subdued once more. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Lin Xiao, brimming with fervor. Xiao, I love you. Everything I have done is for you. I have loved you for so many years. Why won't you even look at me seriously? Baixian. Song Lanlin's face contorted in rage as she shrieked desperately. The surrounding crowd was left utterly astounded by her explosive declarations. Lin Xiao promptly interrupted, exclaiming, Hey, 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 do not spout such nonsense. You are the one who insults those corpses. Your own twisted psyche is to blame, and it has nothing to do with my sister. After saying this, he turned to the police, pleading, Officers, please do not heed her baseless claims. Naturally, the police were not easily swayed by the words of a suspect, especially one who was already psychologically unstable and now evidently deranged. They assured him that they would conduct a thorough investigation before escorting Song Lanlan away. As she was led away, she continued to shout defiantly, but the officers had already secured her with handcuffs, leaving her with no possibility of escape. Only when she was placed in the police vehicle did the surroundings finally fall silent. Lin Baixian watched their departing figures and let out a quiet sigh, relieved that it was finally over. Dr. Lin, we are nearly finished here. Perhaps you should head home to rest? The other doctors in the department, noticing Lin Baixian's fatigue, urged her to take a break. She nodded, leaving with Lin Xiao. Although she appeared weary, her heart brimmed with joy. The ordeal that had threatened to alter her fate had been resolved. She would remain unscathed and her career intact. Overwhelmed with happiness, she felt a strong urge to weep. Upon returning home, she found her family gathered. Lin Baixian recounted the events of the day at the hospital. Initially filled with concern, her family quickly grasped the situation. They had long sensed Lin Xiao's inner turmoil, aware that Lin Baixian would face a calamity. Now that this crisis had been averted, their excitement was palpable. Ah Xiao, we owe you a great debt of gratitude, Su Xiaomei said, her eyes glistening with tears, struggling to continue as emotion overwhelmed her. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes, striving not to let her joy manifest in tears on this momentous occasion. Her enthusiasm resonated with everyone present, except Lin Xiao. Since learning of Lin Baixian's peril, they had been on edge. Now, the weight on their hearts could finally be lifted. Lin Chuj gently grasped her mother's hand, offering comfort. Mother, Ah Xiao is our family's guardian angel. Let us think of a fitting way to reward him. Lin Xingshan quickly chimed in. Yes, indeed, we must show our gratitude. Ah Xiao, name your desired gift. Anything within my means shall be yours. Lin Xiao, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. He was unaware that his family could hear his thoughts, leaving him puzzled as to why they were so elated today. He had previously helped resolve issues without eliciting such fervent excitement. Moreover, the reason Lin Baixian had escaped harm today was primarily due to her quick thinking, rather than his influence. Nevertheless, since his family wished to reward him, he decided to accept. Ahem, actually, I do not desire anything in particular. I simply want to avoid going to the office. Heaven knows how exhausted he had been lately. From Monday to Friday, he attended classes, while weekends were spent at the company. Although this so-called work merely involved lounging in Lin Chuj's office, indulging in food and leisure, and even napping in the adjacent lounge, he still felt a sense of oddness, as if Lin Chuj intended to tether him to her side. He suspected Lin Chuj might be weary of her position as president and sought to groom him for the role, preparing to hand over the company upon his graduation. This was unacceptable. Being born into wealth, he relished having both money and leisure time. He had no desire to manage the company's myriad complications. However, the moment his thoughts were voiced, Lin Chuj firmly rejected his sentiments. No way. You are the only son of the Lin family. In the future, your father and I will pass on our shares to you. You must learn to manage. Otherwise, how will you take over the company? Lin Chuj asserted with utmost seriousness. The rest of the Lin family remained silent. Fully aware of Lin Xiao's disinterest in the company and understanding that Lin Chuj merely sought to utilize his thoughts to alleviate some corporate troubles. Yet, for the sake of ensuring the company's survival, they chose to support Lin Chuj. Ah Xiao, your sister is looking out for your best interest. Here's the deal. As long as you come to the company, your father will pay you a salary of 500,000 a month. Of course, your black card remains unlimited. By whatever you wish, Lin Xingshan said with a reassuring smile. 500,000. Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp. Such a sum was beyond what an average family earns in an entire year, and all he needed to do was casually visit the company on weekends to earn it. Truly, it was a world reserved for the affluent. After a moment's contemplation, he agreed. Having experienced so much, his perspective had shifted. When he first arrived in this world, he was solely focused on saving money to escape upon learning of the impending collapse of the Lin family business. Now, faced with family members who genuinely cared for him, he could not bring himself to abandon them when the time came. Earning 500,000 a month would serve as a safety net for them. Even if the Lin family fell on hard times, they would not be reduced to destitution. Yet, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, no one anticipated that while Lin Baixian's troubles had been resolved, another complication was about to emerge. Chapter 69, Lin Xiao's sister. The following day was the weekend, and the Lin family's sixth daughter, who had not returned home for quite some time, finally arrived. Lin Xiao's sixth sister was just a few months older than he, and she was not the biological daughter of Su Xiaomei. It was said that she was once the beloved daughter of a very close friend of Su Xiaomei, whose family perished in a tragic car accident, leaving behind only a young girl. The Lin family took her in and raised her as their own, naming her Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan possessed a rather introverted personality, gentle and kind-hearted. She attended the Jingcheng Women's Academy, a school quite unlike others, known for its strong sense of seclusion. Moreover, Lin Wanwan had been eager to complete her studies ahead of schedule, resulting in her absence for 3 consecutive months. Upon hearing that Lin Wanwan was returning, the entire Lin family was overjoyed. Su Xiaomei prepared an array of Lin Wanwan's favorite dishes, while Lin Chuj and Lin Baixian each selected gifts for her. Even Lin Xiao joined in, purchasing a bracelet for his similarly aged sister. Although they had not had the opportunity to meet often, Lin Xiao had occasionally appeared on video calls with Lin Wanwan when their parents connected with her, so they were not entirely strangers. In the evening, the driver brought Lin Wanwan back home. As soon as she entered, the family surrounded her, showering her with questions. Lin Wanwan smiled brightly, responding to each inquiry. It was Lin Xiao's first time seeing her in person, and he was genuinely pleased. However, in such a bustling atmosphere, he found little opportunity to speak. Lin Wanwan stood at around 160 centimeters, petite and graceful in her school uniform. Yet, upon closer observation, Lin Xiao noticed something was amiss with her complexion. Although she wore a smile, it did not reach her eyes, appearing somewhat forced. Moreover, she seemed to walk unsteadily. Others also took note of this and inquired, Wanwan, what happened to your foot? I sprained it. I came back to rest at home, she replied. Lin Wanwan feigned nonchalance as she waved her hand dismissively, casually stating, it's nothing serious, just a slight twist. I didn't mention it on the phone to avoid worrying you. Oh, come in quickly. Let your second sister take a look. Su Xiaomei, flustered, hurriedly supported Lin Wanwan into the house. Once Lin Wanwan settled onto the sofa, Lin Baixian began to examine her ankle. Observing the swelling around her fair ankle, Su Xiaomei felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy. Baixian, is this serious? Should we take her to your hospital for a checkup? It's not too severe, Lin Baixian replied, exhaling slowly with relief. Fortunately, it's just a soft tissue contusion, no fracture. Ice it today and tomorrow. Then switch to heat the day after. Thank you, second sister, Lin Wanwan said sweetly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stood by, his brow furrowing deeper. Just moments ago, he had heard the system's voice. What the hell? Is it really school bullying? Who is so blind as to bully the youngest daughter of the Lin family? And for the sake of saving another bullied girl, she was backstabbed instead. Is there no justice left? Upon hearing this, the family fell into a profound silence. The teacup Lin Qingshan had just lifted froze in midair, flames igniting in his eyes. Su Xiaomei glanced anxiously at the others, seemingly seeking confirmation of her sanity. Lin Chuj and Lin Baixian also clenched their fists tightly. Among them, Lin Wanwan was the most perplexed. She had heard Lin Xiao's thoughts, but did not grasp their full meaning. Moreover, the events described by the voice mirrored her own experience. This matter was so clandestine. How could anyone know? Or could it be that the stress she had been under had induced hallucinations? Xiao, I forgot to buy the Starbucks cake that your sixth sister loves. Why don't you go get it? Lin Chuj, embodying the acumen of a seasoned CEO, quickly caught on and said with a smile, oh, I don't mind whether I have the cake or not. Takeout is fine. Lin Wanwan quickly attempted to decline, not wanting to trouble her brother who had just returned home. However, Lin Chuj placed a hand on her shoulder, insisting, don't you remember? Your favorite place doesn't offer takeout. Since you're back, you must enjoy it with a Xiao, wouldn't you agree? No problem, I'll go buy it right away. Lin Xiao sensed that his eldest sister was trying to send him away. He thought perhaps they had noticed Lin Wanwan's distress and wished to discuss matters he, as a male, might find awkward to overhear. It didn't matter. His system had already revealed the gist of the situation to him. Lin Wanwan had indeed suffered greatly and deserved to indulge in her favorite little cakes. As for those who bullied her, once she spoke out, the Lin family would undoubtedly seek justice. Once Lin Xiao departed, silence enveloped the home once more. All eyes turned toward Lin Wanwan. The earlier fury had subsided somewhat, and they pondered how to express their concern without causing her further pain. Ultimately, it was Lin Chuj who broke the silence. Wanwan, you heard that voice just now, didn't you? Lin Wanwan looked up in surprise. You all could hear it? What was that? That was a Zhao's inner voice, Su Xiaomei sighed softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My dear, such a grave matter has occurred. Why didn't you confide in your father and me? Lin Wanwan had intended to keep the bullying incident a secret, but had not anticipated that her brother, whom she had only just met, would know. Moreover, The fact that the entire family could hear his thoughts made it impossible for her to conceal the truth. Chapter 70. A brilliant strategy. Lin Xiao was introverted, perhaps even a tad timid, yet she possessed a kind heart. A month prior, she had witnessed a girl being bullied at school. Summoning her courage, she intervened, but was met with threats from the bullies. Later, the girl expressed her gratitude, and they became friends. Unexpectedly, just last night, a group of individuals ambushed her on her way back to the dormitory. She volunteered every Friday to help a teacher organize materials, a fact known only to those close to her. Reflecting on recent events, she immediately realized that the girl she had rescued must have betrayed her. The bullies assaulted her physically and recorded a video, threatening to release it online with embellishments if she dared to speak out. Fearing the repercussions for the Lin family, she felt compelled to endure in silence. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's account, the Lin family was filled with indignation. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Lin Xiao slammed the table with force. Su Xiaomei gently tugged at Lin Xiao's sleeve, her heart aching as she observed the bruises on her arm. Xiao, you should have told us about this. We would have protected you. Since arriving at the Lin household, Lin Xiao had always been obedient and well-behaved. This overly mature demeanor, however, only served to highlight her emotional distance. Deep down, she feared abandonment, worried she would once again find herself without a home. The Lin family sensed her unspoken thoughts, which only deepened their concern. Xiao, do you remember what those people looked like? Lin Xiao inquired with a stern expression. They wore masks. I couldn't see their faces. Lin Xiao bit her lip and shook her head silently. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Given the methods employed by those individuals, they likely evaded surveillance. It appeared this situation was more complicated than she had anticipated. Seeing the gravity in Lin Xiao's expression, Lin Xiao's tears began to flow anew. Mom, Dad, sister, I can handle this on my own. Truly, you needn't worry. With that, she cried and dashed upstairs, swiftly retreating to her room. In the living room, the atmosphere grew tense. Lin Xiao's fingers cracked from tension. Su Xiaomei glanced at her phone, repeatedly contemplating calling the school's administration to hold them accountable. Lin Xiao was deep in thought, searching for a solution. Suddenly, Lin Baixian, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. We lack evidence in this matter. If we approach the school administration directly, they might either deflect responsibility or suggest transferring Xiao to another school, which won't genuinely resolve the issue. Indeed, the emotional trauma Xiao currently endures far outweighs her physical injuries. Avoidance will not solve the problem. Lin Xiao concurred with Lin Baixian's assessment. Su Xiaomei recognized this truth as well, which was why she had hesitated to make that call. She quietly set down her phone, her eyes filled with sorrow. It's our fault for not protecting her. Lin Xiao gently wrapped his arm around Su Xiaomei's shoulders, soothing her softly. There is still a chance for redemption. Lin Xiao added. Yes, Mom, I will conduct a private investigation and ensure we find those responsible. Actually, there is a simpler solution, Lin Baixian mused, a smile gracing her lips. I suspect those individuals won't let this matter rest easily. We just need someone to infiltrate the school and team up with Xiao. The other three instantly brightened with intrigue. This indeed sounded like a promising plan. Wait, who should go? The fourth and fifth sisters aren't here, and we certainly don't look like students. Lin Xiao suddenly found herself in a quandary. Lin Baixian wore a cunning smile. Isn't there still a university student in our family? A moment of astonishment washed over the three of them as they seemed to have recalled something. However, they quickly regained their composure. What a splendid idea. When Lin Xiao returned with a small cake, he was met with the eager gazes of 4 individuals. What are you all up to? Lin Xiao sensed something amiss. But it was already too late. Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian pinned him down on the sofa, stripping off his outerwear and slipping a large-sized school uniform over his frame. Subsequently, they began applying various cosmetics to his face, culminating in the addition of a wig. Perfect. Lin Xiao and Lin Baixian admired their handiwork with great satisfaction. Even Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. Who would have thought that with just a little embellishment, our Xiao would look so beautiful? It was only when Lin Xiao stood before the mirror that he snapped out of his daze. He had never imagined he could present himself in such a manner. His features, softened by their makeup skills, revealed an appealing visage, although his physique still left much to be desired. With a chest reminiscent of an airport and a rather stunted development, he didn't quite measure up. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His height bestowed upon him an air akin to that of an international model. Wait, what do you intend to do by dressing me like this? Lin Xiao finally realized the gravity of the situation, his face etched with confusion. Lin Xiao approached him, casually patting him on the shoulder. We've already made arrangements with the girls' school. Next Monday, you'll accompany Xiao, as you are both in the same class and dormitory. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in terror as he glanced at the others. Seeing their earnest expressions, he understood that they were not merely playing a prank. They were utterly serious. Especially Lin Xiao and Su Xiaomei, the usually dignified couple. How could they possibly agree to such a thing? Xiao, you wouldn't want Wan to be bullied again, would you? Su Xiaomei gazed at Lin Xiao with hopeful anticipation. I don't want that, but Lin Xiao struggled to articulate a better alternative. Perhaps due to the distance, the gossip system had failed to inform him of the identity of the bullies. It seemed he would need to infiltrate the situation to uncover the truth. Rest assured, we've already arranged for your leave from school. This week, you will be at the girls' school. I believe those troublemakers 1T remain quiet for long. Lin Chuj casually adorned Lin Xiao's wrist with a bracelet. Under this embellishment, he appeared even more feminine. Chapter 71, Senior Xiao He. On Sunday evening, Lin Xiao, donning this female guise, sat in a car with Lin Wan, driven by the family chauffeur to the entrance of the girls' school. As the vehicle came to a stop, Lin Wan prepared to alight, only to be halted by Lin Xiao's grip on her arm. Wait, let me gather myself. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of apprehension. He was acutely aware that there were no male students in this place. He felt as though he were a sheep entering a den of lions. Yet, recalling that he was there to investigate and confront the bullies on behalf of his sister, he regained a semblance of confidence. Noticing the fluctuating expressions on Lin Xiao's face, Lin Wan spoke up. Xiao, perhaps you should just go back. I feel a bit uncertain about this. Logically, Lin Wan was the elder sister. However, due to her personality, she lacked the authoritative presence that Lin Baixian and Lin Chuj exuded. Yet, as an elder sister, she did not wish to see Lin Xiao entangled in peril and trouble. Lin Xiao seemed to discern her thoughts, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and stating resolutely, since we've come this far, it would be illogical not to proceed. You needn't worry, I will ensure that I bring those people to justice. With that, Lin Xiao stepped out of the car with a bold demeanor. After a couple of strides, he felt he might be coming off as overly masculine and switched to a more delicate gait. Lin Wan observed him from the side and couldn't suppress a laugh. With her already striking features, her smile radiated vitality. Lin Xiao turned back to her, grinning. Now that's the sister I know. Lin Wan suddenly realized something and exhaled deeply. Indeed, her mood had been rather dismal these past few days, casting a gloomy shadow over her. Lin Xiao's playful banter had lightened her spirits somewhat. Upon entering the school, Lin Xiao finally witnessed the power of wealth. From the entrance to the classroom and then to the dormitory, the pathway was devoid of any obstacles. Aside from drawing a few sidelong glances due to his height, there were no unforeseen incidents. As soon as they entered the dormitory, messages began to flood in from the family group chat. Xiao, please take good care of the sixth one. Lin Xiao, you must protect your sister and expose the bully. Xiao, we believe in you. If you can't find that scoundrel and avenge your sister, don't bother coming back. Reading through the incessant messages, Lin Xiao silently rubbed his forehead. It was an unequivocal command. In truth, from the moment he entered the school, the gossip system had revealed the identity of the bully to him. However, lacking evidence, confronting her would be an act of unwarranted leniency. Such a malicious individual, despite her tender age, must face consequences. Wan, who is this? Suddenly, a soft voice piped up from behind. Lin Xiao turned to see a petite girl, roughly the same height as Lin Wan, gazing up at him. Oh, Xiaoyi, you're back. This is my sister, who has also transferred to our school, Lin Wan explained somewhat awkwardly. Wow, your sister is so tall. I'm so envious. Luo Xiaoyi appeared to be a rather innocent girl. Under Lin Wan's introduction, she readily accepted and sincerely complimented Lin Xiao. Based on Lin Xiao's previous knowledge, this girls' school had dormitories designed for 4 occupants. However, affluent students could opt for double or single accommodations. In Lin Wan's dormitory, apart from her, only Luo Xiaoyi remained. Observing how easily Luo Xiaoyi accepted the addition of another dorm mate, Lin Xiao felt a slight relief. It seemed the atmosphere in Lin Wan's dormitory was quite pleasant. Just as he began to relax, trouble arose. As Lin Wan went to tidy her bed, she let out a startled cry. Lin Xiao rushed over to investigate, only to find a fake dead mouse lying on the bed. Sister, it's all right. It's just a prop, Lin Xiao reassured her, lifting the fake mouse. Yet, Lin Wan's expression remained grim, clearly troubled by something. At that moment, laughter echoed from the doorway. Hey, did you hear that scream? It cracked me up. One of the girls cackled. Ha ha ha, what a coward. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and opened the door. Standing at the entrance were 4 or 5 girls, their laughter causing a ruckus. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, their mirth came to an abrupt halt. Who are you? Isn't this Lin Wan's dormitory? One girl questioned. I am your ancestor. Lin Xiao silently cursed but managed to restrain himself. He lifted the fake mouse with disdain and remarked, is that all you can do? Buy toys to scare people? Why not bring in some real mice for a proper scare? The girls all wore frowns, realizing that this unfamiliar tall girl seemed far less susceptible to bullying than Lin Wan. However, accustomed to their own domineering ways, They would hardly regard even a tough opponent with any respect. Oh, do you think we don't want to? One of the girls mocked. Is there really such a thing as a genuine mouse in this school? Is that so? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, placing her index finger and thumb to her lips and emitting a sharp whistle. Before long, a black stray cat trotted over with tiny steps. This was the very cat that had assisted Lin Xiao in discovering the dismembered remains in the park earlier. Lin Xiao had spotted it downstairs just moments ago, and through a brief exchange, the cat had informed her that the fare here was superior to that in the park, prompting its venture across the street. Observing the cat's noticeably rounder figure, Lin Xiao understood it was indeed telling the truth. Strays at school often enjoyed better meals, albeit at a cost. The cat seemed to sense Lin Xiao's thoughts and glanced down at its own emaciated state, shyly turning its head away. The appearance of the black cat left the girls momentarily stunned. Isn't that Senior Black? It usually ignores people. Why is it here now? Luo Xiaoyi inquired, puzzled. Lin Xiao chuckled. Of course, it's here to help me catch mice, so some people won't have to stubbornly deny the truth. The girls were momentarily dumbfounded before erupting into laughter. Wait, did I hear that right? She wants the cat to help her catch mice? That's hilarious. Who does she think she is? A Disney princess who can communicate with animals? How ridiculous. Lin Xiao disregarded their jeers and scooped up the black cat. With calm composure, she stated, So, are you brave enough to place a bet? Bet. The girls laughed even harder, as if they had just heard the most absurd joke. Even Lin Wanwan thought Lin Xiao was merely putting on a brave front, gently tugging at her sleeve and whispering, Xiao, don't be impulsive. Lin Xiao softly patted Lin Wanwan's shoulder in reassurance and asked once more, What? Are you afraid? The girl scoffed, Afraid? If you wish to embarrass yourself, be our guest. Another girl chimed in, What's the wager? You suggest, Lin Xiao responded dismissively. The girls exchanged glances, seemingly struck by a thought, their lips curling into malicious smiles. Well then, if this cat manages to bring us a mouse, we'll concede and kneel to Sinconquer for you. But if it fails, you'll have to run naked on the playground. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at such an unfair wager. You truly dare to propose such a thing. What do you want in return? The girls, slightly irked, pressed on. Lin Xiao replied coolly, I want fairness. If I must run naked upon losing, so must you. Deal. The girls, however, paid little heed to the stakes. They were confident they wouldn't lose. After all, they had never encountered a mouse in school, and even if they did, they hardly believed the cat would obediently fetch one for Lin Xiao. With the stakes settled, Lin Xiao crouched down and gently patted the black cat on the head. You better bring me some mice. Otherwise, I'll tell your park friends about your state. The black cat shuddered at the humiliation. Truly, what a disgrace. Reluctantly, it shot Lin Xiao a glare before strutting away. Don't worry, I want to keep the mice you bring. They'll all be yours afterward. Lin Xiao waved at the cat as it departed. The black cat seemed to gain some motivation, quickening its pace. The onlookers watched in amazement. Yet Lin Wanwan remained unconvinced. As the situation unfolded, she felt further disheartened. In her heart, she believed Lin Xiao had no chance of winning. Lin Wanwan bit her lip, clenching her fists. What does it matter? It's just a university. If I don't go, I don't go. Even if I have to drop out. I won't let my brother suffer in any way. As time ticked by, the girls appeared patient, leaning against the corridor walls, chatting idly while waiting. They even plotted how best to capture Lin Xiao's naked run on camera. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan's anxiety grew. She absolutely could not allow Lin Xiao to run naked. She had already devised strategies to confront the girls and how to approach the counselor and dean about her withdrawal. But before long, the sound of tiny steps echoed from the corridor. Everyone turned to see the black cat returning, empty-mouthed. Huh, this is hilarious. Look, even the cat. However, before the girls could finish their taunts, several more cats entered in succession. These cats, in various colors and noticeably unkempt, were clearly also strays from the school. Each cat clutched a mouse in its mouth, some larger than others, and one even managed to carry two. Lin Xiao looked at the black cat's smug demeanor and vigorously ruffled its fluffy head. Well done, I see you've established quite the reputation here. Meow. The black cat, in a haughty manner, raised its head and sat beside Lin Xiao, signaling the other cats to drop their catch. The cats complied obediently, albeit reluctantly, as these morsels had taken considerable effort to procure. Lin Xiao chuckled, I want to eat these, just let me see them for a moment. And you can take them all back afterward. The cats, hearing this, relaxed a bit. The spectators were utterly astounded by the scene. Particularly, the sight of the cats obediently lining up to deposit their mice left them speechless. A few of the mice, still twitching with life, attempted to flee but were swiftly batted back by the nearest cats. How about that? Do you like this welcoming gift? Should I have them place it on your beds? Lin Xiao smiled brightly at the girls. The girls, pale with fright, hurriedly shut the doors to their dormitories. Don't do that. ISNT this what you like. Lin Xiao kicked a half-dead mouse toward the group, igniting a cacophony of screams in the corridor as they scrambled to evade it, desperately calling for someone to dispose of the dead mouse. With such little courage, how dare you try to intimidate others? Lin Xiao scoffed. The cats, observing the girl's aversion to the mice, wore expressions of sympathy, clearly puzzled as to why these humans would shun such delectable treats. Once it appeared that everything was in order, Lin Xiao gestured for the cats to take their catches away. The cats, elated, each grabbed one and scurried off. A few remained, evidently offerings for the black cat. Watching the black cat's anxious demeanor, unable to carry away its prize, Luo Xiaoyi kindly offered a plastic bag. The clever black cat accepted the bag, stuffed the mouse inside, and scampered off. Indeed, the black senior proved to be quite astute. Luo Xiaoyi could not help but exclaim. After bidding farewell to the black cat, Lin Xiao noticed that the girls were quietly attempting to leave. He asked casually, "Hey, what's this? You lost the bet, and now you want to escape? What about the stakes we agreed upon?" As he spoke, he took out his phone, ready to record. The girls glared at him one by one. "Just you wait. You'll regret this." With that, they retreated to their dormitory, slamming the door behind them. Lin Xiao had anticipated this outcome. He never expected to compel them to run naked on the playground merely due to a wager. His intent was simply to undermine their arrogance. This act of vengeance was merely the beginning. Chapter 73, The Girls' Dormitory Troubles. Lin Xiao had emerged victorious this time, yet Luo Xiaoyi and Lin Wanwan, after a brief moment of joy, wore expressions of concern. They will definitely not let this go, Lin Xiao. You have truly offended the wrong people. Luo Xiaoyi rested her head despondently on the table, her face filled with melancholy. Lin Xiao noticed that Luo Xiaoyi seemed to be aware of something, and he feigned indifference as he remarked, "They are just a few students. What is there to fear offending? It's understandable that you are unaware since you just arrived at this school. The girl in the pink dress, the leader among them, is Lu Fei, the vice principal's daughter. She often struts around in a haughty manner, and many people avoid her. I don't know how Wanwan managed to offend her." While Lin Wanwan went to fetch water, Luo Xiaoyi took the opportunity to offer Lin Xiao a few more warnings. Lin Xiao smirked inwardly. He was well aware that Lu Fei was the same girl who had previously bullied Lin Wanwan while masked. Lin Wanwan had faced her wrath for saving a girl who was being bullied by Lu Fei. Little did he expect that Lu Fei was the daughter of the vice principal. Even more surprising was her audacity to blatantly engage in such behavior. Seeing Lin Xiao remain silent, Luo Xiaoyi assumed he was intimidated and urged, as ordinary students, "We really shouldn't provoke those bullies. Now that things have come to this, why don't you discuss with your sister about transferring to another school? After all, your sister excels academically. It should not pose a problem." "Oh, is that so? Quite impressive," Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Xiaoyi. I will discuss it with my sister." He had not anticipated that Lin Wanwan was so low-key at school. Even their dorm mates were unaware of her identity as the daughter of the Lin family, which explained why someone as minor as the vice principal's daughter felt emboldened. Recalling how Lin Yu had once acted arrogantly in college, he noted the stark contrast in their experiences as children of the Lin family. Fortunately, he was here now and was eager to see what kind of trouble that so-called bully could stir up. Before long, Lin Wanwan returned. She poured a glass of water for Lin Xiao and then continued tidying her bed. However, as she did so, her expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Xiao looked up to see that not only were there 2 fake mice on her bed, but it had also been splattered with some unknown dark substance that emitted a pungent odor. There was no time to buy bedding today. It was clear that her bed was unfit for sleeping. "They have gone too far," Luo Xiaoyi exclaimed, observing the state of Lin Wanwan's bedding, visibly furious. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. He seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. "How did they manage to get into your dormitory?" he inquired, puzzled. "The lock on our dormitory building has been worn down over time, making it easy to open from the outside. However, due to strict management at the school gate, access to the dormitory requires a card, and there are cameras in the corridors, so the lock has been neglected," Luo Xiaoyi explained. Lin Xiao scoffed. "Aren't they afraid of getting reported for breaking and entering?" Luo Xiaoyi sighed softly. "They have no fear of such things. The ones they bully are powerless students who wouldn't dare confront them. Besides, they merely play pranks and don't actually steal anything. Even if someone were to report it, it would ultimately lead nowhere." Lin Wanwan had heard similar stories. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. She quietly advised Lin Xiao, Xiao, perhaps you should go home. I can handle this myself. What if they target you?" "Sister, have you forgotten why I am here? I want them to come after me," Lin Xiao replied with a mischievous smile. As he observed the concern etched on Lin Wanwan's face, he felt a surge of emotion. Even in her predicament, she worried for him. Though often gentle, she was a competent sister at heart. Lin Xiao resolved to see this matter through to the end. That evening, a troubling situation arose. The school had no spare bedding, and the shops outside were already closed. Lin Xiao had intended to call his eldest sister to arrange for bedding to be brought over, But Lin Wanwan, not wanting to worry her family, strongly opposed the idea. Left with no choice, Lin Xiao had to relent. Wanwan, why don't you and your sister share a bed for the night? Luo Xiaoyi suggested comfortingly. No, no way. Lin Wanwan exclaimed, waving her hands in denial. Seeing Luo Xiaoyi's puzzled expression, Lin Wanwan quickly explained, my sister is too tall. She probably wouldn't fit in with you. Xiaoyi, can I share a bed with you instead? Ah, that makes sense. Then you can sleep with me tonight, Luo Xiaoyi said, glancing at Lin Xiao. Realizing that he would be cramped on a single bed, Lin Xiao remained silent, but his thoughts were racing. That was close. I almost had to cuddle with my sixth sister. But she does smell nice. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Haha. Oh no, what a lewd thought. Lin Wanwan felt both embarrassed and angry at these inner musings, but could not outwardly express her feelings. However, the next moment brought even more discomfort. Luo Xiaoyi gathered some toiletries and pointed to the bathroom, saying, I'll go take a shower first. Do you want to join me, or should we take turns? Chapter 74, The Impetuous Youth. Luo Xiaoyi's suggestion startled Lin Wanwan, especially after hearing Lin Zhao's previous somewhat lewd thoughts, making her worry that he might act inappropriately. Xiaoyi, I'll shower with you. He can wait and shower by himself. Our bathroom is too small for 3 people. As she spoke, she half pushed Luo Xiaoyi into the bathroom. Before closing the door, she turned around to glare at Lin Xiao. Seeing Lin Wanwan's gentle demeanor transform into one of irritation, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He found it amusing that Lin Wanwan was so cautious. Did she truly perceive him as some kind of pervert? Did he really appear to be the kind of person who would engage in lewd behavior? Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. The frosted glass revealed faint shadows and alluring curves that ignited the imagination. The steam from the hot water made the silhouettes appear even more ethereal. Although Lin Xiao tried to avert his gaze, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the sight. After all, he was a young man filled with vitality. It would be abnormal not to feel something. Listening to the occasional laughter from within, Lin Zhao's heart soared with excitement. Unexpectedly, residing in the girls' dormitory has led to such experiences, which are indeed hard to articulate. Fortunately, Sixth Sister is unable to see inside. No, I must find something to occupy myself. Otherwise, when they emerge and catch me staring intently at the bathroom, it would be quite embarrassing. However, I suppose I can afford to glance for a moment before they return. Ever since I arrived here, I inexplicably feel as though I have become rather lewd. Lin Zhao's inner thoughts echoed incessantly, causing Lin Wanwan, who was in the bathroom, considerable distress. Yet, more than anything, she felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Despite Lin Zhao's contradictory musings, acknowledging that he ought not to harbor such thoughts, he found himself unable to refrain from them. Lin Wanwan, lacking the inclination to continue her shower, hastily rinsed off and exited the bathroom. As anticipated from Lin Zhao's earlier ruminations upon her emergence, she found him earnestly fiddling with the books on the table. Those materials were merely for show, after all. He would not be staying at this institution for long and had no need to delve into their academic pursuits. Moreover, his demeanor clearly indicated a lack of focus. Though he was putting on a facade of seriousness, Ah Xiao, Lin Wanwan approached him, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Oh my, are you studying? Is there something you don't understand? Would you like your sister to explain it to you? No need. Lin Xiao quickly waved his hands, attempting to maintain a serious facade. I was just looking over tomorrow's syllabus, in case the professors are particularly strict and prone to asking questions. I wouldn't want to be caught off guard. Oh, I see, she replied, nodding her head, but you've picked the wrong book. This semester, we are using this one. Without hesitation, she reached for another book from the shelf, one she had previously marked and had specifically informed Lin Xiao about. Huh, you can't even pretend properly, Lin Wanwan scoffed. Jet, I simply forgot, Lin Xiao stammered, desperately trying to justify himself. He was determined not to admit his lack of attention. He could not allow Sixth Sister to perceive him as a creep. As Luo Xiaoyi was about to exit the bathroom, Lin Wanwan chose not to expose Lin Zhao's little secret. Instead, she issued a stern warning. Ah Xiao, you must behave yourself here and not entertain any improper thoughts. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, feigning innocence. Lin Wanwan deemed it unnecessary to say more and climbed onto Luo Xiaoyi's bed, preparing for sleep. After Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi had fallen asleep, Lin Xiao cautiously climbed into bed himself, drawing the curtain tightly closed to leave no gap. This was his first night in a girls' dormitory, and he felt a palpable sense of anxiety. He had come to assist Lin Wanwan with her troubles, yet he could not reveal his identity and risk causing her unnecessary complications. Such worries rendered him unable to find sleep. In a state of semi-consciousness, he thought he heard faint sobbing. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lin Wanwan. He stealthily got out of bed and crossed to the opposite side. Discovering both Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi fast asleep, with tears indeed glistening at the corners of Lin Wanwan's eyes. A surge of compassion washed over him. He could not fathom how much sorrow Lin Wanwan concealed within her heart. She appeared perfectly fine while awake, yet here she was, weeping in her dreams. Unable to resist, he reached out to wipe away the tears at her eyes. However, the moment he made contact, Lin Wanwan seemed to sense something, and she instinctively swung her fist at him. Caught completely off guard, Lin Xiao was knocked off the bed. Clutching his pained eye, he dared not utter a sound, even feeling a twinge of relief. If only Lin Wanwan could exhibit such fierceness during the day, then perhaps no one at school would dare to bully her. Lin Xiao scarcely slept throughout the night. The following morning, he made sure to wash up and tidy himself before Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiao awoke. When Lin Wanwan finally rose, she found Lin Xiao seated there, engrossed in a book. This time, he was genuinely focused, diligently reviewing their course materials. Yet, when he turned around, Lin Wanwan was taken aback, for Lin Xiao sported dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda. "What happened to you?" Lin Wanwan exclaimed, startled. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly, realizing that Lin Wanwan truly had no recollection of the previous night. The tears and that punch had been unconscious actions during her slumber. Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, Lin Wanwan's heart sank with an ominous suspicion. She glanced at Luo Xiao, who was still preoccupied with her morning routine, and lowered her voice to interrogate Lin Xiao. "Ah Xiao, you didn't sneak out last night, did you?" "Huh?" Lin Xiao momentarily failed to comprehend. "Ah Xiao, be honest with me. Did you sneak out to do something bad and end up getting hurt?" Lin Wanwan's expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on him. Lin Xiao was taken aback, his mouth agape as he stammered. "No, sister, is that really what you think of me?" Lin Wanwan abruptly realized how she had unjustly regarded Lin Xiao as a creep. Yet, she couldn't entirely fault herself. After all, he had entertained such inappropriate thoughts before. Lin Xiao sighed in resignation, opting not to provide further explanation. "Well, I can't exactly say I was concerned when I heard Sixth Sister sobbing in her dreams, and then got punched for trying to check on her, can I?" He thought to himself, knowing full well that, given Sixth Sister's temperament, she would feel utterly embarrassed if he were to share such a tale. Never mind. I'll just apply some ice to my eyes for a while." Upon hearing these inner thoughts, Lin Wanwan's expression stiffened. Had it not been for her family's repeated warnings about the need to keep Lin Xiao's ability to hear thoughts a secret from him, she might have truly lost her composure. Even so, she remained utterly astonished. Turning away, she took a moment to regain her composure. So, Lin Xiao's panda eyes were a result of her own actions? She had no recollection of when she began to weep in her dreams, and whenever she occasionally awoke feeling discomfort in her eyes, she had assumed it was merely due to a lack of rest. Moreover, she was shocked to realize that she had struck someone in her dreams. "Ah Xiao, since you don't have any important classes this morning, you should stay in the dorm and ice your eyes. We can head to the afternoon class together," Lin Wanwan suggested. Placing an order for some ice packs through her phone, Lin Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. After a restless night, he too wished to catch up on sleep. Once Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiao departed for the library, he took the opportunity to ice his eyes while attempting to doze off. By the afternoon, Lin Xiao accompanied Lin Wanwan to class. The atmosphere within a girls' school indeed differed from that of a typical university. Even before the teacher's arrival, the classroom remained relatively quiet, with students either engrossed in their books or engaging in hushed conversations. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the sound of laughter drawing near. Lu Fei entered the classroom, accompanied by several girls from that day, laughing boisterously. A flicker of discontent passed through the eyes of some girls in the classroom, though none dared to express it openly. No one wished to provoke this school bully, inviting unnecessary trouble upon themselves. The group, led by Luffy, seemed entirely indifferent to whether they were being bothersome, as they leisurely made their way to the back of the classroom. Upon spotting Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan, their expressions shifted slightly before they settled into seats not far from the duo, flashing provocative smiles at them. Truly, they had forgotten the pain after the scars had healed. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. He possessed a multitude of strategies to deal with such individuals. Moreover, the gossip system had just provided him with some juicy tidbits. Before long, the teacher arrived. Lin Xiao's tall stature immediately caught the teacher's attention. "We have a new student today?" "Indeed." Before Lin Xiao could respond, a girl beside Luffy chimed in with a sarcastic tone, adding that this new student was quite remarkable. "Oh, is that so?" The teacher, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in her words, inquired curiously if the new student had any talents. Another girl joined in, exclaiming, "Of course, we've all witnessed it. She must perform in front of the entire class today." At this, the girls surrounding Luffy began to stir up a ruckus. The teacher, noticing the atmosphere, smiled and said, "It appears everyone is eager to see your talent, dear new student. Would you mind showcasing a brief performance after your self-introduction?" "Not at all," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. He had anticipated Luffy's underhanded schemes and knew she would seize any opportunity to trouble him. Perfectly, he was waiting for this moment. He intended to show Luffy what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. After a brief self-introduction, Lin Xiao slowly revealed his talent. I can hear the voices of animals, and they often share with me secrets unknown to others. This revelation piqued the interest of not only Luffy's group, but the entire class. After all, who could resist a bit of gossip? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. I understand you may not believe me, so today I shall share a few secrets revealed to me by animals. Secrets that no one else could possibly know. Once I divulge them, the individuals involved will undoubtedly be flustered, allowing you to discern truth from fiction. Chapter 76, A Grand Gossip Scene. Lin Xiao's words heightened the curiosity of the students present. Everyone eagerly focused their attention on him, including the girls near Luffy, who were merely waiting for Lin Xiao to embarrass himself. Go on, we're watching closely for you. If anyone gets exposed, we'll certainly help you point them out to validate your claims. While these words seemed supportive, they were veiled threats. Essentially, if they failed to identify anyone suspicious, they would call into question the veracity of Lin Xiao's statements. Still wearing a smile, Lin Xiao replied, I appreciate it. Do pay close attention. With that, he cleared his throat and began to narrate his story vividly. In our class, there is a girl from a well-off family, but her father, absorbed in work since her childhood, neglected her, resulting in her yearning for paternal affection. As she grew up, she became rebellious, frequenting nightclubs and seeking older men, even willing to be a mistress. Eventually, she became pregnant by one of these older men, and coincidentally, her father discovered this. An argument ensued, and he insisted on meeting the man responsible for his daughter's predicament. As fate would have it, they met at a banquet hosted by a distant relative, only for her father to realize that the man was actually his cousin. As Lin Xiao concluded, a moment of silence enveloped the room. Soon, questions arose. Wait, are you saying that girl was with her own cousin? Did her aunt know? No, you fool. Cousins aren't considered distant relatives. How could she not recognize her own cousin? That's debatable. Many relatives lose contact after falling out, so it's not impossible. Observing the skepticism surrounding the story's authenticity, the girls near Luffy took the opportunity to challenge Lin Xiao. You just assured us this story was true, yet we see no one acting out of the ordinary. Exactly. This seems like a fabrication, several girls chimed in. Lin Xiao squinted his eyes and said meaningfully, Are you all certain you've observed closely? Would you care to look again? Of course. The girls began scrutinizing their classmates' faces. However, after a thorough examination, they still found no discrepancies. Sister Faye, this is clearly made up. What do you say? One girl asked Luffy, her tone somewhat sycophantic. Upon turning, she noticed Luffy's peculiar demeanor, her face pale, pupils trembling, and lips tightly pressed, seemingly suppressing her anxiety. Luffy, typically arrogant, had harbored resentment all night due to the previous day's events, eagerly awaiting an opportunity for revenge. Logically, she should have remained silent during such a moment. Soon, others began to notice this oddity. A somewhat dull-witted girl inquired, Faye, could it possibly be about you? Before she could finish, another girl covered her mouth and shot her a fierce glare. Other girls quickly chimed in. I see it's this guy talking nonsense. How dare he slander Sister Faye? Do you believe me? Yet before she could finish, Lin Xiao interjected again. This girl is indeed pitiable. She could have resolved her pregnancy issue privately, but alas. One of her roommates discovered the pregnancy test. This seemingly supportive roommate, however, was secretly envious and informed the girl's father, triggering the father-daughter conflict. My goodness. This feels like a palace intrigue. Other students couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Luffy abruptly turned her gaze toward the girl who had just defended her. It's you, isn't it? At this moment, Luffy was on the verge of a breakdown, disregarding the presence of others, and seized the girl's collar. The girls in the back gasped, hastily attempting to mediate. Sister Faye, calm down. This is merely Lin Xiao's fabrication. Don't take it to heart. Luffy seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her actions and gradually released her grip. Just then, Lin Xiao spoke again. We've only just begun. There's even more explosive content. The unrelated students had long been captivated by this intricate web of gossip. Upon hearing that there was more to come, they all perked up their ears. That girl may appear impressive on the surface, but she has been manipulated by those around her. Take the older men she claims to know. She believes they are romantic encounters, yet every meeting was orchestrated. Some wealthy older men are quite extravagant. They have small circles that organize group activities periodically, and because they are affluent, they only invite attractive girls. These girls, in pursuit of greater rewards, often drag their friends down with them. The older man who initially encountered that girl was brought into her life through such orchestrations, meaning she was merely playing with the leftovers of others. In such moments, it's wise to think darkly. Indeed, The girl's sister intentionally orchestrated the introduction between the two individuals, having inadvertently discovered that one of the older gentlemen was the girl's cousin. After all, such a revelation was undeniably thrilling. Lin Xiao's final word hung in the air, leaving the surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 77. Taken away by the director. The classmates gradually turned their astonished and inquisitive gazes toward the girl seated behind Lu Fei, comprehending that the protagonist of Lin Xiao's narrative was, in fact, Lu Fei herself. They soon realized that anyone who dared to defend Lu Fei would be subjected to the exposure of related gossip. Following this line of reasoning, it became evident that the person Lin Xiao had referred to was indeed the girl at the back of Lu Fei's row. At that moment, Lu Fei appeared to recall something, slowly turning her head and incredulously exclaiming, "I remember, it was you who took me to that gathering in the first place. How could you do this to me?" The girl opened her mouth as if to explain, but upon facing the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, she paused momentarily before a mocking smile crept across her face. "You should be thanking me, Shuntiyu. It was only because I knew you had a penchant for older men that I introduced you to them, just as you wished. During that time, you seemed to be enjoying yourself quite a lot. Why the sudden change of heart now?" Lu Fei trembled with rage. The girl, evidently pleased with Lu Fei's reaction, continued, "Enough of this victim act. You know exactly what kind of sordid individual you are, don't you? As if without me, you wouldn't seek out your own pleasures." With that, she rolled her eyes at Lu Fei. Lu Fei was on the verge of fainting from fury. Had this been any other time, she would have retorted aggressively at such words. However, given the continuously shifting circumstances and the betrayal from those around her, her mind was in disarray, leaving her unsure of whom to trust. Eventually, she could no longer contain her outrage. "I have always treated you well, and yet you dare to betray me. I will not let this go." Lu Fei seized a textbook from her desk and hurled it at the girl seated behind her. The girl, incensed, immediately grabbed Lu Fei's hair, exclaiming, "You spoiled brat, always bullying others. When have you ever treated anyone kindly? Wake up and realize your own nature." As she spoke, she raised a cup of milk tea and splashed it across Lu Fei's face. The surrounding students quickly recoiled, none daring to intervene. The noise escalated, and the teacher finally sensed the gravity of the situation. "You two, calm down." However, neither of the aggrieved parties was in a state to listen. They were consumed by their fury, tearing at each other's clothing and hair like wild animals on the street. Clothes were ripped, revealing glimpses of skin, while clumps of hair fell to the floor. With no other options, the teacher hastily called for assistance from the administration. Shortly thereafter, the director of the literature department, accompanied by 2 female security personnel, rushed in. The security staff swiftly intervened, managing to separate the 2 girls after a considerable struggle. Director Zhou, a man in his 40s, averted his gaze upon witnessing the disheveled state of the students, waving his hand in annoyance. "What is this? Can't you two behave? Hurry up and change your clothes." Though Lu Fei and her adversary felt a sense of injustice, they recognized their own disarray. After exhausting themselves in their scuffle, they departed the classroom with the assistance of their peers. Director Zhou surveyed the classroom with displeasure, inquiring, "What on earth happened here? How could a class session devolve into a brawl?" The teacher, realizing she would likely face accountability, hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired during the lesson. Although Director Zhou was irked, he recognized that such incidents could indeed be unforeseen and was reluctant to place blame. However, upon spotting Lin Xiao, the instigator of the chaos, a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes, and his expression hardened. "Ahem, so this tumult was instigated by the student?" "Ah, yes. She appears to be a new transfer student," the teacher replied, uncertain of why Director Zhou was suddenly fixated on pursuing this matter. "Then you, come with me to the office." Director Zhou pointed at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, perplexed, wondered why the 2 combatants were allowed to leave while he was summoned to the office. Nevertheless, he had little choice but to follow and ascertain the situation. Lin Wanwan, concerned for Lin Xiao, attempted to accompany him but was halted by Director Zhou. "The rest of you, remain in class." With no other option, Lin Wanwan returned to her seat, recalling that Director Zhou was generally not a strict individual. What could possibly be unfolding today? After exiting the classroom, Lin Xiao followed Director Zhou upstairs to the office. The space was modest, yet it belonged solely to Director Zhou. Upon entering, Lin Xiao heard the distinct sound of the door locking behind him. The unsettling look in Director Zhou's eyes ignited an ominous premonition within Lin Xiao. Simultaneously, the gossip system in his mind activated, revealing certain details about Director Zhou. Upon hearing the system's alert, Lin Xiao's expression darkened further. Chapter 78. My assets exceed yours. Although classes had resumed in the classroom, the students' thoughts remained scattered. Many who typically harbored disdain for Lu Fei's clique were now whispering excitedly amongst themselves. They deemed Lin Xiao extraordinarily dashing for deftly managing to incite discord among the local bullies, ensuring they turned against one another without implicating themselves. In contrast, Lin Wanwan wore a frown. She was indeed pleased to see Lu Fei being punished, yet Lin Xiao being called away by Director Zhou left her with an unsettling feeling. It should be fine, Lin Wanwan. Director Zhou merely likes to assert his authority. He won't truly make things difficult for the students, Luo Xiaoyi reassured her. I know. It's just what? Lin Xiao isn't a girl. Moreover, she had just messaged her sister for clarity, only to learn that to protect Lin Xiao's identity, they had only informed the principal and the official responsible for dormitory management at the school. They had not alerted the department head at all. What would happen if Director Zhou discovered Lin Xiao's true identity? With these thoughts weighing on her, Lin Wanwan felt increasingly despondent. With over 40 minutes remaining until class ended, each passing moment felt interminable. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was also facing his own troubles. Observing the pompous demeanor of Director Zhou and recalling the system's revelations, his expression shifted dramatically. According to the system, Director Zhou had peculiar preferences that deviated from those of other men. He favored tall girls with a lean build, but preferred them flat-chested yet robust. This meant that Lin Xiao's somewhat unconventional appearance and women's clothing aligned perfectly with Director Zhou's aesthetic. No wonder the director had been casting such peculiar glances in the classroom. At that moment, Director Zhou was scrutinizing Lin Xiao with evident satisfaction. Tall enough and well-built. And the best part, flat-chested. Truly perfect. Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, and he quickly took a step back. Director Zhou, I acknowledge that I was in the wrong this time. If necessary, I can write a self-reflection. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Xiao turned to exit. However, his wrist was abruptly seized by Director Zhou. In that instant, he recoiled as if he had touched something repulsive, shaking his hand vigorously. Yet, each time he freed himself, Director Zhou's grip tightened once more. Disgusting. Absolutely revolting. Lin Xiao wanted to roar in frustration, but upon looking back, he was met with Director Zhou's lewd smile. Hey, new student, what is your name? You've just arrived at the school, yet you haven't come to register with me. Did you forget? If you did, there will be consequences. Director Zhou leered, his oily tone continually threatening. Finally, Lin Xiao exploded with anger. To hell with your consequences. With a fierce shout, he landed a punch squarely on Director Zhou's face. Caught off guard, Zhou fell back onto the sofa, astonished. You actually dare to hit someone? Do you believe I want to report you? Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, laughed in fury. Oh, more consequences? What exactly do you want? Director Zhou, oblivious to Lin Xiao's rage, assumed he had frightened him and resumed his previous smirk. Lounging back on the sofa and beckoning Lin Xiao over. I don't want anything, just a friendly reminder. If you don't want to be punished, come over obediently. Oh, you want me to come over? Lin Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile as he sauntered closer, cracking his knuckles, appearing ready for another round. As he approached, Director Zhou began to sense something was amiss. This was not the capitulation of a girl, but rather a demon brimming with malice, concocting something sinister. Wait. Don't come any closer. Director Zhou stammered, attempting to halt Lin Xiao, who showed no intention of stopping. Fear surged within Zhou, making him retreat repeatedly, seemingly trying to escape. Hey, don't run away. Didn't you ask me to come over? Lin Xiao pursued Zhou, circling around the office. In truth, Zhou was not even sure what he was fleeing from. Logically, he should have been delighted by the attention of such a girl. But instinctively he felt he must not be captured by her. The consequences would be dire. Lost in thought, he suddenly tripped over the corner of the desk and fell to the ground. Lin Xiao swiftly bent down and seized Zhou's ankle. Where do you think you're running? Look, I've caught you. Lin Xiao grinned eerily. Terrified, Zhou continued to scoot backward, struggling so much that he didn't even notice his belt had come undone. It was only when he finally scrambled away that he felt the chill on his lower half. Lin Xiao, momentarily dazed by the pants in his grasp, raised his eyes, feeling as though he might burst from embarrassment. Damn, with that little thing, you dare to bully girls at school? Do you believe I could pull out something bigger than yours? Lin Xiao was furious, unable to contain his rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Mine isn't small. And even if it was, wait, what did you say? Director Zhou retorted, only to suddenly realize something. He scrutinized Lin Xiao once more, over 6 feet tall. A robust physique, flat-chested, and that Adam's apple? Why you actually a boy? Director Zhou's realization struck him, dispelling his previous embarrassment and replacing it with a look of determination. Ah, so you've disguised yourself as a girl to infiltrate our school. Do you think I want to expose you right now? If I do, it won't just be a school disciplinary issue. The police will drag you away. Though Zhou's tone was assertive, the lack of trousers made him appear utterly ridiculous. Lin Xiao casually tossed the pants aside and swaggered onto the sofa. Oh, you plan to expose me? You'd better think carefully about that. What is there to think about? Zhou scoffed, pulling on his pants. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. If I go to the police station, I might just reveal all your dirty little secrets, like how you accept bribes, collude with certain upper-crust individuals, and threaten impoverished girls into serving drinks. Not to mention embezzling funds. And stop. Don't say any more. Zhou's face turned pale with fear. He believed he had conducted these matters with utmost secrecy. Yet this boy disguised as a girl was enumerating them one by one. Could it be that this student was sent to investigate him? If that were the case, he was finished. Chapter 79. Forcing the honest man to erupt. When Lin Xiao exited Director Zhou's office, the other students had already finished their classes. He spotted Lin Wanwan glancing around anxiously. Upon seeing him emerge from the office, she rushed over. So what happened? Lin Wanwan attempted to peek into the office, but the door had closed. It's all fine now, Lin Xiao replied with a light chuckle. Observing the concern in Lin Wanwan's eyes warmed his heart. But the next moment, the system cruelly reminded him that her worry stemmed from fearing he might cause a scene in the office. This caused his smile to falter. Initially, Lin Wanwan was indeed worried about Lin Xiao. After class, she hurriedly called her sister to ask if she should do something. Lin Shuj then mentioned Lin Xiao's impressive physical abilities. Just as Lin Wanwan thought to breathe a sigh of relief, concern crept back in. Fearing Lin Xiao might retaliate against Director Zhou in a fit of rage. Being naturally sensitive and prone to overthinking, she couldn't suppress the growing anxiety and rushed toward the office. Thankfully, Lin Xiao hadn't done anything overly reckless. Sister, it turns out you were actually concerned about that perverted old man. Lin Xiao felt exhausted and exasperated. Lin Wanwan laughed awkwardly. Well, I never mind. Later I'll treat you to a meal. What are we eating? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. The cafeteria, what else is there? Lin Wanwan replied, puzzled. Our school is closed off, have you forgotten? Lin Xiao suddenly felt nostalgic for the days spent searching for food with Qiu Xiaoyan at school, especially for the restaurants nearby. Upon arriving at the cafeteria and seeing the array of food stalls, Lin Xiao began to feel better. See, in places where girls abound, how can there be a lack of delicious food? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao bought a good amount from various windows. Just as he was about to sit down, he noticed several familiar figures approaching from a distance. They were the same lackeys who had previously followed Lu Fei. With Lu Fei absent, their arrogance hadn't diminished much. Still behaving boisterously in the quiet cafeteria, they laughed at one student, then chattered about another. They soon spotted Lin Wanwan, and one of them whispered something to the others. They exchanged knowing smiles before striding over with confidence. Well, if at ISNT, our little fortune teller. One girl said mockingly as she approached Lin Wanwan. Shall we have a look? Lin Wanwan had no intention of engaging with these individuals. She merely lifted her tray, intending to leave with Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao did not budge, chuckling lightly as he countered. Sure, but are you certain you want me to see? As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at the other girls. The expression on that girl's face faltered, clearly uncertain. The fallout from Lu Fei's quarrel with the other two had significantly affected her. Yet, for the sake of her good friends, she was reluctant to let it go so easily. Still, if Lin Xiao were to continue speaking, they feared their secrets might be exposed. Oh, how pretentious. Truly believing oneself to be a deity? The girl glared at Lin Xiao, who appeared so nonchalant, her irritation only deepening. In a fit of rage, she seized a bowl of soup from the table and hurled it at them. Lin Xiao reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Wanwan out of harm's way just in time. If you're unwell, go seek treatment, he exclaimed, somewhat vexed. Had it been a boy standing before him, he would have retaliated without hesitation. Alas, being a girl compelled him to suppress his impulses. Oh, how fierce. Come and strike me if you dare. The girl, upon witnessing Lin Xiao's anger, became even more emboldened, grabbing other food items to throw at him. As a result, despite Lin Xiao's agility, his clothes inevitably bore splashes of soup. Just as he was about to retaliate, he suddenly heard a trembling voice beside him. You are being utterly excessive. Lin Xiao turned in surprise to see Lin Wanwan, her usually gentle expression replaced by a fierce, suppressed rage. Her fists were clenched tightly, shoulders trembling slightly. Before anyone could react, Lin Wanwan seized the largest tray on the table and brought it crashing down upon the girl. This scene stunned not only the other girls, but even Lin Xiao himself. This was surely the breaking point for the typically meek. Once he regained his composure, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. Enough was enough. Resistance was the first step towards altering a fate of bullying. He had no intention of stopping her. Rather, he stoked the fire, cheering her on. Well done, sister. Keep going. Smash them. In that moment, Lin Wanwan resembled a balloon that had been punctured, with all her previously suppressed grievances and fury erupting forth. Ignoring her image, she hurled whatever she could find around her. When there were no more objects at hand, she resorted to tugging at the other girl's hair. The girl, now realizing the gravity of the situation, retaliated fiercely, but she was no match for the wrathful Lin Wanwan, who managed to yank several strands of hair free. Observing their companion at a disadvantage, the other girls rushed to assist. Yet Lin Xiao, watching from the sidelines, would not grant them such an opportunity. He stepped forward, his imposing figure effectively blocking their path, using only finesse to push them away. Lin Wanwan had finally taken action. No one was permitted to interfere until she had vented her frustrations. At last, the commotion drew the attention of others. Before long, someone shouted that a teacher was coming. Lin Xiao looked up to find none other than Director Zhou approaching. After being threatened by Lin Xiao in the office, Director Zhou was already seething with pent-up frustration. Upon hearing the disturbance, he rushed over, determined to discipline a few students today. However, upon spotting Lin Xiao, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee the scene. Chapter 80, Turning the Tables. Director Zhou sought an excuse to retreat, but the surrounding students, evidently frightened by the brawl, insisted he investigate. Left with no choice, he steeled himself and moved closer. "Hey, what on earth is happening?" Director Zhou exclaimed, attempting to intervene, albeit symbolically. As a leader of the institution, he felt compelled to maintain some semblance of authority. The combatants gradually separated. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Wanwan, noting that her hair was slightly disheveled, rendering her somewhat disheveled. In stark contrast, the other girl's clothing was torn, and her arms bore several scratch marks, her entire demeanor visibly diminished. Had Director Zhou not arrived, it was likely she would have been begging for mercy shortly. Lin Xiao discreetly gave Lin Wanwan a thumbs up. "Sister, you're amazing." As Lin Wanwan regained her composure and observed Director Zhou's stern expression, anxiety washed over her once more. "Ah Xiao, just say it was I who fought with them, and that you had nothing to do with it." Lin Wanwan reverted to her timid demeanor. Lin Xiao flashed a confident smile. "Sister, trust me, just remain silent, and leave it to me." Lin Wanwan looked at him with uncertainty, puzzled by his unflappable demeanor and the intentions behind it. "Ahem, what's going on here? Fighting in public? Really?" Director Zhou's words were primarily directed at the girls. He was acutely aware of the need to avoid offending Lin Xiao, lest his own misdeeds be revealed. However, the girls were oblivious to this nuance. They assumed Director Zhou was there to support them, and they began to lament their plight. "Director, it was they who bullied Fei Fei during class, and now they're targeting us again. Especially that new girl, relying on her height to overpower us. And look what Lin Wanwan did to my clothes." They continued to exaggerate, pouring all the blame onto Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. As Director Zhou's frown deepened, the girls felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, their families were well off, and they had leveraged connections to enroll in this school. During holidays, they would present Director Zhou with numerous gifts. They were confident that if they persisted, Director Zhou would surely punish Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. However, Director Zhou remained silent for an extended period, long enough for the girls to run out of new grievances to air. Once their complaints dwindled, Lin Xiao slowly interjected. "Aren't you tired of your incessant whining? Isn't there a surveillance camera over there? We can simply check it to see what truly transpired." Lin Xiao pointed towards the ceiling, where a camera blinked with a red light, directly aimed at their location. The lead girl's expression froze. They had been terrorizing the school for so long that no one had ever mentioned this before. The victims of their bullying typically preferred to avoid conflict, fearing further retaliation should they pursue the matter. Director Zhou glanced at the camera, momentarily hesitating. "Director," the girl, fearing that he would indeed check the footage, hurried over to his side and whispered, "My father mentioned that thing you talked about before will be delivered to you in a few days, just so you know." Upon hearing this, Director Zhou instinctively glanced at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao merely rubbed his wrist, appearing unperturbed. Yet, such a minor gesture caused a cold sweat to break out on Director Zhou's brow. The item the girl's father had promised was none other than a limited edition watch. He was uncertain whether Lin Xiao was already aware of this matter, and he did not dare to investigate how Lin Xiao had come to know it. All he understood was that if he truly offended this individual today, he would be in grave trouble. However, considering that the parents of these girls had previously extended him favors, he could not act too excessively, otherwise it would be easy for him to be exposed. For the first time, Director Zhou found himself facing such a difficult choice, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After some time, he finally resolved to speak. "There is no need to review the surveillance footage. After all, it's merely a trivial dispute among classmates. Nothing significant enough to escalate." As he spoke, he cautiously observed Lin Xiao's expression. Seeing Lin Xiao frown slightly, he quickly added, "However, given the situation at hand, it is evident that Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan are merely two individuals, while the other side consists of a multitude. By sheer numbers, they are certainly at a disadvantage." Upon hearing that there would be no review of the footage, the girls were initially elated, only to be met with this unexpected twist. They were momentarily at a loss. What was happening? Why did Director Zhou's words seem to favor Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan? "Director Zhou, I believe one of the girls attempted to interject, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Director Zhou. I have said, do not escalate this. Director Zhou's expression hardened, his tone growing serious. You have taken advantage of your numbers. Regardless of the reasons, you are in the wrong. For today, you will clean this area thoroughly. We will discuss other matters later. After delivering his verdict, he glanced nervously at Lin Xiao. Noticing Lin Xiao's brow finally relax, a weight lifted from his chest. Yet the girls were still incredulous, eager to argue their case. Director Zhou waved them off impatiently. No buts. Hurry and clean up. Look at the mess you've made here. Go. With that, he had no desire to linger and promptly turned to leave. Lin Xiao merely raised an eyebrow at the girls before leading Lin Wanwan away. After purchasing more food and sitting down, Lin Wanwan appeared to be hesitating to speak. Lin Xiao, did you truly do something to Director Zhou? Chapter 81, Betting with him. No one can renege on the deal. Did you do something to Director Zhou? The way Lin Wanwan phrased it struck Lin Xiao as somewhat odd. What could he possibly do to that perverse individual? However, to spare Lin Wanwan any worry, he refrained from divulging the sordid details about Director Zhou and had no intention of escalating the matter to the principal. Sometimes, the mere threat of a sword hanging overhead is far more intimidating than the act of striking down. After their meal, Lin Xiao took Lin Wanwan for a stroll around the school to unwind. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory building, he suddenly halted. Listening to the sudden reminder from his inner gossip system, his expression turned grave. Sister, do we have any elective classes or self-study sessions tonight? Lin Xiao looked up at the direction of the dormitory balcony, asking somewhat abruptly. We do have an elective class. I remember that quite a few people signed up for it. Most of our majors selected it. Lin Wanwan replied after a moment of thought. Then why didn't you choose it? Lin Xiao was taken aback, fearing Lin Wanwan had faced some sort of exclusion. Lin Wanwan quickly clarified. I had already taken it last semester. This semester, the credits were adjusted, and many who previously had no extra credits needed to select 1 or 2 more classes. The teacher for this class is quite interesting, so everyone opted for it. So that was the case. Lin Xiao nodded silently, but remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to head upstairs. What's wrong? Lin Wanwan noticed his unusual demeanor. Lin Xiao glanced over to the side and smiled. It seems there are reporters doing live broadcasts and interviews over there. Let us go take a look. Lin Wanwan followed his gaze and indeed spotted several individuals holding their phones, streaming live. She generally had no interest in such occurrences and was reluctant to partake in any street interviews. Just as she hesitated, Lin Xiao had already pulled her over. Since we have nothing pressing to return to, let us just observe here. Lin Xiao appeared quite intrigued as he led Lin Wanwan into the crowd of onlookers. To be honest, such events were rather uninteresting, but he could not go upstairs just yet. Otherwise, he would miss out on an amusing spectacle. In the midst of her confusion, Lin Wanwan suddenly heard Lin Xiao's inner voice. In a moment, Lu Fei's dormitory will catch fire, and they will come running out in the nude. Such an amusing event must be witnessed live. Fortunately, it's just a small flame and will not endanger others. It serves as a lesson for them. Hearing these words left Lin Wanwan speechless. Lu Fei's dormitory would catch fire? That was their opposite dormitory. Would it truly remain uncontrollable? Lin Wanwan felt a surge of anxiety, yet could do nothing. Even if she rushed to Lu Fei's dormitory to warn them, they would only think of her as delusional. Moreover, this was merely Lin Xiao's inner voice, and its veracity was uncertain. As she hesitated, the class bell rang. More students began to emerge from the academic building, heading towards the dormitory. At that moment, a series of piercing screams erupted from the dormitory building. Ah, it's on fire. Call for help. Lin Wanwan's pupils dilated in shock. It was truly on fire? From the direction of the black smoke. It indeed appeared to be Lu Fei's dormitory. How could this happen? Lin Wanwan seemed to be asking Lin Xiao, as if speaking to herself. Lin Xiao gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry. The fire truck is already at the school entrance. Lin Wanwan vaguely sensed that Lin Xiao must have called for the fire truck in advance. Fortunately, others were still in shock, and no one noticed the somewhat suspiciously timely arrival of the fire truck. Some rushed to shout for help, while others took out their phones, standing nearby to film. The reporters who had been streaming earlier also rushed over, seeking the best angles to capture the incident. Lin Xiao quietly led Lin Wanwan to a prime viewing spot. They witnessed several girls bursting out of the dormitory, shrieking as they fled. In their haste, they appeared disheveled, almost half naked. It was indeed them. They had come out in the nude. Lin Wanwan was taken aback as she recognized the faces of those girls. Goodness, what a shocking sight. Lin Xiao smacked his lips, a smirk gracing his lips. When the system had informed him that the dormitory would catch fire, he had initially felt some concern. However, upon learning that the fire originated from Lu Fei's dormitory and would not lead to casualties or damage to others' property, he felt reassured. The cause of the fire was that they had forgotten to turn off their curling iron, causing it to overheat and ignite the curtains. Initially, the flame was quite small. Had they turned off the power in time and poured a cup of water on it, it could have been extinguished easily. Yet, they were all pampered and sheltered. Having never encountered such a scenario, they panicked and merely ran. Thus, after confirming that most people on that floor had gone to class, Lin Xiao decided to enjoy the show. These girls had treated the dormitory rules as mere trifles, and it was time they learned a lesson. The fire truck arrived promptly, extinguishing the flames with remarkable swiftness. The extent of the fire's devastation was even less than initially anticipated, only damaging the curtains and a table by the window. However, despite its minor scale, the incident profoundly unsettled Lu Fei and her companions. Upon receiving the news, the school authorities hurried to the scene. After learning the cause of the fire, they unleashed a barrage of reprimands upon Lu Fei and the others, imposing disciplinary actions upon them all. Lin Wanwan observed this unfolding drama and suddenly came to a startling realization, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Xiao. Could it be that Lin Xiao possessed the uncanny ability to foresee the future? What is the matter? Lin Xiao inquired with a cheerful smile. And nothing, Lin Wanwan stammered, hesitating to voice her suspicions. She feared that if such a revelation came to light, the situation could spiral out of control. Sister, look, I bet you. No one has ever defaulted on a wager with me, Lin Xiao declared, leading the way back to the dormitory. Watching Lin Xiao's retreating figure, Lin Wanwan's thoughts grew increasingly convoluted. She found it utterly perplexing. Could her brother be some kind of hidden sage or a reincarnated deity? Nonetheless, such musings seemed inconsequential. If her brother truly could foresee the future, it would be a boon for the Lin family. She resolved to keep this matter as confidential as her elder sisters had. The thought of her brother being captured for experimental purposes was genuinely terrifying. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Wanwan's demeanor towards Lin Xiao underwent a complete transformation. Previously, she believed Lin Xiao's presence at her school was largely a decision made by their family. Although the Lin family was quite influential, they occasionally made questionable choices, such as placing a boy in a girls' school, which she deemed rather imprudent. However, following the events of the previous day, Lin Wanwan realized that this decision was, in fact, astute. Having a brother with foresight by her side was no mere token gesture. It was a genuine attempt to assist her. This epiphany led her to a night of self-reflection, gradually awakening her awareness of her diminished trust and sense of belonging within the family. In truth, her family had always treated her well. It was she who had maintained an intentional distance for far too long. After this moment of introspection, Lin Wanwan resolved to make amends. However, confronting her family directly to alter her attitude felt somewhat awkward. Thus, she chose to express her newfound warmth towards Lin Xiao first, viewing it as a way to repay him for helping her come to this realization. This change in behavior, however, left Lin Xiao somewhat bewildered. Observing the freshly prepared fruits and snacks, along with Lin Wanwan assisting him with his wig, Lin Xiao's mind began to race with speculation. What is going on? Why does this feel so peculiar? Wait. No way. That cannot be allowed. Lin Xiao's thoughts erupted in a frenzy. Utterly oblivious to the subtle paws in the hands behind him that were arranging his wig. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on his head. Hey, what is going on? There's a mosquito. Lin Wanwan's calm voice came from behind him before he could respond. Oh, I can't believe there are still mosquitoes in this weather. Lin Xiao failed to notice the unusual tone in her voice. As he attempted to adjust his wig, another slap resounded on his head. There are too many mosquitoes. Oh. After a couple of swats, Lin Wanwan seemed to have vented her frustration. She began to pat Lin Xiao's shoulders vigorously, which ultimately drove him to his limits. Sister, please. Lin Xiao turned around, desperately dodging while trying to seize Lin Wanwan's wrist. If this continued, he would perish before the mosquitoes did. Even he could sense that something was amiss, forcing a stiff smile as he said, Sister, I can't help but feel that your animosity towards these mosquitoes is rather intense. Amidst the buzzing around his ears, who wouldn't he be annoyed? Lin Wanwan's words were veiled with sarcasm. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao was entirely oblivious to the fact that Lin Wanwan could hear his thoughts. Believing she was genuinely irked by the mosquitoes. Sister, aren't you supposed to be studying at the library with Xiaoyi? You should go ahead. I'll take care of the mosquitoes in the dormitory and ensure they won't disturb you tonight, Lin Xiao assured her. Watching his clueless demeanor, Lin Wanwan felt frustrated but could find no words to express it. Grabbing a bag from the table, she left without glancing back. Once Lin Wanwan departed, Lin Xiao indeed retrieved insect spray and thoroughly doused the corners of the dormitory. Strangely, he did not encounter a single mosquito. After completing his task, Lin Xiao called home to provide a brief update on the past couple of days. His family expressed their satisfaction, showering him with praise and sending several generous red envelopes his way. He reassured them that the bullies had mostly been subdued, and with continued effort, they would surely cease their harassment of Lin Wanwan. However, karma struck swiftly. Just as he finished speaking, a notification from the gossip system echoed in his mind. His expression darkened immediately, and he disregarded any further explanations to his family, hanging up the phone and rushing out of the dormitory. The system indicated that Lin Wanwan had once again been bullied, this time by the very same girls he had claimed were already subdued. These individuals truly had short memories. Lin Xiao dashed to the basement level of the library, arriving at the entrance of an old storeroom, where he seized a metal rod lying in the corner and struck the door lock. With a resounding clang, the lock shattered. He burst inside, immediately spotting Lin Wanwan huddled in a corner. Sister! A surge of fury consumed him. This storeroom clearly had not seen a cleaning in ages, dust filling the air with a musty odor. Lin Wanwan sat there, arms wrapped around her legs, appearing quite disheveled, her hair stained with coffee and her clothes soiled. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Sister, it's all right now, don't be afraid. Yet, contrary to his expectations, when Lin Wanwan lifted her gaze, her eyes reflected not fear or tears, but a fierce anger. They've gone too far. She quickly gathered her hair and wiped her grimy face. Lin Xiao had never witnessed Lin Wanwan in such a state. He was at a loss for how to comfort her. Sister, I will definitely help you teach those ruffians a lesson, just don't. I'm truly fine. I've come to understand that avoiding them will only embolden them further. I refuse to endure this any longer. Xiao, you're coming with me to the principal's office. As Lin Xiao beheld Lin Wanwan's renewed determination, he initially felt a surge of joy. However, the reality struck him that Lu Fei was the daughter of the vice principal, who had been tyrannizing the school for quite some time. It was unlikely her father was entirely unaware of her actions. Given his tacit approval, Lin Wanwan's confrontation might not yield favorable results. Lin Xiao considered whether to approach the principal directly, yet the headmaster seemed perpetually busy, rarely present at the school. Administrative matters were primarily overseen by the vice principal. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan ascended to the top floor of the administration building. As anticipated, the principal's office was locked and devoid of anyone. Only the vice principal's office had its door ajar, from which the sounds of laughter and conversation could be distinctly heard. Lin Wanwan, evidently sensing something amiss, halted her steps. Shall we come back another day? Or perhaps have our parents directly call the principal? Lin Xiao suggested in a hushed tone. Lin Wanwan pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before resolutely shaking her head. Her gaze hardened. Even though she knew he would not handle his own daughter, she refused to remain mute. By bringing this matter to light, should he continue to condone such behavior, it would fundamentally differ from the current state of willful ignorance. Lin Xiao found her reasoning compelling. It was akin to the distinction between theft and robbery, seemingly similar, yet profoundly different. The previous vice principal could only be deemed willfully ignorant. However, if they elucidated the bullying incident involving Lu Fei and he chose to turn a blind eye, that would amount to deliberate complicity. Having pondered this, Lin Xiao discreetly activated his phone's recording feature to safeguard against any potential backlash later. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wanwan gently knocked on the door. The two individuals inside, engrossed in their jovial banter, fell silent and turned to face them. The man seated behind the desk, clad in a dark shirt and sporting glasses, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his brow furrowed with intensity. A faint resemblance to Lu Fei could be discerned in his features. This must be Vice Principal Lu Guodong. Perched on the sofa was a younger man, whose gaze toward Lu Guodong bore a hint of sycophancy. A large gold watch adorned his wrist, and beside him lay a genuine leather handbag, clearly not the attire of a schoolteacher, but rather that of a small business owner. Upon noticing Lin Wanwan standing at the door, Lu Guodong's eyes flickered with a trace of coldness. He turned to the young businessman with a smile, saying, I hadn't realized we had chatted for so long. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. I will have my assistant get in touch with you later. Of course. The young businessman beamed, nodding eagerly as he hastily picked up his handbag and exited the office. Lin Xiao surmised that Lu Guodong was responsible for the myriad affairs of the school, including the selection of suppliers for logistics. Judging by the young man's obsequious demeanor, he was likely one of those suppliers. Given Lu Fei's lavish lifestyle, one could only wonder how much Lu Guodong had embezzled over the years. Dear students, what brings you here? Lu Guodong's expression remained affable, exuding a facade of kindness. Lin Xiao was not swayed by this pretense. He stepped forward and boldly stated, there have been incidents of bullying at school. Will you take action, Principal Lu? Oh, what seems to be the issue? Lu Guodong's smile faded, replaced by a grave expression, as if he genuinely had no knowledge of the situation and was prepared to advocate for them. Lin Wanwan approached the desk, articulating her experiences in a clear and deliberate manner, from her initial act of chivalry to the subsequent bullying and threats. culminating in the discovery of fake dead mice and various filth on her dormitory bedding. Finally, she recounted how she had been deceived into the library's storage room and humiliated by those individuals. Upon concluding, she named all the participants, including Lu Fei. Such incidents occurred. Lu Guodong's face was a mask of astonishment. Lin Xiao could not help but mentally scoff at his theatrical performance. Such exceptional acting talent was indeed wasted away from the stage. Lin Wanwan's countenance, however, was far from pleasant. Logically, one would expect a father to verify the truth upon learning that his daughter was the perpetrator of bullying, or to inquire for more details. Yet, the vice principal before them merely exhibited exaggerated shock, offering no further response. "Principal Lu, are you not going to do anything about this?" Lin Wanwan, losing patience, directly challenged him. "Is it because Lu Fei is your daughter that you permit her to behave in such a manner?" "My dear student, you are mistaken." Lu Guodong, having attained his position through some capability, quickly countered. "Firstly, should it truly be Lu Fei responsible, I would certainly ensure she apologizes to you." Lin Wanwan was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Principal Lu, what do you mean by that? Do you think I am lying and wrongfully accusing her?" No, I simply wish to convey that such matters, regardless of the individual involved, have significant repercussions. As the school's administrators, we cannot wrongfully accuse anyone. If you possess evidence, that would be ideal. Without it, we would find ourselves in a difficult position." Lu Guodong feigned helplessness, shaking his head. His demeanor was a stark representation of the smooth-talking nature often seen in business dealings. Clenching her fists, Lin Wanwan's chest heaved with indignation. She had anticipated Lu Guodong would shield Lu Fei, downplaying the situation to mitigate the consequences. What she had not expected was his outright refusal to even engage in a conciliatory discussion. He outright demanded evidence, which was a blatant denial of any wrongdoing. "What? Is it that you lack evidence?" Lu Guodong's glasses glinted, his smile revealing a mix of certainty and mockery. Chapter 84. The counterattack begins. Lin Wanwan trembled with rage. The audacity of Lu Guodong far exceeded her expectations. Concerned that Lin Wanwan might succumb to her fury, Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward. "Principal, your arguments are indeed compelling, and your meticulous nature is quite admirable. Thus, we have decided to report this matter to the authorities. It is best to leave such professional matters to the professionals." "Yes, we will report it. They are not some professional gang, and I refuse to believe they have left no trace." Inspired by Lin Xiao, Lin Wanwan promptly took out her phone to call the police. This evidently unsettled Lu Guodong. "Wait," he admonished sternly. "What you are doing will tarnish our school's reputation and have profound repercussions. Can you bear the consequences of this?" Lin Xiao scoffed. "In this day and age, the perpetrators are not held accountable, yet the victims are expected to take responsibility. TSK, I wonder what people will think when these words spread." Lu Guodong's expression darkened. The two students before him were undoubtedly the most formidable he had encountered in years. In the past, even if someone dared to confront him, he could easily intimidate them into submission with a few choice words. Yet, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan were impervious to both threats and coaxing. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Guodong spoke in a low tone. "Lin Wanwan, you may proceed with your report, but I must preface this. Based on your description, what those individuals did to you amounts to nothing more than childish pranks, having caused you no substantial harm. Setting aside whether the police can even investigate such trivial matters, even if they could uncover the truth, those involved would not face imprisonment. At most, they would receive a reprimand. However, be forewarned, your experience at this school may become." His sentence trailed off, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Wanwan exclaimed, "How can you treat this matter so lightly?" Just as Lin Wanwan appeared on the verge of breaking down, Lin Xiao swiftly stepped forward and embraced her shoulders. Before she could speak, he interjected, "So, Principal Lu, do you believe this matter can simply be brushed aside?" Seemingly detecting the hint of concession in Lin Xiao's words, Lu Guodong's countenance once again radiated the smile he had worn earlier. "As the principal, I certainly will not allow my students to suffer indignities. If necessary, I shall personally converse with those girls, persuading them to contribute together for compensation." If his previous remarks had merely conveyed a sense of threat and indifference, the current tone was one of unabashed humiliation. Lin Xiao embraced Lin Wanwan gently, patting her shoulder in a show of support. "Since Principal Lu has spoken thus, let it be so." His face betrayed no emotion as he concluded, leading Lin Wanwan away. Upon exiting the office building, Lin Wanwan felt a slight alleviation of her distress. Not due to resignation, but because she sensed Lin Xiao's simmering anger. She understood that he would not let this matter fade away easily. If this path proved unfruitful, alternatives would be sought. The following day, Lin Wanwan and Lin Xiao arrived at class as per their routine. Shortly after settling in, Lu Fei, accompanied by her entourage, made her entrance. At times, Lin Xiao found himself somewhat admiring Lu Fei. He had not anticipated that after such a significant conflict, culminating in a public hair-pulling incident, they could reconcile. He wondered what kind of machinations had transpired between them. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao was indifferent. If they preferred to band together, then let them relish the consequences that ensued. A piercing scream shattered the classroom's atmosphere. From Lu Fei's desk tumbled several dead mice and cockroaches, not mere replicas, but genuine corpses. Blood trickled from the neck of one mouse, indicating it had only recently met its demise. Who did this? Lu Fei's face drained of color as she furiously interrogated everyone present, quickly zeroing in on Lin Xiao, convinced that he was behind this grotesque act. Before she could voice her accusation, another gasp echoed through the room. How could this happen? A member of her entourage remained stuck to her chair, her skirt inexplicably glued to the seat. Despite frantic attempts to free herself, the adhesive bond proved insurmountable. It appeared the only way to extricate her would be to remove the skirt entirely. Overwhelmed, the girl shot furious glances at those around her. At that moment, the teacher arrived. Observing the uproar, he admonished the students with a stern demeanor. Known for his unwavering discipline, even Lu Fei was reluctant to confront him directly. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to sit quietly, awaiting the end of class to address the turmoil. However, as soon as the teacher dismissed them, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan swiftly vacated the classroom, denying Lu Fei and her companions any opportunity to speak. Lin Xiao had already contacted the dormitory manager to change the locks, ensuring that unrestricted access was no longer possible. The afternoon's classes brought forth even more absurdity. Lu Fei joyfully accepted a cup of milk tea from a companion, only to spit it out in revulsion after a sip. To her dismay, the beverage had been swapped with a concoction of paint water, the bitter taste driving her to the brink of madness. There was no doubt that Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan were behind this, but as this was an elective class in which they were absent, she could only suffer in silence. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Lu Fei collapsed into a chair, seething with fury. Yet soon, she noticed something amiss. In their bunk bed setup, she observed blood seeping from the overhead bedboard, trickling down the wall and dripping onto her desk. The scene was akin to a horror film. She screamed, instinctively retreating, her gaze fixed in terror upon her bed, fearing what she might discover. A brave roommate cautiously approached, reaching out to touch the red liquid on the desk, only to find it bore no scent of blood. It was merely paint. Lu Fei exhaled in relief, quickly scrambling up to inspect her bedding. What she beheld nearly caused her to faint. The bed was adorned with a figure painted in red, resembling a lifeless form. Had it not been for her roommate's timely support, Lu Fei might have collapsed entirely. The other roommates, along with a few girls who had come to visit, rushed over to investigate, their faces paling in shock. Logically, they should have sought out fresh bedding for Lu Fei, but none were willing to confront the ghastly sight. Even knowing it was paint, they dared not look again. I will kill her. I will kill her. Lu Fei trembled with rage, shouting in despair. The dormitory's soundproofing was not particularly effective, and her cries were clearly heard by Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan across the hall. Lin Wanwan, aware of Lu Fei's recent spate of so-called pranks, had gleaned from Lin Xiao's thoughts that these were his machinations. Initially, she felt concern over possible retaliation for Lu Fei's humiliation. However, witnessing Lin Xiao's meticulous strategies, which not only circumvented all reprisals, but also grew increasingly ruthless, she felt reassured. Simultaneously, her admiration for Lin Xiao deepened. She could hardly fathom how she would react upon encountering such a gruesome sight on her bed. Would she faint outright? Listening to the shouts and curses emanating from the opposite dormitory, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she had overcomplicated matters. What? Lin Xiao regarded Lin Wanwan with puzzlement as she spoke abruptly. Her gaze remained fixed on the door, as if she could see through it to witness Lu Fei's unraveling. I initially believed they were utterly fearless, but it appears that their bravado masks a deep-seated fear, while I have been the one paralyzed by trepidation. Lin Wanwan reflected on her first encounter with Lu Fei and her clique's bullying, which had instinctively instilled in her a sense of dread towards these individuals who disregarded school rules and ethics. This fear had manifested in her every interaction with them, leading to her consistent disadvantage. Yet, upon closer inspection, these girls were merely peers of her own age. They, too, experienced fear and insecurity. They were not invulnerable and could indeed be harmed. Their modus operandi relied on leaving no evidence behind. If Lu Fei and her cronies could target isolated students in unmonitored areas, then others could employ similar tactics. They were no law enforcement officers and hardly exhibited sharp intelligence. If one truly plotted with determination, who could genuinely intimidate whom? Dealing with such individuals required no adherence to logic. Having come to this realization, Lin Wanwan felt a renewed sense of purpose. She retrieved her phone and quickly created a group chat, inviting students who had previously suffered at Lu Fei's hands. Armed with prior experience, she had discreetly vetted these individuals, discovering them to be bold enough, albeit from less fortunate backgrounds, to avoid direct confrontation with Lu Fei. They possessed a resilient spirit. Even without overt defiance, they would not choose to align with Lu Fei like the previous victim had. Lin Wanwan articulated her thoughts in the group, recounting the recent tribulations faced by Lu Fei, swiftly garnering support. Naturally, she refrained from disclosing the identity of the puppet master, Lin Xiao. She simply stated that since someone had succeeded, they weren't entirely devoid of chances. If they united, retribution was assured. The other members of the group eagerly echoed her sentiments, promptly drafting meticulous plans. These strategies had been rehearsed in the minds of some, and had it not been for their previous lack of strength, they might have executed them long ago. With assistance now at hand, they could be put into action immediately. Emulating Lin Xiao's recent methods, Lin Wanwan helped the girls in the group identify opportune moments and provided cover for one another. In the ensuing days, Lu Fei's plight worsened. With such a united front, Lu Fei was utterly defenseless. She noticed the glue on her chair, but overlooked it on the table. She detected the dye in her milk tea, but failed to notice it in her cup. She found a dead mouse on her bed, but neglected to check the drawer. After enduring this relentless torment, Lu Fei's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Unable to bear it any longer, she allied with several girls and reported the matter to the vice principal, her father. What? Upon hearing his daughter's lamentations, Lu Guodong's previously placid demeanor shattered. Lu Fei was, after all, his treasured jewel. Despite her prior missteps, he had merely admonished her sternly, imposing no severe punishment. Yet, who would have thought that his daughter would be so bullied within her own school? Principal Lu, we implore you to assist us. Indeed, those individuals have gone too far. Especially the two instigators, Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan. They are to blame. The girls lamented their recent experiences, each adding to the narrative. Upon hearing that these two were involved, Lu Guodong's temper flared. Bring them to me. Chapter 86. The counterattack intensifies. Lin Xiao had anticipated this day and arrived at the principal's office with an air of calm. Initially, he intended to come alone, but Lin Wanwan insisted he should not bear the burden by himself. As they stood before the familiar door of the principal's office once more, their mood had shifted entirely, as had the balance of power. Upon entering, they disregarded Lu Fei and the others, making their way directly to the desk. I wonder why you summoned us. What seems to be the issue? Lin Xiao inquired with a faint smile, exuding an air of innocence. What on earth is going on with you two? Is it amusing to bully your classmates? Lu Guodong struggled to maintain his composure. Yet, the thought of his precious daughter being tormented by these two was too much for him to bear. Lin Xiao tilted his head, feigning confusion. Principal Lu, what are you referring to? I don't quite follow. Lin Wanwan nodded in agreement, her face a mask of simplicity. Lu Guodong, trembling with rage, pointed at Lu Fei and her companions. They have reported that you two have engaged in numerous outrageous acts at school, including pouring glue on their seats and adding substances to their cups. Are you aware that this constitutes bullying? Lin Xiao gasped in mock surprise. Glancing back at Lu Fei, is that what they claimed? Lu Guodong gritted his teeth. Of course. Your reckless behavior is unacceptable in our school. Yet, before he could finish, Lin Xiao feigned ignorance. Do you have any evidence? What did you say? Lu Guodong was momentarily taken aback. I mean, as the school administration, one cannot unjustly accuse any student. So is there evidence? Lin Xiao's gaze remained steady on Lu Guodong, his inquiry earnest yet composed. Based on his understanding of Lu Guodong, he knew that the news of his beloved daughter's mistreatment would ignite his fury. If there were indeed concrete evidence, there would be no time to summon them for questioning. The authorities would have been notified long ago. Unsurprisingly, Lu Guodong was left speechless by this retort. Seeing this, Lu Fei could no longer contain herself. Dad, let us call the police. Very well, let's call the police. Lu Guodong exclaimed, suddenly inspired, reaching for his phone. I refuse to believe that you two will still deny it when the authorities arrive. However, Lin Xiao merely chuckled. Principal Lu, is it really worth calling the police over such trivial matters? Are you not concerned about the impact on the school's reputation? Lu Guodong hesitated, his hands suspended in midair. Lin Wanwan seized the moment to add, indeed, and even if the police come and find that their claims are accurate, it would merely amount to a prank. They have not caused any substantial harm, and it is unlikely we would face any severe consequences, perhaps just a reprimand. But the repercussions for the school and these girls could be significant. Listening to these familiar words, Lu Guodong felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. He nearly voiced his instinctive question, would this matter simply be dismissed? However, recalling his earlier humiliations inflicted upon them, he stifled the words. But one of the girls beside Lu Fei, unaware of the situation, boldly posed the question aloud. So this is how it ends? If you feel truly aggrieved, I suppose we could pool some money to compensate you, Lin Xiao remarked, relishing the script unfolding as expected. Yet, this was merely tit for tat. His true vengeance lay ahead. As Lu Guodong seethed, rendered speechless, Lin Xiao casually remarked, Principal Lu, with the headmaster currently absent, you are responsible for the school's affairs. Surely, you wouldn't jeopardize your own reputation over these unrelated individuals? Unrelated individuals? Lu Guodong's brow furrowed deeper in confusion. Logically, they should have already known that Lu Fei was his daughter, especially since she had just called him dad. Was this merely an attempt to provoke him? However, after Lin Xiao made his statement, he suddenly clapped a hand over his mouth. My apologies. I forgot that you seem unaware that Lu Fei is not your biological daughter. Oh dear sister, what should we do? How did I accidentally reveal such a sensitive matter? Lin Wanwan, who had not previously heard Lin Xiao mention this, was taken aback. Yet, recalling his prescient abilities, she quickly chimed in, you truly were careless. Discussing such matters requires a more private setting. Yes, let us save it for another time. If there is nothing else, we should be on our way, Lin Xiao said, feigning an intention to leave. However, before he could reach the door, a sharp cry rang out. Lin Xiao, don't push your luck. You may bully me. But if you speak such words, do you not fear I will report you for slander? As Lin Xiao had anticipated such absurdity, while Principal Lu might treat it as a jest, Lu Fei's temperament would never allow it to pass unchallenged. Lin Xiao turned, blinking innocently. Are you certain you wish to report this? Should the truth come to light, it won't just be a matter for those present here. Can your family truly afford that kind of embarrassment? Do not think you can intimidate me with such threats. Your nonsensical ramblings are nothing but slander. The police will take you both away. Luffy, while rummaging through her bag for her phone to report to the police, was interrupted by Fei Fei's voice. Wait a moment. After all, Lu Guodong was a mature middle-aged man. Despite his anger, he sensed something amiss in Lin Xiao's words. Logically, the retorts exchanged earlier should have alleviated their grievances. It made little sense to invite further trouble in this manner. Slandering a principal was no trivial matter. Was it truly necessary for them to go this far? Lin Xiao, what do you mean by your previous statement? Lu Guodong inquired, narrowing his eyes. You must understand that this situation significantly differs from your petty squabbles. Should it indeed tarnish our family's reputation, we will pursue this matter to the fullest extent. Lin Xiao had been anticipating Lu Guodong's probing. As soon as doubt took root in Lu Guodong's mind, the words he was about to utter would likely find a receptive audience. Principal Lu, is it so difficult to comprehend that Lu Fei is not your biological daughter? If you doubt my claim, consider this. When your wife was pregnant, did she not leave the capital for a period? Chapter 87. Who wears the green hat? Upon hearing these words, Lu Guodong stood frozen, lost in thought. Though 2 decades had passed, the events from that time weighed heavily on him, and he recalled them vividly. At the time of his wife's pregnancy, he had yet to achieve his current status, merely a teacher at a school on the outskirts of the capital. He had been engrossed in work, often asking his wife to deliver gifts to certain officials during the holidays. On one occasion, he had asked her to visit an official in another city. Though reluctant, she complied. For 2 days, he received no news from her, initially assuming she was merely sulking. However, on the 3rd day, he received a call from her, revealing that she had been in a car accident on her way back. Although the child was safe, she needed to stay in the hospital for further observation. Overwhelmed with guilt, he desired to visit her, but she unleashed her fury upon him, insisting she did not wish to see him. Aware of her anger, he refrained from arguing, waiting patiently in the capital for her return. Upon her arrival, her demeanor remained cold. Coupled with his busy schedule, their opportunities for face-to-face interactions were scant. Even on the day of her delivery, he was preoccupied with obligations to various officials. By the time he reached the hospital, everything had been taken care of, and both mother and child were already asleep. Gazing at the adorable infant and his wife's weary face, guilt surged within him to its peak. Even now, the memory brought a sting to his eyes and a lump to his throat. Subsequently, he endeavored to show his family kindness in every possible way, as if that were the only remedy for his troubled conscience. Yet, as he dwelled in this recollection, a chilling voice interrupted him. During that time when your wife was away, harboring resentment towards you, she sought revenge, including engaging with other men. Lin Xiao stated with an air of detachment. Little did she know, in a moment of passion, she suffered a miscarriage. Lu Guodong raised his head, momentarily rendered speechless, as if unable to grasp Lin Xiao's meaning. Before he could retort, Lin Xiao raised a hand to interject. You can easily verify this with the hospital. Such matters cannot be fabricated. The facility where your wife later gave birth was a private hospital owned by her close friend, who had already arranged everything in advance. So you will find no trace of anything amiss. As for Lu Fei, she was adopted by a couple that your wife's friend had arranged long ago. You might consider conducting a paternity test with Lu Fei. That should provide a more tangible answer. Lu Guodong's mouth opened, all attempts at rebuttal and invective faltering in his throat. The silence in the room was palpable, with all present, including Lu Fei, rendered speechless. Though Lu Fei often exuded arrogance, she was not foolish. If Lin Xiao's assertions were mere fabrications, the consequences of such reckless behavior would soon be revealed. Observing Lu Guodong's stunned expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. But it matters little. After all, the first child your wife bore was not yours. Even if that child were still alive, your situation would remain unchanged. What do you mean? Lu Guodong could no longer contain himself, his voice hoarse with disbelief. On what grounds do you make such claims? Despite the accusatory tone, his conviction was clearly wavering. After enduring a barrage of revelations, his mind was muddled. After Lu Fei's arrival, your wife must have yearned for a son, but her efforts were in vain. She deceived you into seeking medical examinations. And only then did you discover that you were infertile. Lin Xiao smirked, concealing his glee. Then, who is the biological father of Lu Fei? Lu Guodong was on the brink of collapse. That, I cannot say. You should know better than I how much your wife enjoyed her freedom before marriage, Lin Xiao retorted, twisting the knife further into Lu Guodong's heart. Lu Guodong staggered, barely managing to remain upright as he struggled to sit down, the expression on his face aging him by a decade. At that moment, Lu Fei finally regained her senses, abruptly realizing the terrifying implications of such revelations. Having worn her father's proverbial green hat for 20 years, no man could endure such betrayal. And as for her status as an illegitimate child, she too could easily become collateral damage. Everything she possessed was bestowed by her father. Should he abandon her, her fate would be dire. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. I am your daughter. Dad. Lu Fei rushed to Lu Guodong, kneeling before him, clinging to his legs. Though Lu Guodong was enraged, the sight of his daughter brought forth a wave of sorrow and anguish. After years of being father and daughter, how could there be no bond at all? Even upon learning that she was not his biological child, he found it impossible to harden his heart against her. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao glanced at his watch, feigning concern as he reminded, "Oh, by the way, Principal Lu, I forgot to mention that although your wife is aware of your infertility, she has not given up on the idea of bearing a son for the sake of your family's fortune." Lu Guodong's body trembled at the implication. What do you mean by that? It implies that perhaps you should pay a visit to your neighbor, Old Wang. If they happen to visit more frequently, you might catch them in the act. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Dad, don't listen to him. Lu Fei realized that should her father truly discover her mother's infidelity, it would likely be the final straw. Desperately, she sought to intervene. But Lu Guodong seemed to regain all his strength, abruptly standing up. Ignoring her pleas and cries, he forcefully pushed her aside and strode toward the exit. Halfway there, he paused, as if struck by a sudden thought. He pulled out his phone and dialed his wife. Hello, where are you? He asked, suppressing his fury as soon as the call connected. I'm out shopping, Lao Lu. What's the matter? A woman's voice responded, laced with a hint of flirtation. Chapter 88, A Turmoil of Chaos. The sound sent a shiver through everyone present. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's earlier warning, they might not have fathomed the implications. Yet, with preconceived notions already in mind, this sound seemed to affirm those suspicions. Principal Lu, you needn't trouble yourself with your phone. Lin Xiao extended his hand. At this moment, Lu Guodong could no longer think calmly. Under the bombardment of shocking revelations, he subconsciously acknowledged Lin Xiao as the informant. After handing over the phone, he watched as Lin Xiao tapped away, and when the phone returned, the screen displayed some rather unsightly images. The familiar sound punctuated the air, at times sultry, at times agonizing, and at times pleasurable. Even without viewing the images, one could vividly imagine the scenes unfolding. A Xiao this. Lin Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she seemed to grasp something. It was only then that Lin Xiao remembered her presence and quickly moved to cover her ears. Sister, don't listen to such nonsense. Lin Wanwan made no objection, allowing Lin Xiao to shield her. She too had begun to surmise the truth, though she did not anticipate Lin Xiao's extraordinary capabilities. Lu Guodong's eyes reddened as he gazed at the screen. As if seeking confirmation, he dialed his wife's number once more. Indeed, the ringtone of his wife's phone echoed through the video feed. It was no fabrication, it was all too real. That old Wang next door has long been fixated on your wife, hacking into your family's cameras to spy on her every move. However, he must not have anticipated that. With his skills, while he was intruding on others, he inadvertently exposed his own network, making it all too easy to counter-hack. Lin Xiao patiently elucidated. In a fit of rage, Lu Guodong hurled the phone to the ground. How outrageous! How outrageous! I provide for her daily, indulge her. And she dares to treat me this way. Dad, please, don't be impulsive. Mom must have just been momentarily confused. Lu Fei attempted to reason with him. But upon seeing the fury in Lu Guodong's eyes, she realized some matters were irretrievable. For the sake of her future, she once more clung to her father's leg. Dad, it's all Mom's fault. I am innocent. I have been with you since birth. I know nothing. Don't worry, Dad. No matter what happens, I will be dutiful and support you in your old age. Regardless of her motives, her words appeared heartfelt in that moment. She could not afford to lose her father, nor her status as the heiress of the Liu family, along with the wealth and status it conferred. Lu Guodong looked down at his daughter, whom he had raised for 20 years, observing her tear-streaked face, and ultimately felt a pang of compassion. He gently lifted Lu Fei and stroked her hair. He contemplated that, after all, he could not bear children. Raising a daughter was still a form of kinship, and it was quite good. However, Lin Xiao suddenly interjected, Principal Lu, do not be hasty. Do you truly believe the matter is so simple? Oh, it is far from it. Seated on the couch, Lin Xiao leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a delicate sip, he set the cup down heavily on the table, reminiscent of a storyteller striking a gong. Lu Fei shivered involuntarily. She had finally begun to mend her father's heart and could not allow any slip-ups. Lin Xiao, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you wish to see our family destroyed before you are satisfied? Do you not wish to hear? Lin Xiao feigned surprise as he glanced at Lu Guodong. After all, Principal Lu was of a certain age. Muddling through life was not entirely unexpected. Lu Guodong clenched his fists. He was only in his 40s. Still in his prime. Why should he be regarded as ancient? He understood that if he pursued certain matters further, he might find himself in an even greater state of despair. Yet, reflecting on the past 2 decades of confusion and the verdant fields above, he felt no remorse for learning these truths today. Was he to don the mantle of a cuckold for the sake of so-called familial harmony, becoming a lifelong subject of mockery? Moreover, he had already endured the betrayal of his wife. What more could possibly shock him? Speak, what else is there? Lu Guodong inhaled deeply and inquired flatly. Lin Xiao smiled. Do you not wish to know who Lu Fei's biological parents are? Absolutely not. Lu Fei screamed without hesitation. I do not care who they are. It is of no consequence. I have only one father. Lu Guodong gestured for her to quiet down, then turned to Lin Xiao. You know about such matters? Indeed, if you had observed closely, you would have discerned it long ago, Lin Xiao teased. Lu Guodong, having risen from a humble teacher to the position of university president, was no fool. Lin Xiao's insinuation was clear. Lu Fei's biological parents were likely in his midst. As he pondered, a figure surfaced in his mind. Could it be Old Zhou? In Lu Guodong's thoughts, Old Zhou's visage began to merge with Lu Fei's. The resemblance was striking. Upon reflection, Old Zhou had always treated Lu Fei exceptionally well. Even when Lu Fei displayed her haughty demeanor, Old Zhou remained unfazed, ever smiling and apologetic. He would even comfort her when she appeared downcast and lavish her with expensive gifts on her birthday. Until now, Lu Guodong had believed Old Zhou's kindness stemmed solely from gratitude. But it seemed the situation was far more intricate. Old Zhou had been Lu Guodong's driver and a childhood friend. While Lu Guodong enjoyed academic success and familial support, propelling him toward prosperity, Old Zhou's upbringing had been less fortunate. Neglected by his parents, he had been a mischievous child, dismissive of education, and had dropped out of high school to enter the workforce early. After several years of struggling, when Lu Guodong's career began to flourish, he extended a helping hand to his old friend by offering him a position as his driver. What had started as goodwill, however, Old Zhou perceived as charity and humiliation. Although he feigned gratitude for the generous salary, the resentment within him had festered. This animosity, upon inadvertently overhearing Lu Guodong's wife's scheme, led him to seek a middleman to facilitate the placement of his child. Though his own life had been aimless, the thought of his daughter living in luxury under Lu Guodong's roof brought him solace. He felt no guilt. Instead, he believed that this was merely a debt owed to him by Lu Guodong. Principal Lu, have you not noticed that your health began to decline only after Lu Fei's arrival? Lin Xiao sipped his tea leisurely. Lu Guodong wore a puzzled expression, evidently unaware of the implication. In truth, your infertility, which was once a dire condition, could have been remedied through treatment. However, your driver, harboring concerns that the arrival of a second child might lead you to mistreat his daughter, resorted to administering drugs into your water cup at intervals. Over time, this insidious act rendered your situation utterly hopeless. Lin Xiao cast a glance at Lu Guodong, his lips curling into a slight grimace of regret. He actually. Lu Guodong trembled with rage, his body shaking as he attempted to retrieve his phone to call Old Zhou, only to discover that his device had been shattered. He strode to his desk and picked up the office phone to dial. Old Zhou, I need you to come to my office immediately. After speaking, he hung up abruptly, indifferent to whether the other party had comprehended his words. At that moment, Lu Fei was completely bewildered, uncertain about how to proceed. Her earlier willingness to set aside her pride and plead for leniency stemmed from her ignorance of her biological parents. She pondered the possibility that if she had indeed been abandoned or sold, they would never come looking for her. Yet the circumstances had changed. Her biological father had been present all along, and now the truth was about to be laid bare. She felt utterly lost. "Fei, Sister Fei, we." Timid voices piped up. Only then did Lu Fei remember that her followers were still nearby. The shameful incident had been witnessed by them all. How could she possibly maintain her standing at school after this? "Get out, all of you," Lu Fei roared, pointing towards the door in exasperation. Though the girls were gossipy, they understood this was not a matter for their ears and quickly scurried away. "And you too, how long do you intend to linger here?" Lu Fei glared fiercely at Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan, wishing she could devour them whole. Without their presence, she would still be the esteemed young lady of the Lu family, able to command respect and admiration at school. All of this was their fault. Under the relentless barrage of revelations from Lin Xiao, Lin Wanwan's anger had dissipated long ago, particularly upon witnessing the disheveled state of Lu Fei and Lu Guodong. She felt an urge to celebrate. The ensuing events would likely devolve into a catfight, hardly worth watching. "A Xiao, shall we leave?" Lin Wanwan sought Lin Xiao's opinion. "Yes. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today. Sister, dinner is on me." Lin Xiao rose leisurely, stretching with a yawn, and together they departed. However, upon exiting, they did not venture far. Instead, they concealed themselves around a corner. Moments later, a short middle-aged man emerged from the elevator, unmistakably old Zhou. As he walked, he muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it, do they think I'm a dog, coming and going at their beck and call? One day, I'll make them pay." Yet, upon reaching the principal's office, he donned a sycophantic smile. After a gentle knock, he entered. Lin Xiao and Lin Wanwan quietly approached the door, pressing their ears against the crack. Their interest was not merely in the spectacle. A principal like Lu Guodong, lingering in power, would only contribute to the school's corruption. Their intention in exposing family scandals was not solely for personal satisfaction. Lin Xiao's true goal was to see this principal ousted from his position. Should they remain in the office, both Lu Guodong and old Zhou would undoubtedly tread carefully. Now that the office was devoid of outsiders, it was time for candid discourse. As soon as old Zhou stepped into the office, Lu Guodong laid his cards on the table. Unsurprisingly, old Zhou, harboring long-standing grievances, readily acknowledged his discontent and proceeded to ridicule Lu Guodong. The situation escalated swiftly into a physical altercation. Lu Fei, aspiring for future wealth and status, naturally aligned herself with Lu Guodong. The odds shifted to 2 against 1, and old Zhou found himself at a distinct disadvantage. "You despicable little man. Do you really think your meager wealth gives you any significance? I swear I'll expose all your dirty little secrets." Hearing old Zhou's outcry, Lin Xiao seized on the key phrase and promptly retrieved his phone, recording through the door's gap. Old Zhou, leaving no escape route, soon detailed Lu Guodong's bribery and embezzlement. Rather than being intimidated, Lu Guodong only became more aggressive, inflicting serious harm on old Zhou. After capturing the desired footage, Lin Xiao kindly alerted the authorities. Once the police arrived and took the 3 of them into custody, the video depicting Lu Guodong's criminal activities was uploaded online. A few days later, Lin Xiao, Lin Wanwan, and all the girls who had suffered from bullying gathered joyously to celebrate. "Have you heard? Lu Fei's former entourage is completely ignoring her now. It's only natural. Those girls have always lacked principles. I remember they were the first to spread rumors about Lu Fei's origins. I also heard that Lu Fei confronted her mother, no, her adoptive mother, over debts, leading to a scuffle that resulted in her mother having a miscarriage, and reportedly, she can never have children again. Hey, Lu Fei didn't fare any better either. She was pushed down the stairs by her adoptive mother and ended up disabled. And it seems that old Wang next door got caught for secretly filming. His wife is also seeking a divorce. What a perfect outcome." Lin Xiao listened quietly, savoring his meal. After all, he had known about these events long before, thanks to his information gathering system. Yet, what mattered more to him was that he had successfully liberated Lin Wanwan from the torment of school bullying, thus fulfilling his mission beautifully. Soon, he would pack his belongings and depart from this girl's school. In the midst of their joy, a timid voice interrupted. "Lin Xiao, hello." He looked up to see a charming girl, her cheeks flushed, holding a pink envelope. Before he could inquire, she thrust the envelope into his hands and dashed away without looking back.